I let my homeless brother move into my house and he repaid my kindness by stealing my collectibles and selling them to buy a PS5, so I dumped him in a neighboring city. My brother came to live with me and my elderly mother a little over 2.5 months ago. He had gotten evicted from his apartment for not paying rent on time and getting caught with illicit substances. I didn't agree to him living with us, but my mom invited him to without my permission and begged me to let him stay because she didn't want him to be living out in the streets. Me and my brother have had a strained relationship since we were younger, which I won't elaborate on as it would take too long. But I relented eventually. I set strict rules for my brother as I wasn't going to let him lay around, being lazy and doing nothing. I told him he needed to get a job and help pay for expenses, rent, utilities, etc., as well as help around the house. He wasn't happy about that, but I told him it was either that or he could sleep outside. He finally agreed. He had to only pay $300 a month to live with us, which I thought was a steal as I pay over $2,000 in rent and bills. He was still unhappy with that. He didn't help out around the house at all unless you forced him to in the job that I got him. Because he was too lazy to find one for himself, he decided he only wanted to work only part-time, because full-time was too hard on him. And he called out often. He had no money when he moved in with us, nothing in savings, and all his belongings fit into a backpack. I got into a fight with him about being smarter and using this opportunity to build up his savings so he could find stable housing and establish a life, because he was not going to be living with us forever, given that I was going to move soon into a nicer area and a smaller apartment, and I wasn't going to allow him to come with. He told him he would figure it out and I left it at that. It was difficult living with him, but I tried to sympathize with him and help him out. I drove him to and from work. I did most of the chores. I helped him look into programs to help with housing and food stamps. I got him appointments at the dentist to fix his teeth. Basically everything he needed. I thought my deadbeat brother was finally turning into a fully functioning adult. I thought our crappy relationship was finally improving. But that was a lie. A fucking lie. Well, 2 days ago I came home and I saw my brother playing on a brand new PS5. With new controllers/accessories and some new games. That all had to total over $800. I was confused how he got the money for it all of a sudden, because last week he was complaining about paying the $300 in rent as it would leave him with only $100 to use for the next 2 weeks. I asked him where he got the money and he told me a friend owed him some. I smelled bullshit immediately because all his friends are also deadbeat junkies who are homeless or couch surfing. No way anyone gave him any money. I'd been packing stuff up for my move and had been putting everything into the garage so I could load everything into a U-Haul all at once. I am a collector of valuables, from fancy anime figures and Pokemon cards to vintage coins and baseball cards. It's items I have accumulated over the years from various sources. I went down to my garage to check some things, and to my horror, my boxes and bins had been opened and ransacked. I could immediately see that 2 of my larger anime figures were missing. An entire binder of my Pokemon cards and a coin binder were missing. Not only that, things were thrown around, so some of my figures were damaged and cards were dirty from laying on the ground. I put 2 and 2 together and realized that my brother had taken my things and sold them for money. And not money to help support himself. Money for a stupid PS5 that would mean nothing when he was homeless again. I checked the recordings of my cameras outside my apartment, because I have been dealing with porch pirates, and saw that morning, my brother had left out the front door carrying one of my large-scale anime figures, with the rest stuffed into his backpack, and returned a couple of hours later with a large PS5 box. I saw red. I went upstairs and just began screaming at him. He immediately got defensive and told me he didn't steal anything. I showed him the video, and he effing started crying, saying that I have everything and he has nothing, and that I've always been treated better than him and it's not fair. I told him to get my poop back from wherever he sold it and then to pack up and leave. We continued yelling at each other because he didn't want return the PS5 back to get the money, to get my things back. He had the audacity to tell me that I had enough money to just buy the things back from the pawn shop where he sold everything. Are you kidding me? He gave me the name of the pawn shop eventually, so since he wasn't going to help me, I decided to just throw him out. I screamed at him to pack up and leave, and you know what he said to me? He started saying poop about squatters' rights, and told me that I couldn't kick him out without due process, that I couldn't force him to give up his PS5, and that he wasn't going to leave. He then runs into his bedroom and locks the door, and tells me to go F myself. Honestly, if my mom had not been there I probably would have ended him right there. You would see me on the news for what I wanted to do to him. I am livid. I have never been more angry in my life. I decide that I am going to forcefully remove him. I work in armed security, so I put on my security uniform, which had a utility belt with lots of useful items for detaining people. I then bust the door down and it turns physical. My brother is very small and emaciated given his history of abuse and poor diet, thus I easily overpower him and cuff him. I give him one more chance to leave of his own accord and his response was to kick me in the face. I had already packed all his poop up, except the PS5. I drag him down the stairs, then outside, and toss him into the back of my car. With a second pair of cuffs I secure him in the back, and by now he has pretty much run out of fight, so he just starts crying again and begging me not to kick him out. I toss his poop into the trunk, and I start driving. I take him to the next city over and stop near an alleyway, where I throw his poop out and pull him out of the back. I release him and tell him never to come back or contact us again. He tries to make one last stand and very weakly trying to punch me, and I just shove him to the ground hard. I then leave. I sold his PS5 and everything, and I went to the pawn shop to get my items back. Unfortunately, I only was able to get about 3/4 of my things back, and I already spoke to the police, which said not much could be done about the rest. Well, it's better than nothing. My brother had tried to call my mom, but I answered and threatened him, and he hasn't contacted her since. The police also haven't shown up, so I assume he hasn't made a report. I just wanted to release this somewhere as I have no one else to talk about this with, and my mom still thinks I was too harsh with him, but I don't care and feel better now. Update: 2 weeks ago, well, I moved and no longer live at that previous address. Of course, my brother does not know that. Well, apparently, after I dumped him in that alleyway in a random neighboring city, he met back up with his girlfriend, She is in a similar position to him, homeless and an addict. My brother had been festering in his anger and hatred for me over the weeks. I had received some nice messages from him threatening me and promising violent vengeance. What is super dumb is that he's mainly pissed about me selling the PS5. I didn't really care because he didn't even know where I lived at this point. Well, yesterday, I got a nice knock on my door, and when I opened it, it was the police. The police informed me that Saturday night, my brother and his girlfriend had broken into my neighbor's garage and had been critically injured. My neighbors live next to me, and how the apartments are set up is that the garages in the front of the apartments are also next to each other, but it's difficult to tell which garage goes to which apartment unless you go from the inside. So, my brother broke into the wrong garage. My guess is he probably still thought I lived there and was probably going back to steal more of my things. Well, the neighborhood I lived in was not the greatest, Section 8 housing area, and my neighbors were known dealers/addicts, who were very well known in the area. I was cool with the neighbors. We kind of minded our own business, but they were not people you wanted to F around with. Well, from what I gathered based on what the police told me, my brother and his girlfriend entered their garage and were attempting to steal some items my neighbors had discovered, and they were high off some illicit drugs, and this apparently led to a struggle which resulted in my brother and his girlfriend getting shot. His girlfriend had unfortunately died at the scene as she was shot in the head. My brother was shot in the arm and stomach and was taken to the hospital. There's an active investigation, so I don't know much of the specifics. Still, based on the initial evidence, my brother will most likely end up in jail after he's out of the hospital. Given that he committed armed burglary, the police just told me my brother would be charged and told me what hospital he was at and his current state. My mother is very upset about this and is planning on visiting him tomorrow. I have no interest in seeing him or speaking with him, and she called me heartless. She honestly told me it was my fault that this happened and that I drove him to this desperation. It pissed me off. Why am I the one getting blamed for everything? I think that after this new lease is up, I will be separating from my mom and moving out on my own. I can't stand this bullshit anymore. I hope that he goes to jail, because maybe he'll clean up his act and stop blaming everyone for his problems. I am only upset that his girlfriend was killed. She was a nice girl who honestly deserved better than my brother. She was only 19 years old and was dragged into such a horrible situation because of him. Poor girl.
I lied to my daughter and told her that everything will be okay. Today, she will lose one of her legs and I feel awful. My daughter was in a serious accident today. She was in surgery for 6 hours trying to repair her leg. The doctors came out and said the vascular system in her lower leg is failing, and more than likely, they will have to amputate. She plays multiple sports and is a very active person. She looked at me when coming out of surgery and asked if everything was okay. I told her everything will be fine. The look of trust she gave me broke my heart. The doctors want to wait until tomorrow to make the final judgment on if her leg can be saved. I can't help but feel like I failed her as a parent. She trusts me to be honest with her and I couldn't do it. Tomorrow is going to be one of the worst days of my life. Update: the doctors decided to amputate her leg. We broke the news, and she took it better than I thought she would. She had suspicions as she had no feeling in her lower leg, turning colors, and just the basic severity of the injury. It was gruesome. They were set to have amputation surgery this morning, but her vitals didn't do well overnight, and they don't feel she is strong enough to have that major of surgery, so they put it off until tomorrow. I understand the medical side of it, but it was crushing for her to get prepared mentally for today, then just have the rug pulled out from beneath you. I have started looking at the resources a lot of people here have mentioned. Thank you for those suggestions. I have a bit of time to look at stuff as she sleeps quite a bit. More updates when it seems relevant. Update post 2. 3.5 months later, after my daughter's leg amputation, everything became a blur for the next couple months. But she is an incredible warrior. Her surgery went well. She impressed the doctors and staff so much they allowed her to come home 3 days after the surgery. I was expecting a couple weeks at the earliest. She had a couple setbacks and had to have a procedure done to clean out an area that wasn't healing properly, but nothing is stopping her from living her life. We have went to ball games and concerts together. Getting her home user-friendly has taken some time, but a lot of wonderful people have volunteered their time to make it happen. At this point she spends part of the time at her place and some at ours. She is learning to drive a vehicle with modified controls and is starting the process to get her prosthetic. She participated in a mile walk at a festival a couple weeks ago and she finished it. She was last, but hell, she did it on crutches. I couldn't have been more proud. She has plans to enter a 5K in November. I'll be there cheering or walking with her if she will have me. The only negative update is the insurance companies and her workplace. She went from short-term disability to long-term as she isn't quite able to go back to work yet because of her doctor appointments and the state hasn't certified her to drive yet. Her work sent her a notice that her insurance is cancelled as soon as she goes on long-term disability. She will have to pay for the insurance out of her own pocket, so now we are scrambling for solutions. And after looking through all her medical bills, I can see why people file for bankruptcy. I made a jacket of shame because my mother-in-law plans to wear a wedding dress at my wedding. Because of this, mother-in-law turned up in an all-black funeral outfit at the church. I and my husband got married last year in March after dating for 3 years. We are also the first on both sides to get married. Long story short, planning this wedding was no walk in the park as there were multiple fights between myself and my mother-in-law about stupid nitty-gritty details of the wedding. Even what style of dress I wanted to wear, but the cherry on the cake was my mother-in-law outfit she was planning on wearing. In the 6 months we planned our wedding, I expressed multiple times that the only color guests weren't allowed to wear was white. I even encouraged everyone to go all out with their outfits, but clearly, this didn't include my mother-in-law. She continued to show me pictures of the outfit she was planning on wearing, all of which were completely white. I tried multiple angles with her to change her mind. First, I tried to nudge her in a different color direction, then casually brought up the no white rule. I even asked my husband and mother to talk to her about not wearing white as my direct approach didn't seem to work. The moment I realized I needed to think of a serious plan fast was when one of her online orders arrived and I just happened to be there. Finally, I got to see this outfit, and to be honest, I prepared myself for the obvious that it would be white and even considered letting the whole white thing slide with her, just to spare myself the mental strain. But I never thought she would order a literal wedding dress. Thank goodness it was one of those expectation versus reality moments and the dress quality was terrible and went straight to the trash. Now to what I thought was an excellent plan. After venting to my sister and other bridesmaids about the whole situation, I suggested that there should be some kind of punishment for guests should they show up in white, and so the jacket of shame idea started. My sister helped me shop for the perfect jacket. A yellow reflective jacket you usually see construction workers wear, but the fun didn't stop there. To make sure everyone was aware of the consequences, my sister helped me set up a decorating station at my bridal shower to decorate this jacket of shame, and it turned out to be quite the hit. My friend and family members enjoyed using glitter pens and colorful Sharpies to give the jacket its shame by writing things like, "How dare you show up in white? Are you the bride?" I think not, you get the point. Afterward, I explained what the jacket would be used for, that if someone shows up at our wedding wearing white or anything that can be passed off as a wedding dress will be forced to wear this jacket the moment they step onto the venue. This jacket won't be allowed to be taken off even in official wedding photos. Maybe I took it too far after someone asked, "But won't that ruin your photos and throw off the whole aesthetic?" And I bluntly replied with, "Not at all. I would frame the photo and hang it up in our house as a reminder." Needless to say, I never got that photo, and mother-in-law turned up in an all-black funeral outfit to our wedding.
I made my husband pick between me or his sister after she stole my dead baby stuff. Am I the a-hole for yelling at my pregnant sister-in-law and telling my husband to choose me or her? So, I, 29, have been married to my husband for 8 years. About 2 months ago I had my third miscarriage, 31 weeks. I won't be talking about it because it makes me feel so depressed, but you'll need to remember this. About 4 months ago, my sister-in-law, 20, came crying at our doorstep telling us she's pregnant and her boyfriend didn't want anything to do with the pregnancy, and had nowhere to go. My husband and I openly took her in, welcomed her into our home with open arms. For the first few weeks, it was really hard for her, understandably. I sat with her for hours, holding her when she cried, binging our favorite TV shows, eating so much ice cream.
I made my kind boyfriend clean my poop from all over the bathroom. He was petrified. This was still hands down the single most embarrassing moment of my life. Back in 2019, I was training horses and was at a 12-week international competition for show jumping. For the first time in my career, I had a string of horses to show for clients, which in this field is a pretty big step. One morning, I was inspecting a horse's leg who had accidentally cut himself. While I was hunched over inspecting the wound, someone walked by and shook out a tarp, which scared the ever-living crap out of the horse. In his panic, he bolted forward and kicked out, catching me in the side and sending me flying. I quickly got up and ran away to avoid being stomped on, but it was then I realized I couldn't stand up straight. I tried to walk it off, but the pain only got worse, and eventually, I couldn't sit or stand anymore, so I laid down in the dirt and discovered I couldn't get back up. I ended up taking an ambulance to the nearest hospital and learned the kick from the horse fractured 2 of my vertebrae, severely bruised my kidney, and tore many tendons and muscles in the area. I spent 8 days in the hospital as I was a fall risk and couldn't walk or really even move for that matter. The pain was so severe my team of doctors had me on numerous medications. One of those medications was the notorious painkiller Oxy. While the Oxy had helped the immobilizing pain, it also made me extremely constipated. I wasn't able to pass a bowel movement until my final day in the hospital after pounding prune juice, milk of magnesia, and loads of laxatives. Nonetheless, after 8 days I was finally able to pass the most horrific bowel movement of my life, and they sent me home. I went back to the apartment my boyfriend of 1 year and I lived in, as we didn't have the funds for rehab. We also did not have the funds for an in-home nurse to help me, so my paramedic student boyfriend graciously stepped up and became my full-time caretaker. He kept track of my medications, assisted me when I needed to get up, and rotated my heating pad and ice packs. You name it, this sweet soul had it taken care of. Fast forward to day 7 of me being home, and I again had not passed another bowel movement. I was weaning off the pain meds at this point because I couldn't handle the constipation anymore. Around 9 p.m. that evening, I felt things shifting in my gut and told my boyfriend I needed to get to the bathroom. He carefully got me out of bed and up with my walker so we could make our way to the bathroom. Once I was situated on the toilet, he let me be. After about 30 minutes of struggling, I called him back and said it's not going to happen. My boyfriend lifted me onto my feet a little too quickly and I began to get dizzy. He saw me turning white and sat me back down on the toilet. Now that I was sitting again, I started regaining consciousness and felt the monstrous bowel movement involuntarily start exiting my colon with a scary amount of force. At that moment, I was so relieved. I looked at my boyfriend, who was still holding me up, and said, "It's happening. I'm finally SH'ting. Go go go," and I attempted to shoo him away. As those words left my mouth, I saw my boyfriend's face drop and I noticed the god-awful liquid poop that had been brewing in my gut for the past 7 days was in fact pooling around my bottom. That's when I realized, when I began passing out, my boyfriend had shut the toilet lid. Now, I was sitting here on a closed toilet with what seemed like gallons of liquid poop flying out of my SS all over myself, the toilet, the walls, and the floor, while my poor boyfriend stood there petrified. I instantly started crying. I kept trying to make my boyfriend leave while still SH'ing and sobbing. "You closed the lid?" "No." "Why did you close the lid?" "I'm so sorry, you don't want to see this. Go get out." When all was said and done, I was sitting there desperately clenching the handles on my granny walker, sobbing, covered by nothing but a t-shirt and my own 7-day-old diarrhea. The first thoughts running through my head were, he's going to leave me. This is the most disgusting thing ever, and he's never going to be able to look at me ever again. Between my sobs, my trooper of a boyfriend said, "It's okay. I made the biggest mistake of my life by making my stepfather an outsider at my wedding that he paid for. Now everyone is livid at me and I don't know how to make up for it. I got married 2 months ago to the love of my life, and he finally opened my eyes to what I did. He showed me the perspective I didn't understand. When I was 5, my father left us. He just disappeared without a trace. He and my mom were already separated by then, but he was still living with us. 3 years later, my mom started dating Rob. He was quite a bit younger than she was. I believe she was 34, and he was 26. Today, he is very wealthy, and he treats my mother like a queen. She looks like the happiest person in the world whenever she is around him. My younger sister looks a lot like my mom, but her personality is a reflection of her dad, always telling jokes and being just a nice person all around, while my mom and I are more serious and cold. As I got older, Rob became more present in my life. He got married to my mom, and she got pregnant, but seeing him as a father figure was still pretty weird, mostly because people would assume he was my brother all the time. When I was in HS, I was dating this boy, and he broke up with me at my friend's house. My mom was on a night shift, and I had to ask Rob to pick me up. When he did, he comforted me, took me to get ice cream, and when we got home, he told me something like this: "Whoever made you sad doesn't understand that you are the best girl in the world, and it's their loss. Don't beat yourself up because others are too stupid to see it." I just told him, "I wish you were my dad." He smiled and said he wished that too, and he could be if I wanted to. We left it at that. I never called him dad, but from that point forward, I saw him as a father, and I think he knows it. I finally reconnected to my biological father about a year ago. It happened because I got engaged. When I came to my mom's house one day, he was there, and I couldn't even recognize him. He was way thinner than he was when I was a kid. He struggled for years with depression and substance abuse. My mom and Rob helped him get clean, and they even paid for his stay at a great rehabilitation center. They decided that it was time for me to meet him again finally. I don't want to explore much on how this was, but all I have to say is that I'm glad to have him back in my life, and I'm glad to be able to help him heal. He suffered a lot. He got lost, but now he is at least trying. Rob and my mother paid for everything at my wedding, which was amazing. The church was beautiful, and my husband looked amazing. The one mistake I made was that I chose my biological father over Rob. I chose the man who abandoned me for over 20 years over the one who took me as his own and gave me everything he could when he didn't have to. I chose the man who broke my mother's heart over the one that saved her. I don't know why I did what I did. Looking back on it, I feel so stupid. My dad didn't deserve to walk me down the aisle. My dad didn't deserve to be in all the pictures with my mom and my husband's parents. It should have been Rob. I don't know. I think I was compensating for the time lost with my dad. Everything was still so fresh with him. I was helping him out. He talked to me every day, and I felt like he deserved to be back in my life. When we were deciding who would give speeches, we had to cut some because it was just too many and my husband didn't really like the idea of hearing speeches for an hour and a half. So we decided on 5 people each. When I gave the list to my husband, he even asked, "No, Rob?" And I said, "Yeah, my mom is already doing one." The others I chose were 2 bridesmaids, my mom, my sister, and, again, my dad. My husband said I should reconsider. He even thought of giving up one of his jobs to put Rob in. I said it was fine. He didn't need to do that. My whole thinking when doing this was that Rob has my sister. He will have his moment. This was the only chance my dad had, but I went too far. I completely cut him out of the party. If you look at the photos, it doesn't even look like he went. My mom looks like she is faking a smile in half the pictures. I don't have a single picture of him. He only appears in group pictures and some with my husband. I only realized this when I texted Rob 2 days ago, asking him about a gift I'm giving my husband for his birthday. He answered. Then, he asked about my car with a mechanic friend of his. He answered. Then I asked him something about my insurance. He did not answer. A little over an hour later, my mom called me. She just said, "Do you have no shame? Do you not understand what you did?" I just listened, and she told me not to talk to Rob for now. I was just so confused. I got home and told my husband, and he just said that he knows what she is referencing but he will talk to her first. Later, he showed me the wedding photos. He went step by step through everything I have listed here. He talked calmly and broke it down for me. By the end, I was crying so much that I had a headache. What an inconsiderate idiot I am. He told me he and my mom didn't tell me anything before the party because Rob asked them not to. He understood that it was important for me for my father to be a big part of this day, and when they protested, he said that they should not make me worry about these small things. I don't know what changed from before the party to now. My mom only told me that he needed a bit of time and that he would talk to me soon. My husband kept telling me that I had made a mistake, but Rob would understand and forgive me, and I know that he will. He 100% has already forgiven me. He probably felt something that broke him down when I was texting him that day. I don't know what I said to trigger him at that moment, but it doesn't really matter. I did the real damage at the party, probably since he appeared to be fine with everything else before it. I have to make it up to him. I don't know how, but I just do. I guess I'm just writing this here because I'm a little lost. I'm too ashamed to talk about it with anyone I know, apart from my mom and husband. She doesn't tell me anything, and my husband keeps insisting that everything will be fine and for me not to worry too much about it. And he is probably right, but I feel that not worrying about this is just being inconsiderate to Rob again. I have to worry. I just don't know what to do. Update. My sister is mostly just sad, not mad at me. She just said she understood my situation, but it still was really shitty seeing her father taken for granted and sad. My mother is the person most pissed off at me at the moment. She is the only one that still does not talk to me. I mean, she does, but not really. The day I posted here, my mom told me Rob wanted to speak to me and to go to their home after work. I went and waited for Rob to arrive. When he did, my mom left us alone. He started by saying that he was hurt by what I did at the wedding, that he knows he is not my father and that he would never try to force that on me, but that he at least thought he had some sort of importance in my life, and seeing me just not give him any importance apart from talking to him when I need help with something made him realize that I do not view him he thought I did. At this point, I was already crying so much that I couldn't even talk. I waited for him to finish, and when he did, I just told him basically what you all saw in the post, that I effed up bad, that I was inconsiderate, that he is one of the most important people in my life, and that what I did was unforgivable. He said something about my time at college, and I said, but that was because, and stopped. He asked me, what, because of what? I just said, nothing, you are right, that was my fault, and I should have done better. He was pretty angry at that point and he started to smile, and we talked about me taking responsibility for my actions. It's something I am terrible at. It was an issue at my old job and since then I have been trying to be better at it but not very successfully. We talked about a lot of other things not related to the wedding. At the end, I just told him that there were two things I wanted to say for him to take away from this conversation. I did mean it when I was in HS and said that I wished he was my dad. Even now, with my biological dad in my life, I still feel that way. The second thing is that I know it will be hard for him to believe it right now because of what happened, but I will try to prove it to him for as long as it takes. For those interested, I've been going to a therapist with my biological father once every 2 weeks since he came back, but I think I need one for myself, so I will try to make it happen soon. I'm not sure how I will make up for this. Rob is telling me that over time, just me being how I was before my biological father showed up will be enough for him. I don't doubt him, but it's not enough for me. I will live with what I did for the rest of my life. I will always remember.
I met my wife after she was stripped at my cousin's bachelor party, but he's developed an infatuation with her, and now he won't stop sending her love letters. 8 years ago, my cousin Joe was getting married. He invited me to his bachelor party. It was me and a bunch of his weird friends I was uncomfortable around. I spent the whole night nursing a beer waiting for it to end. Towards the end of the night, his best man had 2 strippers come. I hated the idea, so I continued to nurse the beer while the girls entertained them. A week later, while I was at the gym, a pretty girl I couldn't quite place comes up to me and starts making small talk. I ask how I know her and she says she was the entertainment at a party I was at. I was surprised by how different she looked compared to that night. Long story short, I end up asking her out. Her fake name is going to be Audrey. It turns out Audrey'd only been stripping for a few months, and she ends up quitting a few weeks after we start dating. I was clearly uncomfortable with it, and she didn't really like it. She's never been ashamed about it, but we haven't told anyone in our family about it and Joe kept his mouth shut because I asked him to. She's still friends with some girls who still strip, and I think that some of my friends put 2 and 2 together but haven't been rude or anything. Just made the usual I'm jealous jokes. Anyways, we've had 2 great kids, a son, 5, and a daughter, 3, and we're thinking about having 1 or 2 more. Joe's always been super quiet around Audrey, probably because of how they met, until recently, after his divorce. He started complimenting my wife's physical appearance, like every time he sees her. I've told him to lay off, but he hasn't so far. One incident in particular where he said something about kids not ruining her figure really pissed me off, and I bowed up on him and he apologized saying he was drunk. We were at a family barbecue. I calmed down and realized I wasn't going to beat his ass in front of my whole extended family and my kids. I told him not to talk my wife again. This has really come to a head where he sent my wife a love letter asking her to leave me and start a life with him. She sent a reply email just saying no, thank you. What do I do here? I love my family. I love my extended family, and I want her to be comfortable around them. And she can't be with Joe there. Audrey doesn't want me to tell my family he's making her uncomfortable, because she's afraid Joe will let out the fact that she used to be a stripper. I told her I'd be okay with it, but she's pretty adamant on not wanting them to know. Another thing, Joe hasn't done anything that would require legal action. He'd been acting like a teenager with a crush, and my wife admitted that she doesn't feel like she's in any kind of danger. I told her that we need to watch him carefully, but I don't know if there is much we can do on this front. My wife has just been terrified he's going to tell my family. I've been there for her the best I can. She's afraid that one day our kids could find out if the whole family learns. Update, 2 days later, yesterday, my wife and I decided to show my parents Joe's email love letter. We learned a lot of things. Joe has apparently seduced another one, our cousin's wife, as well as his uncle's wife. Joe's uncle is only 5 years older than him. Both times he sent a love letter, and both times ignored them afterwards. I don't know why, but both of those couples are still together. All of them are religious, so maybe it has something to do with not wanting to get divorced. The reason Joe got a divorce was because he would not stop cheating on his wife. Joe came to his parents and the older family members, who I will refer to as the old guard, and asked for help after being caught with the cousin's wife, saying he was sorry and that he had a problem. They decided to forgive him, but put rules in place. My parents knew about Audrey. Joe had told his mom, told my mom, her sister. My mom told my dad. Audrey started crying at 4, but my parents gave her a hug and told her they didn't care. It was great, and after some tears we went back to our house. A babysitter was watching the kids. My parents told me the old guard was going to talk to Joe. Apparently Joe told everyone there about Audrey, by trying to say that her being around set him back. Everyone didn't know, except for my parents and Joe's parents. He claimed that she made the first move. He also said that he slept with her on Tuesday while I was at work. That was completely false, because I had started working from home a month ago. I was at home all day with my wife. Just to be clear, there's no way she has been having an affair with him. I think the longest we've been apart this month has been an hour when she gets groceries, and he claimed Tuesday was the first time. The fallout has been horrible. Apparently I was already the black sheep because my family doesn't go to church. We've received various messages denouncing us, the worst being from the parents of Lisa. Lisa is like a sister to me. Her parents moved in with mine and we live together. Lisa turned 17 recently, and her parents aren't allowing her to be at our house anymore. She used to come over all the time. My wife is crushed. I've been holding her as much as I can. And I know our kids are making her feel better, but she told me that her worst nightmare came true. She still thinks going to my parents was the right idea though. My parents are still supporting us. The younger group who aren't living with their parents won't cut us out. I've pretty much written off the rest of the family. I'll try to have my parents explain that she had nothing to do with Joe, but if they don't listen, they don't listen. Lisa also doesn't believe it, but besides a text saying that she doesn't want to stop being around us, we haven't heard from her.
I met up with a guy who claims to be 30 years old, but I found out that he is 20 years my senior. Now, he is suing me because I don't want to date him anymore. I met up with a guy from Plenty of Fish. He seemed normal when we were talking. So I met him at the restaurant and there is an obviously much older man than the 30-year-old that he claimed to be. I sat down and I told him I was under the assumption he was younger and he had told me he was younger. He claimed they were older pictures, that it must have been a typo, although his profile also said 30, and that he was actually 45 years old. I told him I was not interested in someone almost 20 years older than me and I wished him well. He began to raise his voice a little, saying he had already ordered a dish and wine for me and I needed to sit down and eat with him. I went to the bartender and gave a brief explanation of what had happened and the manager walked me to my car while the bartender stayed with the guy to make sure he didn't follow me. I went about my merry way for a couple of months before I was served at work with papers stating I was being sued. I called the attorney listed to verify and he confirmed that they were real. He was a client and I was being sued for the cost of the entire dinner and his travel expenses because I used his age as discrimination, which was also illegal. The amount of damages he was looking at originally was over $6.5 thousand. He claims the cost of dinner was $250. It was at a frickin' restaurant that rhymes with Believe Darden, his gas guzzler of a car at $150 for mileage, but the best was when we were talking. I had mentioned how I wanted to go to South Africa and he allegedly started buying the works for me. I made the mistake of giving him my last name, which is not common, and he found my employer on Facebook. Everything has since been locked down or deleted. Now, again, hear me out. I know this will get thrown out. I'm fully aware he's crazy. Do I need to get a lawyer for this? Money has been tight and I'm paying off student loans galore. Is it possible to walk in the courtroom and represent myself and not be completely murdered by their attorney? Any and all advice is so completely welcome. Update. Unfortunately, this update has good and bad in it. I did find an attorney to help me. I made an appointment and tearfully explained my situation, begging him to let me make payments as I could only afford such and such amount, but I could sell my car if needed. Not sure if it was because of the holidays or he just wanted me out of his office. I kid. He was so nice and understanding, but he told me not to worry about it and that I could make a donation or volunteer at a charity. He agreed to start off with a very strongly worded letter and we would keep in contact from there to see what happened. The bad. I don't want to go into much detail just in case, but law enforcement is now involved. I am okay and unharmed. That's all that matters. What I am able to give out due to it being reported on was after having to change my phone number. He attempted to show up at my apartment and waved a gun at security when they told him they wouldn't let him in. However, there is now another investigation as he may be linked to another criminal case in my area. But seriously, I know I've tried to use some humor in this, but I'm a little broken inside. I'll be starting therapy soon because it has given me horrible panic attacks and I've just been trying to cope with how I could have been a statistic.
I moved to a new town after a bad breakup with a girl and I met a guy friend. I didn't realize he was actually asking me out. Should I tell my friend that I didn't realize we were dating? Last year I had to move in with my parents because I was having a hard time finding a new place to rent after a really bad breakup. My parents and I don't get along great for a lot of reasons and it made everything a lot worse, so to get out of it I eventually decided to apply for some jobs in other places. At the time I really didn't want to since I'd lived in that city my whole life and I liked my job, but I just couldn't stay with my parents anymore. I found a job pretty quickly because this hotel was reopening after changing owners and they weren't finding staff easily, so I ended up moving here in October. In the beginning I wasn't socializing much because it's really hard to find friends here when everyone already knows everyone. My country and region are doing well, no confirmed cases in town yet, but it definitely didn't help with making friends. I've also been pretty busy because I decided to buy a house. It just kinda happened because my boss knew the previous owners and it was super cheap since it needed a lot of work, but it definitely made this move feel very permanent. Then in May this guy, let's call him Eric, and I got stuck in the social distancing queue outside the pharmacy together and started talking. I told him I was new and he invited me to a barbecue with his friends. NGL, I'm not great with new people but they made me feel welcome and were all very nice. After that we just kept hanging out. Mostly me and Eric, which I thought was because he was quite careful during these times and only saw his big group of friends outside. Plus we were the only two who weren't in a relationship or had kids, so it made sense in my head that we were alone a lot. I'd cook him dinner/lunch, I'm a chef, and he'd show me great hiking places and help out a lot with the renovations on the house. I also started telling him about the breakup and stuff, and even though I feel like I've moved on, it was still nice that he was so understanding. Like, I always thought it sounded so cheesy when people talked about knowing like a week into a friendship or relationship that it was going to be different, but that's the only way I can describe what it's felt like. I promise now that I'm writing it down, it's so obvious, but I honestly didn't think much of it since I've never dated a guy before. Then like 2 to 3 weeks ago he called and asked if I wanted to have dinner on my next night off and also said just you and me. He seemed kinda weird and formal, but I assumed it was something else going on and just said yes. To which he responded it's a date then, and I assumed he meant that as a joke. Why line? Because I have friends who have in the past. He picked this restaurant in another town that was relatively fancy that I'd never been to, and I drove him home afterwards and he told me goodnight and that he'd had a great time. Usually we're not that formal with each other, but we weren't really acting that different during dinner, so again I didn't think much of it. Then over the next week or so he started sending hearts in texts and would call me some pet names here and there, which is the first thing that stood out to me a lot. Then earlier this week he grabbed my hand while we were out during his lunch break, and that's when it finally clicked. It really caught me by surprise and I didn't know how to react, so I tried to play it cool and go along with it. Then yesterday he texted and asked if we were still on for our movie night on Sunday, and I just said yeah of course, and I'm starting to panic a bit. I grew up pretty conservative and I guess didn't question my sexuality a lot, even when I got to university and a lot of other people were. I've always been awkward when it comes to that stuff and I never really made the first move with any of the girls I've dated. But I've been thinking about it for the last few days and I've realized I really like him, and all the stuff he's done never made me uncomfortable. Quite the opposite actually. He's cute, definitely what I would have said is my type, but like a guy version. And it feels different than any friendship I've ever had. Like again, looking back I definitely haven't been acting super platonic with him and we've gotten close really fast, and if I'm being honest, if he'd been a girl I also would have assumed that's where this was going. I guess my issue is, should I tell him next time I see him that I didn't realize we were dating? Should I wait? Does he need to know? I don't want him to feel embarrassed that he assumed or think that I'm using him to figure myself out, but I also don't want to lie. I genuinely want to see where this goes since he makes me really happy. Update. So we had our dinner/movie night yesterday and I was very nervous, mostly because I was scared that how new it was to me was going to be a deal breaker. But Eric came over and I think he instantly realized I was acting weird. He didn't say anything while he was helping me cook, but then when we sat down to eat he almost immediately asked what was up. So I basically said something like I really like you and I want to see where this goes, but I want you to know it's very new to me and I'm not sure you're cool with that. And he asked what exactly was new to me and I said I'd only dated girls before, which then led to a conversation where I couldn't avoid telling him that I didn't realize we were dating until that lunch. He actually got really quiet for a few seconds after that and I was scared he was upset, but then he just laughed. Basically, he thought I'd been flirting with him for quite some time. Looking back I probably was, just not intentionally, and all of his friends had been saying like he seems so into you. It's really obvious, he's probably just too shy to make the first move. He even mentioned some other stuff we or I had done that I gotta admit definitely doesn't sound platonic when he retells it, so I can see why they thought that, and ultimately they were right I guess. And, during that lunch he'd apparently thought I was reaching to grab his hand, so he reached out too. Otherwise he probably wouldn't have done it because he said he's never been good at making the first move physically. He said when he asked me to dinner that was a huge deal and his friends had tried to hype him up for a while, and that's probably why I didn't realize that he was asking me out since he was super nervous. Anyway, we ended up talking a lot after dinner. He didn't come out publicly, aside from a few close friends, until a year or so ago either. So he definitely understood that I don't have a lot of experience. He hasn't had a lot of relationships in general, at least not any proper and public ones, since he hadn't come out, and it's a pretty conservative area so there aren't a lot of guys who are out of the closet here. He actually admitted that he'd even been nervous to talk to me that first time we met since I looked kind of lumberjack. Why? His words not mine, though the day we met I think I hadn't shaved in a while, so I don't doubt it. And he also knows rumors travel fast here, especially when someone doesn't really fit in. So I guess he was worried that I'd fit the small town conservative type or have heard all the gossip. The whole it's a date thing for example would never happen between two guys who are just friends here. I've definitely noticed the culture and it's something we talked about too, since being out here isn't always easy. So we might try to keep it low key at first and mostly tell his friends and some of mine. I could probably ramble on about him and what we talked about for a long time, but to keep it short, it was a really nice talk and we want to take it slow, but we also realize we've basically been half dating since May, so it felt weird not to make it official. So I guess I've got a boyfriend now. Thanks guys.
I noticed my sister's boyfriend doing disturbing things for my son, like doing his laundry and standing beside his bed in the dark. Now, he turned into a stalker after I told him that we were leaving his house. I am a single mother living on a waitress salary. Times are tough right now, and due to unforeseen circumstances, I've had to move in with my sister for the past couple of months. It's not an ideal situation, but I'm doing my best. I have an emotionally abusive ex-husband, hence the divorce. We share custody of my incredible son, Roman, 13, who has been so understanding of our financial situation, even at his age. I love him more than I love myself. He is kind and intelligent. He stole my ex-husband's face, so he's beautiful. Every mama will say their son is beautiful, but my kid is stunningly gorgeous. The amount of adults my age and older who have given him the creepy and unwarranted "he's going to be a heartbreaker in a few years" comments would alarm you. He has ADHD but maintains decent grades. He plays a sport and is good at it. He's got lots of friends who he visits often, and vice versa. Despite the changes in our living situation, he is thriving, and I'd do anything to keep that up. My sister and her boyfriend, David, 44, are well off and live in a massive house. My sister was happy to take me in, but her boyfriend David, not so much, which I completely understand. I offered to pay rent, but my sister won't have any of it, so I do chores around the house and cook as often as my work schedule will let me. I never saw much of David anyway. He was often at the bar with his friends, or working, or locked in his room playing video games. When we did see each other, he acted like I didn't exist. My son Roman was staying with his dad for a while as I was figuring things out, and I was worried about David's attitude once my son moved in with us. I talked to David and promised him that Roman would be respectful and well-behaved, but he was weird about it and shrugged me off. Then David met Roman. David is absolutely fascinated with my kid. His disposition changed so quickly that it gave me whiplash. Suddenly, he stopped locking himself in his room and has decided to spend time with us, well, mostly my son. He helps Roman with his homework. He watches all of Roman's favorite shows so that they can talk about them together. He buys him food and gifts. My sister Sarah is over the moon. She's been telling me about how us moving in has been the best thing for their relationship, because David is happier now. I thought it was sweet at first, but in the back of my head, I think something more nefarious could be going on. To paint a clearer picture, I've noted some other changes. I've noticed that I can't decide whether they're innocent or not. David texts my son often, which wouldn't be weird, except he does it while he's at school. The texts themselves aren't weird at all, but David lightly scolds him for not replying sometimes. Before my son moved in, David was rarely ever home during the afternoon and evenings. He'd stay out after work and go drinking with his buddies until late in the night, a habit he's had for years, according to my sister. Now, he's home all the time. He gets home before Roman gets off the bus, around 3:15 p.m. if he's not at practice, and stays home all day, even offering to babysit while I'm working through the evening. He still drinks, just in the house. Last Wednesday, I woke up to use the bathroom during the middle of the night. To get to the bathroom, you have to pass by my son's room. I was surprised to see that the door was closed all the way since Roman always likes it open because his room gets hot at night. Also, he has been staying up late texting his friends lately, which has caused him to sleep through his alarm and miss the bus some days. So that night, I opened the door to let the air in and make sure he was asleep, and there was David, standing by Roman's bed. In the dark, he stated that he was looking for his cell phone, but I saw him jump with anxiety when I opened the door. He left quickly, muttering something about how it might be in the kitchen. Why would his phone be in my son's room? And why was the door closed? David offers to drive my son everywhere he needs to go. Only him. School, practice, his friends' houses. This is the same man who wouldn't lift a finger for me until my son moved in. It's been incredibly helpful since I'm not home often, but a part of me wonders if he's doing it for the wrong reasons. I caught David doing Roman's laundry, resulting in a few articles of clothing going missing. This one irritated me because I made my son do his own laundry. I asked him not do this, but his excuse is that he was trying to save water. By saving water, David meant that he combined loads of laundry, meaning that he'll do his laundry and Roman's laundry in the same load. The laundry that I've seen go missing are mostly socks, which is typical, even when Roman was doing his own laundry. But then, Roman told me that he was missing a couple of shirts and a pair of underwear. That alarmed me, since this only happened once David started doing his laundry. Massive red flag. I don't know how to fight him on this, since it's his house. I am terrified to bring this up to my sister. Am I reading into things too much? Am I silly for worrying that he might have ulterior motives? If I tell my sister and she gets angry and there's nothing going on, she'll kick us out and we'll be homeless. First update. In the past 4 days, I spoke with my sister Sarah, her boyfriend David, and my son Roman, all separately. 1 went well, 2 didn't. I have a lot to get off my chest, so this might be long. My first conversation was with my son. Roman adamantly denied that David ever did anything to him. He seemed surprised that I asked. He said he would have told me if he had. I believe him. I know he could be lying, but I'm trying to take his word for it. My son and I have a very open and transparent relationship. The first time my ex-husband ever verbally abused him, he came straight to me and told me about it. My guard is up, but I have to give him the benefit of the doubt. I was honest with him and told him that David's behavior toward him was inappropriate. We had a talk about boundaries, saying no, consent, etc. I drilled into him that David is not to drive him anywhere, text him anymore, or be around him alone under any circumstances. I also explained what grooming is, and that it's what David has been doing to him. He said he knew about it through a school assembly. Then, he said something that broke my heart. He apologized for letting David treat him that way, that he shouldn't have fell for it. I assured him that none of it was his fault. I want to make it clear that David is not preying on him because of how he looks or how he acts. He is doing it because he is a predator and they prey on the vulnerable. Honestly, I could tell that the conversation had left him a little shell-shocked. To know that the person you liked and trusted isn't who you thought he was would leave any kid rattled. For the entire rest of the night, he followed me around like a lost puppy. It did break my heart a little, to see him like that, but I don't want him to feel a false sense of security around David, so I have no regrets about it. Sarah was next. I knew it would turn into an argument before the conversation even began. It's always been that way with her. My sister is nice, but not kind. She'll take you in off the street, but then throw it back in your face if you cross her. So I knew what I was getting into, but I had to do it not only for my kid's sake, but for hers. This is not a man I want her to be with, have children with, nor do I want him in our family. I told her that I was uncomfortable with the way David acts around Roman, and that I think it's a lot deeper than what he portrays it to be. I mentioned that I didn't like the gift giving and the constant texting, and I brought up the bedroom and laundry incidents. Like I predicted, she was more offended that I was accusing her boyfriend of grooming my son. She didn't see how that was proof of anything. Do you know how many socks and pairs of underwear I've lost while doing laundry? It's probably stuck somewhere in the dryer. The more I expressed my concerns, the more defensive she got. She thinks I'm manic, essentially. She said that as soon as things get good for me I intentionally screw it up because deep down I don't think I deserve happiness. That she tries to help me every time, but I end up stabbing her in the back, like I am right now. So, she doesn't believe me. That's her prerogative. Fine. I told her that I won't be staying at her house much longer, and that I don't want David around my kid anymore, that we'll be keeping to ourselves for the rest of my short time here. She's letting me stay, surprisingly, but she said she's glad to see me go. She swore up and down that David would never hurt Roman, and that she was sad to see their relationship ruined over an accusation with no real basis, that I shouldn't let my self-destructive behavior and my bipolar paranoia get in the way of other people's happiness, and that I better not accuse her boyfriend of being a predator anymore. Essentially, she kept shifting the blame onto me, so I ended it there. Oh, and she told me that she wants reimbursement for things like clothing and grocery shopping, because apparently we are draining her wallet with buying so much food. Yes, an 8th grader going through a growth spurt eats a lot. Shocker. But I apologized and said I'd buy his and my groceries from now on. David came back from his church retreat Friday morning, which is when I confronted him. I was very upset, so I didn't go easy on him. He was thrown off by my hostility, but once he understood what I was implying, his demeanor shifted. Sit down, let's talk about it, he kept saying, except he was the one who was nervous and looked like he was on the brink of a panic attack. I kept my composure. I asked him why he was in my son's room in the middle of the night, with the door shut. He gave me the same excuse, that he was looking for his cell phone. I asked him why he couldn't have gone for it in the morning. He said that he set the alarm to 5 a.m. for work, and that he didn't want it to go off with my son in the room and wake him up. I asked him why he was standing over my son's bed. He admitted that he was trying to wake him up and asked him if he'd seen his phone. Did he not just say that he didn't want the alarm to wake him up? I asked him what on earth would compel him to think it is okay to wake up my child in the middle of the night to help him look for a cell phone. He said he wasn't thinking straight, and that he was sorry. I asked him about the missing laundry as well. He adamantly denied what I was implying. He said that his and my sister's clothing get lost in the laundry all the time, that he would help me find my son's missing clothing, all while apologizing profusely. I'll admit, I was thrown off by how apologetic he was, and it made me a little soft. I thanked him for letting us stay in his house, and I apologized for not setting boundaries earlier, but I told him that from now on, I didn't feel comfortable with him being around my son. No more driving him places, buying him gifts, texting him, helping him with homework, doing his laundry, etc. I essentially told him that he is no longer allowed to be alone with my son or touch his things under any circumstances. He broke down in tears. He was hysterical. The thought of me believing that he is preying on my son made him miserable, that he'd never do that. He said, I love him like a father loves a son. I see the kindness in his eyes toward my son as he helps him with homework or watches a show with him, but there is a nuance of something covetous and sinister that I can't shake off. Anyway, I told him that it's unhealthy for him to be so fixated on a child, and that he cannot depend on my kid for happiness. I told him that we'd be leaving very soon. I didn't tell him where or when it was happening.
I organized a fake wedding and married my wife, and now my actual wife is threatening to expose me. Now, I am in trouble. 7 years ago I met my now wife while completing my master's degree. She was a foreign student and we were in the same flat for student accommodation and we hit it off immediately. It wasn't long before we started dating. And then fast forward a year or two and she decided to stay in the country and we moved in together. I love this woman and things were going great, but she eventually started to bring up the topic of marriage. Her family is very traditional, and she insisted that if we were to continue being together then we have to get married. I was strongly against this, but I seriously cannot say no to this woman and I eventually agreed. Now here's the kicker. I'm technically still married to my ex-wife. We did not end things on good terms, so I left without getting a divorce, changed my number and contact info. I did not want to have any contact with my ex-wife, and since my wife is foreign she doesn't know the proper legal processes required to get married here. I told her that I would deal with the legal aspect while she organized the wedding. She did have some questions as to why she never had to sign anything or provide any form of ID but and said that it wasn't needed for where we live. We had a large wedding and it would have been absolutely magical, if it weren't for the fact that the whole time I was sweating bullets wondering if anyone would find out it was all a ruse. The only people who had any idea it wasn't a proper wedding were the staff, where I said that we were already legally married and were having a reception now that we had the money. We've been married for almost 3 years now and she still has absolutely no idea, and it seemed like I'd gotten away with the impossible. That was until last week, when my actual wife reached out to me. Apparently she found out through a mutual friend that I had remarried and got my contact info from them. She called me all sorts of names and said that she would make sure that my wife finds out about my lies. I begged her not to, and offered to get an actual divorce, but she told me that it was too late for that. I've been stressed out of my mind these past few days, and honestly don't know what to do. Telling my wife is absolutely off the table, as I know for a fact that she would leave me without hesitation. So, yeah, that's my situation. Update: my ex told my wife about the false marriage, and my life has completely collapsed. My now ex-wife completely blew a gasket and was furious with me. She accused me of keeping her as a mistress so I could have 2 wives, which I tried to tell her wasn't true, but she wasn't having it. She stormed out of the house and is staying with a friend, and the closest thing to contact I've had with her is through this friend. She told our friends, my family and even my job about what happened, and they are all taking her side and have shut me out completely. I got fired, and my dad called me up last night and told me that I am not welcome back home and not to contact my parents or my family. I genuinely don't know what to do now, as I will not be able to pay my rent, especially without my wife helping out financially. A lot of you mentioned the issue of immigration, which I thought would not be a problem as she had a work visa. As it turns out, she had a work visa, but it expired a long time ago. She thought that she would be fine since we were married, but after she learned it was a sham she has been in a lot of hot water. Apparently, after she contacted the Home Office they said that if she did not get voluntarily deported she would be detained, and will get a minimum 2 or even 5-year ban from entering the country regardless. I am not entirely sure how her family took the news, but according to the friend she is staying with they are not happy with her and might not take her back either. So, yeah, a lot has happened. I feel like complete poop and know that this could have all been avoided, and now I've completely blown up both of our lives.
I overheard my father saying that he did not like me because he wished he had a son and not a daughter. Now, he has no home even if he begged my mother over and over. I am not very close with my father due to him not wanting to spend much time with me. When I was little, Me and my mom did lots of fun activities together and she always played with me and entertained me, resulting in us having a good relationship now years later. But whenever I try to get my dad to play with me or watch something with me, he'd be uninterested and tell me to go play with my mom. This happened practically every day, with me wanting to watch him work on his car or ask him to play, but he always pushed me off. And as I grew up, I believe that my dad just didn't like me, so I asked him to play or teach me stuff less and less. He would only do stuff with me on my birthday and holidays, though he always made sure I was fed when I was hungry, and if I was upset he'd comfort me, but other than that he would avoid me. Now to today. I was in the kitchen getting a snack and my dad was outside in the backyard on the phone with one of his friends. I could hear what he was talking about from the open kitchen window, but I was ignoring it until he said my name in their conversation. I listened in more and heard him telling his friend that he wishes he had a son more than a daughter because he never wanted a girl and didn't try to build much of a relationship with me because of it, and said he had tried to get my mom to have a second kid to see if he could get a son, but my mom didn't want 2 children at the time, so he just ignored me when I was able to walk and talk so he could focus on other things and let my mom raise me. I went to my room after hearing this and am writing this now. I want to tell my mom because how hurt I feel, but I also don't want to cause an argument between them since they are really close. Does anyone have a few suggestions on what I should do? Should I ask him about it or just tell my mom? Update. My mom got home from work and I waited until she wasn't busy to talk to her. I asked her to come with me to my room, and once we both were in there with the door closed, I told her what I overheard and how I felt. Not just about his hurtful words, but also how I felt my whole life with how he treated me like I'm a stranger. My mom was quiet as I talk, and once I finished she hugged me and told me how she's really sorry and hugged me while telling me how I'm the best thing to ever happen to her, and that it didn't matter that I'm a girl because she'd love me either way and that's how parents should be and she'd always be there for me. After a bit she went to confront my dad, who just admitted it. They got into an argument from it which ended with him staying at my grandma's house for a bit. Update 2. My dad came home last night and my mom was hesitant to let him into the house, but he said he needed to talk so she let him in. Me and my mom sat in the living room and he started apologizing for what had happened and was telling my mom and me that he regretted what he said and would step up to be a better father to me and to make things right. My mom told him that what he did was not acceptable in any way and that it's not a matter where apologizing will fix it. I then asked how exactly did he plan to make up for ignoring me my whole childhood and not being a dad to me, and how I'm turning 18 in a couple months and then I'll be an adult and won't be a child anymore. I then said that ignoring me all my childhood and pushing me away because of what's between my legs was a horrible thing and I don't forgive him. He started apologizing more and had some tears in his eyes, which sort of surprised me, but my mom asked me to head to my room, so I did, and I could hear my mom saying stuff and then my dad leave the house again. She came into my room after and told me that she would be not allowing him in our home anymore and hugged me before telling me that she texted his mom the night he left for a few days about what happened, and apparently my grandma tore into him about it and kicked him out, so he had to stay at one of his friend's house.
I overheard my fiancée saying that I am not exciting like her exes, so I am giving her a thrilling announcement of calling off our engagement. I've been engaged to my fiancée, 28F, for a few months now. We had dated for just shy of 2 years prior to that. It would be cliché to say everything was going great, but for the most part it was good. My family really took a liking to her, which was also really great. Now I've never been the one to think too much about how I'm viewed as a partner, but all of that changed recently. I basically overheard her on the phone, telling her friend that if she wants to find the one, excitement isn't important. She basically said Robert isn't exciting, but he makes me feel safe, and that's when I realized I wanted to settle down with him. This hit me kinda hard. You know, the whole she goes for bad boys then settles with a safe schmuck type of thing. But I don't think that's what she meant. So the day after I just straight up told her that I overheard her talking about me and that I don't understand what she meant by not finding my exciting. She then told me that it's true that she doesn't find me exciting, but that doesn't matter. I honestly felt very hurt. Maybe my ego is fragile? I don't know, but it was a surprise to me because I felt like the way I see myself in my head was colliding with how she sees me, and it made me feel spaced out. I asked her what she means by not finding my exciting, and she didn't seem to know how to even answer. She could see I was upset, and as pathetic as this sounds, I made an excuse to leave and said we'll talk about it later. Ever since then, my head has been spinning. I ride motorcycles. I have tattoos. I go to the gym. I do MMA as a hobby. So how is it that I'm not the exciting guy? I've always seen myself as being that exciting guy. My ex was basically obsessed with me and constantly made it clear she found me exciting. But my now fiancé doesn't see me as exciting for whatever reason. I was honestly shocked because I felt my sense of self kinda crumble. And what made it worse is I'm excited by her. When I see her, I want to rip her clothes off. I want to do things. I think about her, but she seemingly doesn't see me the same way at all. As crazy as this sounds, I have considered calling off the engagement entirely. Am I being crazy here? Update 1. I ended up talking to my fiancée about what she meant. She seemed really nervous and knew that she had upset me. I have to admit, I was quite nervous too. It's not easy when your sense of self has crumbled. Learning that you aren't seen in the way you think you are is a very tough feeling. I can't describe it, but it made me really feel fragile. In the truest sense of the word, I started by telling her that I was really upset about her comment because frankly, I'd always thought I was that exciting guy to her. I told her that in my mind, I was the guy who makes her heart skip a beat. So I had to brace myself and ask again what she meant when she said I wasn't exciting. She looked like she wanted to cry because I guess she could sense I was also upset. She said that she didn't want to hurt my feelings but that I make her feel very safe and secure, and that with me, I'm not exciting in the sense that I don't give her thrills like her exes used to. Man, That hurt, but I was still confused. She was being really vague and not really clear in what she meant. I had to ask again what she meant by thrills, and she just began crying and apologizing. She tried to hug me, but I again walked out. So I spent the day outside at a nearby lake. This helped me clear my mind and come to some devastating realizations about myself. I think what I realized was that I was lying to myself. I'm more into her than she is into me. I didn't disclose this on my first thread, but she never initiates intimacy. I don't think she's done that once. With my exes, they always initiated with me. You see, my fiancée is beautiful, to the point where I wonder how I landed her. But you see, that was the issue. Because I was so attracted to her, I wanted her approval. I know that sounds pathetic, but I was able to overlook red flags such as her lack of initiating intimacy. I thought if I stayed with her, she'd like me the way I like her. Now here's the kicker. I thought that, if I proposed to her, then over time I could win her over. I've been with women who were madly into me, and my fiancée just didn't behave like them at all. In addition to never initiating, she never complimented me much. It was always one-sided. A lot of this begs to question, why would she even be with me? I think that, she saw me as someone who could provide stability. And I guess, maybe she thought my exterior, tattoos, motorcycles, MMA, craft beer, was a facade. I mean, maybe she was kinda right. Not that I don't enjoy those things, I do, but I am able to have that lifestyle because my parents are wealthy doctors. Maybe she thought I was cosplaying as a bad boy, and that in actuality I am a loaded rich kid who provides stability. The other insight I had was that, truth be told, I didn't want to actually get married. I definitely do one day, but I didn't really think it through. I thought to myself, that if I propose, I will grow accustomed to the idea of getting married. But the truth is, I kind of want to continue my lifestyle as it is, which involves riding my motorcycle, fixing muscle cars, traveling across the country, going to festivals, etc. Do I want to get married one day? Of course, but I want to be with a woman who is really crazy about me, someone who compliments me a lot, initiates intimacy, etc. So I ended up talking with her later on and telling her that I want to call things off and end things. I won't bore with details, but yes, she cried a lot, even got angry, said I wasted her time. I told her that it wasn't anything she did, but she didn't buy that and kept pressing. She told me that I misunderstood her comment, but I told her she couldn't even clarify what she thought. It ended with me telling her that I have nothing against her, but that I am just not ready for marriage. I told her that the lifestyle I want to continue, in addition to me not feeling the connection I thought I had with her, was why. It ended quite predictably, but I think going forward I'm going to see a therapist to sort my insecurities as well as find someone more compatible with myself.
I overheard my future mother-in-law calling me stupid, and my fiancé laughed. Now, I am considering leaving him. I am engaged to John. We are together for 5 years. We want to get married in July 2025. I always thought that his family liked me because we got along well. He has 2 older brothers, both married. Honestly, I was very excited to have them all as my in-laws. They were always kind to me. Some important information. About a year ago, when I was scrolling on Instagram, I saw a cringy but cute profile. It was an older woman's profile who shared inspirational quotes. I remember one post with something like, "Only stupid people pretend to know everything. Don't pretend, just ask." Honestly, this quote changed me in a lot of ways. Before that, I was always worried that I might embarrass myself if I didn't know something, and after reading that quote, I realized that if I always pretend that I know everything, then I'll miss out on learning about things. So, I decided to change my habits and admit that sometimes I don't know. Someone is talking about the war in Kosovo? Okay, but first, let me ask some questions to understand what we're discussing. And I ask a lot of questions sometimes. I sometimes even open the Notes app and write in some questions that I later want to find answers to. I don't do it around people I just met. I rarely do it at parties or other gatherings. I usually do it with people close to me who I think wouldn't judge me, or with people who specifically know something and are willing to share it. If I'm a part of a conversation, I'm not rude or interrupting. I usually just ask 1 or 2 questions. If a discussion is about climate change, I'm not asking about monkeys, if you know what I'm saying. I'm also not a complete dumbass. I don't ask questions that generally would be considered dumb to other people. I just write in the notes and check answers later on the internet. I'm capable of reading, so I make good use of it. But after all, I still ask a lot of questions. I know that sometimes I might come across as annoying. Now, let's move on to the problem. His parents hosted a small weekend barbecue for the entire family. I was the last person who showed up because I had to work late. I entered the house, and when walking towards the back into the backyard, I heard John's mom talking about me. Honestly, she wasn't talking about me. She was more like mocking me. I heard her say in a high-pitched voice, "How does the sun work? Where should I put the fork? Why does nobody like me? How do I wipe my butt?" I just stood there. I had this sinking feeling. I couldn't move, so I just stood there, and I heard them all laughing. One of the wives said, "I don't mind her always asking questions. I think it's cute," and it made me feel hopeful that they would say something like, "Yeah, sure, we're just playing. We love that." But none of them did. Instead, the mom replied, "It's not cute, she's just stupid." After that, they laughed again. I heard John laughing. My heart broke at that moment because he didn't even say anything positive. He didn't defend me. He just laughed. I quietly turned around and left the house. I texted John that I got sick and had to stay home. Now, I'm wondering how I should approach this situation. We live together, and I sleep in the guest bedroom for now. I use the excuse that I don't want him to get sick from being around me. I can't ignore him forever and pretend to be sick anymore because it's been too long. I'm not sure how to proceed. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. I'm considering talking to them about this, but I'm also worried they won't be honest with me. I can't marry him if he thinks I'm stupid, but I also can't marry into a family who thinks so little of me. But maybe it was a joke, and I shouldn't take it so seriously. I'm so torn apart, and every day, I convince myself a bit more that it's okay and that sometimes we should all laugh about ourselves. Now I feel like I'm just going crazy. I would appreciate some advice. I overheard my husband saying he should never have married me and should have married who his parents picked for him, so I am exposing him to his parents so they would cut him off. I am not Nigerian, my husband is. My husband comes from a strict traditional family, I do not. My husband and I don't have a traditional marriage and we are both fine with this. I have a much bigger salary than my husband. This allows us to live a wealthy lifestyle that we could not afford with just his job. I also don't really enjoy cooking or cleaning. He does most of it happily. We also don't want children even though his family is pressing us about when I will be pregnant. Before my husband and I got married, he made me promise to pretend to be a traditional housewife only when I'm around his parents so we can marry. Because I was not Nigerian, I was afraid his parents would not let us marry at all, but when I told them I want to marry their son so I can take care of him, cook, clean, and nurture his children, they agreed. Keeping this promise was easy. We only saw his parents 2 to 3 times a year and we would mostly visit their home. His parents don't know I work and they think my husband's job provides us with our lifestyle. Recently we had a scheduled 5-day visit to his parents where we would stay at their house. I took off work like I usually do for these visits and practiced cooking Nigerian dishes and being the perfect housewife. A few days before we went to their house, my mother-in-law called us saying she was ill. Nothing serious, just the common cold. But she was very dramatic and said we should not come because she would get us sick and to reschedule the visit. We rescheduled for 2 weeks later. This would be fine if I did not have a work conference. I was chosen to attend a leadership conference by my work and this was a huge deal to me. I would be gone for 2 days. I cannot express how big this was to me and my husband was very happy for me. I found out about the conference months in advance and I did not want to miss it. I told my husband that he would have to reschedule with his parents because I would not be missing this conference for anything. He said his parents wouldn't let us reschedule and I would just have to miss my thing. This made me very upset because it was a huge honor and I have been excited about it for months. He reminded me of my promise and how I will have to miss it. I told him no way and went to the conference, then to his parents' house, and I told them I was visiting my mom who wasn't feeling well. His parents were upset at me because apparently my imaginary sick mom could wait and my husband needed to control his wife more. We returned home and he was extremely upset at me saying I broke our promise. Later, I heard him talking on the phone to his brother in houses saying that he should never have married me and should have married who his parents picked for him and said that he is considering divorce, though he never said any of this to me. Update: I told him I needed space after our fight and went to a hotel. A lot of people said lawyer up. I did not want to do this at first because that makes everything seem all too real and like this divorce will actually happen. Also, my husband was speaking a different language on the phone with his brother. I speak it well but not fluently. I could have totally misunderstood, but I realized whether I misunderstood or not, I never should have agreed to lie. A lot of people saying divorce clearly don't understand how difficult it is, especially when you love someone. I came back home and told him if he didn't tell his parents the truth I will consider separation. He says that is off the table because his parents will cut both of us off and probably his brother. We will be fine if his parents cut us off but his brother won't be. We decided to see a marriage counselor. If we do end up divorcing, I will bring pay stubs and receipts and other evidence to his parents to show he was lying to them and they will cut him off.
I overheard my wife and her partner saying that I was pathetic and useless, so I kicked him out. Now, my wife is begging me to take her back and fix our marriage. Been ENM, ethical non-monogamy, with my wife for over a decade. We've had our ups and downs but generally, it's been great. We have our rules, the most fundamental one being that even in the context of ENM, we would always operate on a bedrock foundation of mutual respect for each other and each other's partners. We never got hung up on the not in our bed nonsense. If my wife has a date, I'd rather she be in her own space where she feels safe and in control, and where she knows I have access in case anything goes wrong. We both take partners back to our home regularly. We have no kids so there's no problem there. We had agreed that if one of us gets home and the other is there with a partner, then we don't disturb the date and just wait until it's over. We've also always gotten off on listening in on each other when this happens, which anyone we bring back home is made fully aware of. Usually we all have a drink together afterwards. I got to my house and she was there with her longest term partner, who has been in our lives for about 6 years at this point. They didn't know I was in the house and I started listening from the landing. They were talking about me in an incredibly humiliating way. He would give her prompts, asking her questions about how pathetic and useless I am, and she would agree, about how I can't F and I'm a poop husband, and she would agree and pile on with name-calling and degrading comments about me. For you, I know it's part of a power/humiliation dynamic, but I don't care. I was effing furious. It's not an ego thing. I know I'm a good attentive husband, and if I can allow myself a moment of conceit, I'm a pretty damn good lay as well. I would not ever tolerate any partner of mine saying a bad word about my wife, and I would die before I participate in anything that humiliates her even if she's not there. At no point in our ENM journey did I consent to become the object of my wife's derision and disrespect when she's on a date, especially with her closest and longest running partner. I walked into the bedroom, big no, and told him to get the F out. My wife was livid and said no, he's not going anywhere, but I put my foot down and kicked him out of the house. We had a massive fight. She told me I was being a huge pussy. I told her she doesn't respect me, and some harsh words were said from both sides. That was Tuesday night and we haven't really spoken since. I certainly won't be the first to make contact, and she's been staying at his place all week, which is a violation of our ground rules, but I also broke them by kicking him out. For 13 years I've worshipped the ground she walks on, and I refuse to accept the way they talk about me, even in the heat of the moment. It's not right and I won't stand for it. It's really put the future of our marriage into question, because I won't move forward with him still in the picture, and that will cause a volcanic amount of friction. She really likes him and has known him for almost half the time she's known me. It would severely disrupt our system, and I know she would resent me for it, but I also know I will resent her if he stays. I feel steadfast in this, but I'd appreciate a sanity check before I make any drastic moves. Part 2. My wife came home last night and we had a very long and incredibly difficult conversation. She texted me yesterday and asked if it was okay with me if she came home after work. I said it's her home too and that I'd been waiting for her for 3 days. There's no way I could go through everything that was said, so I'll just summarize what I feel were my biggest takeaways. Basically, there was some good and some bad, and we're taking baby steps on crackling ice. As soon as she walked in the door and saw me, she broke down and started apologizing. For what they said, for what she said afterward, and for leaving. All of it. The poop talk about me has been going on for nearly 2 years. Started around the time COVID lockdowns. We're relaxing so we could see FWB again. She had told him she'd missed him during intimacy the first time they met back up. He told her yeah, because all she's had in lockdown is me, and it escalated from there. They don't do it regularly, just from time to time, and she was mortified I had heard it. She said she never means any of that stuff, but it turns him on and the intimacy is better as a result. Dude has his own major insecurities apparently, and she had taken it upon herself to make him feel more like a man, and she never thought I'd ever hear or be hurt by it. The way she phrased it was that when they poop talk like that, it pretty much tends to be around stuff that he doesn't feel he measures up about, and she always knows it's false and has never spoken a bad word about me outside that headspace. Her initial burst of anger when I barged into the bedroom, she says, came from a place of extreme embarrassment and shame. I should note that while we do get off on listening, we never watch each other. We've tried a few times, but there's something about the visual that rubbed us both the wrong way, so we stopped. So for her, when I walked in, it was kind of like a parent busting in on you masturbating to some effed up corn. It is also true that when I walked in, he did have her in a very vulnerable position performing a humiliating intimacy act on her, so I see how that could have made her erupt in shame. Upon reflection, it may also be possible that seeing her in that compromised position added to my own anger in that moment as well. She was also feeling embarrassed on behalf of the guy, that she wasn't able to provide a safe place for him, and blamed me in the moment for embarrassing them both. This also fueled her defensiveness afterwards and her refusal to back down or concede anything. I'd made her feel like a WH-re, apparently. She apologized unreservedly for not acknowledging my feelings on the night and for not apologizing straight away. She regrets the things she said during our big fight and that I was totally right to feel the way I did and that she was just feeling humiliated and cornered, but that she knows I must have felt even worse. I asked her if she loves him. Of course not, she says. They have great intimate chemistry and she cares about him a lot, but they would never be compatible in real life, and not once has she ever contemplated a future with him. It somehow upset her that I would think that. However, she confessed that she has known for over a year that he has been in love with her since at least before the pandemic. He tells her frequently, but she never says it back. She said that it made their time together more intimate and enjoyable, and since she knew she could never reciprocate his feelings, it wasn't a threat. She's made it clear to him plenty of times that a future between them wasn't on the cards. This part has been really difficult for me to process. She said they would stop that kind of talk going forward. I said not good enough. I want him out. She started crying and said she feared I would want that, but hoped I wouldn't. She asked if there was any way they might be able to continue. I said she could hang out with him all she wanted, but she'd be doing it as a single woman. She cried, but she agreed to break things off. She asked if they can meet up one more time because they never got the chance to say bye. I agreed on the condition that they leave me out of it and that she make it clear to him that that will be the last time they ever even speak. Any further contact of any kind after that will be the end of us. I should also note that in our subsequent fight that night, at one point I did say something like, well, why don't you just F off to his place then? In a rhetorical way that you sometimes do in a heated argument. And in a moment of pettiness she said fine I will, and packed a bag and went. She spent the first night with him out of spite, but they did not have intimacy and she would not have stayed any further nights unless he went away for work, so she had his place to herself. Out of pride she was holding out and waiting for me to make contact before coming back, just as I was. We had to take around a half-hour break when I told her I had gone as far as making an appointment with an attorney for next week. She didn't handle that well at all and had a severe panic attack. She said she never imagined that would ever be on the cards, and that she would have come home days ago if she thought I was even remotely thinking about it. That she can't imagine life without me. Finally, I asked her how I'm supposed to believe the things she's telling me or if she's full of poop. She said she promises she's being truthful and she's never broken a promise to me before, which is true. So I'm inclined to mostly believe her explanations, but there are still a lot of things I need to work through, process, ask about, and convince myself of. We decided we would close the marriage for a couple of months to focus on our own relationship and then reassess. I've canceled my meeting with the lawyer and we're going to go to counseling. Any suggestions on how to find ENM-friendly therapists would be helpful. I never thought we'd ever be here, so I have no idea where to start looking. She offered to close her side unilaterally and let me keep seeing my partners, but this is about both of us. I'm not interested in having her punish herself for the sake of it. I still have to figure out if 1, I really fully believe what she told me, and 2, if I'm satisfied to continue. I'll take our time while we're close to make up my mind. It'll be tough, but I'm willing to at least try and work on it. I've been steeling myself for divorce all week, so that's the mindset I've been in, and I acknowledge that I owe it at least to the relationship we had to give it a hard try. Part 3. Firstly, we found an ENM-friendly therapist with some really good references, so we've gone to see her 4 times so far, which she said was a pretty intense schedule and that usually she recommends weekly or bi-weekly appointments, but that given the crisis we are in we would benefit from more frequent sessions in the short term and saving our argument/fight/discussions for our sessions with her so things don't get out of hand. We're officially closed now. We both saw who we needed to see and it's just the two of us. The therapist said 2 months was nowhere near long enough, so we've closed indefinitely for now. and we'll see down the line when we open back up. My wife's FWB didn't take their split well. He came to the house to talk to me and try and change my mind, but I wouldn't open the door to him. Ended up calling the cops after he started getting aggressive. He's out of the picture now, and the even better news is that he was too upset to even consummate that last meeting of theirs. His last memory of intimacy with my wife is me busting in on him, and now he has to live with that. Our third therapy session was really brutal. She came clean about a bunch of stuff that really shocked me, maybe even more than the whole insult thing. She had been breaking ground rules pretty much left and right for the thrill of it, often in really specific and deliberate, and pretty hurtful, ways. My trust in her is pretty much non-existent right now, and regardless of therapy I've given myself until the end of the year to begin feeling some trust in her again. Otherwise I don't see much point going on. I'm struggling with bitterness due to the fact that trying to save my marriage means I'll likely lose other relationships with people special to me, and it could all be for no reason in the end. Right now it's just one step at a time. Not much more to do than fight through it, but I am a fighter. P.S. None of you warned me how goddamned expensive therapy is, but you best believe it's coming out of the joint account. Little edit, but I should explain a bit about why I'm willing to fight for it, and why I'd rather not see people denigrating her in these replies. Despite everything I've explained in these few posts, we're talking about a truly incredible woman. She's warm, she's loving, she's kind, she's so intelligent, she's fierce. She's always been the first to help whoever needs it, the last to leave when more still needs to be done. She takes care of her family. She's hilarious with a wicked sense of humor, she's adventurous, she loves life, she loves to laugh and she doesn't suffer fools. She's also incredibly gorgeous, I mean like actual magazine cover stunning. And if I can be a bit off color, she can F like Olympus thunder over the waves. She's been the love of my life, she's made some life-changing mistakes, but if there's any way to go back to what we had, I'm prepared to slog through pain to get there. Part 4. We tried our best but unfortunately, it has not worked out. I haven't been able to get past it. There is no trust there anymore. There's fondness, but I don't know if I can even call it love anymore. She's pretty devastated, which I don't take any pleasure in. At least I'm doing a pretty decent job of letting go of the anger. Therapy has helped a lot for that. Maybe if it was just our relationship impacted we might have been able to make it work, but it's had a ruinous effect on a number of other relationships as well, and an impact on my life beyond just my marriage. Among other things, she had sought out and slept with a couple of close friends and a work subordinate of mine. Those friendships, which I've had for decades, are now over, and that person at work has been let go. All of it is having knock-on effects on other parts of my personal and work life. It's not something I can get over. The separation and divorce will at least be amicable. We won't be battling it out in the courts. We've already agreed on a division of assets that we both agree is fair. Luckily neither of us has had to rely financially on the other while we've been together. I've decided that after the divorce is finalized, I'll have no more contact with her whatsoever. I need a clean break. One silver lining is that I've been able to meet back up with a couple of my partners from before and had a grand old time. I made the mistake of saying, genuinely and with no bad intention, that at least now she can meet back up with the other guy again. She didn't take that the way I meant it and thought I was having a dig at her and we had a big fight, but then it smoothed over. In any event, it's on to the next adventure now. May enjoy single life for a while. I've still got a good chunk of my youth left and fortunately, I still look like it. I'll take my wins whenever I can get them. I'm in mourning but also excited about what life has in store. One major thing is that she never wanted to be a parent, and I did before we got married. The prospect of fatherhood is open to me again and that's really life-affirming. Onward and upwards.
I owned a big house before I met my husband, but his family and ex-wife are ganging up on me to sell it so I can build his ex-wife a house. Now, I've reached my limit. My husband brought 2 kids into the marriage, and I have 1. We don't have any children together. My husband was previously married and has been divorced for about a decade. His kids live with their mother nearby, about 20 minutes away. She is very entitled and judgmental. She often makes snide remarks about me working too much, etc. She would make contrasting statements about my husband's marriage and my own, to the point where, one day, I told her that her relationship with my husband was over and she needed to move on. My husband backed me up, and she stopped her ways. I honestly don't think she is over him, but that has nothing to do with me. She's been unemployed since getting fired 15 years ago and relies on her kids for more time and money from my husband. She's been unwell lately, not managing her health effectively, and has been using her condition to collect sympathy points from my husband. I asked him to be at the appointments and watch the kids while she was there. I asked him for rides constantly because she didn't feel safe driving. She always wants to tag along when we take the kids out. She has a boyfriend, by the way. Lately, she has suggested to my husband that she isn't well enough to care for her children. They have shared custody and are with us every other weekend and during school vacations. She told my husband that I should sell my house, which I bought before we met, to downgrade and buy a smaller home and build her a tiny house on the land close to us to provide more support for the kids and her. I was flabbergasted that he would even mention this to me. I couldn't understand why I needed to sell my house to accommodate her. I offered to have the kids live with us, but she declined, stating that she prefers to stay close to the kids and doesn't trust us to raise them. She has a boyfriend and family nearby but insists on receiving care only from us. I even said that my husband made vows to her before he made vows to me. I feel disrespected, don't want to sell my house, and don't want to have a grown woman freeloading off of me. I believe she should rely on her existing support system. Some of my in-laws say I'm selfish and don't need such a big house. My husband hasn't expressed anything either way, which is annoying. I want to stand my ground, but I'm starting to feel like an because she is sick. Update. I told my husband there was no way I would sell my house. I told him my house was an investment and planned to pass it to my child as an asset one day. He, his parents, and his ex are dead wrong for suggesting I sell it. If his parents have something to say, I said they can build a tiny home for her on their 10 acres. He agreed and said he felt bad that he was entertaining the idea, but his ex was guilting him because of her condition. She has Ms. I told him that he will no longer be supplementing her lifestyle and no more running errands. I am his wife, and I should be a priority. I told him that he had to call her in front of me and tell her this. He called her and told her he would no longer be a placeholder for her boyfriend, and she needed to stop trying to manipulate everyone. She said it was unfortunate that I was acting insecure and interfering with their healthy co-parenting relationship. She said I was young and immature and should consider their kids, and she knew this would happen one day. I told her that she needs to get off her lazy ass and take care of herself and her kids and stop freeloading off everyone. I told her she needed to focus on her current relationship because that was her best shot at a decent future. After all, we are pulling back effectively immediately. She immediately started crying and said she was feeling sick and needed to go to the emergency room and needed to end the conversation to protect herself and her health. We couldn't get into outlining all the boundaries before she just hung up and blocked both of us. I typed an email, copied all parties involved, and sent it to her. I'm so mad right now. I see red. I want to provide clarity. She was recently diagnosed maybe a year ago. She has been manipulating me since I met her but has been more invasive after her diagnosis. She has been out of work for 15 years, which is the only reason I call her lazy. She is on every government subsidy we could get her on. I helped facilitate this when she was diagnosed, but she keeps wanting and expecting more. I felt bad for her for a long time, so I let it go on, but asking me to sell my house is beyond my limit.
I pissed in someone's Kai Cenat burger after they played his song in the drive-thru. After the Kai Cenat burger came out, working at McDonald's has been a nightmare. It's like when the Travis Scott burger came out but 10 times worse. At least I used to get to hear Travis over the drive-thru speaker, but now all I hear is these kids blasting Bust Down Rolly Avalanche. Yeah, my old bitch average. Every other Kai Cenat order. And without fail when they pull up to get their food it's the 13-year-old kid that you'd imagine makes up Kai Cenat's audience. I recently had my breaking point when one particular group of funny kids pulled up. What can I get for you? Yeah, hee hee. Let me get a Bust Down Rolly Avalanche. They were absolutely trying to blow my eardrums out with how loud they played it. I threw my headset off from the shock, and when I went to pick it up and put it back on, stand on my money I'm tall as poop, they were still playing it. I had to yell at them to stop playing it and they of course ordered their Kai Cenat burger. With my eardrums ringing and all my coworkers staring at me for just yelling I had enough. So I opened up their burger and took a mean piss in the middle of it before putting it back in the box. These kids rolled up and had a huge speaker in the passenger seat, and looked like the type of kids who tell their moms to shut the hell up. They all laughed as I handed them the burger and drove away, though they luckily pulled into a parking spot which was visible from the drive-thru window, and I had the last laugh as the kid took a bite out of the burger, made a sour face and spit it out. I planned a luxurious family vacation and my brother accused me of buying the love of our family, so I told them that I was canceling the vacation because he's disrespecting me. I have a younger brother, Jake, who has always had a bit of a chip on his shoulder. Growing up, Jake was rebellious and often got into trouble, which strained our relationship. Over the years, I've tried to mend fences and be a supportive brother. A few months ago, I got a significant job bonus and decided to treat my family to a luxurious vacation. I planned a week-long trip to a tropical resort, covering all expenses for my parents, Jake, and his girlfriend, Laura. Everyone was excited, and we started making preparations. I put a lot of effort into organizing the trip, including booking activities and making restaurant reservations. I also handled the logistics, ensuring everyone would have a seamless experience. Despite our rocky past, I genuinely looked forward to spending quality time with Jake and the rest of the family. We gathered at our parents' house for dinner 2 weeks before the trip. Jake started making snide comments about my job and lifestyle during the meal. He insinuated that I was trying to buy the family's love with this trip and made several disrespectful remarks about how I handled my money. I tried to brush off his comments, but they kept escalating. At one point, Jake accused me of being a show-off and said that I was only doing this trip to boost my own ego. Laura laughed at his jokes, clearly supporting his behavior. I was hurt and angry but kept my cool for the sake of our parents. After dinner, I pulled Jake aside and told him his comments were hurtful and out of line. He brushed me off, saying I was too sensitive and needed to chill out. I was stunned by his lack of remorse and the clear disrespect he showed. I went home that night feeling upset and disrespected. I talked it over with my wife, who suggested that I reconsider the trip if Jake continued to treat me this way. I didn't want to ruin the family's excitement, but I also didn't want to spend a week being disrespected. The next day, I called a family meeting to discuss the situation. I calmly explained how hurtful Jake's comments were and asked for an apology. Jake doubled down, saying he was just joking and that I was overreacting. My parents tried to mediate, but it was clear Jake had no intention of apologizing. Feeling disrespected and unsupported, I decided to cancel the trip. I informed the family that I could not in good conscience spend a week with someone who treated me with such blatant disrespect. My parents were disappointed but understood my decision. Jake, however, was furious and accused me of ruining the family's plans out of spite. Since then, our relationship has been even more strained. Jake has been badmouthing me to other family members and friends, painting me as the villain. I'm left wondering if I overreacted and should have just gone through with the trip for the family's sake. I think it's over, but I will update if anything happens. I planned a vacation with my girlfriend, and I am preparing to propose to her there, but she ruined it by tagging her friends along, so I left our trip and returned the ring. My girlfriend, Sarah, and I have been dating for 5 years, and I wanted to go on a vacation with her to celebrate. I planned the trip for several months. Of course, I shared my plans with her, and decided on skiing/snowboarding/other winter activities in CO. The activities seemed perfect, and I was looking forward to this for months because I wanted to propose to her at the end of the trip. 5 days before the trip, Sarah dropped the ball on me that she invited 2 friends to meet her there. I was upset because I wanted to spend one-to-one time with Sarah for our anniversary. It was plain and clear that this was a trip for just us. Even though I expressed my concerns, Sarah insisted that her friends already made plans to come and wouldn't back out. I decided to accept this because I could not force her friends not to come. I wish I fought more on this. I figured we could make some changes to our plans, and I would still be able to propose to her privately. Sarah blew me off for her friends, and we had no private time. After 3 days of second place, I left the trip and headed home. I told Sarah why I was leaving, and she was upset. She told her friends about my decision, and I was ganged up. They said we were all having a great time. She thinks I'm being a jerk for making her pick between her friends and me, even though her friends weren't invited in the first place. I never had personal issues with her friends before this trip. I never made Sarah pick between me or her friends because everyone needs friends outside of a relationship. I'm at home now and thinking about everything. I have a day to myself before Sarah comes home, so at least I get to relax a bit. Sarah and her friends think I'm overreacting and ruined the trip. I think Sarah was disrespectful and rude to me by ruining the purpose of this trip and having her friends gang up on me. Update: I decided that I wanted to end this entire relationship. I packed my important belongings, for example, passports and clothes, and arranged with my best friend to crash into his apartment until I could find my own. Usually, when small issues happen in a relationship, it ties into a bigger issue. The main reason why I decided to break up is because I realized that her friends will always be closer to her than me. Sarah has favored her friends over me and blown off some of our plans for her friends more than once. I lied to myself for years because I didn't want to face reality yet. I had hoped she would change, but this trip opened my eyes to the fact that I will always be in third place to her. I expressed my feelings multiple times, and Sarah promised to change, but she didn't. Sarah came home late yesterday. I said I had a lot to get off my chest and wanted to get through my notes before she talked or tried to interrupt me. The first question I asked Sarah was, how did she think the trip went? She said we all had fun, and it was memorable. I shouldn't have to feel like the third wheel in my relationship, especially on a trip that I planned. My next question was, why did you invite your friends in the first place? You knew this was an anniversary trip for the us. She talked about the trip with her friends since the beginning, and they have never been to CO. She thought it would be a good idea to allow them to come to have fun in CO with us. I followed up with my lack of knowledge of her friends coming along until days before. It's one thing if they come and do their activities, but it's another thing that every activity became a group activity. I signed up for a monogamous, not poly, relationship. My last question was, did you know I was going to propose to you? Sarah said she didn't know at all. The thought never occurred to Sarah that I was going to ask. She claimed she wouldn't have invited her friends to come along if she knew, but I responded, it would ruin the surprise if I told you. Sarah begged me to stay with her and believed we could work everything out. She didn't want me to throw 5 years away after this one bad trip. I listened to her promises to change for years regarding her friends, but nothing happened. I ultimately left Sarah with this. It's clear that there isn't enough room in your heart for your boyfriend and your friends. As much as I love Sarah, I can't stay in a relationship where I'm not respected enough. I left Sarah in the house alone and drove off to my friend's place. I'll figure out how to get my name off the lease, and I'll plan to get the rest of my belongings. As for the ring, I will return it this weekend. I pranked my girlfriend and her family with a Chewbacca costume to scare them on their camping trip, and now they are pressing charges against me. This past weekend was the big camping trip that my girlfriend would be taking with her and her family. It would consist of her parents, her younger sister, her aunt and uncle, and her 3 cousins, and it was a big family trip that was being planned for cooler weather. My girlfriend told me all about where they would be camping, and I decided to take advantage of that knowledge. I visited my girlfriend's house to say goodbye to her and wish her a fun trip, and when they all took off in their cars, I got in my car and drove to the campsite that they would be staying at. I know the area pretty well, and I was able to find a spot to hide my car from view, and I was able to navigate the woods and keep an eye on them while remaining hidden from view. When it came to nighttime, I put on a Chewbacca costume and ruffled it up a little to make it like wild and untamed. While the family was gathered around the campfire, I started to rustle the bushes. The family noticed, but they didn't think much of it. Then I started to make growling noises. The family was getting noticeably freaked out, and then my girlfriend's uncle started to walk towards where I was hiding. As soon as he got close enough, I jumped out from behind the bushes and started making roaring noises while running around acting like a Bigfoot. I shook their tents, threw lawn chairs around, and chased after some of the cousins. I heard my girlfriend's dad yell, "Get the gun," and that's when I knew I had to end the prank. I took off the costume, revealed myself, and the entire family was pissed. Long story short, I got yelled at by almost all of her family, and the noise attracted the campsite manager, who kicked me out after hearing what happened. Today I heard back from my girlfriend for the first time since the prank, and she said that she's seriously considering breaking up with me. She just said that she needs some time to think and that she'll let me know when she's made her decision. Now I'm just left, wondering what I do. I'm thinking that I need to pull off a major apology, and I need some advice on what to say to save this relationship. First update: I'm honestly really embarrassed and humiliated about this update. I almost considered not even posting it, but I feel the need to vent and express my frustrations on some way. So here it is. I really hope you don't think too badly of me and you understand what I'm going through after last night. Last night, my girlfriend's family was holding a barbecue in their backyard, and my girlfriend was able to talk her dad into inviting me. He was originally against the idea of me coming, but he was willing to let me come so long as the first thing I do is offer a genuine apology for the prank that I pulled on all of them. I arrived in their backyard and everybody that I pranked at the campsite was sitting at a table and they were all clearly waiting for me to arrive. I sat down next to my girlfriend and I began my apology. I stated that my prank was ill-timed, immature, and thoughtless, and I apologized for ruining their camping trip that they had apparently been planning for some time. I tried to make it as genuine and sincere as possible, and when I was done, I waited for some type of response. There was a really long awkward silence as the whole family just stared at me. Then the uncle whispered something in the dad's ear and they both burst out laughing, but I couldn't make out what he said. The dad then said that he didn't accept my apology and then he told me to leave. My initial response was a very loud "what the F?" and that made things worse. My girlfriend's dad kept telling me to leave and I lost my temper. I swiped an empty plastic cup off of the table and I said to the family, "Fine, F all of you," while flipping them off with both middle fingers. As I was leaving the backyard, my girlfriend caught up to me and said that she was breaking up with me. She said that I was too immature and impulsive and she said that she wanted me to leave her and her family alone. I tried apologizing to her profusely. I kept saying, "Babe, I'm sorry, just give me another chance and I promise I'll be good. I promise." I kept saying this over and over, but she said that she's given me millions of chances and that she can't fix me. She then walked off and I did something that made things even worse. I yelled at her, calling her a bitch, and then I started kicking and punching the wooden fence that separates their front and backyard. I knocked down part of the fence and then I left. All of that happened last night and I feel like poop. Part of me wants to just give up on her and move on, but I also want to prove to her that I'm capable of changing. I want to promise her no more pranks along with trying to control my temper. What do you think I should do? Second update. Long story short, I got in a fight with my girlfriend and her family last night. She's now my ex-girlfriend and I lashed out and broke down part of their wooden fence that separates the back and front yard. Her father hasn't contacted me about it, but I'm worried that he's going to come after me eventually. What kind of trouble can I get in? Third update. Simply put, I can't stop thinking about my ex-girlfriend. I can barely eat, sleep, or do anything that used to make me happy. Last night I watched my first ever hockey game and I was excited about that a few months ago, but now I don't even care. I spent the whole game thinking about my ex and how she broke up with me. She's all I think about right now and I feel like putting in one last effort in making her see that I'm a better man. What should I say to her? What can I do to get her to come back to me? Fourth update. For those who may or may not know, my girlfriend broke up with me because I pranked her and her family by dressing up as Bigfoot and ruining their camping trip, but I think that since some time has passed, my girlfriend might be of a cooler head and I was thinking of trying to win her back in a clever little way that involves the Bigfoot theme. My idea is to dress up as Bigfoot again, but not to scare anyone. I'm going to dress up, go into her backyard with an old stereo/CD player that still works, and play Sorry by Buckcherry. I'll play it loud enough for her to hear and I'm hoping she'll accept it and see it as a cute apology. I know it sounds a little cliche, the whole stereo outside the window thing, but I'm hoping that the Bigfoot costume might be a new little twist on it and it'll be my way of apologizing for the Bigfoot prank. What do you think? Fifth update. After reading through some of the responses from yesterday, I decided to just go for it and get it over with. I dressed up in the ruffled up Chewbacca costume, grabbed the stereo, and walked over to my girlfriend's house at nighttime. We live in the same neighborhood and there's a shortcut through a little stretch of woods that I take from my place to hers and that's the route I took last night. I climbed into their backyard and I stood in their grass, holding up the stereo while playing the song that I had intended, Sorry by Buckcherry. The problem is that the stereo was an old piece of poop that I dug up from my basement and the volume wasn't loud at all. It sounded muffled and I didn't want to risk moving closer to their house in case I was seen. But I wanted something to come from the night and I set down the stereo and peered into the window that I knew led to my girlfriend's room. My girlfriend was just playing with her phone on her bed and I just stared into her room for a little while. I guess I was caught up in staring at her since I hadn't seen her in a few weeks and I didn't realize that I had been staring in there for a long time. I turned to leave, but I saw one of her neighbors out on their porch, looking directly at me and they were on their phone. My first thought was that they were probably calling the police, and I panicked. I did something really stupid and tried to go in my girlfriend's house by pulling at their back green door, but her mom saw me trying to get in and she screamed. I then ran back towards the woods and I tried to pick up the stereo, but I really hurt my back while bending over, so I just left it in their backyard. The back pain was also shooting down my left leg and I had to limp away from the house. I limped through the woods back to my house while also cussing at myself over how effed up my plan was. The worst part is that this morning, my girlfriend called me and left a message on my phone. She said that she knew it was me at her house and that she was only giving me one final warning before she talked to the police about harassment charges as well as a restraining order. She says that she's never getting back together me and she told me to move on. Now I'm really depressed, which is how I've been feeling in the past few weeks. I'm physically hurting from my back and leg pain, and I'm emotionally hurting from my girlfriend's words. I'm just really upset and pissed off. What should I do? Sixth update. My ex-girlfriend left me a message on my phone threatening me with a restraining order. It's just a threat at this point, but I still want to know what would happen to my record if she were to file one against me. Will it give me a criminal record and officially list me as a stalker? Is it something that appears in a background check? I just want to know how this will affect things like me getting a job or something like that. Would this affect me nationally, or just in my hometown of Denver, Colorado? Seventh update. I won't go into detail, but I left a stereo of mine at my ex-girlfriend's house and this morning I got a text from her dad. It was a picture of the completely destroyed stereo next to a baseball bat and the message read, "That's your head if you come near my house again." I want to know if I can actually take action against him. For this, he destroyed my stereo and threatened to bash in my head with a baseball bat. What actions can I take? This is all taking place in Denver, Colorado. Eighth update. I've spent the past few weeks thinking about how I can possibly get back together with my ex-girlfriend. I've decided to just move on. She doesn't ever want to get back with me and I've caused enough trouble with her family as a whole. I need to get over her and I don't know how. My older brother has a wedding in a few days and it being a romantic occasion is really going to mess with me emotionally, especially since me and my ex were planning on attending together. It hurt even more to see that my ex was selling her dress and posting about it on Facebook. I can't get over the memories and all the time we've spent together, and it hurts knowing that I lost her because of my immaturity and stupidity. How do I get over her? She's literally the only thing on my mind and it has to end. Help me out, please. Ninth update. Last night was obviously Halloween, and while I normally don't trick or treat at my age, I ended up taking my little cousin out around the neighborhood while my parents and hers were at a Halloween party. I also figured that I would wear my Chewbacca costume since I wanted to dress up and I didn't have any other last-minute costumes. We walked around our neighborhood for a little while and we ended up on the same block as my ex-girlfriend's house. I knew it was only an inevitability that we would cross her house, but I honestly wasn't worried about it. I figured that her dad may not even be out to see us and all I'm doing is trick or treating. We ended up walking by her house and of course, both of her parents were sitting by their garage with a bowl of candy to hand out. I tried to grab my cousin and make for the opposite direction, but it was too late. I heard my ex's dad yell, "I see you," and he clearly recognized me. I just grabbed my cousin and we made our way back to my house without looking back at my ex's house. We got home, but almost an hour later, the cops arrived and they told me that my ex's dad wanted to press charges on me for stalking and harassment. I'm currently awaiting a court date and I think this is all bullshit. I didn't have any premeditated plans to go near their house, nor did I have any intent with their property. I was simply trick or treating with my cousin and we just happened to come across their home. The dad simply acts as if he's king of the block and he can dictate who walks in the area. What can I do to prepare for my court case? What arguments can I make? I wasn't stalking the house last night and I wasn't planning on doing anything. I simply walked by it while trick or treating and the dad threw a fit. What can I do? 10th update. It's been a little over a month since my girlfriend broke up with me over a prank that was admittedly my fault. It was a dumb, immature move on my part and I've accepted the consequences. That being said, I'm now in serious legal trouble over what happened a couple of nights ago on Halloween. I ended up walking by her house while taking my cousin trick or treating and her dad saw me. He's now pressing charges for harassment and stalking and I'm awaiting my court date. Last night, my ex texted me and she was clearly drunk. A lot of her texts were either gibberish or poor grammar, but I could make out what she was communicating. Basically, she was celebrating me having charges pressed against me and she was texting stuff like "I hope you rot in jail and lock him up." I responded with texts of my own. I called her names like cunt and bitch, but she obviously didn't seem fazed. But simply sending her some mean texts isn't enough for me. I honestly think that she has some nerve to kick me while I'm down, while all she has to do is just stay on the sidelines while daddy does all of the work. I've spent all day thinking about how I can get back at her over this. Part of me thinks that I should just wait until I'm done going to court, but I also want to strike back while the event is still fresh. I'm thinking of one final prank. What should I do?
I provided everything to my sister while she was in college, but I was very disappointed when she refused our very simple request, so I am kicking her out and making her homeless. I live with my husband and our son. My sister is still in college and had to move out with us 3 months ago because she had some issues with her roommates. She said that they were making issues about her not cleaning and cooking her own meals. Things were going fine with her moving in with us until this argument. Also, she doesn't work, but my parents sent her some money for textbooks and groceries, although she barely ever has contributed to the household since she moved in with us. Ever since she moved in, I was the one doing her laundry. She does not clean and does not cook, but I was trying to understand her since she is in college and it must have been hard. Anyway, my son comes back from school at around 3 p.m. My husband works until 6 and I work until 5, although sometimes I have to stay an hour or two extra. We had a babysitter who would wait until he was back and would stay with him until my husband came back from work. However, she recently discovered she's sick and told us that she can't continue working as she has to go through treatment. We thanked her for telling us and wish she would get better soon. I asked my sister to babysit our son until we can get a new babysitter, given that she doesn't have classes at that time. She told me she never agreed to babysit when she moved in here and that I should have told her beforehand so she could find somewhere else to live. My husband and I are going to interview another babysitter on Tuesday. It was literally only a few days that she had to babysit for us and yet she couldn't do it. I'm disappointed. I told her that I knew this wasn't our agreement, but this was something exceptional since our babysitter has medical issues. It's not neither our fault and she would prefer 100 times to not be in this situation. She still told me she can't babysit because sometimes she has to go to the library or to study with friends and babysitting would limit her hours of studying. I got angry, maybe too angry, so I told her that we never asked anything from her. We helped her because we wanted to be kind to her, and yet she couldn't even compromise to stay a few hours home just until we found a new babysitter. I ended up telling her she has a week to leave because we will not be providing food or a roof to a beach like her. One of my son's friends' mom is taking care of my son now. They go back to her home together and I pick him up later. My sister tried to apologize, but I told her I didn't want to live with her because she showed me her true colors. Also note that she was apologizing but still doesn't want to babysit. She also has told our family and a lot of them are giving me poop for leaving my sister homeless. We live in a different state from our parents and family, so I'm basically throwing her in the streets by kicking her out. My husband, my in-laws and friends support me, but it feels if my family isn't on my side, makes me think I'm an asshole, to be honest. I purchased my grandparents' house and my sister assumed that I would hand it over to her, so I told her that she could not set foot in her dream home. My wife and I recently closed on our dream house, and it has the family torn. Years ago my grandparents owned the family home, but when they died unexpectedly with a lot of medical debt and expenses, our family had to sell their house. It was heartbreaking and sad, and I decided as a small child that one day I would buy the house back. I shared those dreams with my sister. I met my wife when I was 18 and she was 21. Her parents owned a small rental that they allowed her to live in rent-free, just paying for the expenses. She invited me to live with her a year into our relationship and we got married a year after that. I told her about my dreams of owning my grandparents' house and she fully supported me. We began putting large amounts of money back for a down payment in the hopes that the house wouldn't go on the market before we could afford it. Because we didn't pay rent and both had good jobs for our ages and the economy we lived in, we were able to put back a very, very large sum of money. My in-laws also offered us a sum of $75,000 for the down payment, and in total, we put back about $185,000. About 20 years after my grandparents passed away, their house finally went back on the market at a massive price. The house itself is huge, with 6 bedrooms, a large lakefront estate, and several features, including a pool and a small guest house. We knew that this house would have a huge price tag and we skimped and budgeted for 9 years to afford my dream house. My sister was also house shopping at this time but with a much smaller budget. Her and her husband have children, student debt, and rented for the past several years and were not able to put back money in the same way my wife and I were. When our grandparents' house went on the market, I sent the link to my sister and said that we were finally getting our grandparents' home back into the family. She was very excited and said as much, and that was that. My wife and I moved forward, visiting with the owners and real estate agents, having it inspected, and making an offer. They accepted, and we were absolutely over the moon. Throughout this whole process, my sister kept saying how excited she was to have the house back in the family and how nice it would be for her children to know this house and grow up in it as she and I did. Our grandparents' house was the location of every birthday, holiday, gathering, and reunion, and my wife and I planned on making it that way again, which was why what my sister said didn't raise any red flags. Weird that she'd phrase it that way, but not concerning. We had a barbecue at my parents' house to celebrate the final closing of our house. During the dinner, my mother-in-law offered to kennel our dogs while we were in the stages of moving to keep things easier and safe, and that was when my sister piped up. She asked why our dogs needed to be watched when the real issue was her kids. My wife asked what she meant, and she said that her kids would need more supervision than our dogs and that she was confused as to why we'd be so busy that our dogs needed watching. I told her I was the one confused. I didn't know she was helping us move and that if her kids couldn't reliably be left to their own devices, then she absolutely did not need to help us pack. My sister proceeded to ask why my wife and I would be packing. I told her the obvious: we just closed in a house. For length reasons, I'll leave out a lot of the back and forth, but here's the gist of it. My sister had it in her head that we were buying the house to either A, rent to own it out to her family, or B, transfer the title to her name and have her pay us back in time. Yes, that is literally what she was thinking. Despite our never discussing anything like that once, when I told her that was not happening, my sister threw a fit. She was pissed because this was her dream too, and that it wasn't fair that only one of us could live it. That since she had children, they deserved to grow up in the family home, and what did my wife and I even need all that space for? My wife told her it isn't the family home anymore. It wasn't left in a will, we purchased it, and now it is our home, and we decide what we will do with it. My sister told my wife to shut up and that she had no say in this family discussion. I informed my sister that if she spoke to my wife that way again, we would not be having any kind of contact with her anymore, that she doesn't get to assume we're giving her a house and then throw a hissy fit when she's put in her place, and we left. My in-laws spoke to us on the matter a few times, but all told us we were right and that my sister was very out of line. I assumed everyone would agree, but if they did, I wouldn't be on this thread. I got texts and voicemails from my parents saying that we were out of line and threatening my sister. They told me they were disappointed in me for taking my sister's dream from her and that I don't have kids, so I can't understand her want to provide them with a good home and childhood like she had. That it's only fair we set up a way to give her the house and that we could afford to find something else. Even my more distant relatives have said that it was cruel of us to take that from her. I'm honestly super shocked and taken aback. This feels surreal, and I hate that we're starting this new chapter out on such a sour note. Update: we've already made an appointment to have the locks changed and aren't concerned about my family trying to squat there. My in-laws have allowed us to park their camper trailer on the property while work is being done, not only for peace of mind but to avoid commuting back and forth multiple times daily. I sent a message to my parents and siblings yesterday evening asking to meet up to talk things through and try and figure out what's wrong and what exactly the hell is happening. Earlier today my wife and I met my parents and my brother's family at his house before my sister arrived. I let them know that if they tried to interrupt or control the conversation we would leave. I told them that I never once even suggested my sister would be allowed to rent out the house or buy it from us, that you didn't know where she got the idea from, and showed them the text strings where I first sent her the listing and every conversation where I updated her on the progress. My mom asked to see the rest of the conversations about the house and I told her there were none. She informed me that my sister told them all that we had made an agreement that my wife and I would purchase it and then rent it out to my wife's family until they'd paid enough to buy it, that we would live in the guest house and they'd get the main house. She told them that we had went back on our deal and had absolutely shattered her dreams of raising her kids in the house she grew up in. We gave our side and it wasn't difficult at all to convince my parents that we were telling the truth. With the lack of evidence on my sister's part and absolutely no legal documentation, my parents didn't even attempt to try and back up what she told them. My parents were very apologetic and let us know that they never would have said those things to us had they known the truth and that they supported us 100%. My brother was supportive of us as well, but he was never one of the people harassing us over this, so his reaction is less important. Around then my sister and her husband showed up. My brother-in-law is a doormat and will give my sister whatever she wants, so I wasn't expecting much from him. I asked her to produce any of the necessary evidence to prove that I told her we'd rent the house out to her, that her lie was ill-conceived and that she better have a good explanation. She attempted to suggest that I had deleted the conversation, but when she couldn't produce said messages either, her story fell apart. She started crying, saying it wasn't fair that we got everything handed to us, that we didn't need a house this big, and that we were rubbing our wealth in her face. So to my understanding, she thought she could trick everyone into bullying us into renting our house out to her, I guess, like some kind of effed in the head Scooby-Doo villain. Instead of using ghosts to scare us away, she's using a fake rental agreement that she didn't even attempt to make look or sound legit. We let her know that she had a lot of apologizing to do before we'd consider having a relationship with her moving forward, and that she wouldn't be welcome in our home for a long time. At the moment, our relationship with my parents is rocky at best, for obvious reasons. They let us know that they're here to support us if we need moving assistance or help with renovations, but it'll take some good hard thinking to decide if we're okay with that. We will not be giving anyone in my family a spare key, but my wife's parents will receive one for emergencies. My sister has done some odd things, but nothing as absolutely absurd as this. We will be meeting with an estate planner to put everything into writing. We plan on leaving the property to my sister-in-law and her kids, with my mother-in-law as the executor of our estate for the time being.
I put some extra effort into the bedroom and my wife ended up in hospital. I need to begin with a little background into my wife's health. She has a myriad of different issues, the biggest being schizoaffective disorder, a defective kidney which causes cyclical vomiting which puts her in hospital a lot, tics and tremors. She manages day to day and has a good support network. I look after her to the best of my ability and always try to remain calm in a situation on the bad days. We've been together since we met in college nearly 16 years ago, and she is my best friend and one hell of a good wife. Enough of the wench, onto the tale. It's half term currently and I'm on a week's holiday from work, spending it at home generally chilling out. The kid has been around a lot, not being able to hang out with his friends, what with the vid and everything, and as a result my wife and I haven't had a lot of alone time. My father-in-law offered to take the kid out for the day, socially distant activities, and granddad is in our bubble, so we were okay with it. And we thought, awesome, day to ourselves. We had some breakfast, took the doggo on a nice walk. Well, nice until it started pissing it down, and spent the day playing Xbox and chatting. Utter bliss. Now in the morning, I noticed my wife had put on some SI black lacy underwear. Gotta admit I was thinking about it all day. After lunch, I asked if she would like to join me in the boudoir for a little afternoon delight as we had the place to ourselves. My neighbor who lives in the flat below ours was out at work. We have thin walls and creaky floorboards, so we usually have to try and be quiet when it's SI time. So we thought this time we could really let rip. We like a lot of foreplay and we're having a good old time. My wife looks SCer than ever and I am as excited as a very exciting thing and am very worked up. I'd been thinking about her all day and I knew I was going to blow after a single thrust. I didn't want this to be over in a flash as we haven't had a lot of opportunities to really go at it in a while, as I thought I'd go in once and the vinegar strokes hit. I'm usually a one and done guy. I'm not as young as I used to be, but damn it, I was gonna give my wife the banging of a lifetime. I pull out, look my wife in the eye, grab my little sailor and splodge right on her belly before grabbing her ankles and jamming him back in before the wind drops out the sails and never breaking eye contact. She's surprised, I'm surprised, we're having the time of our lives. I spin her over and stand next to the bed with her on her knees on the bed, grab her hair and give it my all. Words are spoken that would make an 80-year-old hooker blush. I'm close to a heart attack, and that's when it happens. She has a seizure. At first I just thought she was spent. She sort of went limp and flopped the side. I'm stood there proud as punch, thinking I'd finally satisfied her like never before, quietly dreading that she'd expect this again when I knew this was my magnum opus, my perfect performance never to be repeated. When I noticed her arms and legs are twitching, my heart-on dropped away immediately and I rushed into caregiver mode. Many a night I've been woken up due to an emergency hospital visit, but I've never seen this. Her skin had turned red and she was sweating profusely. Her breathing was shallow and uneven, and by looking at her eyes she was clearly not there, not rolled back but diluted and staring off at nothing. I get her away from the edge of the bed so she doesn't fall off and try to get her to wake up. After what must have been only a minute but felt like an hour, she begins to stop twitching and regains consciousness. After coming to, she slowly moves into a more comfortable position but says she can't move her neck and feels sick. I get her comfy and fetch a bucostum for the nausea. We decided the best course of action is to call 111, a non-emergency line in the UK. They went through the usual questions with us, listing off her long line of medical conditions. And they asked what happened. I described the suspected seizure, not the events leading up to it. And they confirmed it did indeed sound like a seizure, so we should get up to A&E. They could send a paramedic, but it could be 2 to 4 hours until one is free. Nay bothers, we'll call my brother-in-law who is a nurse and is not far away. We get dressed, load up all her meds for the doc to check over in case a combination of her pills was the cause. And bro-in-law arrives, checks her over, and drives us to A&E. Thankfully he also didn't ask us what we were doing before the seizure, or that would have been one awkward as F journey. He drops us at the door and drives off to pick his wife up from work, but says he'll be free in a couple of hours if we need picking up later. At the door to A&E, they have a healthcare assistant to screen people for COVID-19. He asks us a few questions and we describe the seizure. Then he asks the question we were dreading: what were you doing before the seizure? I try and fail to contain a giggle. My wife says doing what couples do when they have an empty house for the first time in weeks. There is a beat or two. The fella looks at me and I know he is smiling behind that mask, and he says, ever so cheekily, "Did you crush her?" Now it is important to note my wife is 5'0" and I am a 6-foot Adonis of the armchair, big scruffy beard, and big cuddly tummy. I found this remark hilarious. My wife looked at the floor, but I knew she had the biggest grin on her face. I looked him dead in the eye and replied, "Nah, I was behind her." We all had a good laugh. A moment was shared, then we moved on. The care guy tells my wife to take a seat. Big man here can book her in. and then we'll have to leave. Understandable due to the restrictions. Don't want people in the hospital who don't need to be there. So I took her in and said and head outside to call a taxi and get home before Granddad drops the boy off. Bollocks, I've left my wallet at home and I'm left with no choice but to walk home in the pouring rain, which takes me nearly an hour at a brisk pace. My wife is home after 4 hours in A&E with instructions to keep an eye on her and to make an appointment at the seizure clinic. Bit wobbly, but she is doing okay, cackling away on the phone like a harpy to her sister as she tells her the story of how she ended up in hospital. Update: so after the wild events of my last post, my wife was sent home with some meds. At the time they were concerned by the amount of CT scans my wife had had and didn't want to run another. If only they had done one, it would have saved us weeks of pain and stress. For 4 weeks since the seizure, she had several severe migraine attacks, twice waking up screaming and vomiting with the pain, and back in A&E twice. Both times they got the pain and the sickness under control, and the same doctor sent her home both times with meds after refusing to do any more tests. The anxiety was unbearable. We were both in a constant state of alert waiting for the next attack. During this period she felt well enough to have us time once. We took it slow, but when she started to approach the station to Pleasure Town she went red and had a glazed look on her face, and I instantly thought I've done it again and went limp halfway through my payoff. It was just her enjoying herself, but the panic set in with me as I have been a nervous wreck since the first seizure, in a state of alert just waiting for the next one. 2 Sundays ago the wife gets out of bed and heads to the bathroom, ready to make us a nice spot of brekkie and let me have a lie in. As soon as she parks on the porcelain she screams in pain. I spring out of bed ready to take action and I find her on the bathroom floor, kecks round her ankles, red and sweating and recreating a certain alleyway scene from Team America. I clean her up, get her comfy on the sofa with a bucket and some ondansetron, and we call 111 cause this looks bad. They tell us a doctor will call us back soon. For 5 hours we wait, she is in pain and the anti-sickness is doing nothing. When the doc does call she says she is prescribing some more pain meds and doesn't go to A&E. I made a judgment that she is in no state to stay home and has to go to the hospital. She looks like she is going to die and needs urgent medical attention. Father-in-law happens to swing by to see how she is doing and immediately says I'm taking her to the hospital after taking one look at her. Wife gets to A&E and after an hour's wait the same doctor from before sees her and says in an annoyed tone, "What are you doing back here? You've had 38 admittances." She told me she felt like he was accusing her of being some junkie looking for meds. She tells him something is seriously wrong and he dismisses her with a wave of his hand, "Just take your pills and go home." I'm furious when she calls me and tells me this. I tell her to get a second opinion and thank whatever deity you pray to that she did, as the next doctor takes her seriously and was very annoyed at the first guy for his attitude. She can obviously see that my wife is in pain and orders her a CT scan. Velp. The scan revealed a brain bleed. It is recommended that she is urgently transferred to King's Hospital in London at 3 a.m. where further scans on Monday morning reveal an aneurysm and she is immediately taken into surgery. The wonderful doctor treating her explained the procedure over the phone to me, where they go in through a vein near the groin and insert bundles of platinum fibers in the aneurysm to stop it from filling up again. He explained that this was most likely caused by her hypermobility, which has made her veins stretchy and thus created the bubble. As he is explaining this to me I am holding back tears, both from worry for my wife and elation that we finally have an answer. To cut this short, surgery went well and after a week of bed rest in the hospital where I can't see her due to COVID restrictions and having to work while looking after the boy, who has been a little trooper but I can tell it was getting to him, and El Doggo, she finally came home last night. She will have headaches for the next couple of months and has to take meds that stop her veins from spasming every 4 hours, which means waking up at 3 a.m. every night for 2 weeks to get a highly sedated lady to take a pill. Needless to say, a strongly worded letter of official complaint is being written about the original doctor who refused to take her seriously. Sorry this post isn't as entertaining as my first one, but I am just burnt out after the past week of worry and tears, but I am beyond grateful for the amazing staff at King's for quite probably saving my wife's life. She could have had a burst aneurysm at any time and she'd be gone. Doesn't bear thinking about. She's happy to be home. I'm happy she's home. Dog pissed the carpet with excitement when she came home last night.
I quit my job because my boss was verbally abusive. The company didn't punish him, even after everyone else quit, so I decided to punish him myself and get him fired. I used to work at a chain department store, and my boss, Nathan, was the worst person I've ever met. He was verbally abusive, telling me and my co-workers we were horrible at our jobs, we were replaceable, a group of trained monkeys could do our jobs better than us, the usual arrogant, narcissistic boss stuff. Eventually I couldn't take it anymore, so, being the petty bench that I am, sent him a text saying, "Hey Nathan, it's my name. I'm quitting, effective immediately, because I'm done with you and your abuse. Sorry not sorry. Good luck finding a trained monkey that can do my job as well as I could." I'm not usually the type to burn bridges, but Nathan absolutely had it coming. After quitting I watched as several of my coworkers followed my example and resigned. I was hoping that there would be some sort of punishment from HR about Nathan's attitude, but all they did was hire a bunch of new recruits and the store functioned like normal. That made me angry, so I decided that if the company wasn't going to punish Nathan, I'd do it instead. I gave his phone number and email address to over 500 charities, religious organizations, and basically any company or organization that would send you promotional emails, robocalls or home visits. As far as I know, only the cell phone service I signed him up for actually went to his house, but I still feel good knowing that every morning he woke up to thousands of spam emails and got dozens of scam calls per day. I also made an account for him on a gay dating site, matched him with as many guys as I could, told all of them he was into degradation and that they should call him and insult him in whatever way they wanted. I kept this up for almost a month, and the change was glorious. I would frequent my old store during the hours I knew Nathan was working, and slowly but surely I saw the toll my punishment was taking on him. Pretty quickly he stopped bringing his phone to work, but I could tell it was keeping him up at night from the bags under his eyes. Towards the end, he started taking naps in his office from the lack of sleep. I felt a little bad when I saw that, but then I noticed how much happier everyone else was and quickly got over it. My last act was to snap several pictures of him sleeping on the job and email HR as a concerned customer. He was gone the next day, and after talking with one of the checkout girls, I learned that he had been fired that morning when corporate made a surprise visit and found him asleep at his desk. Not entirely sure what happened to him. I'm pretty sure he changed his phone number and email, but wherever he is, I hope he's got a better attitude. After all, he finally learned firsthand what endless negativity will do to you. I read my boyfriend's journal and he wrote that I was fun but not for long term, so I am cutting our relationship short and breaking up with him. I have been dating my boyfriend for 2 years. It hasn't always been the easiest, but we've made it through a lot of hard stuff. I was over at his place the past couple days and was poking around, which he teased he knew I'd do when he went to shower. I was just looking around at his work desk, flipping through papers, and one of them looked like a notebook. I thought it would have reminders for work, so I flipped it open. It turned out to be his journal. I went to set it down, but my eyes caught the first line that said, "I love her so much. She makes me so happy," which made my heart swell. So I kept reading. It was a whole page gushing about his love and how he sees his future. Then the end of it said, "I love you, Krista." My name isn't Krista, so this is where I know I shouldn't have, but I did. I flipped through the other pages and it was page after page about his love for this woman and her children and how he wants to be her world and how to convince her to love him. The one time I was mentioned was an entry, on my birthday no less, months ago, that said, "My name is fun but she's not long term, I'm so hurt." Update: I wasn't sure how I was going to handle it. I'm aware that reading it was wrong and I knew if I told him I did, the situation would be about my action and not his, so I've sat on the information, until I had an opportunity last night. I was taking a shower and he set his Apple Watch on the counter. I remember hearing that you can see message threads on it. After a few minutes of struggling, figured it out. Sure, rake me over the coals for that, but I found 6 women he was talking to. That was easier, in my mind, to confront him with. And I did. Yes, he did try to make it about me going through his messages. I left and he also tried to make the situation about how I left and not talked it out with him. Then he said they are just friends, but I don't know about anyone else. I don't call my friends babe, boo, mama, etc., nor do I say you have dangerous eyes. Then it was about how he's not going to drop friends just to be in a relationship. Then it was tell me what you want me to say, which is always his go-to because he thinks words solve everything instead of actions. I told him that he can't keep making the problem my reaction to his behavior, and that I've spent over 2 years wanting him and bending over backwards to make him happy, and at this point I feel like I'm begging for scraps and I feel like an idiot. The last thing he said was, "I'll say anything you want me to say." And I said that's exactly the problem. I needed you to do something. Pick me, pick us. I'm done begging. While I'm sure everyone has been stuffing themselves today with food, I've been crying and haven't eaten anything. Happy Thanksgiving. I realize that I am in love with my guy best friend, but I am gay and have cancer. My dearest friend in the world is a man named James. He and I grew up in the same town, a conservative Christian town in nowhere in the USA. The first time I met him was on the playground at school. He saw me sitting alone under a tree and came over to ask me if I wanted to play with him and his friends. I said no, but he noticed I was reading a book about space, the solar system, to be more precise. So he sat down next to me and asked me which planet I thought would be the coolest to visit. We ended up talking for the rest of recess about what we thought the other planets might be like, and when we went back to class, he introduced me to his friends as my new friend. We were inseparable from that point on. It was one of those things where the entire town, our parents included, had us married off by age 8 or something. We didn't understand at the time, but I would go on family trips with his family, stay over at his place, and vice versa through most of elementary school. Got in trouble for talking during class every day, though not really because the teachers all loved him. This dude can charm his way out of anything, it is unreal. We were best friends. When we finally reached the awkward teenage years, and dating became a thing, he asked me to the first school dance and I said yes. We started dating by default. We never talked about it explicitly, but I just started calling him my boyfriend to other people and we went with that. Very little changed about our relationship. We still basically just did all the same stuff we used to do before, except our parents got stricter about the sleepovers and there was more hand-holding and cuddling. Kissing and stuff was always difficult for me and I didn't know why, but he never pushed me on it at all. Not even once. The 2 times we tried, he was able to tell very quickly that I was uncomfortable and he just shut the interaction down by messing up my hair playfully, saying enough of that, how about we just watch a movie? I just assumed one day I would get it. Well, I didn't. Sometime around 15 years old I started to realize the problem. I wasn't sexually attracted to men. This was a very trying time for me, given the kind of environment I grew up in. This was not acceptable. My parents were extremely religious and extremely anti-LGBT. After about 8 months of identity crisis over this, I decided to muster up the courage to tell James, before anyone else. I didn't know what to expect. I was terrified. I went over to his house trembling. He had done what he always did, made my favorite snacks and got the controllers and my favorite game, Diddy Kong Racing, ready to go. He opened the door and gave me a hug, and I came in. I was so scared. We sat down and he looked at me for a second before putting his hand on mine and asking me what was wrong. So, I tried to tell him. And I got halfway through the sentence, struggling actually to say I'm gay, before he just interrupted me and said, "You are gay." Yes. I know, is there anything else? Followed by that goofy smile I love so much. I just froze in place. I asked him if he was mad, and he laughed and told me he loved me the way I was, and this was the way I was. I just started crying and jumped into his arms. It felt like 10 minutes at least, as I cried before he finally characteristically interrupted me, remarking, "However, I will be mad if you let the pizza rolls I made get cold, so how about we stop crying and start eating?" We stayed best friends after that. We never actually had a breakup talk, but we did start to date other people. We talked/hung out almost every day until we graduated and he went away to a big-name college. The night before he left he came and picked me up and we drove around town and hit all our favorite spots. He drove me back home at 3 a.m. or something in the rain and I took his hand during the drive home. And fell asleep on his shoulder. I remember wondering then for a moment if I should just marry him anyway. But he was going away to college, and I'm not attracted to men so it probably couldn't work no matter how I felt about him otherwise. He promised to stay in touch but I didn't know if that would happen. Well, it did. Obviously, it wasn't like before, but he called me every week just to check up on me and see how things were going. I went to college close to home. We'd talk about how hard college was, whoever we were dating at the time and whatever drama was going on. During his junior year, my parents found out that I was gay. They did not react well, and I was basically kicked out of my home to save me, my dad going on about me needing Jesus 40 days in the desert like a lunatic. My parents are good people so this didn't last and they have more than made it up to me since and worked hard to unlearn their bad programming, but that was an awful time. I did what I always do and called James. He talked to me for about an hour and then got his mom to drive up to get me so I could stay in his old room. Then he flew home the next day to cheer me up and make sure I was alright. Vintage driving around in circles singing like idiots and 2 a.m. junk food runs did the trick. I later found out from my mom that he had also gone and confronted my parents/stood up for me and told them they should be ashamed of themselves and if they were willing to lose their daughter over this, they were unfit parents and not the second family I thought you were. My parents worshipped him, so this was effective, and my mom still tells this story to this day. Once again I remember wondering at the time, will I ever know anyone else in my life who would do this for me? But he was heading off back to college, and he was still a man. So I didn't do anything. Years went by. He got married, and I got a long-term girlfriend. We stayed close the entire time. We saw each other a lot. Less, but it was still great every time he visited, and we had frequent texts and calls. I looked forward to his visits all year. And then tragedy struck. His wife divorced him. I never liked her, but he did. I think she used him for a green card and he was too sweet to notice, but that's neither here nor there. He came back home so I saw him a lot more. Obviously, he was crushed, but we got through it together. And then, I got the diagnosis. At age 27. Cancer. There's nothing I can say that describes the feeling so I'm not even gonna try. Decent chance of survival but I had to start treatment right away. This experience has changed me and my outlook on life more than anything else that's ever happened to me combined. At first, everyone was there for me. I was getting visitors daily, friends, family, everyone. But as the weeks turned into months, it all stopped. Most people, even my friends, started coming once a week, then once a month, then many not at all. When things were looking bad around the 7 to 8 month my girlfriend broke up with me claiming she loved me but she couldn't handle watching this. Almost 2 years in now, and there are only 5 people who are still here. My mom, my dad, my sister, my BFF Amanda, and James. I almost can't talk about it without crying but James is here every fucking day. Every day. For hours. He may have missed 20 days in almost 2 years due to work-related travel and even then he calls me. He comes in and asks how his amumu, which he's called me since we were kids, because I like cows and those are my initials, is doing and listens. He brings my favorite snacks/treats when I can have them, board games we like to play, and old video games on handheld so we can play. He sings to me and shows me pictures of places he's been I'd like to go and talks about taking me once I'm better. He sits there and holds my hand in silence so I won't be alone until the doctors tell him it's time to go. Then he does it again the next day. I've never seen him cry or show any sadness. If I even casually say something like if I get better, he'll immediately interject, when you get better. He just won't give up on me. The only other person who is there like this is Mom. Even my dad/sister/Amanda who have also shown up in big ways are not this consistent. I could write a whole post about how this experience has changed my relationship with my mom, as well. She's proven to me that no matter what happened in the past and what we may have clashed over she loves me like no one else, except maybe James. My mom is the #1 all-time James fangirl. She has been attempting to get me to marry him since I was 7 years old. A long time ago she stopped that. But about 3 months ago she made her first comment of that kind in around 7 years. There are a few things she said. The first was, pay attention to the people who are still here now. They're the people who always will be. They're the people who love you and not just what you can do for them. Which sort of set me off on the whole months-long train of thought that led to this post. Amanda and my sister also make a lot of comments about James. Both like him and Amanda told me a few visits ago that she thinks I love him, and one reason none of my other relationships have worked out is that the other person can always tell they're #2 everywhere but the bedroom. Then about a month ago, Mom was a little more direct. After James left one evening she told me, baby, in all my years on this earth, I've never seen anyone love anybody like that boy loves you. I know you don't like it when I talk about this, but trust me, if you let him go again you're gonna regret it forever. I don't know what has changed, but this time when she said that, I just knew she was right. Every relationship I've ever been in has had some problem that must be worked on. Most of them have. Several. The only thing missing here is that I don't feel a strong urge to rip his clothes off as I have with some, but honestly, not all or even most, of the women I've been with. But even there it's different. In general, I find the idea of being with a man disgusting, but I don't find it disgusting with him. I like being touched by him and being close to him. He's so gentle. Littell, why I even find myself fixating on his lips and daydreaming about kissing him. I'm not that sexual of a person, and I think overall, of the people I've known in my life, I would be happier with him than with anyone else, and it isn't close. Now the big problem is cancer. Honestly, I'm not really on the fence about this anymore. If I survive, I want to be with him. I am getting better, and the doctors are hopeful. But I am not sure if I should tell him now, or not. I want to tell him so bad. I want him to know how much I love him. Lovers have come and gone for both of us, but every time I close my eyes and think about the time I felt truly loved, understood, and accepted, it's always his smiling face I see. When I think about times I felt warm and safe, it's his arms I feel wrapping around me like a warm blanket just my size, his voice I hear saying don't worry Amumu, it'll be alright. Or cracking some silly joke. I want him to know that I want him with me, by my side forever. There's nowhere I'd rather be than wherever he is, doing absolutely fucking anything. Cuddling up on the couch making jokes about stupid movies, playing our favorite video games, talking about life till 2 a.m., driving around in circles while he sings boy band songs like a goofball. I don't care as long as he's there, too. I want him to know that if I survive this, we will be together. That's what I want. That's all I want. He's all I want. But I'm scared to tell him, because I don't know what's going to happen. If I don't make it, would it have been kinder to just keep this to myself? If you were him and in this position, would you want me to tell you how I feel? Update 2 days later. So tonight I told James. I told him everything. Gosh. I just wish I could relive this night over and over again. I've never been so happy. He came into my room this evening like he always does. Greeted me. Hello, how's my Amumu doing today? I told him I was doing well. He told me I looked beautiful. Which is not true, but it still felt so sincere. Then he started unpacking the stuff he brought me today. I asked him to stop and sit with me because I wanted to talk to him. He nodded and came and sat down next to me. What's up? He asked. It took me a bit to gather myself. I kept getting distracted by his eyes. How he looks at me sometimes, I don't know how to describe it. I told him, I love you. And he just kind of laughed and touched my hand before casually responding, oh, I know that, I love you too. In retrospect, this wasn't the best way to start since we've said that enough, with a different understanding that he didn't get what was happening. He started to get up again to unpack the snacks, and I grabbed his arm and asked him to let me finish. He looked confused, but he nodded and sat back down. And then I did it. I told him everything. I told him about all the times in the past I'd thought about just marrying him despite my sexuality. I told him my favorite memories of him and how they make me feel. I told him he'd always been my best friend and the person I trusted the most. I told him I made a mistake and I should have chosen him. I then basically devolved into reciting the last paragraph of my first post to him. He's the face I see when I think about feeling loved, the embrace I feel when I think about being safe. It doesn't matter what we do, if we're together I'm happy, and he's the only thing I want for the rest of my life. He basically froze. He said nothing, just looked at me as I spilled everything. I am not sure he even blinked. When I finished and looked up at him, he was sitting there like a statue with his mouth slightly open, still enough it was like he forgot to breathe. James always knows what to say, so this was a little unnerving to me. I started asking him if everything was all right, but his expression broke before I could finish. He exhaled into a weak but incredibly tender, quivering smile, reaching out and pulling me into a hug. I buried my head in his chest and his arms just wrapped around me. I just melted into him. He was so gentle. It felt so easy. It felt so right. Then he started crying, and then I started crying. He's been coming here through 2 years of cancer treatment, and never seen him cry till now. He held me for a while, but however long it wasn't long enough. He still hadn't actually said a single word since I finished talking, but I guess he didn't really need to. Then he finally answered my question with, now it is. When he finally pulled away, his face was red from crying, but he just looked so happy. He looked at me for a bit. It was cute because he had trouble maintaining eye contact, which he usually doesn't. He was like a little boy again. Then he finally looked right at me, and he just said, you are the only thing I've ever wanted. Then I started crying again, and he started crying again, and he pulled me to him and held me again. I wish it never ended. A little bit later, once we had exhausted our crying capacity, I showed him the post. He made a few jokes about wanting to meet this James guy and about how he had better go and thank my mom for her 20-year wingwomanship lol. Then, after he finished reading it, he kissed me. It felt easy, not scary at all, and just right. He asked me if it lived up to my daydreams and I chuckled and said yes. Then he said, I'm not so sure myself, I think I need more data, and kissed me again. He is so ridiculous, but this was smooth as butter. Then after that we started talking, and I guess he told me everything too. He said he'd loved me since we were little kids, told me he still has every drawing/letter/craft I ever made for him in a safe that he took with him to college and has taken everywhere he's ever lived. We talked about the day I came out as gay to him, and how he'd figured it out earlier, but he struggled to accept it for months in secret because he had lived his entire life up to that point assuming we would be a family and wanting nothing else. He told me he thought about our last night before college all the time, and he kept hoping that entire night I'd say something before he left because then he'd have transferred colleges to stay with me. Told me he actually took a very long way home just to prolong the time when we were holding hands, and I was sleeping on his shoulder, and that it was to this day his favorite memory. Then he looked at me with those piercing green eyes and said, "For me, there has never been anyone else. He loved once, me, and then struggled through a bunch of rebounds, and even though he had learned to bury it and move on with life and was happy in our friendship, his heart had only ever belonged to me." Honestly, I guess I should have known this. My dad told me he was sure this was true before, but I didn't listen, but I was flustered and deeply moved. I joked that he should enter the Olympics as a torch carrier, and he said they'd never have a chance. I'm the greatest there ever was. We sat, talked, and reminisced some more, mostly about when we were kids. I found out some things I never knew because he avoided telling me how romantic some things were for him after I came out, but I also kind of realized. I think they felt romantic to me, too. Then he sang me some of our songs, his beautiful voice. We had another embrace and another kiss. Both still felt divine. I can't wait to have my hair back again so he can pet it like he used to when we were kids. Then I brought up the sex question, and, oh my god, it was the cutest poop ever. I barely got to say anything before he started tripping over himself like, "Look, I don't even care. I don't need that. If we need mistresses or something we can do that. It doesn't bother me. I just want to wake up with you every day." Which was sweet, but then I told him that even though I didn't know how that would go, and I might not be able to, I wanted to try with him anyway when I got better, and oh my god, he turned tomato red and could barely look at me. Literally could not even manage to form a sentence in response, just mumbled incoherently before managing to get out "Okay, if you're sure." This man has been married and had 6 girlfriends, but he completely falls all over himself at the thought. God, it was adorable. This is the only thing I'm still a little worried about, but I do want to try. I mean, I like the kissing, which I thought was completely impossible. And I know that if it doesn't turn out well, it won't ruin anything, and we'll still be together and just figure something else out for that one need. Then we talked about the cancer. He is so sure I'm gonna make it. It's so touching. It took a little while to get him to take the other possibilities seriously. When I finally did, and I told him that it was the reason I didn't tell him sooner, he held my hand and told me that if that happened, he'd be okay because he'd always know that he was one of the lucky ones because he was mine. Jesus fucking Christ, I almost lost it. Then he said if we don't have that much time left, we better make sure every minute counts. I said that's pretty hard to do in a hospital, and he replied, "What do you mean? We're both here and that makes this the best place on earth. Dear God, what did I do to deserve this man?" I teared up again, and he held me one last time. Then the doctors came in. He kissed me goodnight. We both said I love you, but it felt so different. It's never felt so good to say or hear those words. Then he smiled at me and left. I was so excited. The first thing I did was call Mom. She was ecstatic. She might be happier than me, which is saying something. As soon as I told her what happened and that James and I are together, she just started crying and talking about what a good boy he is, how she just knew this would happen and that she can rest easy now because she knows I will always be loved and taken care of. Plenty of her destiny talk, which usually gets on my nerves, but honestly, I was so happy tonight. Fuck it, I'm on board. Maybe it was destiny. I guess sometimes Mom really does know best. I feel like a teenager again. I never thought I'd feel this way again in my life. I never even imagined that if I did, it would be for a man. God, I love him so much. Now, I can't understand what I was ever worried about or why I didn't do this years ago. Now, as long as my health cooperates, I'll be one of the lucky ones, too, because I am his. I recorded my fiancé planning to live off of child support and take everything away from me, so I ruined his life and exposed him to his family. Me and my fiancé have been together for a decade and have our first child. Our relationship hasn't always been rainbows and sunshine, but it was steady and solid, or so I thought. I just gave birth to our first child last November in Emmasomme, something we both decided and agreed to. My savings are substantial since I earned really good money and saved early on. My savings was going to be used for our baby's necessities while his income will cover the bills. The condo and 2 cars are under my name. The condo and my car are paid off. It's only his car that is not. I put down half of the amount as a down payment so the monthly payments are not that high, plus with my good credit, the interest was low. I did have plans on paying off his car and putting it in his when I got back to work. I'm currently on a 6-month hiatus from work due to sepsis from my C-section and other birth complications. Giving birth to our first child nearly unalived me. I came back from my postpartum appointment last week and heard my fiancé's diabolical plan. I did not expect to record it, but the timing was just perfect. Let me set the stage. As I said, I came home from my postpartum appointment and was told I have the green light to devour my fiancé. I gleefully went to Versus to get lingerie and matching bras and panties because I was quite hot and ready to jump this man's bones again. I was recording myself in the Versus bags when I heard him. I thought it was even more perfect that he was home already and I got these goodies ready to show him, possibly make a quick movie. So I continued recording, but instead what I heard and recorded broke my heart. I'm so glad our baby can't understand what's going on yet because I don't think I could handle explaining. My fiancé of 10 years was cheating on me, had plans to take money from me through child support but actually have his parents take care of our baby, is planning to take the condo and cars. I am sick. I am devastated. I was distraught. I am heartbroken. I stopped recording and quietly went to our bedroom with our baby and cried. I woke up to my baby crying and I felt like a zombie. I was so numb and my thoughts were all jumbled. The Versus bags were still in the hallway. He laid next to me asleep and snoring while I mustered the courage to send the recording to his parents. His parents blew up his phone in the morning and he in turn blew up on me, calling me names, slamming doors, punching walls. He forgot that we have cameras in the house so everything is recorded. He said his parents are cutting him off and it's all my fault. I embarrassed him and ruined his life. I had no right to record him. He said I'll regret it and he will get everything I had. I told him to try me. I've already talked to a lawyer and in our state common law marriage is not recognized and the person who the child lives with does not pay child support. Seeing as everything is in my name, he has to move out. I gave him the rest of the month to move out. His parents and brother have been teaching me and have been very supportive and apologetic. My side of the family doesn't know yet. He called many times and left voicemails, texts and even emails and letters since I changed the lock on the doors and the code on the garage door. He wants to work it out and go to therapy. I honestly don't want to talk to him or work it out. I just want him out. I spent a decade of my life giving this man everything. I'm not perfect or a saint, but I've never and never will do something like that. I just want to move on. I refuse to let my family use my new car. To clarify, I'm from a poor country, and my family is more of a lower middle income, so buying my own personal car was such an achievement. It's not anything fancy, and I'm still making monthly payments for it, but I'm just so frustrated how in my country, flexing any life goals or achievements is frowned upon. It also opens up opportunities for greedy family members and relatives. So instead I tried my best to hide the fact that I had a car. I made sure not to post it on my stories or Instagram or Facebook. I never brought it up unless I was with my close friends. However, when I took my mom around, she ended up sneaking a few videos of me driving and posted it all over her social media saying how proud she was of me and my boyfriend. As I predicted, our relatives started snooping around, asking questions about the car. One of my mom's cousins last month asked for money, saying that if we're able to afford a car, we could at least loan them a small amount. But hello? Having a car doesn't mean I'm rich. I didn't win the lottery. I saved up and worked hard at my job. I made sure not to buy luxuries or go on expensive trips. Worst of all, recently, I caught my mom sneaking my car keys into her bag. Apparently, my relatives asked my mom if they could borrow the car for a quick family trip. A trip, I might add, that I'm not included. When I asked my mom why she didn't bring this up to me, she said that my relatives know I would say no, and it was easier to apologize after their back. I was so pissed, but I did my best to remain calm. I asked why she kept wanting to people please my relatives so much, but she simply told me that they were family. Honestly, my relatives have never done anything for me before, even as a child, and I'm still a young adult trying to establish myself. Plus, if they had taken the car without me knowing, what would happen if I had reported the car as stolen? Or if something happened to the car? I would be the one responsible because my name is registered under the vehicle. What if they drive recklessly and my car gets scratched up or worse? Of course my relatives would tell me to pay for it myself because they're too poor to help me out but also not too poor to go on family trips out of town. It's all so dumb, and if I had the chance, I'd leave this country and never look back. Anyone want to trade families? I refused when my parents offered to buy me a house after my golden child sister stole my identity and ruined my credit score. I got the police involved and sent her to jail. My sister, who is addicted to MTH, opened up several credit cards in my name and maxed them all out quickly. They were used mainly at grocery stores and Target/Walmart. I learned about it because I was served a court summons last week at my apartment. When I looked at my credit report, because I thought someone had obviously screwed up, I saw all sorts of accounts I didn't recognize, along with a collection account. The total of everything is a little over $15,000, and it looks like all of the accounts were opened around August/September of last year. The address for them all read at my sister's house, which is an attached apartment at my parents' house. I called my parents immediately and told them what was going on, and they said they would talk with my sister. A couple of days go by and I call them again. They said they were looking to get her into rehab as she confessed she has a substance addiction. I had talked to a friend in law school who said my only remedy was to get the police involved unless I wanted my credit to be ruined for years. When I told my mom that, she said to hold off on it and to come to the house, and we could all sit down and discuss what to do. Yesterday, I went to my parents' house and I sat down with them and my sister. She apologized for opening the accounts and she told me she was addicted to substance. She said she got my social security number from an old tax form. She said she used the credit cards to buy gift cards and groceries/household items to trade for substances. She said she's using a lot less lately, and she is thinking about rehab. I told all of them what my friend told me and it turned into my mom telling me not to do it. She suggested that I could pay the money back over time, and when my sister could, she could start making payments back to me. I've seen how drug addictions work, which is how I know when is more like if and most likely won't. I do want my sister to kick the addiction, but I'm also trying to buy a house when my lease is up next year. My current credit score is in the high 400s, which would never qualify me for a mortgage. I explained this to my parents and I could tell they knew what it meant for me. They knew just paying it off wouldn't solve my problem. There are tons of 90-day late marks on my credit, the closed credit cards, the collection account, and now the subpoena. I told them all of this and they offered to pay it all off immediately, which still doesn't solve the problem. They said to at least think about their offer and not call the police over it. They said she needs rehab, not jail. This morning, my dad called and told me he and my mom understand my frustration but to please give my sister a second chance. They offered to basically buy a house for me, and I'd repay them. The only thing I gave them was that if I decided to go to the police, I'd give them a heads up first. I'm torn as to what to do here. I do agree she probably needs rehab more than jail, but she also committed multiple crimes and used my identity. Then there's the fact that I could be looking at a 0%, or very low interest rate, home loan from my parents to buy a house. I'd imagine that would come with the stipulation that I eat the loss on this. Update: a couple of days after, I decided I was just going to make the police report and let my parents know I was doing it. Not a lot happened at first and I was told an investigator would take over the case. What was nice was that the police report did allow me to knock everything off of my credit report. My credit score shot up about 270 points. I now have literally 0 bad marks on my credit. Last week I spoke with an investigator for about 5 minutes and let them know I didn't lose any money out of the situation and my credit was back to normal. He told me to keep watching my credit just in case it happens again. Didn't think a lot more of it. About 2 hours later, my mom called screaming at me that my sister was going to jail. She basically said I was a piece of trash for sending her to jail when she was trying to get help. My sister talked a lot about getting help but never went to rehab or even really looked into it. Apparently, my sister did confess to everything to the investigator and was arrested at my parents' house. She spent a grand total of 1 night in jail and was released the next day with a court date in August. My parents got her a lawyer, and it sounds like she's just going to get court supervision with restitution and mandatory substance rehab, which is probably the best case scenario all things considered. My parents will pay the restitution, I'm sure, but that didn't stop my mom from exploding at me. I was uninvited to our family's July 4th celebration because my mom said it would be difficult for my sister to see me. That's cool, I guess. Let's coddle the substance user who stole my identity to get more substance. I know I'm sort of ranting, but it's just frustrating. The legal system seems to have done its job perfectly. It's my family who is being unreasonable. I'm making sure nothing new shows up on my credit now because I do plan on buying a house in the fall. I'm just planning on buying far away from my family now. I reported my doctor for telling my awful family I'm on Vyvanse. They were livid and wants me to stop my meds because they don't believe in ADHD. My sister's lifelong best friend has been my doctor for a couple of years. Initially, my doctor was a colleague of hers from the same clinic. After my doctor was away on maternity leave, I temporarily switched to my sister's friend as my primary physician. It's been that way since the pandemic began and I never switched back. I have been seeing a doctor because I have ADHD and getting prescription meds for it. I have been on meds for a few years now. It was something I haven't shared with any of my family members for fear of backlash since I come from a long line of type A overachievers who don't believe in ADHD and write it off as laziness. But this is where the issue takes place. A few days ago, my siblings and I were hanging out at our house watching the Matthew Perry and Diane Sawyer episode where he shares his history with substance abuse and I made a comment about how skinny he looked during one of the seasons of Friends. My sister then, out of nowhere, says to me, "Well, it started with prescription drugs, so I hope you don't get hooked." I was instantly gripped with a feeling of absolute horror. My other siblings were confused and looking at her for further clarification, but she didn't say anything more. I spent the whole night just frozen and with a deep pit in my stomach. Later, when I found some time alone with her, I had to pry the information out of her. She had just gotten back from a girls' ski trip and when they were extremely drunk, her friend, my doctor, slipped up and mentioned that she'd seen me recently for an increase in my dosage. She revealed to my sister that I had been taking prescription Vyvanse for a few years now. I'm so livid, feel utter betrayal, and have a strong urge to report her for breaking HIPAA regulations. My sister won't stop texting and calling me about it, literally all day long, begging me not to ruin her friend's life forever after years of hard work. She's obviously worried about losing her friend, but she couldn't care less about how disrespected I feel and how my privacy was violated. And more than anything, I worry that my sister will share it with my parents and my family will never look at me or my achievements the same. My sister tried to guilt-trip me and said that she apparently brings in a bigger chunk of the income in their family. My sister keeps reminding me that I'm also ruining 2 innocent children's lives in the process, which is the only thing I feel guilty about. I adore those kids and they don't deserve that. But I also cannot get over how betrayed I feel. I always keep a safe distance between personal and professional relationships and would have never picked her to be my doctor had the circumstances not unfolded the way they did. She was the next best doctor and was the obvious choice because I wasn't really looking to switch to a new clinic during the pandemic. But I made my decision and I reached out to a close lawyer friend for advice as well. He agreed that I should report it and to do it without informing anyone else. He said it was better for me to do it sooner to have it on record. They prefer any complaint to be filed within 180 days of when you knew that the act or omission complained of occurred. 2 days after that, I reported her to OCR for violating HIPAA and the Patient Safety Act by breaching my fundamental right to health information privacy. I didn't tell my sister or anyone else, but a few days later, I saw my entire family when I went home for the holidays. I hadn't heard anything back yet on my complaint, so I wasn't sure if she was aware yet. Turns out that wasn't my biggest issue at that moment, though. My sister had already told my parents that I was on an extremely high dose of controlled substances. I knew my parents wouldn't take this news well, but they were far more upset about it than I could have imagined. My dad doesn't believe in ADHD and thinks it's merely an excuse for those who allow themselves to get easily distracted, especially since the age of social media. He even remarked that he noticed I was quite slow with my responses since dropping out of my chess club. Absurd and offensive comments. I can't even remember a lot of it because I was frozen. I just sat there, nauseous and livid, with tears in my eyes, listening to the three of them, my parents and sister, take turns going off at me. My mom wanted me to stop all medications immediately, that I'm better than this and smarter than this. She even threatened to tell your professors that you're on drugs if you leave us with no choice. But when she said that, it hit me. I had a choice. I could choose. I could choose to never have to deal with this again and not let them treat me this way anymore. So I did. I chose to say nothing. I allowed them to interpret my silence as agreeing and submitting to their ways, as I had done so many times before. Then I went to my room, chose to book a flight, and packed up most of my stuff. My books would need buses of their own to be transported anywhere. The next morning, I chose to call an Uber a few hours before my flight, while they were still asleep, and flew back to my university. I chose me. In January, I found out that my doctor had prior complaints from patients against her, and my report had opened an investigation that is currently ongoing. She's been placed on temporary leave until the case is resolved. I sacrificed my daughter's college fund because her sister just gave birth to her 4th child. Now she's very cold and won't talk to me. My older daughter gave birth to her 4th child 6 months ago. She used to work as a dishwasher, but due to health issues stemming from her 2nd child, chronic back pain, and then her 3rd child, after the effects of a broken tailbone and more chronic pain that made standing and moving around hard, she can no longer work. She tried her best, getting an office temp job, but after about a week the woman supervising her said this isn't working out. She was a very uptight woman who claimed that just because it always took her 3 days max to train everybody else to do the data entry work, she couldn't just be a good person and accommodate slower learners. That woman likely caused her to get a bad reputation at the temp agency, and she didn't get hired elsewhere. My daughter's boyfriend works at Walmart. He had many more hours when she was pregnant, but since then, his hours have ebbed and flowed. He said he would take a day in the future to look for jobs, but it's the holidays, and he's busy with family. I feel a lot of empathy for my daughter and her boyfriend and wish I could help them out more, but I myself am a single mom working for a nursing home where I struggle to get full-time hours, and my ex ran up a lot of debt in both our names and is now living in another country. My younger daughter has a college fund. The amount in it would be enough to pay a large amount of a 2-year community college tuition, given the scholarship/grant she would likely get. She's applied to 4-year universities with the understanding that she'd be taking out loans and working, so she's deciding between 4 years and community college. The other shoe dropped after my older daughter's landlord found out that they were having her boyfriend's brother and girlfriend live in their 1-bedroom apartment in exchange for them helping with the rent, and they got evicted. My daughter agrees it was wrong to lie to the landlord, and both parents are depressed because her boyfriend got a job offer. One stayed away and they would have to move from their support network. They came to me asking for help so they could have more time to find financial stability here. I was torn, but seeing my grandkids, I knew my duty was to care for the most vulnerable in the family. So I will be making calls to liquidate my daughter's college fund, saying yes to understanding the penalties, and telling my daughter this. She got very cold and said, "You always brag about having a good memory. I hope you remember this moment then." She has not spoken to me since. She spent Thanksgiving inquiring with family and friends to see if hospitals are keen to hire college students for the kitchen or reception or anything. She made some cryptic posts about how she hopes she'll be grateful one day that she won't have the privilege of studying anything outside of something technical because she needs something where she'll always be able to find a job. Am I the a-hole?
I sacrificed my teenage years for my sister and she completely bailed on me when I was on the brink of being homeless. Now she's begging me to be her brother again. My sister from a young age has had only one person to rely on, and that person was me. We come from a broken family with one parent who was only around till I was 5 and the other who was stuck in a cycle of addiction. Because of our situation, I grew up very quickly and shielded her from as much as I could. She obviously was aware of what was going on, but she was not in the crosshairs. I started by stealing from our mother to make sure we had food and bills paid. I got a part-time job at 13 because we couldn't rely on our mother, and when I graduated, I immediately got 2 jobs, and we moved out. I had to push my sister through high school. She wasn't an easy teen for obvious reasons, on top of going month to month trying to get as much money together to pay our bills. At 19 she finally graduated after being held back a year. She changed her tune a lot and she started working as well and had her own place when she was 21. I finally got a shot to do something for myself and got a degree. As a result, I got a much better job, but unfortunately that was right before the pandemic hit, so I pretty much went from hired to fired as I was a new hire. Now, I am saying all that not to pat myself on the back but to stress why my reaction is the way it is. I was out of work, on the brink of losing my apartment and only had one person who I expected I could turn to, my sister. She was recently married, lived with her husband, so I asked if I could stay a few weeks at most a few months until I got a new job. It was a no. I was taken aback, but it remained to be a no. A week or two later I was kicked out of my apartment. I asked again and it was a no. At this point I am homeless and the only reason I didn't end up sleeping on the damn street was because I could crash at a few friends until I got a temporary job. I rented a room with a bunch of roommates for a while, eventually got a job in my field again and am now doing fine. That said, I have not spoken to my sister since. She has called, messaged, banged on my door, sent crying voice messages, apologized dozens of times, tried to explain herself, tried going to my job, tried going to friends, everything. I haven't said a word to her. It's been over a year now. She recently had a child and she is still desperately trying to reach out. She claims her husband refused to let me stay. He even reached out several times to beg me to reach out. But to me the one time I need her she basically tells me to F myself. I feel like it was the last push I needed to just end that chapter of my life. I feel bad but just, not bad enough, I guess. Even my friends and my girlfriend are on my case that I should forgive her and that they understood it at first but now think I am being an asshole. What would you guys do? Update. I told my girlfriend and the friends who involved themselves or were involved by my sister to back off or to lose my number. They do not understand my perspective and they likely never will and I need to get that through my head as I have a tendency to talk about my life as if it is a standard. But it is a standard only to me. Luckily most people don't go through any of that. I obviously had a longer and face-to-face conversation with my girlfriend and with individual close friends but it boils down to that. One friend kept pestering me about it and I ended up dropping him as a friend but my girlfriend was apologetic and most friends were either apologetic or said they'd drop it. I ended up writing a long email to my sister and while I will not copy and paste the entire thing here as it contains a lot of personal information and far more horrible stuff that I am unsure will even be allowed on a sub like this, it more or less boiled down to me explaining to her how her refusal to take me in for what ended up being a few weeks made me feel and I detailed a long list of things I had done to take care of her. I ended up finishing my email telling her that even if I take her version of the story as truth, and her husband is the cause of me not being allowed to stay, that it is entirely irrelevant to me, because that just means she didn't fight for me at all. I also informed her I have no interest in meeting her child as of this moment and I have no interest in reconnecting with her and if that changes in the future I will be the one to contact her. I told her to let this be a lesson to her as it has been a painful lesson to me. Boiled down I have decided to move on and keep the door on the tiniest of cracks. She has responded a lot since that moment. She seems unable to accept it, but I have not responded since.
I saw my aunt kissing my cousin's boyfriend on her 21st birthday so I took a picture and exposed them. Now everyone's pissed at me for tearing the family apart. I am diagnosed with ASPD. Don't worry, I am not a danger to myself or anyone else, and I need the opinions of people who can feel empathy to know if I was wrong. Yesterday night it was my cousin Bianca, 21, birthday. We were all invited to her house. She still lives with her parents, and we have a big family. My family arrived first and a while later my aunt, who is just divorced, Cami 46F, arrived and when she hugged Bianca's boyfriend, Vincent, 21, I thought they seemed pretty close. After we sang happy birthday and cut the cake, Cami asked me to take pictures with her unlocked phone, as I don't like to be in photos. As I was taking them, I saw a notification from someone called Vincent and accidentally, more or less, opened it. It said, "I can't wait till the party is over." It was him. I knew his profile picture. Not even 10 minutes later Cami asked Vincent to help her bring her gift to Bianca from the car. It was an electric guitar. Curious, I followed them into the backyard and, under the little light of the car, saw them kissing. As I had my phone in hand I quickly snapped a picture and went into the house before they could see me. They came back 15 minutes later. As much as I don't care about Bianca I thought she deserved to know the truth. So when it was my turn to give her my gift, I pulled her aside and showed her the picture. She burst into tears and started screaming, confronting both Cami and Vincent. "How could you do this to me?" There were lots of tears and shouting. Vincent said it was only one kiss, only this time. But then I asked to see his phone, and he denied it. Cami also denied it, calling me a psychopathic heartless B-word. The party ended soon after and Vincent left with Cami. Now my family is divided on 3 fronts. 1. My grandma, grandpa, uncle, and mother think it was not my place to tell. 2. Bianca's father, my other aunt, Bianca's mother, Bianca's brother, and Bianca, who think I should have waited till the end of the party to tell, and not ruined her 21st birthday. And 3. My sister, my father and my other cousin, who think I did the right thing. Feels like everyone is mad at me and not the cheaters. So Reddit, tell me, Aita? Update. My grandparents called for an urgent family meeting this afternoon. Me, my sister, father, and mother went as soon as we could. When we arrived, Bianca was already there. As some of you suggested, I called her into the other room and apologized for airing the dirty laundry in front of everyone. She cried a little and also apologized for being mad at me, thanking me cause if I hadn't taken the picture she wouldn't have believed me, as she's been with Vincent for 5 years. She hugged me, which was a bit awkward since we hadn't hugged in many years. To give you a rundown, Vincent left with Cami last night and broke up with Bianca over text. When Cami showed up at the family meeting, she was bombarded with questions, like, when did it start? How did it start? She answered calmly, although it seemed like she cried a lot during the night. The affair started when Vincent turned 18, so, 3 years ago, at a previous birthday of Bianca. My mother, who had been on her side before, was disgusted. My grandparents admitted knowing and encouraging the affair but apologized. Bianca stormed off and said that she would cut everyone who kept in touch with Cami off. I did not follow her, as we are not close. I forgot to mention in my previous post, but Cami is not just my aunt, she's my godmother, which is a very important title where I live, like a second mother. As she was leaving, the family had decided to cast her out. She asked if she could talk to me. Curious, I went. She told me she was sorry and I said I was not the one she should apologize to. I said she was preying on Vincent but she vehemently denied, saying she never had eyes for him before he was 18. Yeah, right, I said. She started crying saying it was a mistake, and she would do anything to have her family back. I said I was not the one wronged, but I will not forgive you and will cut you off, as your actions tell me a lot about your morale. Do not contact me, ever again, she cried, begged, and pleaded, saying I was like a daughter to her. So I said, I am a psychopathic heartless B-word, after all, and left. She tried calling and messaging, but I blocked her everywhere, as did the rest of my family. I scratched the lot of tickets I was supposed to give a guy and won $1,000. Now, he's asking for my winnings. I'm part of a specialized friend group in painting. I was excited to join this group as I've been an avid hobbyist for over 6 years. I got to meet the members of the group and we all got along great. Finally, about a month after joining, I met Mike. He was pretty tough to get to know. He was inconsistent with showing up to the twice-a-month group meetings, so I didn't really get to know him. Throughout the years, Mike had an infamous birthday party that he would invite the group to, except for me because we are not close. The first year, I was okay with it because I had just joined and was about 2 weeks in. The second year, I forgot about it until everyone was talking and then asked me why I didn't go. I said, well, I wasn't invited. The third year was the same. That one stung a little, so I made it my mission to try and get to know him a bit more. However, it was never reciprocated and proved to be a difficult task. The problem was the guy ran hot and cold. He's overly dramatic on some days and quiet as a mouse on other days. You'll ask him questions about himself and he will either give you one word or vague answers. One time, he'll get mad if you hug him. But sometimes, he'll be in your face all excited telling you the latest new gadget he got. Then the next time you see him, he's the complete opposite. Super huggy and barely talks. This is not just to me but to everyone, and you never know which Mike you will get on any given day. I finally asked the group about him and their thoughts. They all said exactly what I said. I followed up with, why is he with this group? To which they answered that, technically, he was with the starting group members and had never left, so everyone just tolerated him. But I would still like to befriend him for us to get along well. For our meeting just before his birthday, I got him a card, wrote him a nice sentiment, and bought $10 worth of scratchers. I brought it with me but he didn't show himself in our group meeting. I was disappointed and a little mad that once again he didn't show. So out of my frustration, I decided to scratch them off myself. To my surprise, every card was a winner. Technically won $1,012. I was so excited. He didn't invite me again on his birthday, but at this point, I'm no longer offended or hurt by it. I don't want to go. Now, it's almost mid-September and he's endlessly complaining on social media about how broke he is from the 2 parties he threw. His car needs repairs totaling $1,000 and he's basically crying for anyone to donate some money. I keep laughing at his posts because had he shown up to our meeting, he would have had the money to pay for his car repair. But that is not the end of his unfortunate missing luck of lotto tickets. Every year, we have a secret Santa gift exchange. This year I got him and he got me. The day came and as you would have expected, he didn't show up. I'm without a gift exchange and I just said in my head, screw it. I was prepared for this and bought something that I liked, which were more lottery tickets. I scratched them off in front of everyone, and to our surprise, I won $75. It was very exciting. Everyone started to record and blasted it on social media. I think he saw the video on Facebook, that's why he contacted me this morning saying that he couldn't make it last night because his dog was sick and he had my gift ready. I know that he is lying because he posted on his account that he was out with friends that night. He was excited to receive the $75 because he really needed it. I didn't respond. Last night, we had a special meeting and he shows up, gives me a big hug, and chits-chats in the friendliest way ever, which he has never done with me before, so it just looks and feels like someone completely sucking up. He eventually asks me directly for the money and doesn't even have the gift he's supposed to give me with him for an exchange. Him, okay, great. So where's the money I was to win for my gift exchange? Me. Oh, don't worry about the gift exchange. I'm fine. And I walked away. That's all I said. It left him dumbfounded. He tried to complain about it to the others in the group, but they were just not having it. With no collaboration, they all said basically the same thing: you hardly ever show up, and when you do, you are not 100% in. You rarely talk to her when she is here, and now you want her to hand over $75 for a gift you were not even here for? She had nothing to open and was left out. She owes you nothing.
I slapped an obnoxious kid across the face because he shot my cat. I regret nothing when he collapses on his SS and starts crying. A couple of weeks ago I was babysitting my best friend's brother. I usually can't stand kids, but my friend was on the verge of a breakdown, so I offered to take the kid off his hands for a bit so he could finish his art school project and relax. Before anyone asks, they don't come from the most stable of families, their parents are divorced and are barely around to take care of either of them, hence why I offered in the first place, because I know my friend has been running himself thin lately. Anyway, I took the kid back to my house because there isn't much to do around here and I'm a broke student. On the trip back he was already acting obnoxious, asking me if I ate my dog because I'm Asian and referring to me as a female every single time we talked. My mum was out running errands and meeting with some of her friends, so it was up to me to watch him. I asked him if he wanted to play a board game or some video games, and he said no. I asked if he wanted to go kick a football around since I live in the countryside and there's plenty of space to play around, and he said no. By this point I had no idea what the kid wanted, so I just kinda let him explore the house a bit, to which he stumbled across my BB gun. Now, I'm from Europe, which is pretty self-explanatory. You don't come across BB guns, airsoft rifles, and such often, so naturally he was fascinated with it. I explained that I don't use it to shoot even though I do have pellets, came with the gun, never use them, and that I only keep it around for cosplay reasons. I told him he couldn't shoot it because it was still a semi-dangerous piece of equipment. He threw a full-on tantrum at the ripe age of 11, screaming and crying, yelling and hitting poop, to which after 5 whole minutes of this I relented. I told him that he could shoot a few as long as he aimed at a big tree in the garden. And only under my supervision. He agrees. I set up the gun. Now, I have 5 cats. One of them is a 12-year-old senior cat who spends his days lying around the garden under patches of sun. He's not slow per se, but he definitely isn't what he used to be. I take the kid out and direct him to the tree, he fires and all's good. My senior cat is lounging close by behind the kid, sleeping away and not bothering anyone. The kid turns to me and asks for some water, to which I say sure, don't fire, I'll be back. As I'm filling up the glass for him, I hear a loud yowl, like a really loud pained yowl. I immediately dash outside and see the little cunt pointing the BB gun at my senior cat, who's lying there essentially screeching in agony. He'd shot my cat and the absolute smug smirk on his face made me absolutely lose it. I stormed up to him and slapped him right across the face whilst simultaneously screaming at him. The waste of space had the gall, the audacity, to collapse on his ass and start crying and hiccuping. I scooped my cat up and cradled him, choosing and petting him as I called my mom, and explained the situation, to which she came rushing back home, probably broke a couple of red lights, and took the cat to the vet. He's fine, the pellet didn't perforate into him or damage any organs, just got wedged halfway in the skin, painful and costly nonetheless, whilst it landed on me to take the crying kid back home. Nonetheless, there's a reason my best friend is my best friend. He absolutely lost it on the kid who thought his big brother was gonna comfort him and tell him he didn't do jack poop. I slept and had an affair with my employee, but she baby trapped me, so when my wife knew everything, she took away my business, my house, and my children. My ex-wife and I have been together since middle school. We have 4 daughters in their teens. I was a sod and part-time worker for most of my life until my youngest was in middle school. My ex agreed to invest in my passion project business. I hired a receptionist. We started an affair, and she baby trapped me. Now we're living together and have a young son. She resents me because she feels she was fooled. She saw me as a business owner who had a nice car, nice clothes, took her to nice places, etc. She thought I was rich, so she got pregnant on purpose. Admitted it, not an assumption, hoping to use me to not work and sponsor her family from overseas. Well, actually, my ex-wife and her family are the rich ones. None of our homes were in our names. We were renting from her parents and giving them a nominal fee with the expectation that these homes would be left to my ex and me after their death. This allowed my ex's salary to stretch and we lived a really good life. I left our marriage with half our savings, $25K, and my personal property and car. I lost my business due to lack of funding and I did not seek alimony. I resent her because I feel I was fooled. I thought she loved me and couldn't believe the interest a young, hot woman showed in me. She was incredibly persistent and pursued me strongly. But she has no feelings for me, no care or desire. Now that the ruse is dropped, I can't believe I gave up my entire life for what I see was an ego trip. I loved my ex-wife. Really I did and still do. But I had never been with another woman and any attempts to open our relationship were shot down. This was like a wet dream come true and I was weak. Now both me and my girlfriend are in a place we didn't imagine. She's living in a crappy apartment with an old man and still has to work. I've lost my kids, the love of my life, my family, my lifestyle, my business, and it's all 100% my own fault. She stopped being intimate with me as soon as she found out I wasn't rich. We're still together on my end because I feel like I need to have something to show for this poop show of a situation. At least I got a son and a partner out of it. At least it wasn't for nothing. And also because I don't trust her with our son. She would never agree to give me full custody and she's not a good mother. I would be worried for his safety and the people she would have him around. I honestly don't know why she hasn't left me from her end. What can I do to improve this situation? I know logically it would be best to break up and co-parent, but I'm afraid for my son and I'm embarrassed for myself. Is there a way to salvage this situation? I'm thinking of just telling her we can have an open relationship. She can sleep with whoever she wants and go wherever she wants as long as she lives here, so I can have my son 100% of the time. I work from home. I don't know if that's the answer here, though. First update. I was an incredibly involved dad. Most of their lives, I worked 1 to 2 days a week and then stayed home with them the rest. I was closer to them than their mom and I'd like to think I've never disappointed them before this. I made a mistake. It's been over 2 years since it all came out and I haven't been able to make any headway. My eldest is hung up on the fact that I now have a young son. Every firstborn of each generation in my family has been a boy for a long time and she broke the streak. I honestly could not care less about that. I've always thought that pressure was stupid and I'm not a traditionally masculine guy that always wanted a boy. But she's so hurt that I have a son and is convinced that's all I've ever wanted and he's replaced her and my daughters. None of that is true. All of my girls said they don't consider themselves to have a brother and want nothing to do with him. All 4 of them feel betrayed and blame me for breaking up our family. I deserve the blame, it's my fault, and I take responsibility, but I can't change the past, and I don't know how I can begin making up for it. My ex has full custody of them, but I'm supposed to have visitation 1 weekend a month. They're all in therapy and it was suggested to not enforce the visitation and respect their boundaries while they work through it. I've done that the entire time and there's no progress made. Does anyone have any suggestions about what I can do here? My ex absolutely hates me but was always supportive of the girls staying in contact with me. She's respected their wishes but still gives me updates once in a while. My eldest is turning 18 soon, graduating this coming year, and probably moving away for university. I feel like the time to make up with her, especially, is slipping away. I know I'm the shitty person here. I was a terrible husband but I was honestly a really good dad and I miss my girls. Second update. Good news. My girlfriend and I have broken up. She has gone back to her home country and left my son with me. Refused to sign any formal custody agreement, so I'm hoping she stays there and doesn't bother us again. I'm pretty sure if she comes back and demands time with him, I have a good case for maintaining custody. She's not even interested in FaceTiming with him so he remembers her. I feel bad that my son will deal with a shitty/absent mother, but I hope I can get him into therapy as he grows. Bad news. I've tried my best to insist on visitation with my daughters, and that has fallen through. They refuse to see me. They wrote me a letter together that says how much they hate me, how betrayed they feel, how they'll never forgive me, and how my son will never be their brother. To not even bother telling him about them because they'll never be interested in knowing him. Just to forget about them altogether and move on with my new family. I have no legal recourse. The youngest is 13, old enough to have a say in custody arrangements, and I don't think forcing them to see me would do me any favors long term anyways. They also included pictures of their mother's wedding. My ex has no obligation to tell me about her personal life, but I'm pretty pissed that a man is living with my daughters that I didn't know about. It is a family friend that has been in their lives for 10+ years, so not a total stranger, but it still hurts to see pictures of their recent wedding and family pictures with my daughters. They mentioned that they have a father figure and don't need me anyway. The whole thing really hurt. I know I have no right to feel hurt that my ex has moved on when I cheated on her, but their whole relationship has moved very fast, so I'm now wondering if they started it before we divorced. No way to know now. Doesn't matter anyway. My ex agreed to keep me up to date and send pictures of my daughters once in a while. After dealing with my son's mom, I'm grateful she is so good to our girls and I don't have to worry about their well-being. I'm trying to focus on being a good dad to my son and patiently waiting for my girls to grow up and reach out. It may never happen, but I'm hopeful that they will understand me more as they become adults and gain context for life.
I snooped through my boyfriend's phone to get an idea about our future together, but instead I'm questioning if there's any future for us at all. I know, I crossed a huge line. There's no excuse for it and I own up to that. But now I don't know how to move forward or if there's even anything left to move forward with. After lunch one day, I was hanging out with my boyfriend and we were talking about weddings and if that was in our future together. I decided to ask him about something that had been on my mind. I'd noticed him paying extra attention to a friend of mine recently, like he was observing her, almost staring. I didn't want to sound accusing, so I tried to ask calmly, just to see if he'd admit that maybe there was some attraction or just something he found interesting about her. He acted surprised, said he didn't even realize he'd been doing that, and apologized. He reassured me that there was nothing to worry about, and we left it at that. But something still felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it felt like there was more going on that he wasn't saying. Later that day, when he went out, I gave in to this nagging feeling and checked his messages on his laptop. I told myself that maybe it would give me reassurance or some sign of how he truly felt about me and our future together. But instead, what I found has left me wondering if there's even a future for us at all. His best friend, let's call her Mia, apparently thinks I'm horrible for him. From their conversations, she's convinced that I'm making his life miserable and that he'd be better off without me. I've never even met Mia, so her entire view of me comes from what he's told her, and the things he's said about me are brutal. I feel like I've been living in some fantasy where we're happy together, while he's off telling his best friend that he just has to survive me. We've had our share of fights, I admit that. I've always tried to be honest with him about my insecurities, but he's always reassured me that he's committed, that he loves me despite any issues we have. I thought we were both invested in this relationship, building something real together, but after reading what he's been saying to Mia, I'm starting to feel like a fool. In one message, he called me a bitch, because I got insecure during an argument. I remember that argument. I thought we'd worked through it, and he was calm and understanding to my face, but then he turned around and vented to Mia, making it sound like I was this nightmare girlfriend he just had to put up with. He's even joked with her about flirting with other women, saying things like, "I almost stole someone's girlfriend," and calling himself such a hoe. He mentioned that I told him don't cheat on me, once as a joke before he went out, and to Mia, he brushed it off, saying, "She's insecure again." It was like every vulnerable part of myself that I shared with him he was just using it to bond with her over how annoying I am. One message sticks out more than any of the others. He told Mia that he just has to survive until the end. What does that mean? Is he just biding his time until he finds a reason to leave? I thought we were planning a future together, but now it feels like I'm the only one who actually wanted that. I kept scrolling through their messages, hoping to see something positive about us. I kept telling myself that maybe he just needed a place to vent, that it's normal to need to blow off steam sometimes. But there was nothing, not one positive thing about our relationship. Every message was some complaint about me, some frustration about how I make things difficult, and how he's always having to deal with my issues. I didn't see a single moment where he defended me when Mia said terrible things about me. He just let her go on about how I'm making his life miserable, and he agreed with her, over and over. This has left me feeling completely blindsided. Outside of these arguments, I felt happy with him. He's affectionate and thoughtful, and makes me feel loved and appreciated. Or at least, that's what I thought. Now I feel like I don't even know who I'm in a relationship with. I keep asking myself if this is normal. Do people talk about their partners like this to their friends, even if they love them? Is it typical to only share the bad things? Or is this a huge red flag that he's been checked out of this relationship for a long time, and I've been too blind to see it? I get that I'm in the wrong here, that snooping on his messages was a violation of his privacy. But now that I've seen this, I can't unsee it. I feel like I've been totally misled, and I'm wondering if I even know the real him or if he's just been putting on an act. I don't know if I can just ignore this and move forward. I want to confront him, but a part of me is terrified of what else I might hear if I do.
I started dating my bully's sister and together we made him annoyed as possible. Here's to many more years of making him angry. When I was a kid, I had a pretty consistent bully who just hated me. I don't know why I hadn't interacted with him until the beginning of 2nd grade when he moved here and in the first day decided he wanted to make fun of me because I'm short. The thing is I just didn't care because I owed being short and just said yay I am this. I guess sparked some desire to make me suffer. It went on until the end of high school. Mostly it was dumb stuff. You're short, ugly, dumb, annoying etc. In middle school it got physical and he would beat the crap out of me, but I lived close, had parents who were often away on work, and I have a high ability to grit my teeth in spite of pain. 4 years ago while I was a junior in college I met a woman, my current wife, through a mutual friend, and we hit it off. We were dating for 2 years before meeting her family because she wasn't super close to them. Imagine my surprise when I recognized her brother as my bully. He 100% recognized me and glared seething daggers at me but didn't do anything, I'm assuming because of the already tense relationship with his sister. Later when we were getting ready for bed I told her and she also looked shocked. Then she started laughing hysterically and said, "Holy poop, you're banging your bully's sister, what a power move. My wife is amazing." This stated our collective super petty revenge over the next 2 years and hopefully many more until we or he dies. She immediately got back in contact with her family and would come back to the house with me during breaks and have friends over and sit close enough he could hear, but far enough so it wasn't obvious that what she was doing, and talk about our love life or how happy she was and how amazing I was to her friends. In a hushed voice she had photos of us that she gave to her mom who put them around her house. And the best part of it all? He was my best man at my wedding. I don't like the guy, but there were 2 guys I wanted equally as my best man, but we 3 collectively decided that it would be hilarious if he was the best man of the guy he hated with a burning passion while putting on a happy face because his mom would make him. There were other minor things that we planned to keep doing the rest of our hopefully long lives. The guy even had to see us having intimacy. When she left a video of it on her laptop he asked to borrow and it immediately popped up. God, I love this woman. I stood up to my mother for criticizing my wife's decision not to breastfeed, and calling my wife a horrible mother. Now my family is upset with me. My wife gave birth to my son, a healthy baby boy, 2 months ago. We are both very happy, and settling in back home. During the pregnancy, my wife had a lot of medical issues that eventually led to a very difficult birth for her. She is unable to have another child, and we were both heartbroken to hear it. But currently we are just trying to enjoy the bundle of joy we have now. I do want to mention that my wife is currently doing online therapy to help her with everything. Now onto the problem. Because of the complication of the birth we have put off letting any family visit to meet our son. What I'm worried about is when my mom will be visiting. She had 7 kids, and considers herself an expert in all things birth. I already told her that my wife can't have any more kids, and she told me she'll look into it to see if there are any remedies that could help her. I told her, no. During birth they performed a surgery that makes it physically impossible for her. But my mom isn't one to give up. I am also worried because my wife isn't breastfeeding our son, and my mom is very open about how women should feed their children when they are very young. When I told her what my wife decided, she flipped out and told me she was doing everything wrong, and that I needed to step in before she harms my son. I told her that would not happen. We have formulas, and it is ultimately my wife's decision. She asked me why, and I told her all that my wife was willing to share. That years ago she had a trauma, and because of that she won't be breastfeeding our child. My mom kept insisting that we were harming our baby by not breastfeeding, and my wife isn't a real mom if she doesn't do it. Because of this, I told her she is not allowed to visit her grandson until she learns at the very least to hold her tongue and not rant her opinion to my wife. She has been through enough, and deserves nothing but support right now. We let my wife's parents come and visit us last week, and my mom found out. She called me complaining that they got to see the grandbaby first, and it wasn't fair. I asked if she would keep her opinions to herself, and she promised she would. Fast forward to yesterday, we had my mom and sister visit. She kept her opinion to herself and my wife was having a good day, so I thought everything would be fine. My mom had been holding our son for over a half hour, before my wife started to get anxious and asked to have him back. She's scared if he's gone away from her for too long, so I went to grab him and bring him back to her. My mom moved away from me and told me no, I haven't been able to hold him nearly long enough yet. My wife asked if she could please hand her back her son, and my mom decided now would be a great time to educate my wife on proper breastfeeding, and how she is ruining our child by not being an actual mother. My wife started to tear up, and my mom apologized, and said, "I'm sorry I have to be this blatant with you, but you are a horrible mother. Not breastfeeding is hurting your son, and that isn't okay." I took my son out of her arms, put him down in his crib, and pushed both my mom and sister out of the room. I told my mom she needed to leave, and I wouldn't know when I would feel comfortable inviting her back. My sister stepped in, saying that our mom was just being honest and trying to help my wife. I told them both, I don't know who they thought they were helping, but my wife, who is in tears right now, has certainly not been helped. My mom asked once again why she couldn't just breastfeed. I told her it was none of her business and she needed to back off or she wouldn't be seeing her grandchild or son again for a very long time. My mom and sister stormed out and have tried calling me a few times since. I have even been receiving calls from other family members, calling me cruel for not allowing my mom to see her grandson. I've been ignoring them, and scheduled an extra session for my wife with her therapist, as she still hasn't stopped crying. I stopped a date assault, but everyone was pissed at me and I was painted as a villain by people I had been friends with for years. It happened in like 2011 and I would do the same thing in a heartbeat, but I am still a little disturbed by how doing the right thing played out. So I went to my buddy's power hour where you go out after midnight on your 21st birthday and drink for 1 to 2 hours before the bars close. There were like 6 of us, 5 of us were traditional college students in our junior year like 21 to 23 years old, and one guy was in his late 20s on the GI Bill having just gotten out of the military. I was super close with everyone going out except the military guy, who had recently become super tight friends with the birthday boy, and most of us had been friends since middle school. So we all get predictably super drunk with the birthday boy blacked out. On the ride home, I ended up in the backseat of an Uber with the only girl in the group and the army guy. So during the drive back to our house, the army dude is kissing on this girl, feeling her up, and whispering creepy poop to her making me feel super uncomfortable. She was essentially blacked out at this point, struggling to keep her head up and mumbling more than talking. But it was clear she was not into this dude or what was happening. I heard her say multiple times during the drive home, stuff like stop, please stop, and I don't feel well, which all failed to deter the dude. So, at this point I feel like I am seeing a date rope PSA or something based on everything going on. So I decided to intervene and call my then girlfriend, now wife, who was sober, and ask her to meet me at the house to drive this girl home, because I was certain that wherever she passed out this army dude would find her if I left her at my friend's house. I didn't tell anyone this plan. So when the 2 Ubers get to my friend's house and we all pile into the house, everyone was a little surprised to see my girlfriend's car waiting there. I grabbed the girl I was worried about off the couch, prying her near unconscious body from the army dude's grasp, and was like, come on, we are driving you home. The army dude jumped off the couch, told me to F off and that he would take care of her, and got in between us. I was doing Golden Gloves boxing at the time, so I was hot-headed and not scared to fight him, which I told him, and he backed down and we drove the girl home. Her roommates collected her and it was a successful mission. So cut forward a few days, and the girl and I have spoken a few times and she is immensely gracious and completely agreed with my assessment of the situation. She broke down and cried about the night and told me how grateful she was. So that was basically the only bright side to the event. My friend group, however, did not feel the same way. The army dude told the story like I had snatched his future wife away from him to hook up with her or something, and everyone believed it, I guess. My friends changed my name in their phones to Cockblock. They told my girlfriend/wife that I had a thing for the girl and that's why I had her drive her home. And they stopped inviting me to stuff. The girl tried to stand up for me, but they basically turned on her and chose the army guy, which was enough for her to nope out of the group as well. After that night, I basically had to find a whole new social group, and it still F's with my head all these years later, because I know in my heart I did the right thing and my intentions were good. This post doesn't really have a point, but it stuck with me all these years that you can do a good thing for the right reasons and still suffer all the consequences. Update: I talked with my wife about this after it got so many upvotes and got some interesting insight. She told me at the time she was jealous and skeptical because she was worried I was trying to preserve her somehow so we could date later, which is the story that was pushed by my friends, because the girl had a crush on me supposedly. Talking about it today, she knows that it's normal behavior for me to do the right thing and is super grateful we were there that night. Also, the girl felt pretty betrayed by the group after that night, and I don't believe she ever really hung out with them again. So it's not like she was really in a position to defend me to the whole group. Finally, I still don't think the entire group of dudes were rapists/rapist apologists, but at least a couple of them knew all the facts and were bad dudes. Our group's leader was one of the bad ones, and I think it was easier to believe that I was white knighting for a crush than it was to believe that one of the dudes almost roped their friend. I could be totally wrong because I never really got to debrief with everyone one by one, but I like to think I wasn't surrounded by dirtbags and completely oblivious.
I stopped my husband from ending his life without him knowing. My husband and I met back in high school in the special education classroom. He had severe dyslexia and I had intense social anxiety from getting bullied since I was a kid. That was until my husband was transferred into my classroom. He was so nice and never laughed at my classes. I noticed that he looked so frustrated that he wanted to cry while doing his reading assignments, and one day I got the courage to offer him some help. I would read him all of his assignments out loud and he was so grateful. We were both giant nerds who loved Star Trek and Star Wars, and we traded graphic novels and introduced each other to our favorite tabletop games. We ended up dating for 6 years after high school, and we now have 2 beautiful kids together. Even though we've been together now for nearly a decade, he still asked me to read him to sleep every single night. We love having big family movie nights where we watch as many Star Wars movies as we can until the kids pass out. We recently went on a family vacation to Disney and our kids wanted to stay in the Star Wars park the entire time. My husband and I share a website development business together. About 7 months ago, we were in talks with a new account that would have been our largest client yet. My husband handled the closing call with them, but at the last second they pulled out and went with a different company. Ever since then, I've noticed my husband acting completely different. He started sleeping for hours and hours on the weekend and not playing with our kids as much. My kids love their dad, and I think even they've noticed the difference in his behavior. I would ask him if he was okay and he would just give me this tired smile and hug me. I was so worried about him and so desperate that I ended up going through his phone one night while he was sleeping and finding something disturbing. My husband was asking the stranger where and when they could meet, and saying that he really needed them. But eventually I realized he had been talking to a substance dealer. Neither of us had ever done substances or even drank. I decided to Google some of the names of the substances that he had been texting the dealer for. My heart completely sank when I found the meds mentioned over and over again in Reddit threads about how to commit suicide. I saw my life without my husband flash before my eyes and couldn't bear the pain. I texted the dealer never to contact this number again and blocked him. I wanted to confront my husband, but I didn't want to add to any pain he was feeling, so I just tried to comfort him in any other way possible. I cooked all his favorite meals the week after that, put his favorite comfort movies on every single night of the week, and bought tickets for a con in a hotel room to surprise him with for that weekend. He kept thanking me the entire week for everything I was doing, but I couldn't ignore the new, deep sadness in his eyes. He was quiet at the con. When we were falling asleep, I just stroked his hair and his back and told him how special he was and how much he meant to me. I told him that he was the best husband and father anyone could ask for, and listed all of his most special meaningful traits that meant so much to me. He looked like he was going to cry, but he didn't. We fell asleep, but I felt helpless and distant from him. I didn't understand why he couldn't just talk to me. That night I had a horrifying nightmare about getting a call that they had found my husband's body, and I woke up screaming and crying. I admitted to him that I had dreamed about what life would be like without him, and he just held me and rubbed my back in silence while I vented. After I was finally done talking, he asked me in a small voice if it would really be so bad if he wasn't there. Those words felt like a knife straight through my chest. It was like all my fears of losing him were confirmed at once. Before I could even respond, my husband said that his life insurance was so high that if he passed away, I would never have to work another day in my life and our children's futures would be secured. I asked him why he fantasized about leaving me and our children, and he called himself a burden. He said that at his age he should be doing more for us and we would have been happier and safer if he hadn't screwed up that huge account. He said that he was in awe of my strength after I had given birth to both our kids, and it unalived him that he couldn't give me more. I took him in my arms and told him that I didn't need a mansion, I just needed him. Our kids needed him. I told him that the love in our family was a reflection of what had always been inside of him, and he finally broke down and cried. He said he didn't tell me how he had been feeling because he didn't want to worry me. I held him for a long time as he cried, telling him that I was here to protect him from anything, even his own thoughts. I asked him if he would go to therapy and told him that I loved being equal partners with him and that it was a blessing to work side by side with him every day. He said we could start going to therapy as soon as possible and that he would do anything to stay with me, to stay with our kids. We started going to therapy together and individually that month, and things instantly improved. He told me how therapy had started to make him more comfortable with crying in front of others and expressing his negative feelings. We started having mental health checks with each other every week. It's been a couple of months since that night in the hotel room, and he's not back to his normal self. He's even better. He's less shy and more energetic. He started showing me how much he appreciated me by giving me breaks from parenting one weekend a month. He books me a massage treatment and an overnight spa stay and thanks me for everything I do for him and the kids. This year we hired employees for our business and it started to take off as my husband and I's communication became stronger. We have far more income and free time now, and my favorite thing to surprise him with is vacations for the two of us. I never forget to write him love letters so he has something physical to read and ground himself when he's feeling depressed or insecure as a husband or a father. I wish more men would find the courage my husband did and open up to their loved ones because it saved his life. I love him with all my heart and he still asks me to read him to sleep every single night.
I stupidly let my mom borrow my car, and now she's refusing to give it back, so gave her a demand letter to return my car or she would have a free ride in jail. My mom's car was rear-ended, so while she was waiting for her insurance to decide if they were going to cover the repair or not, I decided I'd let her use my car. We spoke on the phone and agreed that I would lend her my 2013 Toyota Corolla from the dates July 23rd to August 2nd, which would be a Friday. The reason I agreed was because she told me that on that Friday, she could start working from home and wouldn't need a car as desperately. Still, I specifically told her I needed my car back on this specific date because I am in the middle of starting a small auto shop which is a good 40 miles away from where I live. Stupid of me, I know, but I wanted to be a good son and help out my ma. Plus, at the time, I didn't need a car. The paperwork wouldn't be done until the 5th or 6th of August. Anyway, the problem is that it's now August 13th, and she still has not returned my car to me. I've called, texted, left voicemails, and the whole nine. I even ordered a Lyft ride to her house in an attempt to get my car, only to find that she'd locked it up in her garage and refused to answer the door when I knocked. I called the police, who showed up, knocked on the door, and told me that because I allowed her to use my car, this was a civil matter, and I'd have to do a 10-day letter of demand before I could report it stolen. The problem is that I'm a 24-year-old who's just sunk $7,900 into my garage startup, and I can't afford to sit waiting for 10 days not in Katie making money. I have two trusted mechanics who left their jobs to come to work with me, but they haven't been paid or given work yet because I can't get to my shop and get the server and shop manager system up and running. I literally only have $200 left, so I can't afford to take Lyft rides, ripping, and running around town searching for her. I feel like the biggest effing idiot for letting myself get put into this situation, and I just don't know what to do. I have my letter of demand drafted, but I'm worried that in that 10-day window, she'll damage my car or run it into the ground. I still owe $14,000, and the oil change service interval was coming up at 58,450 miles, which I know she won't pay to have done. All that BS talk about blood being thicker than water is exactly that, a load of BS. Update, I sent the demand letter and waited. The 10 days ended yesterday, but she still wouldn't return my car, so I went downtown to the HCPD HQ to report the vehicle as stolen. I was able to get her on the phone with the sergeant, who told her that once I decide to press charges, it becomes felony possession of a stolen vehicle / unauthorized use of a vehicle. If she's caught driving it or caught with it at her house, she will be arrested and charged, and I would not have a say in the matter. Once I sign that line, whatever happens next happens. Long story short, that lit a fire under her butt, and she left the car with my spare key in the glove box across the street. Of course, I requested an officer to meet me at the location just in case she tried to get belligerent or in fact damaged my vehicle, which she didn't. She's officially had my car since the 23rd of last month, but it's back in my possession now. She's put well over 2,000 miles on it, and the maintenance light is on, but for now, I'm glad to be done with this. As for my shop and getting there, One of my mechanics lent me his old beater so I could get to and from. So the shop is up and running and we're already up to our neck in jobs. Got 7 satisfied customers and 5 others waiting on parts. Glad to say that everything worked out once I took a step back and analyzed everything. I suspect my wife of doing something awful at her friend's bachelorette week in Mexico because she did not spend a dime and took no pictures. So I am checking out of this relationship. My wife went to Mexico last week for a friend's bachelorette party, and aside from the plane ticket, the hotel, and the first day's food and drinks, she didn't spend a penny all week. I mean, on the credit card, it's as clear as day that on Monday up until about 9 p.m., she was buying dinner, stuff at the hotel shop, drinks at the bar, and souvenirs, and then at 9 p.m. she didn't spend another cent of the entire week until she was at her layover airport in Dallas. She says it's because her friend took over and paid for everything. I guess this is plausible, but it still gives me a funny feeling. What is worse is that my wife is a person who posts her entire life on Instagram on TikTok, but if she does anything from getting a latte to picking the kids up at school, she will post it either as a picture or as a story. The last thing she posted on TikTok was that trend of people jumping into their vacation from the airport, and after that her social media was blank. I was kind of keeping an eye on it because I was excited for her to go on the trip, and again I guess it's plausible, but it gives me a funny feeling. When she got home, I said I can't wait to see all the pics she took, and she really blew me off and said that she just didn't feel like taking pics that week. She has also been incredibly distant, and last night, she said she just felt like sleeping on the couch because the AC hits better. This is 100% true, but I swear I heard her talking on the phone in the middle of the night. When I got up to check on her, I accidentally tripped over the dog and made a huge racket, so when I got downstairs, she appeared to be asleep. I brought all of this up this morning and said I'm not accusing her of anything, but all this put together makes me feel uneasy. I wasn't trying to bait or fight with her, just put my feelings on the table. She said you were a major effing asshole for bringing this up on her first day back at work. I said I wasn't trying to pry, just communicating with her, and she said your communication is prying and I am not discussing this with you ever again. She then took the kids to summer camp and left. Aita Reddit. I realized that her text probably synced to her iPad, so I just checked. It took me a while to figure out the passcode, but I did. There was a message at 9:15 the night she got to the resort to a number with no contact info that said okay, I'll meet you in the lobby. Is the app you said Signal? I looked up Signal, and it's kind of like WhatsApp. The iPad doesn't have a signal on it. Update 1. My sister is one of those internet sleuths who, if you tell her a first initial and someone's eye color, can come up with the person's entire life history in a matter of minutes. I've pretty much let her handle all of the dirty work. She did some research on the guy, and he's an absolute piece of poop. He has judgments and liens against him all over the country. He has 6 kids with 4 different women and is delinquent on child support on most of them. It seems like his mo is to just wait until the kids turn 18 and hope they stop coming after him. And this is the guy my wife picked to ruin everything for. My sister did get in touch with his current wife and said that she has pics and text messages that prove he was cheating, and so far has not heard back from her. Who knows what's going on with that? My assumption is it's happened so many times that she expects it and or tolerates it, but maybe we'll hear back from her. Update 2. I am now in the process of getting a legal separation from my wife with the aim of getting divorced. She and I both want to take the process very slow, so it's fair to everyone. The goal is to learn to be co-parents and friendly while going through the breakup. I know my wife is hoping to see the counselor with the aim of reconciling. I am doing the counseling so I can learn how to treat her with some sort of respect as the mother of my kids for their benefit. I can't possibly see reconciling, but I guess stranger things have happened. My wife and I are still in the house together until the separation is official, and we may continue to be even after the legal separation is done. I just don't know, and I figure as long as we can be friendly to each other, then it's okay. I had to go away on business last week, and when I got back on Saturday, it was pretty clear the fight in her was gone. She wanted to talk and accept full responsibility and was willing to come clean about the whole thing. I told her I really didn't need to hear any more because her affair partner had confessed the whole thing and even sent pics. I think her thing now is that she's utterly humiliated and has been very quiet, even obsequious as her general manner around the house. It's not really what I want because I didn't get married to have a servant, and the change in her normal fiery and funny personality is only a reminder that something is really wrong. The kids are doing fine. They are spending a lot of time with my sister, her boyfriend, and his family, so hopefully, looking back, this will just be the summer before their parents get divorced, and they will miss the turmoil in the house.
I think I am falling in love with my husband. My husband and I have been married since we were 18. At 9, my family promised me away to our family friend's son. I have dreaded my birthdays ever since, 1 year closer to marriage and 1 year closer to being stripped of my freedom. While I was counting down the years, I met a guy. He made me happy and made me forget about ever having to worry at all. Eventually, I turned 18 and met my husband for the first time. I hated him. Looking at him made my blood boil because I had already loved someone. We got married 2 days after the meeting, and after the wedding, we didn't do anything. I remember sitting on the honeymoon bed. He walked in and said, "I do not love you, nor do you love me, so let's have an open relationship." I didn't argue and told him okay. I was happy because I could see the guy I was so desperately in love with, but we had rules. We could never have intimacy in the bedroom, and we must always sleep in the same bed. No talking bad about each other to our partners or more basic things. So every year after that, we put on the same act, a loving husband and wife. At family gatherings after we went off with our partners, me and my boyfriend were doing very well, while my husband never dated, only one-night stands. A couple of years passed, and I thought everything was going okay till I found out my boyfriend had been cheating on me with a friend from high school. Ironic, I know. I went home and cried. My husband came into the bedroom where I was crying, asking me if I was alright. Even though I hated him, I told him everything, and he held me there for hours. After he and I got closer, I took a break from dating while my husband still did one-night stands. We started keeping each other company. We did movie nights, game nights, and he took me dancing. Then he stopped going on one-night stands. I never asked. A couple of nights ago, when I was getting snacks for our movie, I saw him deleting all the dating apps he was on. I didn't mention it. I sat with the snacks, and he scooted closer until our shoulders touched. I felt a little nervous and fluttery like a teenager on their first date. He got a work call late at night and promised to return immediately. I fell asleep on the couch, and when I woke up, I was in bed with my husband, cuddling me. I was very flustered by this, and after that, it has never been the same. This man I hated so much, the man I cursed for years before I got married, turned out to be the opposite of what I thought he was. It's like I have a school crush. I can't believe it's taken all these years for me to realize that it is not his fault that I was promised away. He was also promised away to a stranger, so I could imagine how he felt. My husband started bringing me flowers and gifts, and he tells me it's cause he just thought it would be nice. We began staying up all night together and sleeping until almost noon. He bought me an engagement ring upgrade and cuddled me to sleep when he used to be on the other side of the bed. I think I'm in love with him and don't know how to tell him. Update: I have some bad news. My husband and I have to fly back to our home country for funeral planning. His mother, unfortunately, has passed away and she died of a stroke. My husband hasn't stopped crying. I'm doing my best for him. He's sleeping beside me. He refuses to let me get up. We've been in bed all day, and I have to use the bathroom but can't because he hugs me whenever I try to leave the bed. My husband said something earlier today that caught me off guard. He was talking about children and continuing bloodlines. We have never had a serious talk about children or our relationship because we usually ignored each other or ran off with our partners. He told me he wanted children and that we should raise them. I still have much to think about, especially since we have never said I love you to one another. That's the only update for now, but I'll update in a week's notice or maybe a little longer because I need to take care of him. Update 2. We flew back to Pakistan for the funeral. His mother was the glue of his family. I saw his father crying over her casket as they carried her to her grave. It was very hard to watch. My family was there as well. My father and my husband's father were in the military together for a long time, so to see my father trying to pull him off the casket so they could bury her was truly heartbreaking. After the funeral, we went home. My husband was in bed for days straight, refusing to eat, move, or do anything. I had to spoon feed him because he would not die of starvation on my watch. Eventually, he began walking around the house, talking and eating more. I booked him his first counseling meeting last week, and he's been more verbal with his feelings. He will begin working from home in a few days. He suggests I also start working from home to be closer. We haven't talked much about that, but I took my husband out to a restaurant so he wouldn't lose his ability to socialize properly. I told him over dinner how I have been thinking about us spending some time apart so he doesn't become only dependent on me. To say the least, when we got home, he went crazy. He said it wasn't an option, and what I said made him so upset that he didn't speak to me for a day. We sat down, and he talked about his feelings for nearly 2 hours. He discussed our arranged marriage, parents, open relationships, and past partners. He admitted that he hated my ex-partner for more reasons than one but never said anything about it. He told me he likes how I dress, does my hair, and thinks I'm hot. I laughed because when we first married in our home country, all the women said he was too good looking for me. It was a very funny night. We went back and forth to tell stories. He told me he is in love with me, too. We laughed all night. He wanted us to renew our vows and have a new wedding ceremony. I told him he was crazy and we would have to tell our parents the truth if we ever did that. Again, we video called our parents and told them the truth. We started with what happened on our honeymoon night, and we decided not to have an open relationship anymore. They were very pissed but would allow us to redo the ceremony, but we would have to do it in Pakistan. My husband automatically agreed, and we will do the ceremony at the beginning of the new year. Even though my husband is happy right now, I can tell he is still grieving, so we mostly counsel, work, and try to improve our home lives with each other. I've talked to his father to see how he is doing. He's been staying with my parents for the past week. May Allah's blessing be upon him. I think I am going crazy because my husband over-tightens every jar lid in the house so I can't open them, so I am closing this relationship with a divorce. His over-tightening jar lids have been an issue since he was just visiting at my house when we were dating. First, it started with just things he used, and then over time, it became every damn glass jar with a metal lid. He tightened them so much I couldn't open them without assistance. It wasn't a huge deal if he was there, but if I was alone, it was so annoying. More times than I can count, I've opened a new jar of something because I couldn't get the jar open. It's been a recurring cycle over the past 5 years. It's just a thing that would escalate until I had a major meltdown and freaked out, screaming, frustrated, and seemingly crazy because it's just a lid. Then it would get better for a while, then it would slowly become an issue again. It's just getting worse and worse until I reach a breaking point again. Sometimes, I feel insane for being so upset over jar lids. He initially claimed that he did it to keep food fresh. After many arguments about it and my insistence that I don't believe it keeps anything fresh, and even if it does make things last longer, I don't care if it means I can't eat my freaking food when I want. I'll just replace things that go bad because they are closed normally. Then the excuse was that it's a habit. So, about a month ago, my husband had a family emergency and had to travel out of state for 10 days. The first day he's gone, I discover a jar I can't open. I was annoyed and was going to the store to buy new pickles when the neighbor said hi and to let him know if I needed anything while my soon-to-be ex was out of town. I said wait here and got the jar, which he opened. The next day, I saw him outside and asked him to open another jar. He offered to come open all the jars. I agreed, and he came in. He went to the fridge and opened all the jars except 2, which he couldn't get open. I thanked him profusely and told him I'd bake some of his favorite cookies later in the week. He laughed and said it was no big deal, and after confirming that I wouldn't be upset if the remaining 2 jars were destroyed in his attempt to open them, he took them home to his garage to open them one way or another. He said that he's heard me screaming about over-tightened jar lids a few times over the years and has wondered if I was crazy or if my husband was really over-tightening the lids. He said this was intentional. It was every jar, and I'm sure he doesn't regularly use hot pepper paste, mango puree, or any of your other fancy cooking stuff. Then he held up the 2 jars he couldn't open and said, I don't know why he's doing it, but it wasn't an accident. After he left, I locked the door, sat on my kitchen floor, and cried. Then I felt hot and lightheaded. I vomited in the trash can. My chest hurt. It crossed my mind that I might be having a heart attack. I thought about calling an ambulance but sat back down on my kitchen floor instead, okay with just dying if it was a heart attack. Later, the neighbor returned with the open jar of hot fudge and apologized that he couldn't save the figs. He said he broke the jar trying to get it open. He also apologized for what he said about my husband doing it on purpose. I assured him it was okay. I couldn't sleep that night. Tossed and turned all night. I called out of work. By 10 a.m., I realized that I couldn't stay married and made an appointment with a lawyer for the next day. There are literally no other issues. No cheating. No abuse. We had a good intimacy life, both have good jobs, nice houses, and no financial issues. He was absolutely blindsided when he came home, and I told him I wanted a divorce. He still won't admit that he tightened the lids on purpose. He suggested we go to marriage counseling, but I refused. There is no point. I just literally can't get past the goddamn jar lids. I still feel a little bit crazy about that. I have no idea why he would tighten every jar lid so tightly that I couldn't open it. He has given me no reason. He still won't even admit that he did it on purpose. But the hot pepper paste is in the back of the fridge. I use it only when I make Indian food. It's behind other things. He's never used it. It's nothing you could put in food without cooking it. The pepper paste could not have been an accident. It couldn't. Maybe he put mango puree on his toast or oatmeal, but the pepper paste couldn't have been an accident. That's what my life comes down to. I'm getting divorced because the lid to my hot pepper paste was tight. If it had been every jar except that one, I could try. I could have a sliver of doubt. I could do something else but can't get past the hot pepper paste. Most of our friends and families either think I'm crazy. I think my nurse is trying to groom me and told me that I'd look cute in a little black dress, but my mom walked in on him and now she wants to sue him. Honestly, this is so weird to me that I just want to yell into the void. I, 16, have stage 2 non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Whenever I go into the center for treatment, I generally have the same set of nurses/techs treating me. I don't know if it's the same in all oncology places, but I feel like you can just see that a lot of the staff feel bad about all the kids who are sick here. They do a lot of stuff with us, give us stuffed animals, stickers, and ice pops when I don't feel like puking from my infusions. Just generally trying to make us feel better cause I guess no one likes to see sick kids. Anyway, I thought for a while that this was what my guy nurse was trying to do, but recently I've been thinking that's not quite it. He gives me a lot of compliments on my appearance, which I thought at first was because I was insecure about my hair, but they've become focused a little on my body. He told me he thought I'd look cute in a little black dress. He gave me a red lipstick as a gift too, which is weird. He's also been getting more handsy. I was puking at my last session, gross I know, and while he was pulling my hair back one of his hands was on my chest. I was obviously not in a place to tell him to F off, but it was so uncomfortable. My mom hasn't seen it because we've gotten to a point where she just has to drop me off and pick me up after. I'm just not exactly sure what I should be doing and I kind of want to scream about it. I'm also sad because this nurse genuinely made me feel special and cared for and it suddenly clicked in my head that he's actually a creep. Also, what do I even do? Like I obviously can't stop my cancer treatments. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Update. So I had another session of chemo today and poop kinda hit the fan. I didn't actually tell my mom what was happening. I got too nervous and chickened out. I did ask her to come with me to my appointment today though and she did. As some of you said, he acted differently when she was there. He didn't touch me at all and didn't compliment me how he usually does. There was a period of a few minutes though where she left to go to the bathroom and he got really close to me and made a comment about how it was weird my mom was here today and how he liked our alone time. He got really close to me and sat on the edge of the bed I was in for my sessions. Then he brushed my hair behind my ear and got close, like the way you see in romance movies before people kiss, and I was so uncomfortable. Also, thinking back, that was a dumb move on his part. Anyway, thank F for my mom's timing because she walked in with another nurse she was having a conversation with and they both saw what was happening. I think all of us froze for a second before my mom was cursing him out. I think she would have decked him if I didn't grab her hand before she could. Anyway, I refused to talk about it for the rest of my infusion session, but afterward, a bunch of people were asking me questions and they said something about a report. My mom threatened to call the cops or sue or something. I don't know how serious she was or if she was just mad. But yeah, my mom said that she'd make sure someone came with me for all my sessions in the future. The nurse lady who was in charge said she'd personally be my nurse whenever she worked and that if she wasn't working she'd have a woman she trusted with me. They also let me pick out a stuffed animal because I've always really liked them. I got a stuffed elephant and named her Ellie. I know it's unoriginal, don't come for me. When we got home my big sister practically went feral. and bounced between lecturing me about noticing inappropriate behavior and threatening bodily harm on the nurse. She was mad my mom didn't actually punch him. My mom was a little mad that I didn't tell her why I really wanted her to come before, but it doesn't seem like she's really mad. She keeps hugging me and telling me that she loves me, so yeah, the problem is probably resolved. I think my stepfather might have a thing for me, so I checked his nightstand and I was horrified with what I discovered. Now he's sentenced for 8 years in prison. My mom got remarried about 4 or 5 years ago now to my new stepdad Steve. I never had an issue with this as he was a really cool and nice guy. He never tried to replace my dad, who isn't dead but just isn't in my life, but he was always very supportive. The other day I was looking for some headphones because mine were broken, and knowing my mom always puts the ones you get with new phones in her nightstand, I went looking in there. I didn't find any in hers, so I thought F it and check Steve's nightstand too. I didn't find any headphones, but what I did find was a pair of what were definitely my panties and pictures of me. Now if it was just pictures of me I wouldn't think anything of it. He's always treated me like his daughter, so that wouldn't be too weird. But this coupled with the panties, as if that wouldn't have been enough on its own, really freaked me out, so I put everything back how I found it and left their room. Since then I've just been hyper aware of how he behaves around me and feel panicked whenever he touches me or hugs me, and I think back to any time he's done it in the past and just wonder if he was trying to feel me up or something. I don't know whether I should talk to my mom about this. He's never made intimate advances towards me in any way or anything like that, so could I just be overthinking something that could have a reasonable explanation? I'm just going into worst case scenario thinking and imagining him secretly having a thing for me and jerking off to my underwear or something gross like that. Update 1. I was pretty torn up about whether to tell my mom or not, but it was a pretty constant thing people were telling me. She's never not believed me about something before, but with something this big I was worried. Plus all the comments saying I had made this up kind of shook my confidence about whether she'd believe me. I ended up asking her to go for a walk with me, which is something we do semi-often anyway, so it wasn't that weird and wouldn't have alerted Steve. I almost didn't tell her in the end, but she could tell something was wrong and got me to tell her. She was pretty quiet for a while, but then she started crying. She said she hoped there was a reasonable answer to this, but until she spoke to him and we figured it all out, I should stay at my aunt's just in case. So I went and stayed at my aunt's last night. We told Steve I was staying at a friend's. At school today my mom texted me saying I should come home after school so we could talk about it. She didn't tell me much about what happened, but Steve is gone now. She kicked him out I think, and it doesn't sound like he'll be coming back. I don't know if they're going to get a divorce. It sounds like they weren't doing as great as I had thought, and when she confronted him he just didn't say anything but obviously looked panicked. She ended up forcing a confession out of him as she threatened to call the police, and he admitted he was attracted to me. They were getting better though apparently, and my mom had even said to him the other day that she thought it was great how he was affectionate with me, hugging me and treating me like his own, which he now feels sick about. I'm not sure if we're going to get the police involved, or if they'd even do anything since I'm 17 anyways and he didn't actually do anything to me. Plus I'm not sure I'd want to deal with the hassle of it all. I kind of just want to move on with my life and help my mom heal. I don't think she blames me, but I can't help but feel like I ruined her marriage. Update 2. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to make another update, but things have kind of gone to poop. After my mom kicked Steve out, everything was actually going okay to start with. We hung out a lot and she took time off work, partly to spend time with me and I think partly to deal with what happened. We never really talked about it specifically, as I could sense that she wasn't ready to talk about it more yet, and honestly neither was I, so I was fine with that. As the week went on though, I noticed she seemed to be getting worse. She was talking less and wasn't eating as much, and I even heard her crying one night. I really didn't know what to do, so I just didn't mention it to her. Then, maybe a week after she kicked him out, I came home from school and found Steve back in the house. I freaked out about this and went to talk to my mom, but she just stayed silent and avoided eye contact with me. I kind of figured out on my own that she missed him a lot and decided to ask him to come back. This was 5 days ago. Since then my mom's been noticeably happier and more of her usual self, but she refuses to talk about what happened, or punish Steve for it in any way. Now that he's been welcomed back, it's as if he's bolder since he knows he can get away with it. He keeps lingering by the bathroom whenever I have a shower, hugging me from behind, and has started just walking into my room unannounced. Anytime he touches me he definitely lingers. I'm really worried he might try and take things further and have cried myself to sleep most nights. I feel completely unsafe in my own home. I tried staying at my aunt's or a friend's a few times, but they were busy, and since I haven't told them what's going on I couldn't make them have me over. I think maybe I should tell my friends, as then they might let me stay with them for a bit, but from how my mom's reacted I'm effing terrified to tell anyone else, as they might just brush it off. I don't know what to do. It's obvious I can't trust my mom now and I don't know who to turn to. I'm going to start saving money so that hopefully when I turn 18 I can move out. Edit. Off the back of everyone's comments I've spoken to my aunt. She now knows everything, and although she's going away for work for the next week she's given me keys to her place and is letting me stay there for now. We both agreed we wouldn't tell my mom or Steve where I was, as I'm worried he might come over if he knew I was in a house by myself. I will also look into getting locks for if I have to go back to my house, and I've requested a meeting with the school counselor to talk about everything. Update 3. As of my last post, I moved in with my aunt. At the time this was just a temporary thing, but now I've pretty much completely moved in. She took me to collect my stuff from my house one day while Steve was at work. I eventually told my mom, and by extension Steve, where I was staying, more for her peace of mind than anything else, as I didn't want her thinking I was homeless or something. That kind of stopped her demanding to know where I was and to come home, as my aunt made it clear how disgusting she found my mom's behavior and that she was ready to protect me since she clearly wasn't. Like I said previously though, my aunt goes away for work a lot, so most of the time I have the place to myself, which is pretty sweet, but unfortunately Steve is aware of this too. He tried coming over to talk to me a few times when I was home alone, but I locked the door and threatened to call the police if he didn't leave. He hasn't bothered me since. After taking into account people's advice, I told my friends about what happened. I had to at some point, as they were eventually going to realize I was living with my aunt and I wanted them to be able to come over too. Sadly, this is where things got even more effed up. Once my friends knew what had happened, some of them came forward to me, and it turns out a few of them had run-ins with Steve. For some of them, he had just made creepy comments and remarks that they'd brushed off at the time. Another had actually gotten messages from him on Facebook, telling her how good she'd looked the last time she'd come over, complimenting her new pictures and making it clear that she turned him on, even offering to show proof. The worst was with my best friend, Lucy. She didn't go into too much detail about it, but I could tell it was hard for her to talk about. Nearly a year ago, probably the last time she had stayed over at my house, she had run into him when getting some water at night. He'd said something about how a girl her age shouldn't be wearing such revealing pajamas, blocking her from leaving the kitchen, and just kind of kept telling her how good she looked, but that she must be wanting for people to notice. She was pretty uncomfortable about and tried getting past him, and he took the opportunity to grope her. Fortunately, he didn't take it any further than that. I feel completely disgusted, both at Steve and also myself. I can't help but think that if I'd noticed something sooner, that I could have spared my friends from this. I think part of me was trying to rationalize his behavior, which is why I didn't make a report at first. I thought maybe it was fine since I'm almost 18 anyways. But knowing that he's been behaving like this, with my friends going as far back as when one of them was 15, is just disgusting. I was being stupid before. I realize now how horrible he really is. I've spent a lot of time with Lucy since, trying to make sure she's okay. I'm not sure it really sunk in for her what happened until she told us about it. We all agreed to make reports with the police after that, which we have done now. Right now I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens, and praying that he gets arrested. Final update. About 5 months ago, my aunt went on one of her work trips. In a brief conversation with my mom, I was stupid and let it slip she wasn't around. She must have mentioned this to Steve because at like 10 p.m. the same night he showed up to my aunt's house. Once I realized it was him on the other side of the door, I wouldn't open it, but he refused to leave. He was speaking to me through the front door, begging that we sit down, have a drink and just talk about all this. There was no way in hell I was about to let him into my house when I was by myself, so after almost 2 hours of telling him to F off, I ended up phoning the police. I told them my stepfather was at my house and refusing to leave, insisting he be let inside, that I was concerned for my safety. I also reminded them of the reports my friends and I had made previously. They came and escorted him away, but he was quite agitated and I'd mentioned I was worried he'd hurt me, so they searched him. He had Rohypnol on him. At this point it was pretty easy to assume he had planned to roofie me. I also asked them to look at the messages he'd sent to my friends on his phone, which is when they also found an album of pictures of me. These were pictures I had taken for my boyfriend when I was 15/16. He had somehow stolen them off my phone. He was arrested for possession of child porn. At this point I went fully no contact with my mom other than he sending me updates on what was happening. He had his trial like a month ago and plead guilty to possession of CP. He was charged with that and a few other things that I can't remember the terms for, but the important thing is he's been sentenced to 8 years in prison. My aunt's been amazing this whole time though. I've turned 18 now, so don't need a legal guardian, but I'd like it if she became mine. I've not spoken to my mom since she told me he'd been sent to jail. I get regular texts from her and it's obvious she wants to repair our relationship and knows she's in the wrong, but I don't think I can ever trust her again. I think someone is coming into my house when I am not around, and I found out that my ex made a spare key to my house. Send help. I moved into my first house in February. I'm mortgaging it. Living in the UK. A couple months after moving in, I would pick up on odd things. For example, the doormat being halfway across the entry hallway after I came home, or misplaced items such as the TV remote, the garage remote, my vape going missing after I left it on charge before heading to work. I still haven't found it to this day. That's not all. At first I was worried that I may be having memory issues, until I noticed more obvious signs, like food being eaten that was left on the countertops, or my bed pillows being indented as if someone lay on it, and the rug under my bed being 1/3 folded over. Most recently, and what made me order security cameras, was when I was sick and off work, and I can swear to you, when I was in the kitchen, I heard the doorknob jiggle and the rattle of keys. This was a couple of days ago. I have bought some inconspicuous looking cameras online, but I don't know what to do next. I'm scared of catching someone wandering around my house. What do I do if I catch someone? I'm seriously dreading it. Any advice is welcome, even some reassurance honestly. I don't have many friends or family, so I feel a bit alone in all this. It's all a bit poop at the moment. Also forgot to add, I did call a non-emergency line after I heard what sounded like someone trying to come into the house when I was off sick. They didn't help much, and asked if I have camera footage of someone trying to get in, but I didn't. Especially since nothing was stolen or damaged, there wasn't much of a case. I did request to put in a statement and that was it. Update. My cameras have arrived and I will be putting them up with the help of a friend later. I've called the local locksmith and have an appointment with him to change my locks this afternoon. Update 1. After installing new cameras on Sunday, along with getting my front and back locks changed, I felt nervous but secure. Monday afternoon I checked the footage and found nothing amiss. However, on Tuesday afternoon, I did catch a man trying to get in through my front door. When he realized he couldn't get in, he tried the back door, which I stupidly left unlocked. I didn't think anyone would climb the fence and the hedging to get through, but it's clear it wasn't his first time. He went inside, sat on the sofa, my bed, ate some food I left out. He definitely did not look homeless, and I've never seen him before. The footage was sent to the police, and they're trying to locate the man. They even put out a Facebook post on the police station's profile with screenshots, saying they want to speak with this man. I was told they're going to try to hang around my home for the next few days, and if they see him try to enter again, he'll be arrested. So I'm staying with my mom now, as I can't shake this dread that this man has been letting himself into my home, for however long. I don't think I want to live there anymore in all honesty. Update 2. Not too long after my previous update post, my ex reached out to me. I tried to contact him a few days prior, messaged him a couple times on WhatsApp but he ignored the messages, though he was online multiple times. I wanted to ask him if he ever made spare keys to my home before we separated, and I explained my current situation as a reason why I'd be asking this. Nearly a week later, he sent me back a message asking to meet up. He wanted me to come to his home, but due to some previous events that led to us separating, I said I'd feel more comfortable in a public place. When we met, I asked him again about the keys. He quite plainly replied that yes, he did make a spare before he gave me my key back, but has claimed that it was a while before we separated and said that he had lost them some time ago anyway. My ex is not a very good liar, and in all honesty, I don't understand why he even asked to meet me in person, because once his eyes started darting around, I knew he was lying to me. I pressed him some more, and showed him the Facebook post from the police's page. He looked at the CCTV screenshots of the man for a few minutes. I also showed him the actual footage I had of the man coming in and out. After a few minutes of silence, and what I assumed was him weighing his options, he told me that he believed the man in the footage and screenshots was his uncle. I had to press a lot to get anything else out of him. He eventually showed me a picture of his dad and uncle, and I can safely say that is most definitely the uncle who was coming into my home. I asked my ex how the uncle got my keys, along with other questions, but he wouldn't answer many of them and just kept repeating, I don't know, I don't know. Shortly after that, he got up and left. He wouldn't answer any messages or calls I made in the following days. I asked him if he'd be willing to speak to the police and tell them about his uncle, but he has not been cooperative at all. He wants nothing to do with this. I have spoken to the police since, and told them what my ex told me. However, they would need him to willingly give a statement himself, which he refuses to do. The little I did find out was that his uncle is homeless, so I don't even know how they go about finding him. My ex has not spoken to me since the last time we met. He clearly doesn't want anything to do with this situation, and his uncle has not yet been located anywhere. He's not been back since, and the cameras have not spotted him for nearly a month now. I am back at my home now and have had a security alarm system installed. My mom has been staying with me and using this time as an excuse to redo my back garden. I genuinely don't know what to think at this point. I'm just happy he's not been back since, but I am increasingly frustrated with my ex that he won't speak to the police. They can't do much without his statement identifying that he knows the man in the footage. It also doesn't help that the uncle is homeless and doesn't have an address or job to his name.
I think that my wife's new friend is trying to separate me and my wife so she can have her, but she doesn't know that my wife already rejected her. I have been married to my wife, Sam, for 3 years. We moved to a new city about a year ago because I was offered a promotion. Sam was hesitant at first but soon came around to the idea. Since arriving in the city, we have both been busy with work and have struggled to make new friends. Around 4 months in, Sam told me she had met a new friend Jane and they had a lot in common. I was happy for her, and we planned a double date with Jane and her husband a few weeks later. At the first dinner, we started to make the usual small talk, but when I tried to engage with Jane, she seemed cold and dismissive. For the rest of the night, I was left to speak to the husband while my wife and Jane were deep in conversation. Every time I tried to join their chat, Jane started talking to my wife again. The husband never tried to get involved. I brushed this off as Jane maybe being a bit shy around new people and forgot about it. Over the next month, Sam and Jane would text constantly, have long phone calls at night and meet up a couple of times a week for coffee/lunch. This didn't bother me and I just thought that they were forming a close friendship. We then went out again for dinner and the same thing happened, although Jane spoke to the whole group more this time, but she made a number of comments alluding to her being bisexual and her and husband being in some sort of open relationship. When we moved on to a bar, Jane sat across from my wife and started openly flirting with her. She would make suggestive comments, compliment her and use any excuse to make physical contact with her, touching her hands, shoulders, etc. When we got home I made a joke asking Sam if she enjoyed her date with Jane. She looked confused and asked what I meant. I said that Jane had made me a bit uncomfortable with her flirting, but she said that's just how she is. I told her that I wasn't sure Jane just wanted to be friends and asked her to be careful. For reference, Sam has never shown any real interest in women and as far as I know she is straight. She is also endearingly naive and will always see the best in people. The texting and calls continued and Sam started going over to Jane's apartment at least once a week and wouldn't come home until quite late. I was wary but she would always tell me what they had done/watched etc. After one of these visits, I asked what Jane's husband was up to and was slightly shocked to hear that he was away on a business trip. Apparently he traveled a lot and Jane didn't like being home alone. This came to a boiling point a few weeks ago when I took Jane's husband to play golf. We were supposed to go out for drinks/dinner after with the other two guys, but they both had to cancel last minute. On the 10-minute drive back to my house, I could see Jane's husband texting Jane. Jane and Sam were supposed to be going out for shopping and lunch, but when we arrived at my place they both looked flustered. sitting at opposite ends of the couch. We made awkward small talk for a while, but I went into the bedroom. I noticed Jane's smartwatch sitting by the bed. They left quickly and I decided it was time to talk to Sam. I casually asked her what she bought at the mall and where they went for lunch. She said they decided to stay home instead because Jane had a headache. I asked her to be honest about what they had done and she swore that they had just chatted all afternoon and they were just friends. I told her I was uncomfortable with a lot of things that have happened, but she tried to reassure me. I noticed later that the smartwatch was gone, but I didn't bring this up to Sam. Since then there have been no phone calls or messages while I was around and Sam seemed extra loving and attentive. She rarely brought up Jane, but last night she mentioned that she was going to a concert with Jane on Saturday, then would crash at her place. I said I wasn't comfortable with this and offered to pick her up instead. She got angry and said that I was acting controlling and crazy, then went to bed. We haven't spoken since, but am I overreacting here? Should I try to stop her from staying over on Saturday? I think I trust Sam, but something is telling me that her relationship with Jane is not just as friends. Should I snoop? Update. I decided I needed some firm proof that Sam was cheating before I confronted her. When I got home from work, Sam had made dinner as normal and sat with me while I ate. I acted normally with her and she caught me off guard by apologizing for her behavior the night before. She asked if I was still willing to pick her up or she would even try to find someone selling a ticket if I wanted to come along. I asked her to try to find a ticket and she seemed happy. The rest of the night was normal and after we went to bed, I couldn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., Sam was sound asleep, so I grabbed her phone and went to the bathroom. I unlocked it, we know each other's passcodes, and braced myself. I knew they texted each other on WhatsApp, so I started by trying to find any other messaging apps. I checked everywhere and used the trick someone recommended of looking at the battery usage to see the most used apps. I didn't find anything. Sam is not into social media and doesn't use Instagram, Snapchat, etc. I also checked her browser history, emails, photos, call logs, deleted items, etc. and couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. I decided to check WhatsApp next and open the chat with Jane. I found hundreds of messages, sometimes up to 50 per day between them. Around 99% of them were completely normal, talking about TV shows, books, music, recipes, family, day-to-day life, etc. The other 1% that might be a bit suspect included: Jane would often bring up spicy parts of books and TV shows and want to talk about it. This happened regularly and Sam would engage, but not in too much detail. One conversation about seg that Jane initiated came from a book scene. She was complaining that her husband is submissive and got quite explicit. Sam shared a bit too much about our seg life, but nothing outrageous, and she was very complimentary about me. Jane replied she was jealous in a joking way with some emojis. Jane casually mentioned that she had a friend over a few times when Sam asked what she was up to. Sam's replies were always like, have fun. Jane would complain about her husband a lot and ask about our relationship. Again, Sam was complimentary and didn't say anything particularly negative about me. Jane sent Sam a link to a seg toy asking for her opinion. Sam replied, "Oh yeah, we have one of those. It's great." No nudes or anything were pointing towards them having had seg. Nothing had been deleted. I checked some of the chats with her other friends, and they were very similar. What was most concerning was the way Jane texted Sam. She would always initiate the conversation and follow up 3 to 4 times until Sam responded. She would then start calling if she didn't respond. There were also a few messages where Jane's tone changed when Sam wouldn't reply. She would become less friendly and cold. Also, when Jane asked Sam to do something together, there was always a subtle guilt trip added, like she didn't want to go alone because of social anxiety. She was scared of being home by herself, etc. The messages/calls slowed down in the last few weeks because they were both complaining about being busy and Jane had been out of town. Even though I didn't find the smoking gun I was looking for, it's clear that Jane and her weird husband are bad news for our marriage. We will have a come to Jesus conversation tonight where I will get the truth because Sam is a terrible liar. If nothing more has happened, I will make it clear that divorce is still on the table if these creeps are not permanently and immediately removed from our lives. Final update: Sam came home on Friday and we sat down to talk after dinner. This was not a big showdown, but just a normal conversation that lasted many hours. Here is a summary. Sam originally loved spending time with Jane, but it became too intense and weird for her a few months ago. She feels Jane is too needy and controlling but didn't want to lose her only close friend in this city. Sam knows that Jane has a crush on her but made it clear that she was happily married and straight. She should have told me about this but knew that I wouldn't be okay with it. Nothing physical happened between them. Jane tried to initiate physical contact playfully and made suggestive comments about Sam, her body, etc. Sam shut this down. Sam told me that she wanted to cut down contact with Jane and focus more on our relationship and spending time with a new friend she has made. As for my concerns, here is Sam's explanation. Jane's attitude towards me. Apparently she doesn't like most men and treats her husband terribly. The flustered/awkward situation when I came home from golf. Jane was showing Sam some spicy scenes from a new TV show. They didn't realize we were coming back early and switched the TV off as we entered the door. The watch. Jane was going to borrow a dress for a wedding and went into our bedroom to try some on. Sam assumed she took it off and when she saw it, she put it in her bag to give it back to her later. Sam's reaction when I asked her not to crash at Jane's apartment. Apparently Jane had planned a girls' night after, and Sam thought she would get angry if she cancelled. I also told Sam that I snooped on her phone. She was initially angry but understood why I did it and forgave me. We both apologized to each other and went to bed. I managed to get a ticket for the concert and went with Sam and Jane last night. Jane made some thinly veiled comments/jokes about me being their chaperone, etc., but I laughed it off. We met another couple there and I ended up hanging out with the other husband while the ladies danced, etc. Long story short, we are good. I trust my wife, and we had a long conversation about boundaries, etc. I thought I had the perfect marriage with my high school sweetheart, only to find out that none of our kids are my biological children. I met my wife when we were in high school and we married in college. We have 5 beautiful children together. I consider them a total blessing regardless of what I'm about to bring up, and up until a couple of weeks ago I thought that we had the perfect marriage. We were typical high school sweethearts. We go out together. We never fight. I feel like I've done everything a loving husband should do. I am saying this not to make myself out as the perfect husband. For example, my work has always meant I work long hours and maybe haven't always been there when she needed me, but I want to stress that I've never felt our marriage was in any trouble. And never in a million years would I ever have suspected my wife of being disloyal. She's always done everything she could to support me and take care of our children. Now, my eldest daughter recently had an ancestry test done, and the results of the ancestry test strongly suggested I was not her father. She confided this to me privately, showing me the results, and I could tell she was visibly upset by this. Of course, the first thing I did was reassure her that no matter what, she's my daughter and I'll always love her unconditionally. But secondly, the two of us decided to get an official paternity test. Tests are not completely reliable. It comes back and I am indeed not her biological father. This news really broke me. I'm ashamed to say I broke down in tears in front of my daughter. The combination of finding out about my wife's infidelity and how upset I was making my daughter by how I was reacting. I really wish I had kept it in for her sake, but I didn't. Following this, I asked my other children, except my youngest, to come and see me. I wanted to know the extent of my wife's infidelity. If it was a one-off, I could maybe work past it, especially given how long ago it would be. However, I didn't want to tell my youngest as she is still in school, a teenager, and really I didn't think it was appropriate to tell her yet. We tell the other three what has happened. I reassure them that I love them unconditionally and that I'll always be their dad, but that I need to know how long this has been going on. God, I can't begin to explain how touching their reaction was. They didn't care I wasn't their biological father. They were just upset at how heartbroken I was. I feel like the only thing that has kept me going these last couple of weeks is their unwavering support. So we have paternity tests for each of the three done. Not only are none of them my biological children, together 4 of my children have 3 different fathers, which somehow made it worse. It's like, she wasn't just having an ongoing affair, she was having multiple. I can't explain how this make it worse, but it just does. So I confront my wife with this, expecting her to confess and beg for forgiveness. She doesn't confess. She doesn't even take it seriously. She says the tests must be flawed. All 4? How the hell am I supposed to take that seriously? I keep bringing it up and she keeps brushing it off, getting progressively more annoyed at me. When I bring it up, she will try and guilt trip me. We've been together since high school. Do you seriously not trust me? She said. But how am I supposed to trust her in the face of such overwhelming evidence? I've been with my wife my entire life. It's almost impossible to see a life without her. I know that the answer should be a clear-cut leave her, but we have 5 kids together. If there's anything that can be done to save our marriage, I want to consider it seriously. Update. My kids and I confronted their mother shortly. It really didn't go well. I think the prospect that no one believed her finally hit home, because she completely broke down and apologized profusely, but refused to explain herself, or anything that would give myself peace of mind. For the next few weeks we barely said a word to each other. I was hoping she was thinking it over, and I expected her to eventually sit me down and explain herself. I figured she was so far deep in a lie that got out of control, she needed time to think things over. I came home one evening to find she had committed suicide by overdosing. So I lost the love of my life, and I'll never know what mistakes she had made. I really wish I could go back in time and forget about it all. Whatever mistakes she made, I honestly wanted to work through it, and now I'm just riddled with guilt that I pressed her for an answer. The worst part of this entire ordeal was watching my kids work so hard to keep me together, after having lost their mother. Anyway, please tell your family you love them while you have the.
I thought my friend was just joshing me with a fake marriage proposal on April Fool's Day, but I found out it wasn't a joke the next day and he's seriously in love with me. A little over a week ago, I was talking with my friends about relationship dynamics. I told them that I actually view myself in a submissive wife role and would have no problem with it. I spoke mainly with my girlfriends and a few of my guy friends about it, and one of them went to tell some of my other guy friends about it. So, come April Fool's Day, one of my guy friends, let's call him B, calls me over to meet with him that evening after work. My first thought is that he will make an April Fool's joke. I'm ready to see what he has in store since he did a funny one in college, literally having some of his friends chase me in funny costumes all around the dorms lot. So, anyway, he turns around, kneels on one knee, pulls out a case and proposes. Now, keep in mind, we're only friends. I've never dated him or considered it because I can't see each other as anything beyond good friends. Also, knowing him, he would be the type of guy who would pull off this kind of thing as a joke. So, thinking it's another April Fool's joke, I laugh and tell him a nice try because it's an April Fool's joke. He raises the case more, and I keep giggling, asking if he's serious a couple of times before he just says, "Yep, April Fools." We both laughed, and I told him he couldn't get me that easily since I knew what day it was, and we saw each other off. Later, I learned from a friend that he'd been in a funk and was mopey. At first, I thought something had happened until a friend came to me to talk before I could say hi to him in the morning. Apparently, he was legitimately proposing to me, and he was so down that I thought it was a prank. In my friend's conversation, he thought I'd accept his proposal. I'm baffled and trying to wrap my head around it. Until now, I never knew he had feelings for me whatsoever. He never asked me out or anything like that, and I never had feelings for him. I only see him as a friend and don't like him that way. I honestly don't know how to go about all this. The fact he wanted me in that way, his proposal was real, and I honestly thought he was joking. He jokes around and pulls pranks so much. I never expected anything like this. How do I proceed from here? This made things extremely awkward, and I had no idea what to do when I saw him again. Update. I did not get to talk to my friend after all about what he said because he sought me out before I got to talk to him yesterday. As it turned out, he said he was half joking, half serious with the proposal. He had liked me for a long time, and he purposefully chose April Fool's Day to see if I had any romantic interest in him as he did in me. I don't understand why that would be a good case to see if I liked him in that way, because to propose to anyone out of the blue without dating them usually means an automatic no. He was upset by my reaction, more than he thought he would, and right after telling me this, he asked me out. I turned him down as politely as possible since I didn't like him that way. He said he thought that I had feelings for him. I told him I loved him as a friend and that I hoped we could remain good friends, but he just stormed by me afterward. Judging from that reaction, our relationship will not be repaired soon. It's for the best in the end. I thought that my boyfriend was a great guy and we were bound for marriage, but he just admitted that he committed a crime several years ago. Now, I am completely horrified. I have been with my boyfriend, Jason, for a year now. Jason is the first boyfriend I've had who puts real effort into truly listening to and understanding me. He can listen quietly as I describe a list of events from start to finish, while he only backchannels and then in the end expresses nothing but sympathy or helpful commentary. When I am facing a tough decision, he asks helpful questions which help guide me in the right direction. When I'm in trouble, without a second of thought, he is the first person I call. He is a dream come true. My parents love him. My sisters love him. My friends love him. The only person who ever disliked him was a male friend of mine, completely platonic, who said he gave him the creeps. I have since fallen out with this male friend for tangentially related reasons. Also, he was kind of a gigantic dickhead, so I don't think he had any sixth sense. He just never had a nice thing to say about anyone but himself. Anyway, 2 nights ago, Jason and I were discussing our first real crushes. It was an innocent enough topic as being completely devoted to each other. We have grown well past any jealousy issues in our relationship. I went first, talking about a boy I knew in college who ultimately broke my heart. When it was Jason's turn, I realized it wasn't a silly rom-com like mine. It was a effing horror story. He called it a dumb misunderstanding. He described stealing a pair of her underwear. He called it a drunken mistake. He described pushing up against her and touching her butt without her consent at a party. He called it one stupid night. She was completely drunk in her bed. He climbed in. He took off her clothes. She was half asleep. He inserted himself inside of her. The way he tells it, it wasn't even intimacy. It was one person acting on a victim. His retelling of the events ends with her crying and kicking him out, never to talk again. I know he truly regrets it because by the end of his story he was full on sobbing. He didn't deny a thing and said that yes, he had roped her, which led to him wanting to improve himself and learn how to respect women. He saw my reaction and asked if I thought he was a monster. I told him I needed space and left. I didn't even pack anything. My sister picked me up and drove me to Rite Aid where I bought toiletries. My life has been torn apart because no matter how much I think it over, I have no desire to talk to him. Hearing his voice would probably give me a panic attack. In a true Jason fashion, he has given me all the space I need, not contacting me once. I've never been in a situation like this. The person I would normally turn to when my life was on the ropes just admitted he did something which, if convicted, would get him put in prison for several years. I can't talk to my sisters or family because if I do that they'll probably never let me within a mile of him again. Update: the whole situation still feels surreal. I have gone from being angry at him to being angry at myself. I have written long texts to him and then deleted them completely. I have gone through stages of denial where I thought that Jason, being such a good guy, may not have actually done anything wrong. Maybe a woman gaslighted him into feeling that he had committed a crime when she consented at the time. But I realized something. He didn't go to the police to turn himself in for what he did. If he truly felt remorse, that is what he would have done. His charm and natural understanding of women's problems were complete ruses. Many people with sociopathic tendencies are great with people. Most of all, he gets to cry and move on with his life. He gets to love another woman again. His victim? I can't even fathom what she's going through. I finally called him 2 nights ago. He wanted to talk about how we could mend our relationship, but after 2 weeks of not hearing his voice and being scared of how I may run back to him, it hit me like a truck. I don't love him anymore. I told him that I wanted him to vacate his apartment for 3 hours while I gathered my belongings. He said he would do so. I ended the call by telling him that if he felt any remorse, he would go to the police and accept all charges for what he did, not contest them in court, and take his punishment. He started talking about how that wouldn't bring justice to his victim. Then he said that he loved me. Twisted F. I showed up the next morning at the decided time with my sister. He was nowhere to be seen. I'm confident he won't contact me again. I thought the laser hair removal nurse was complimenting my butt. I was dead wrong. After lockdown ended in my country, there's been a huge sale at my local laser hair removal clinic, and so I thought, F it, I might as well go for it. So I paid for my 10 visits and set off for the first one, a little nervous but excited for my new, hairless body. Now I decided it would be a great idea to get a full Brazilian, all the way from front to back. Pretty normal, right? The lovely nurse comes in and gives me a brief heads up, and explains how it all works, sort of thing. So she leaves the room, leaving me to strip down. She comes back in and decides that we are going to laser away the hair around my a-hole first. All well and good, right? So the instructions I'm given are lay on your right side, and use your left hand to pull up your bum cheek. So here I am, lying on my side, hand pulling up my bum while this lady sticks the laser round my a-hole. Now, on my left hand, I wear this gorgeous silver ring with a bright blue gem. It was handmade by my best friend's boyfriend, so it's pretty unique. So this lady saw my gorgeous ring, and decided to break the awkward silence with a "that's a cute ring you have there." And of course, I happened to forget I was wearing the damn ring. It just made sense in my head that this nurse was complimenting the ring of my a-hole. Yeah. I know. So, still, on my side, I tell her thank you. It'll be a lot nicer when it's hairless, lol. Cue an awkward laugh and then silence, until I realized that she was not talking about my bum. Finished the rest of the appointment without speaking and dashed out of there as soon as possible. Still recovering. I threw a surprise birthday party for my stepdaughter, and she and my husband ditched it, leaving me with a huge debt, so I filed for divorce and left their happy family. I, 35, have been married for 7 years to my husband, 45, who is a single father to my stepdaughter, Lucy, 15. Also, I have a son from a previous relationship, Toby. In these 7 years, Lucy never recognized us as family, and when she introduced us, we were dad's wife and dad's wife's son. Birthdays are very important to me. Ever since Toby was born, I've thrown giant birthday parties for him. That didn't change after I married my husband, and I thought about doing it for Lucy as well, but she refused. She refuses every year, and everything related to her birthday is banned from the house. Since she is turning 15 this year, I decided to throw her a surprise party. We organized it with Toby, invitations to her classmates, family, and close friends, games, karaoke, catering, and decorations. Not even my husband knew. I took the day off from work and Toby skipped school to fix everything. At night, my husband and Lucy arrived. They had dinner alone for her birthday, and we yelled surprise. They didn't look happy, but I assumed it was because of the surprise. My husband didn't say anything to me and Lucy disappeared almost immediately. I assumed to go talk to her friends. The party was amazing. Everyone had fun, the games were a hit, and overall I had a great time. When bringing the cake to sing happy birthday, I called for Lucy, but she wasn't at the party. We looked for her around the house, but she wasn't there, and neither was my husband. After half an hour of trying to call them both on their cell phones, the mood got ruined and everyone left. The two returned after midnight and didn't feel guilty about leaving. I immediately asked them why they left. Lucy didn't say anything and went to her bedroom, and my husband told me to calm down. He explained that Lucy wasn't feeling well, so they went to the beach. I scolded him for not telling me, but he just shrugged and said you were too busy enjoying the party to notice and went to sleep. I don't understand why they both disrespected me like that. I invested a lot of time and money in the party and they haven't even apologized for leaving. It's been 3 days and the two act as if nothing happened. When I try to talk about it, Lucy looks at me like I'm crazy and my husband doesn't call her out on it. I'm tired of her indifference. I threatened my husband to take Toby and leave if they didn't open up about it, but he, surprise, shrugged and told me to calm down. I love them both, but this party disaster has made me believe it's not reciprocated and I'm seriously considering getting a divorce. Update: it's been a very difficult week and I thought I'd update you on it. I appreciate all the comments and they were helpful to me in realizing several things. The first is that the party was never really for Lucy. You see, this year I asked my husband to throw me a birthday party. I had high expectations and it turned out to be a small gathering with less than 10 people, no decorations and a supermarket cake since my husband started planning 3 days before. This party was a redemption for me and I admit it. The second thing is how intrusive I've been with Lucy, but I've been in that girl's life for 7 years. I watched her grow up and I love her, so it's not easy for me to see how she ignores me, how she rejects my son and the lack of love that she has for us. I apologized to her and she didn't say anything. 2 days after my first post, a woman called saying that Lucy didn't attend her therapy session that week. I asked my husband about it and he admitted that she has social anxiety, which made her uncomfortable being at a crowded party, so they left. That broke my heart. I asked my husband why he didn't tell me and he said she didn't want me to tell you, so I didn't. I couldn't believe it. Last Friday, I got the bill for the party. It was more expensive than I thought, around 5 figures, and I discussed it with my husband. He couldn't believe that I spent so much and he immediately stipulated that he won't give me a penny since it was my idea and I did it without anyone's permission. We fought about it since I don't have that much and he was adamant. He told me that with that money we could have renovated the house or had a family trip and it was my problem. Upon insisting, he said something along the lines of we weren't even at your stupid party, so stop bothering me. We fought about it. I yelled at him that Lucy would never see us as a family or see me as a parent if he acted like that. He said that he didn't marry me looking for a new mom for Lucy, and that if I keep trying to meddle in her business and doing stupid things, quoting the party, then we're done, because he's sick of my stupidity and that I embarrassed them. That was it for me, so I took my son and we left. I haven't received a single call from him. I saw on social media that they went out to dinner. Lucy quoted a good family time and they both looked happy. It's clear that they don't care about us. Toby is inconsolable over all of this and so am I. My mom insists that I find a divorce lawyer, but I think I'm pregnant, not confirmed yet, and I don't want to raise another child with an absent father. Update 2. To begin with, sad news, at least for me, I was pregnant. We've been trying to have a baby for years, and I confirmed my pregnancy while we were separated. I reached out to him to tell him the news and he was excited, as he loves being a father. Sadly, I lost the baby a few days later. I don't think it was due to stress. I got pregnant with my son by a miracle, and in my family, women only have one baby. After losing my baby, we both talked. He didn't apologize for the party issue, just informed me that he was sorry for the loss and that he's willing to work things out between us, but I can't keep meddling in Lucy's personal affairs or spending big money on stupid crap behind his back. That pissed me off a bit, even though it was a very big event and it didn't turn out the way I wanted it to. It was done with good intentions, and maybe if he had thrown me a proper birthday party, I wouldn't have done it. He laughed and said he couldn't believe this was all about a stupid party, and suggested that I should grow up since people our age have better things to think about, and it's silly that I got so many hopes for just a birthday. At that moment, I realized it wouldn't work out. Even if birthdays are silly to some people, they're important to me, and he can't respect that. Maybe he never really knew me and only married me so he wouldn't be alone. He never stepped out of his comfort zone to do anything for me, and Lucy pretends that me and my son don't exist. All the love I had for the two of them vanished. We officially divorced last week. He didn't fight me about anything because we signed a prenup. He just demanded not to pay for my party expenses. My few savings and some loans went to pay the expenses of the party, and it was all for nothing. My son is devastated that he's no longer living with his stepdad. My ex offered joint custody, but I want us to stay away from that family. I hope one day my son understands why I did it. Although my ex loved him, I don't think he's a good person. Lucy didn't say anything when we went to pack our things. Later, on social media, she posted a photo of her with my ex, captioning "My family is happy again." That really hurt, so I blocked her. I didn't expect a tearful farewell, but that at least she felt something, but nothing. Before we got married, it was just the two of them. We were just nuisances to her, and now that he got rid of us, she's happy. That's all. This has all been very painful, but I hope that in the long run, it will be the best for me and my son. I'll focus on being a good mother to him for now.
I told my daughter to grow up and use tampons, and now she is acting awkward around me. I, 49M, have made it really awkward for my daughter, 16F, to be around me. She started her period 2 years ago and only uses pads. This was not a concern for me until we got a family dog a few months ago. I really wanted this dog and she doesn't love dogs, but she knew how much I wanted one, so she was okay with it. But dogs do things that dogs do, and lately she has been going into the bathroom and taking my daughter's used pads out of the trash can and ripping them apart. Our dog has been making a mess all over the house with these used pads and leaves ripped up pieces all over the hallways, living room, and even kitchen. It's pretty gross and embarrassing, especially when company is over and the dog starts ripping up the pad all over the place. My daughter has been very good about cleaning it up, but it keeps happening and it's getting frustrating for me. I don't need to see my daughter's used pads all over the house. Earlier today, I heard her yelling at the dog for almost taking another pad out of the trash, but she caught her before it was taken and ripped apart. That could have easily been another ripped up pad situation, so I decided to confront her about it. I told her the dog taking the pads from the trash is becoming a big problem. She looked at me confused and told me the only way for her to throw them away is to put them in the trash. I said to her that she should grow the fuck up and start using tampons. I don't know why it came out so harsh. I have just been fed up with all of this. She told me she doesn't want to use tampons and that I don't get to talk to her about her periods because she feels awkward. I think she is just trying to talk back to me. What should I do now? I told my friend that his girlfriend is about to leave him because all he does is play games and doesn't have a job. Now he's knocking on my door crying because she kicked him out. I am friends with Ruby and Tom. We met at uni and were part of the same group of friends. They got together in our final year. After uni, Tom and I started work. Ruby did master while working. She and Tom moved in together. After their masters, Ruby landed a very good job and Tom decided to quit his. Apparently, she wasn't happy but let it go. Ruby and I were best friends, but after graduation she became boring. While me and Tom would have a drink or two in their garden, she would study or work and drift apart. Recently, Ruby has been more distanced. Then, I come over and Tom and I sit in the garden. She doesn't even join us. She does her own stuff. She barely acknowledges us, but Tom doesn't see an issue. I tried to tell him, but he said it's fine. At least she doesn't bother him while gaming anymore. She's lost a lot of weight lately. She's gained it because of her thyroid, and has just been focusing on herself. I tried inviting her to have a drink with us, but she always refuses. Frankly, I think she's taken adulting way too seriously. Last Saturday, I was out with some friends and we're doing a pub crawl. At one, I noticed Ruby having a drink with her friends. I didn't know she had any, and she was her old self, laughing, having fun, cracking jokes. She was the life of a party. I didn't know any of these people and I suspected Tom didn't either. I texted Tom and he said he's busy with a game and we'll talk later. I couldn't let it go. She went outside with her friend and I followed them. It was crowded so she didn't notice me and I kind of eavesdropped on them. I was lucky because they were talking about her plans and it seems that she's planning on leaving Tom. She's sick of him not working and ignoring her but been stuck because he doesn't work. She saved money for herself and saved a few months' money for him so when she leaves, he can have money to live off. I couldn't believe my ears. What a beach. She said she's got her ticket and house sorted but she saw me. Before saying more, she looked at me with disgust, didn't even acknowledge me, and she switched to another language with her friend. I got a taxi and went straight to Tom's telling him what I heard. He told me to stop being silly. I told him that he should consider what to do so she stays and he said she has no reason to leave. We played some games and got a bit more drunk. I stayed on their sofa and didn't know when Ruby would come home. I was woken up by Ruby at 2 p.m. and she called me an asshole amongst other names, kicked me out of the house, telling me to never come again. She was pissed because Tom confronted her about leaving. She told me to not meddle and I told her he has a right to know if she's going to leave and has a chance to make things right. Was I really in the wrong for telling him? I mean, we used to be friends but I don't think I have any obligation to her, but I am not sure. Update, poop has hit the fan. Last night, Tom knocked on my door crying, She kicked him out. They were talking and he was begging for her to stay. He offered to find a part-time job and do more around the house, but she wouldn't listen to him and didn't care that he wanted to try. She said she's leaving in 2 weeks' time. He asked where and if they could meet and work on things while leaving separately, but she's moving abroad. She asked him to go and stay someplace else while she was packing and he could move back in once she left. She told him she had money saved up for him so he'd have time to find a job. He asked her if he could get them now since he had to go someplace else to stay and she said absolutely not. She also said that because of that, him asking her, she wasn't going to give him money for 6 months as she initially planned but only for 3 months because he only cares about money. So he is not staying at mine because he doesn't have money to stay elsewhere for 2 weeks and she wouldn't even give him a penny. He has his debit card. They had a joint account and she had a separate one, but she's transferred all but £100. That's all he has for 2 weeks. As you can see, she's not the saint you guys make her up to be. Tom is heartbroken, and all she cares about is money and her move. She doesn't care how he feels or if he has a place to stay for the 2 weeks.
I told my selfish brother to not come to my wedding if he's going to be late. Then he walked past me while I was walking down the aisle and put me in a huge embarrassment. I and my husband got married a week ago. I spent 2 years planning my wedding and everything was great except for my brother 'SM36 tardiness at every event he attended. For context, my brother and I don't get along. Never have. I only invited him for my parents. Also, I was adopted so he's not biologically related to me. He's always late and in the past, we'd had to tell him an event was 2 hours earlier than it was so he would be on time. He was late to my high school and college graduation and missed my walk both times. When I was sending invitations, I put an extra note in his that read as follows: "You know, Mom, Dad, and I would love for you to attend, but if you're going to be late, don't bother showing up. Your girlfriend and her daughter are welcome to attend with or without you." He called me for the first time in years and cussed me out for the note. I held my ground and said I would still appreciate him coming to the wedding, but I did not allow him to interrupt the ceremony by being late. He then called my parents and yelled at them as well, but my parents said it was my wedding and they stood by my decision. He came to the wedding and again he was late. His daughter and girlfriend were already seated. But he walked in as I was walking down the aisle and walked past me to his seat. I was horrified, embarrassed and mad. I didn't know exactly what I was feeling in the moment, but it was a mixture of things. After the ceremony, my dad and my biological father, whom I've become close with over the years since I met him, both spoke to my brother about how that was inappropriate and rude. My brother didn't care and asked where the bar was and said that my wedding was tacky and hick because the reception was in a barn. Everyone tried to console me. I told my parents everything, how my brother has told me that I ruined his single child fantasy, how my parents pitied me and that's why they adopted me, and how I'll never be a member of the family. I also told them that if I host any events at my home/ranch, I will be hosting Christmas this year since I have the space for the whole family, biological and adopted. My brother will not be invited. I do not want him in my life anymore. The event at my wedding was the final straw.
I told my son that, I have 2 sons and you are not one of them. When I, 46, was 20 I got my girlfriend at the time pregnant. I was scared crapless but I manned up and married her. It was hard but we made it work for 8 years until I caught her cheating. I ended the marriage, and began co-parenting my, at the time, son. He was my world. My dad wasn't there for me at all, so I swore to myself I would be the best father I could. I had my then son every weekend. I was always on time and ready to go. Even though I worked full-time and was going to school, I made sure he always had my full attention when he was with me. He was my best friend and my son. Even though money was tight, we had some amazing adventures. He loved spending time with my family, and even had friends in my neighborhood. I thought we were doing well, until he was around 11. At that point he started to not want to visit me. His mother had a new boyfriend who was well off, and I knew he was taking them on trips and doing fun activities on the weekends, so, at first, I didn't make a stink, but about 6 months after they started dating, my son was seeing me maybe 1 weekend a month. After about 9 months he stopped coming altogether. After 3 months of calling, chasing, and begging, I was getting nowhere. So my family came together and hired a lawyer to sue my ex for parental alienation. I lost, and was ordered to pay more child support. As I was leaving the courtroom, my ex's lawyer approached me and offered to cancel child support if I gave up my paternal rights. I flat refused until the lawyer said this was both my ex-wife's and my then son's wishes. I asked to speak to my son alone and they agreed as long as both lawyers were in the room. I spoke to my son and asked him if he really wanted me to give up my rights and he said yeah. I explained that it would mean I wouldn't be his dad and he couldn't come visit me or my family anymore. He looked me dead in the eyes, like he was asking the time, and said, "Yeah, so?" I was shattered. I asked again, if he really understood what he was saying, and he said yes, he wanted to be ex's boyfriend's son. I signed the papers that day. From that day until 2 days ago he never spoke or contacted me, or any of my family. It literally almost unalived me. I started to drink, and stayed drunk for weeks. Finally, one day, I drank until I passed out and aspirated my own vomit. I would be dead now except the mailman dropped a package addressed to me to my neighbor's house and she saw me convulsing through my window, and called 911. I spent 2 weeks in the hospital with aspiration pneumonia. After that I moved back to my hometown, got a new job, hit the gym, and spent 4 years in intense psychotherapy. I was finally able to let it all go, and move on with my life. About 6 years after my move I met my now wife, and she had an 11-year-old son. I was standoffish with him at first, but that kid was, and is, so amazing that I couldn't help but fall in love with him. The day he turned 18 he asked me to adopt him. His father left when he was 5, never to be seen or heard of again. It was the proudest day of my life. He and his mother turned my life around and gave me a reason for living. Now not only do I have my wonderful adopted son 19 who is currently serving in the Marines, but I also have a son, 4 years, and daughter, 18 meters. My career has also taken off, and I'm doing very well for myself and my family. I am a comeback story. I went from a man no one could love, to a successful father of 3 with a beautiful wife and family. I survived. About 3 weeks ago I get a call at my office. It was my ex-sister-in-law. She informed me that my ex had passed. I simply said, okay, and hung up. It's been 14 years since I've had any contact with any of those people, and I have no desire to know anything about them now. On the 4th my family and I were getting ready to go to a picnic when there was a knock on the door. I recognized him through the front glass. It was my first biological offspring. I opened the door and he said, hello Dad, I'm your son. Without an ounce of hesitation I said, no you're not. I have 2 sons and you're not either one of them. Now please leave my property. He just stood there kind of dumbfounded as I shut the door. After a moment he left. I put out a text to my family letting them know that he was lurking around, and I have no intention of having any contact with him, and I will cut anyone who does out of my life completely. It's been 14 years. I don't owe him or his family anything. I had to listen to my mother cry for him on her deathbed over that child. I laid in a hospital bed with a machine breathing for me, wishing it would turn off and let me die because of that child. I learned in therapy that he had the right to make his own choices, but that I also have the right to make mine. My choice was to move on without him as part of my family, as he wanted. He has no right to come back into my life and disturb me or my family now. My entire family agrees with me. Even my wife and my in-laws agree that nothing good can come of this. He's 26 years old now. If this was some evil plot by his mother and her boyfriend, he's had 8 years to contact me, and didn't. Now that his mother is dead all of a sudden I'm up to bat? I don't care if he was 12 or 200, he made the call, and if you had seen the look in his eyes when he said yeah, so? You would have known like I did that he didn't give a damn about me. So I had to stop giving a damn about him to survive. He doesn't have the right to ambush me on my front porch and act like he's anything to me now. Well, come to find out my sister is the one who has been giving him and my ex-sister-in-law my contact info. My sister, who I love dearly, is inconsolable that I won't give him a chance. Apparently he called her after he came to my house and broke down. I told her to stop right there, I don't care, but now she's begging me, for our mother's sake, to meet with this kid. So I ask you, is there anything good that can come out of a meeting with this kid now?
I took care of my cancer-stricken husband, but he divorced me after he was cured and got engaged right after. Now, he's alive, but she left him broke. For most of our marriage, my husband and I had a very happy relationship. We had good jobs, decent money, 2 kids, and loved each other. Then he got diagnosed with a rare form of cancer and we went through years of painful treatments and recovery together. When we were married and he was undergoing treatment, it was new stuff that was expensive and also very physically draining on him. We were lucky that both our jobs were supportive and flexible, but with his health issues, little kids, and expenses, we had to downgrade our lifestyle a lot. That plus the physical changes in his body made him very depressed. Whenever he felt a bit better, he'd go stay in his hometown. It's a small town where most of his family and a lot of his childhood friends live. I was doing all the caretaking of him, while also dealing with insurance complications. I was also managing the kids, the entire household, and my full-time job. We had help from friends and neighbors, but it was very hard. I wasn't happy about him spending his healthy days away from us, but it was good for his mental health, so I didn't feel like I could object. While he was staying there, he had reconnected with his high school girlfriend, Mila. A couple of years ago he admitted to me that he was sleeping with her and I filed for divorce. They announced their engagement the day the divorce was finalized. That still hurts so much. He had fully recovered from his cancer by then. His giving me the house and taking all the debt was an apology of a sort. We have been divorced for a year, but now his cancer has come back and he needs treatment again at the same research hospital. He wants to stay in what is now my house while undergoing treatment, and his parents expect me to house him and look after him because he was generous in letting me have the house without taking his rightful share from the equity. His parents feel that I owe him for getting the house and should let him stay there for the 2 to 3 months his treatment is at the facility. My ex-in-laws did damage control by making overly gushing social media posts about how the Mila always looked out for him and made him laugh when they were kids and did it again when he was going through a hard time. As if her comedy skills are what cured his cancer. I was just the background maid/nanny/assistant character that can be ignored. I do want him to be well and I don't want my kids to lose a loving father. But I can't deal with having him around me, especially not if I end up being his nurse and caretaker again. I am still very bitter about how our marriage ended. The Sunday, my ex-in-law picked up the kids for a zoo trip. A few hours later, a very teary and contrite mother-in-law dropped off 2 bawling kids with me. She told them their dad was sick and would die if he doesn't stay with us and go to the hospital. We hadn't had a talk with the kids yet about the diagnosis and she dropped it on them that he was dying from cancer. He is not dying. It's a painful treatment, but he'll recover. I was so furious I was raging. I called the ex and tore him a new one. He was shocked too and we together exploded at his mom. She broke down and cried, begging me to not take away her grandkids from her, as if I'd trust her after this. X and I together talked to the kids, him on video, and assured them that yes, he was sick but he'd be fine. He just needs to go to the hospital and they'll make him better like the last time he was sick. The kids settled after that, but my oldest has been at me crying and begging to make Dad come live with us. I promised them I'd talk to Dad and figure out what's the best thing to do. I swallowed a lot of bile to talk to him about why he was doing this. We had a pretty long and detailed discussion. The bottom line is that he's broke. He still has a decent job but his credit is ruined, he has a lot of debt and he stupidly got the cheapest insurance that barely covers anything. Fiancée is no help either, she's worse off. Financially. So he needs a place to stay, he can't afford this otherwise. His parents are funding some of his medical payments and are already stretched. He was financially alright when we broke up, so I have no idea what happened in such a short time. Anyway, my ex and Mila moved into my daughter's room. My daughter happily gave it up to her dad and is sharing her little brother's room. Both kids are over the moon happy to have their dad in their home. My daughter keeps checking on him every few minutes to make sure he's still okay. Mother-in-law traumatized my kid, I'll never forgive that woman for this. I let the Mila move in with him because I was too angry to care about who came to look after him as long as it wasn't me. I didn't know how I could bear having her in my home, but it appears to be more misery for her than me, and that strangely makes it more tolerable for me. She is teary-eyed and crying all the time. It's only been 3 days but I am so annoyed I want to shake her and tell her to pull it together. The current treatment plan is for 3 months, I'm counting down the days. X is polite enough to me, but his personality has changed. He is a different person and not very nice towards his fiancée. I didn't expect to, but I feel sorry for her. Update 1, my ex and his fiancée moved out today. His treatments went very well this time around. He had to deal with general weakness and nausea, but no vomiting and voiding like the previous time. It's amazing how much medicine improves and changes. He'll need monthly shots for a while and I agreed to house him for a weekend next month, but after that he's on his own. The stay went well, we had no drama really. I kept myself busy and kids and I traveled a lot. They both managed the rest of the stuff all right and things worked out. My kids are happy and back to their normal stuff. I talked with my daughter about how grandma exaggerated things to get her way and that it is not okay, and she understood. She has shown no interest in visiting her grandparents and I am happy about that. On another positive note, all that dressing up and going out I've been doing has worked out for me. I met someone. I introduced my boyfriend to my kids this past weekend. We've been spending so much time together and talking almost every day and I finally felt ready to bring him into their lives. I gave my ex a heads up that I am dating and will be introducing the guy to our kids. He went very quiet on the phone and then asked for details about who he is etc. and I gave those to him. He tried to dissuade me from letting kids meet my boyfriend, says it's too soon and it's not healthy for the kids, and whatnot. As if I got the choice to make such a call when he got Mila into my kid's life. Anyway, I finished the call annoyed. Last night he called me back to discuss my boyfriend. Apparently, he looked into him. Which is fine by me, there's not much for him to criticize there. So he asks me if I am with my boyfriend for money. To say I was furious is an understatement. My boyfriend is in a lucrative career and he may be a couple of tax brackets above me, I don't know for sure, haven't talked about finances with him. But I do pretty well myself and I've supported myself and my kids and even my lousy ex, and this is what he asks me. I retorted that no, I am not with him for his money, I am with him because my ex-husband dumped me after exploiting me. He got upset at that and said that I have a barbed tongue and people think I am so nice but don't see how verbally abusive I can be. So that's nice. All I've done for him and he has no problem being cruel to me again and again. Update 2, my boyfriend and I bought a new place together. I've sold the house and I am rather relieved to leave that place. I liked having a home but there were too many bad memories there and the emotional baggage of my ex-in-laws thinking they still have a claim on the place. I will miss my old neighborhood though, I had a lot of supportive friends there. My kids love the new place, it's bigger, with a bigger yard and nicer schools. As we were clearing out the house I told my ex to pick up a few of his things still left behind. He had a few boxes of pictures and kids' artwork and some small things and I left them in the garage for him to come pick them up. He came to get them and ended up full on crying over the memories. We didn't talk or interact in any way. I just gave him water and left him alone to calm down. But honestly, I felt such visceral rage at his crying. I thought I was over this and past is past and I am happy with my life now, but at that moment I felt so much anger and it upset me that I am still not fully past what he had done. His relationship with his fiancée has ended and I do feel a bit bad about that. They were supposed to be married in July and that didn't happen. Then I heard from some mutual friends that she has moved back with her abusive ex. They have kids together and there was a lot of pressure from her family to reconcile. And yes, her family is abusive too. My ex had helped her against them when they were first dating and they've always held that against him. So she stayed with ex while he was digging her out of her financial crisis. Now that she's in the clear she goes back to the guy who put her in that hole. In a way my ex, and by extension me, helped some deadbeat out there make a lot of savings. In that part, I feel angry on ex's behalf. I mean, I hate him for my own reasons, but he did try to help his old friend and high school sweetheart and she screwed him over. I took my niece in when her mother kicked her out, and she paid me back by trying to sabotage my wedding, so I served her karma on her wedding day. My sister and I never had the best relationship. She's 15 years older than me, so maybe we didn't have much of a connection, and she's always been resentful towards me. She's treated me like an outcast and would often turn her kids against me and encourage them to insult me, disrespect me, and treat me like dirt. My mom would always tell me to be the bigger person, so I would always forgive them when they apologized or acted nice again. During COVID lockdowns, my sister and her husband kicked her out because my sister was having many mood swings. She has 4 other children and got them to participate in kicking out my niece. She called me, and I quickly went to pick her up. I met her on the curb with trash bags and my sister refusing to open the door, so I took her to my home, where she stayed for 6 months, and she even secured an apartment. Once my niece, 20, got her apartment, my sister and her husband convinced her to move back in, and my niece did. Then the same niece turned on me, and I felt very sad because she was in my home, and I did everything for her when her mom discarded her like trash. Fast forward to 2021, she does the same thing with her 16M son, and he called me. And again, I picked him up and let him stay. At the time, my now husband and I were planning a wedding, and of course, regardless of our differences, there was no way I couldn't invite my sister and her kids. Also, it was at the height of COVID restrictions, so we were very limited, and the church only accepted close family. When I invited my sister, she and her kids ridiculed me. My sister even said that my attitude was too disgusting to get married, and they're not coming because I don't deserve to get married. They even blocked me, except my niece, who promised she'd be there and promised to act as a witness. The day of, she didn't show up. There was no call and nothing. Thankfully, the photographer was nice enough to be our second witness. My mom called my niece, asking why she did this. My niece said, "I don't even know what kind of wedding it is. I don't see the point in all this," and then hung up. I was broken and in tears. My sister put them up to it, but I thought my niece would have risen above it, given all I've done for her when my sister, her mom, did what she did to her. I moved on, but I vowed never to speak to them again. My husband and I are happily married, have a new baby, and thrive in our business. Now my niece has met someone, and she's getting married. My mom told me to mark my calendar because we're going. I refused and reminded her of what they did at my wedding. My mom told me to stop living in the past and be the bigger person. I even cried to her, and she gave me a blank stare and then said to me that no one thinks about her and that I'll regret my actions when she dies. She says I'm being incredibly selfish, bitter, and shocked that I'm not over it. I'm still refusing to go. Then I got a call from an unknown number. It was my niece. She sounded very friendly and seemed like nothing had happened between us. She then proceeded to tell me she was sorry for not being able to attend my wedding and that, even so, she hoped that I would attend hers. I told her I'd think about it and hung up. She then called me several times that weekend, at some point, hinted that they needed more funds for the photographer. I told her not to worry, and I will book for her. I told her I would assure them she had the best photos in town because I would hire the best. She said thank you and ended the conversation. On the wedding day, I booked a flight for our family for a vacation and told no one. Many people have been calling me, but I have blocked them all. I then got a call from my niece asking where the photographer was. They did not even ask where I was. She was concerned with the photographer. I told her, I don't see the point. You'll probably separate in 2 weeks, so why take a picture of your union? She threw words at me, but I only hung up.
I tricked the racist staff to think I spoke her victim's language. She was shocked and ashamed. When I was 13, I flew to Italy to visit my best friend for his birthday. Flying alone as a minor at the time, I was given an escort around the airport so that I would safely get on the flight. Unfortunately for me, most of the staff were rude and unfriendly. They wanted very little more than to get their jobs done. This all changed on my flight home when the lady escorting me was absolutely lovely to me. In comparison to the others, she was warm and friendly and seemed to take interest in my presence. Flying alone as a minor also meant that I would be boarded before anyone else on the flight, allowing me to skip the queue and get on the bus to the plane. As she opened the barrier for me to get through, a group of Koreans at the front of the line thought that the barrier was going to be open for them too. That was not the case. The nice lady started screaming at the group of Koreans in her broken English for being so bold to think that they were being let through. As we passed through, she said to me in Italian, "Sti gili mi spaccano il cazzo," which roughly translates to "These effing yellows really bust my balls." This being just days before cases were getting frequent in that part of Italy. I could see that the anti-Asian sentiment was rising. But at this point I had had enough with her racism. While I speak several languages, Korean is not one of them. However, at the time I was studying Mandarin, and although my levels were basic, I took my chance hoping they would understand me. In my broken Chinese, I asked if any of them spoke Mandarin, and I pointed to the lady saying that she was not a good person and that she says very bad things. I was faced with confusion for most of the group. However, I think one of them understood vaguely what I was hinting towards and nodded at me. I turned back to my escort to see her mouth agape and walked into the front of the bus. The silence during the ride was deafening, but I'm pretty sure I taught her a lesson to not make racist comments to strangers. I tried to convince my racist mother-in-law I wasn't who she thought I was, only for her to call me Alibaba. So I always knew she was bad, but I thought she could get her poop together by the time me and my husband got engaged, until her immediate response was, "Wow, against all the odds. Hey, good for you. And if you thought that was bad, When we shared the news of my pregnancy at the family barbecue, she started loudly sniffling, which no one paid attention to, before running into the house in tears. I followed her, expecting to see some old lady just taking a breather. Yeah, I was way off on that one. The vein in her forehead looked like it was about to pop when she said, "Listen, I don't know what kind of camels you came to America on, but you need to keep your Alibaba BS away from our bloodline. I'm Egyptian." I was honestly in shock, and returned without saying a word. I told my husband what mother-in-law said, and he was visibly upset. He told me her opinion didn't matter and that the baby and I were all he needed. Fast forward 5 months, and our little princess is healthy and beautiful, with big blue eyes, light brown skin and curly black hair that I was almost jealous of. I loved her more than I thought I could love anything, and I knew my husband felt the same way. The only one who seemed to disagree was my mother-in-law, which she made very clear with comments about how her hair looked like a black jungle that needs to be chopped off. But after an unfortunate, not severe car accident involving my parents, I was forced to leave my daughter in the hands of my mother-in-law and father-in-law, since my husband had been assigned some work in another state. I thought a few hours would be okay, until I returned and my knocks on the door went unanswered. While I could hear my baby girl crying inside, I immediately turned the driveway upside down to look for a spare key. When I reached the bedroom, my hands went cold. I was forced to watch as my mother-in-law tried to wake my baby, who was completely red and swollen with her hair short and blonde. 100 different variations of what the F spilled out of my mouth, as I grabbed my daughter and called an ambulance. I then ran down the stairs with my baby, where I saw my husband who just got home. Finally, the ambulance arrived and we were in the ER. They took my baby girl onto a stretcher and she was surrounded by scrubs and white coats. All I could do was pray she would be okay. My husband called his dad while I updated my parents, and everyone finally saw her the way I did. Around 3 hours of waiting went by before my vision was filled with red from seeing my mother-in-law. I jumped on her and started hitting her with all the strength I had. My husband managed to pull us apart, and father-in-law convinced her to go home. Finally, the doctors came out to let us know our baby girl was going to be okay. Apparently her skin didn't react well to the chemicals in the dye, so they had to shave off the rest of her hair. It was made clear that if I had found her even 20 minutes later than when I did, she would have only had a 3% chance of making it. My husband held me as I sobbed into his shoulder. We spent the rest of the night in the waiting room until the doctors gave us the okay. As soon as we got home, my husband and I were both on the same page about going no contact with mother-in-law. I told my husband I'd quit my job until our baby girl was ready for kindergarten, because nothing was worth the risk. On top of this, we re-baby-proofed the whole house, and I spent hours researching organic baby products for our princess, to make sure her healing was prioritized. The doctors all told us it would take 3 months for our baby girl to heal, but just 3 weeks in, my princess had already stopped scratching her head during bath time, and would even laugh when I played with her. So we were able to move on from this, and father-in-law agreed to divorce mother-in-law as he cannot stand to look at her, so at least my daughter will get to grow up with her paternal grandfather. And with the strictly organic products, her scalp was back to normal in just 8 weeks. We knew the future of our princess was no longer a bleach job, it was a clean slate.
I tried to have my engagement ring resized and the jewelry store turned me away because I have a fake ring, so I told my fiancé to confess or we wouldn't be having a wedding. My fiancé proposed on Christmas, and everything was perfect. The ring was a bit too big, though, and I've just hit my goal weight, so I figured I'd have it sized correctly. I've been holding off because I wanted to ensure I was the correct size after losing the weight. The ring box says Tiffany & Company and I was literally over the moon with it. I told him he shouldn't have spent this much on me, but he said he wanted to get me the blue box. I go into Tiffany's to have it sized because my friend told me I should only have them work on my ring. They take the ring and ask me for my fiancé's info to look up in their system. They can't find it and she takes the ring in the back. The manager comes back a little while after and says that this isn't a Tiffany & Co. ring and shows me there's no engraving inside. I go home, and my first thought is that he probably bought it pre-loved and he got duped. He comes home from work and I ask him where he got the ring from. He said Tiffany & Company at location name. I flat out asked him if he got it used online, and it was okay if he did. He flipped out and said no, it was new from the store. I fessed up and told him what happened with the sizing. He flipped out and said I was checking up on him, snooping for the price, etc. I was firm and said no, I just wanted it resized, and they told me it was not from their company. He said that they were wrong and he got it there. He told me that I should have consulted him, and he would have had it sized for me, and that it felt like I'm going behind his back. I'm confused by this because I thought it was a simple task that I didn't need him for. Anyway, he won't really talk about where he got the ring and is only saying that he will size it and take the ring. I know this is wrong, but I checked his tablet this morning when he went to work to see if I could find any information. His Amazon was still logged in, and I found my ring on there, actually 2 of them. The first one was bought on December 2nd, and then another one was a smaller size last night. I'm beyond words. Not that it's not a Tiffany ring but that he was playing me with a $6 ring. After, he purchased a minibar and an OLED TV for himself on Black Friday. I can't believe I went into Tiffany's with a $5 ripoff. I'm mortified. Edit again. So I texted him the link while he was at work. He called me 2 seconds later and asked me what was happening. I said I went on his iPad because I had to use it, and he left the browser on it. Little lie on my part. I told him I didn't care about the ring but was devastated at the lies. I told him if he didn't tell me the truth right now and why he did it I'd be getting a hotel and he wouldn't see me when he got home. He started crying saying that he felt like he needed to get me the best but he couldn't afford it. I said but you could afford the $3K on your stuff. He said the smallest Tiffany ring is at least $5,000 which I doubt is true. I'm sure it's cheaper but whatever, and that he just wanted to get me a stand-in until he saved up. I told him I didn't even need the Tiffany ring. He could have bought a $200 14K gold band at Macy's. Instead, he spent money on a box and 2 fake rings. He then confessed and said that he got the box from his friend who proposed with a Tiffany ring years ago and the wife doesn't need the boxes. I hung up. I texted him that I needed some space and time and would go stay at a hotel to just chill for a day. Update: I am still staying in a hotel. I don't have any close friends or family nearby, and I've met with a lawyer to help me sell my half of our house. He decided the relationship wasn't salvageable because I aired our dirty laundry on the internet and it got popular with the media. I'll be leaving my job in a week to move back home with my family. Unfortunately, this has put me in a financial bind, but it's better than staying with my ex at this point. I'm glad he ended it because maybe I was too much of a coward too. The ring was just a symptom of the problem. I guess you don't want to commit financially to an expensive ring when you know that the person doesn't mean all that much to you.
I tried to save a baby from abuse. Now the parents are framing me for being a kitty fiddler. I looked down to see a baby alone and crawling around someone's backyard in nothing but a diaper. I didn't see any parents and wanted to avoid nosy neighbor syndrome. But a few minutes go by and the crying only gets louder. I climb down my ladder to bang on the door, yelling if anyone is home. I get really worried at this point and call 911. I spoke to a lady, and explained the situation, and told her the address. She asked if I could somehow get into the backyard to check on the kid and maybe look in some windows on my way back there to see if anyone was inside. I say sure, and she mentions that a squad car is on the way. I go over to the fence and head inside the backyard looking for the kid. When I found him, he was covered in dirt, and stunk horribly. His diaper clearly hadn't been changed in a while. I'm reporting all of this to the 911 operator when I hear a gunshot go off. I got really freaking scared, grabbed the kid, and ran off. I dropped my phone at some point while I was running away, but all I could think was that some crazy was shooting a gun while this kid was left alone. I even thought for a second that maybe someone inside had done it to themselves. All I knew was I was keeping that kid safe. I'm hiding out in my car at this point, when I see the squad car pass by me and head straight for the house. As I approach, I see the cops talking to this couple that look messed up as hell. Dirty clothes, saggy eyes, they were clearly on something. Suddenly the woman turns towards me and starts screaming. The guy with her bolts straight at me and decks me in the face. Next thing I know, he's grabbing the kid and I'm getting cuffed by the cops. I was so out of it, and it wasn't until they were dragging me to their squad car that I managed to find my voice. I started explaining how I was the one who called 911, and I found the kid in the backyard all messed up. Someone shot at me, so I took him to safety until they could get here. The woman comes up, tears running down her eyes, saying their baby was not in that horrible condition when they last saw him. I said, yeah, no poop, because you left him outside. She starts insisting she would never do that to her baby, and that I must have done something horrible to the kid after stealing him right out of their backyard. The guy admits he did shoot at me, but because he saw me stealing his child. I tell the cops this is crazy, and they can just check with the 911 operator about the whole thing. The cops shoved me in the car and said they'd check my story, then went back to the parents. A few minutes later, both cops get back into the car and drive away, leaving the kid with the couple. I started freaking out, asking what was going on, and why they were leaving the kid with a couple that obviously ignored their child. They told me to shut up, and that a disgusting pig like me didn't deserve to speak, that I'd get my day in court, and I'd suffer in jail for what I had done. I told them I didn't do anything, and to check with the 911 operator again. They told me no one working right now got a call like mine, nor was there anything reported in the system. They took me in and booked me. I called my girlfriend, and told her to get me a lawyer ASAP because I was being accused of something I didn't do. I was in the holding cell for not even an hour before the others in the cell with me heard what I had been accused of, and I got severely beaten. They had to take me to the hospital, and handcuffed me to the bed. Everyone at the hospital treated me like I was trash, and I still have a broken bone that will never fully recover because I know that the doctor didn't do everything he could to help me. I got news from a cop while in the hospital, who told me the parents were pressing charges, and I was going to jail for a long time. It wasn't until a week later, when my lawyer came through and found the 911 operator I was talking to. Apparently, after I dropped my phone, she tried to call it back but didn't get an answer. She got up to get a coffee, and someone who had just clocked in logged her out of her computer without saving the report she was typing up about me. That was why I wasn't in the system. She ended up leaving a little after that, and that was why when they called in to see if any of the operators knew about my call, no one answered. I was released a little bit after that, and immediately went home to see my girlfriend, only to find she had packed up all of her things and left. She left me a note, saying she couldn't be with a man she would think for even a second did what I had been accused of. When I finally bought myself a new phone, I had a lot of messages on all my socials from people I had known my entire life, calling me a pedo and telling me I deserved to die. The only positive text was from my mom, who told me she heard I had been proved innocent and released, and she wanted me to call her to hear my voice. I met with my lawyer later that day and he told me that CPS showed up and investigated the couple with a cop, only to find the couple passed out from shooting themselves up, and the baby, once again alone, in a soiled diaper. They took the kid into foster care and the couple got arrested. Their charge against me was dropped. He said I still had a court date, where the operator would have to testify about everything that happened, but that it was all going to be okay. I doubted that, since a lot of people in my life were still refusing to talk to me. Apparently, even if you are proven innocent, the feeling of disgust doesn't just go away once you've envisioned someone having done a horrible act. I can't really blame them, but still.
I tried to warn the bride that her bridesmaids' dresses wouldn't work for me, but she insisted, and now she's pissed because I look like the bride. I'm supposed to be the Moen tonight for a wedding. My husband is the best man, and we've been friends with this couple for a long time. The problem is now I'm being kicked out for being black and my husband wants to step down as best man because of it, and it's causing a whole thing. To clarify, because the bride mustn't be racist in any way, she's just quite dumb for refusing to listen. My skin color is the issue, not because she has a problem with it overall, but just because she didn't realize that my skin would make a dress look different on me than on others. She has had this vision for her wedding forever, apparently. Her bridesmaids' dresses are nearly identical to her wedding dress in style except for a different color, and on the bridesmaids' dresses, the detailing stops at the waist and is not laced up in the back. My dress's mo is an exact carbon copy of hers, just in the other color. Here's where it gets to be a mess. She picked this color the company calls morning gray for her bridesmaids' dresses. Morning gray, for anyone wondering, is like a soft pastel gray that's about a shade of white. On the other hand, the dress of the bridesmaids looks gray. A very soft, very ethereal gray, but a gray nonetheless. All the other bridesmaids are also white. I'm not. I'm not only black, but as I've been to the beach for another wedding this year, I'm darker than I normally am. Against my skin, the dress undeniably looks white. The only way you can tell mine is gray is if I'm standing directly next to the bride and the dresses are side by side, then you can see mine is slightly gray and hers isn't. Now, the bride ordered all of the dresses and picked the color herself. I tried to tell her she should order mine in a darker shade of gray because I've been down this road before where I've been accused of wearing white at a wedding because a dress I wore looked white in the sunlight even though it wasn't. She insisted that she had her cousin try it on, and the color was perfect, and you could easily tell it was gray. I tried to explain to her that her cousin is the color of printer paper and that it would look different on me, but she was unwilling to have her vision modified. Now she's pissed at me because even though it's clear hanging with the other dresses, mine is the same color as the other bridesmaids. She has decided the only option is to kick me out of the wedding so I don't upstage her. However, she wanted me to give my dress to one of the other bridesmaids, which I said I was fine with as soon as she reimbursed me the money. $350 compared to the rest of the bridesmaids, who paid about $125, but then one of the bridesmaids promptly pointed out that none of them could even wear my dress. I'm not huge, but I am incredibly top-heavy. I wear a 34H bra. This is part of why my dress was so much more expensive than the other bridesmaids, the other part being the extra detailing. So none of the other bridesmaids would be able to keep my dress up even if the lacing was pulled as tight as it would go. So now she's decided I have ruined her perfect wedding. She screamed at me and told me that not only was I not at the wedding, but she didn't even want me to attend as a guest, which pissed off my husband A, because she was warned. I even sent her photos of a dress I wore that was almost the same color to a different wedding, and B, because he doesn't want to attend a wedding we traveled for without me and he thinks it's bullshit since she insisted on the dress color. Update: I initially offered to dye the dress since I was the only person not getting my hair done. The groom thought this was a great idea and even offered to pay for the stuff needed to dye it and let me use his parents' place to do it. While he went to go talk to his parents, though, my now ex nixed that because then I would stand out even more, so I asked what she meant by stand out even more and a whole lot of truth came out. Apparently she initially hadn't wanted me in the wedding at all, but her ex-fiancé is one of my oldest and best friends, and my husband was one of hers. That's why we introduced them to each other in the first place, because we thought they would hit it off, and they did. Anyway, because my husband was the closest thing she had to a sibling, she wanted him to be the man of honor at their wedding, and initially, the groom said that was fine, and he would just have me as the best woman so things would look balanced and two men didn't have to walk down the aisle or whatever. She really didn't like that, so they decided to switch us up. No big deal. Apparently, it was because I'm the only person of color in the whole wedding party and one of very few who will be at the wedding at all, and I'm going to stand out in every single picture. I asked her what about the groom's parents. The groom is white, but a black couple adopts him and is quite close to both his biological and adoptive parents, but if you ask who his parents are, he always says the people who raised him. Her theory was that his biological parents would be in the pictures, not his adoptive parents. Well, when the groom came back and heard this, he flipped out, and then she said the dumbest thing she could have said. Apparently, it's not his fault, he had no control over who adopted him, and the picture should just be real family. At that point, the groom had heard enough and told her that they were his real family, and he couldn't believe she would say that. She was not the person he thought she was, and he did not marry her. She gets pissed and tells him he's being ridiculous, but his parents can be in some of the photos, and they will take some without. He tells her again that he is in no way, shape, manner, or form marrying her after what he heard, and in fact, he wants nothing to do with her. She gets upset and says, well, she's at least going to have fun at the reception. He reminds her that he and his parents paid for everything, including the reception, and she is not welcome, and he will be informing the security of that fact. The bride runs off and tells her parents what he's saying, and in doing so, they come out guns blazing and all to confront him, but apparently, she didn't give them all the facts because when he laid it out for them, they were appalled. Her father tore her a new one, talking about how she was not raised that way and he couldn't believe this was the person she had become. They apologized to the groom, they offered to pay for half of the wedding, and they left with their daughter. So we spent the afternoon with the groom, several of the bridesmaids, and all of the groomsmen, who were all equally shocked by her behavior. I'd say we were consoling the groom, but we weren't. He was too busy ranting about dodging a bullet. Last night, we went to the reception, partied until 3 a.m., and had a great time. As for the dress, I have an event later this summer, and I'm going to dye it and wear it for that.
I unknowingly became the father figure for my next-door neighbor's son, and his mom asked me out on a date. Plus all updates. 3 years ago, a woman named Cassie and her son Kenny moved into the apartment next door. They had a few boxes, so I figured I'd offer to help and get off to a good start. I noticed Kenny had a PS4, so I told him that I game as well, and he was free to come over and play my systems anytime he wanted if his mother allowed it. I have a PS5, Switch and PC as an FYI. Since I'm a mechanic, I told Cassie if she had car trouble she could come to me anytime since I help out a lot of other people on the floor with their cars as well. She accepted. I didn't really interact with either Kenny or Cassie besides a few hays for a few weeks initially. But a little more than a month after moving in, Cassie knocked on my door and asked if I could check her car because the engine wasn't turning over. Turns out the spark plugs needed to be changed, which was easy enough to do. Cassie was very thankful for my help and offered to pay, but I told her it was no problem. She invited me to dinner with her and Kenny and I was hesitant to accept, but she insisted on it. The next day we had dinner and it was a good time. I learned a lot about her and talked to Kenny more. He's a good kid, really into games, science and his guitar. We even all went over to my place for some Mario Kart. From then on I got really close to Kenny. I viewed him like a little brother. He came over to play my games almost every day, and I even started teaching him about cars. I've even brought him to my shop to introduce him to tools. He's a quick study and he even told Cassie he wants to be a mechanic like me. I told him to aim higher and become an engineer. He's now even looking into engineering programs. I think Cassie really appreciated our relationship. She became a lot more friendly with me. I got the virus during lockdown and out of the kindness of her heart she brought me groceries, cleaned my apartment and even took care of me. I was totally grateful. She even cooks dinner for me every night, and we all have dinner together. She even makes dinner for me when I work late and leaves it in my apartment. The other day Kenny brought one of his friends over to his apartment. I met the friend and he said, "This is Richard. He's like my dad." Not gonna lie, that took me by surprise. I always viewed Kenny as my little brother, but here he is saying that I'm like a dad to him. I asked Cassie about this, and she seemed surprised I even asked. She said that she would never force that role on me, but that he did view me as his father. He even hoped that me and Cassie would get together so that we can be a real family. Cassie then said she wouldn't mind that either. I asked her if she was asking me out. She just smiled and said yes. I was surprised, but said okay. We have a dinner date this weekend, and I'm nervous as all hell. I don't want to ruin things with Cassie and or Kenny. I really do love both of them, but I'm not sure how I feel about being the father figure for Kenny. It's a lot of responsibility and I'm not entirely sure I'm the guy for that. And Cassie, she's a really amazing woman. I just hope I can measure up to her expectations. Should I put some boundaries between me and Kenny? How do I not screw up with Cassie? Did I mention that Cassie is super pretty? I guess I just never thought Cassie would find me attractive or be interested in me that way. Update: I was nervous as hell all week leading up to the date on Saturday. During our usual family dinners, Cassie smiled at me a lot more. I don't think Kenny noticed since he was too busy playing on his phone. Cassie not so subtly suggested to Kenny that he go spend a weekend with his grandparents. He didn't really want to, but she pretty much pushed him out the door lol. On Saturday evening I knocked on Cassie's door and she opened it up wearing an absolutely beautiful dress. I broke the tension and asked if that dress was for me. She laughed and we went on our way. The evening was a little awkward at first, but when we were walking to the restaurant she grabbed my hand and smiled at me and it sort of got rid of the awkwardness. From there the evening went amazingly. We talked, laughed and had a great dinner. I asked her what made her change her mind about me, and she said it was the previous Christmas. For reference, Cassie is a hardworking single mom and Kenny has all of his needs met and more, but she can't afford to get him the best, and it really hurts her that she can't. She really wanted to get him a PS5 since he was begging for one, but couldn't justify the cost. Since I have disposable income, I hunted for months, checking stock drops until I finally got one. I then surprised Kenny with it on Christmas and told him it was from his mom. Cassie was shocked and even started crying. Kenny was so excited he didn't even notice her crying. All she could tell me was thank you repeatedly. Apparently that made her realize that she wanted me in both of their lives forever. She tried to deny her feelings, but it didn't work. The conversation the other day was the opening she needed to finally confess how she felt. After dinner we went back to her place for a nightcap. We talked a lot about relationship expectations and how we wanted to proceed. We agreed to be exclusive, to take it slow and not to tell Kenny about anything until we're sure that this relationship is real and strong. We don't want to give him unrealistic expectations. She also said that her calling me his dad was too much too soon and she apologized for it. She said it was wishful thinking on her part and probably would have weirded out most people. She said to accept any role with Kenny that I wanted, but she hoped that I would see Kenny as a son eventually. Sorry to disappoint everyone, but we didn't do the deed. We decided that it was much too soon. We did however have a buzzed makeout session lol. The following day we went for brunch and decided to go apple picking. It felt damn good to be walking hand in hand with someone you care about and taking lots of pictures doing silly things. At our family dinner yesterday Cassie sat close to me and was rubbing her foot on my leg. I don't think I've ever been more turned on in my life lol. I'm not gonna lie guys, I think I'm falling for Cassie and falling hard. Well anyway I think that's it. We're together now and hopefully this lasts. I don't think I want anyone else. Cassie is everything one could want in a partner, and I hope that I can be worthy of her. She's a really special person. Update 1.5 years later. Okay, in the break room at my work and I'm grinning like an idiot and I don't know what to do with my hands so I'm typing this out to get rid of all this nervous energy. I work as a mechanic and my boss called me over to the office. I thought I effed up somehow, but he had a big ass bouquet of roses on his desk. He told me, "This is for you." I was like what the F, but I read the card attached and it said, "Just because, love girlfriend." My boss laughed at me and told me I had a good one and to not F it up lol. He did say he'd have to give me poop for it, but he's happy for me. Sure enough the boys on the floor ripped me to shreds once they heard about it, but I didn't care. I was like floating lol. Now I'm on my break and I can't stop thinking about how much this completely caught me off guard. Can someone please talk me down from going out to buy her a ring after work lol?
I used my date's bathroom and I saw my life flash before my eyes. I think we all know where this was going. I've been talking to this guy for about a month, so everything is very new and we are still getting to know one another. I also recently underwent a huge storm in my area so I couldn't actually use my bathroom very frequently for the past 3 days. He invited me over as he got power back before I did, and we hadn't seen each other in about 2 weeks between the storm, life, and travels. I go over, everything is fine, We get dinner and have a good time, and then we start to kind of reel it in for bed. I go to the bathroom to shower and prep, if you will, for potential nighttime festivities. And prep I did. For, evidently, a different type of festivities. See, those 3 days really smacked me all of a sudden, and there was no turning back. I figure, hey, first time for everything, girls gotta go when girls gotta go. I muster the courage to overcome my anxiety by using the toilet outside of my home. Mission accomplished. Flush that bastard down. Nope. Okay, well, sometimes you need a two-fare, right? Maybe he didn't hear that first flush anyway. The toilet gurgles at me in a laughably cruel way. No dice. Okay, not the end of the world. Surely this guy has a plunger. No, not on the floor, not in the cabinet. I run out to the kitchen. Maybe he's got one of those weird kitchen plungers? Nope. He's in the shower in the other bathroom. I wait for him, sheepishly, to finish up. It's been a minute though. Maybe, just maybe, the bathroom gods will have mercy on me, and the third flush will really just send my demon to its jail in hell. Third flush. The toilet now roars at me, as it bubbles up way too quickly and begins to overflow everywhere and flood the bathroom. Mercifully, just clean water, as the monster was stuck down in the belly of the beast. My shower towel is a casualty in the battle. I try and fail to catch the waterfall of toilet water with it. It's soaked through, and now there is standing water around the basin. I am panicking, holding back tears as I realize I now have to directly ask this man for a plunger and somehow clean his bathroom, which I have successfully demolished. He finishes showering. Instead of approaching the situation with any sense of normalcy, I panic and say, hey, just lay down, I'm gonna grab something from your master bathroom I think I need. He does so. He's so sweet. No plunger. My life is flashing before my eyes. I now finally cave. Hey, do you have a plunger? No. The tears are involuntary as I cry at him, begging him not to help me. I mop and clean his entire bathroom while forcing him to stay in his bedroom. The bathroom is clean. The toilet has drained enough to seem as though nothing has happened. I cannot calm down. He knows something has happened. I told him I flooded it, but not how. I'm sure he can piece it together. There are no nighttime festivities. I am too mortified to even look him in the eyes. The morning comes. My dignity is crushed and it is palpable. We part ways. He is still kind as ever and trying to laugh the situation off. I get home. I get a text. I am headed to the hardware store to get a plunger after flooding the bathroom again. Who knew I needed one? Please just kill me now. I walked in my sister-in-law trying to nurse my baby, but everyone is defending her because she can't be a mother. So I told them to lock her up or I am going to the police. My brother's wife has never been able to conceive, and they have had problems with it for years. Sister-in-law and I used to get along well, but it was never great because I had been pregnant for most of my brother and his wife's relationship. After the wedding, I had just found out that my husband and I were pregnant with our first. We have always talked about having kids, but 2 months after the wedding, when we announced that we were expecting, sister-in-law was excited, and we were all happy. Fast forward a few months, and sister-in-law has been a huge help. She has been helping around the house, bringing me stuff and such, and we were grateful for her. She'd also loved rubbing my belly, but I thought that's what people like to do. It was until they started suggesting names that I got suspicious, but whatever. Fast forward again to the birth of the baby. I finally had my baby, and it had been 2 months since my sister-in-law loved to spend time with her. I got it, she couldn't have children, and I thought she was happy, so I was. One day my husband suggested that we go on a day since it had been months since we had. I agreed, so we asked sister-in-law to babysit, and she happily agreed, although halfway through our date, my husband got called into work. He said goodbye, and we went our separate way, but when I arrived home, I went to the nursery and saw sister-in-law had her honker shoved down my child's throat. I screamed, and she quickly fixed herself. I was livid. I took my baby and told her to get out. Everyone is spamming my phone, telling me to forgive her since she couldn't be a mom. It was the heat of the moment, and my baby wouldn't stop crying, but I am firm I never want her near my baby again. Why I am so confused right now? Update. I talked to my brother about this situation and told him his wife needs help. I also told him I wanted to take this to the police, but he wasn't open. However, I'm considering it. My baby and I have decided to stay with my grandma. I just need time for myself and my baby. I am getting my husband to set up cameras while I'm away. All this is overwhelming. I will sit down and talk with them tonight. We have arranged to have dinner, and I am leaving my baby with a trusted friend who has her own kids. I hope they understand where I'm coming from when I tell them that she needs help or I am going to the police.
I was a neglectful father when my daughter was little. Now she has abandoned me at home alone. I feel like dying. I, 59, have a daughter, 24, named Jen. Growing up, I worked a lot and missed out on school events, meetings, etc. I also had a stressful job I hated and anger issues back then, so Jen and I were rocky for the first 18 years. Jen went out of state for college and never spoke to me, not even if I offered to pay for books or rent or anything. When she visited for holidays, she stayed with my ex-wife and her new husband. Jen came back to our city for work last year and started law school last month. My ex-wife and Jen are still very close, but my ex is remarried and is currently taking care of her husband's elderly father, who lives with them. So Jen has to live with me as she is unable to work this year due to starting law school. She pays for her own groceries. We have different tastes and utilities. I don't need the money, but she insisted. She is cordial with me, but we don't interact like father and daughter should. We're like strained roommates. Some issues we have are: Jen wears sweatpants and t-shirts to school. I nicely offered to take her shopping for some smart suits, skirts, blouses, etc. so she could fit in. She said no and continued to dress like a slob every day for class. I don't know much about lawyers, but I'm pretty sure you can't wear sweatpants to court. I noticed Jen makes herself an omelet every day, so I started making omelets for her before she gets up so she doesn't need to burden herself. But she says she doesn't like my omelets and asks me to stop cooking for her. This hurt me greatly as she used to beg for my omelets when she was little. Jen comes home after 8 p.m. every single day. She tells me she is studying at the school or going to the gym, but now that the days are getting darker earlier she needs to be home earlier because I worry about her getting into an accident or worse. She has a desk in her room and can study here. So take into account all these issues we are having. And then last Friday, 10/21, she came home at 9 p.m. when it was pitch black and says she was at the bar with some classmates. No text from her, no call, nothing. And she wasn't even studying. I tried to have a calm conversation with her about my concerns, but she yelled at me that she's allowed to socialize with her peers after midterm exams. I understand this, but school comes first, not drinks, and she should have let me know what she was doing. Jen then grabbed her keys and tried to leave, but I held my ground in front of the door, begging her not to drive drunk and in the dark. She ended up just going to her room for the night. We didn't speak all weekend and she continues to come home after dark every night. I'm very concerned for my daughter and I'm worried law school may be too hard on her. However, I don't want to have another blow up with her like we did on Friday. Update: since the big blow up last Friday, when I caught her coming home drunk and admonished her accordingly, we continue to tiptoe around each other. I have knocked on her door a few times around bedtime to see if we can talk, but she doesn't answer and has locked the door so I can't enter her bedroom. She now leaves for class before I get up and comes home around 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. sometimes. I greet her every evening as I am unable to go to sleep if she isn't home. I no longer enforce a curfew, but she just blows past me into her room. If she cooks for herself, it's when I'm sleeping or at work. I can't keep living like this. She's like a stranger to me. We used to get along when she was a little girl, then around 13 to 14 years old, she became horrible to me. Wouldn't let me hug her, or kiss her. One time she even screamed at me because I put some food on her plate during dinner. I acknowledge my previous faults and failures as a father, but I attended therapy during my divorce and only stopped because of the pandemic. She is still holding on to past impressions of me, and I'm worried that she will not see that I have changed and am trying to do better. This morning I intercepted her while she was eating breakfast before class. I tried to strike up a conversation with her and she just ignored me on her phone. The old me would have taken her phone and thrown it at the wall. As I said, I had previous faults, but I successfully restrained myself and let her be. I no longer make her omelets, but I put out bowls of fruit for her which she never touches. Update 2. After a cold war that lasted over a week, I decided I had enough and waited for her outside her bedroom. She eventually came out and I asked if we could talk. I first told her that I was sorry for treating her like a child when she is a capable adult in graduate school. I then told her if she can't treat me like a daughter should treat a father, we would need to look into getting her to move out and find a roommate as she wouldn't be able to stay with me anymore. I ended by saying I would not be ignored in my own house, as a commenter on my previous post pointed out. She was quiet but then said okay sure. Sorry dad. I opened my arms for a hug, but she pushed past me. I admit the hug was a little optimistic on my part, but I understand she needs time, and I didn't press it. We're now on speaking terms again. We say good mornings and good nights, which is better than it has been this past week. In return, I have stopped cooking for her altogether, and I no longer expect her home at a certain hour. She texts me when she's heading home, which I consider a win. I have vowed to be a better father to her, which I hope she is seeing. I'm hopeful about the future. Update 3. Things have been better since we spoke earlier this week, but Jen is still awkward around me, despite my apologizing for my recent behavior. I feel that an incident this morning has stunted any improvement in our relationship. So around 9 a.m., she starts making breakfast in the kitchen. I come out and we chat for a bit. She has class at 11 today. I see she has the kettle going and next to it is a cup with a tea bag in it. Since she is busy cooking, I go to the fridge, get the milk, and pour some into the bottom of her cup to take an extra step off her hands. Simple, right? While she gets an attitude with me, says she likes to put the hot water over the tea bag, let it sit for a few minutes, and then add milk and sugar. When I try to explain the convenience, she cuts me off and says it won't taste good, and adding milk before the hot water is going to mess with this super sacred tea making process. I think this is absolute horse tea and that she wants to pick a fight with me. For the first time in a long time, I snapped at her and said okay, you don't want me to cook for you. Tell me what kid doesn't want to wake up or come home to a hot meal. You don't want me to help you make tea. You don't want anything from me except a place to live. She said yes, that is correct. I sat in the kitchen in silence while she finished cooking, ate, and cleaned up. She also made a show of emptying out the cup I had prepared for her and getting a new cup and making tea her way. I was still in the kitchen when she left for class, and she said absolutely nothing to me, even though I was hinting that she owed me an apology. So here I am typing my thoughts about the morning's events. I think I want to ask her to move out, but I need to have a valid reason to do so or I'll be the bad guy in everyone's eyes. Please let me know if it looks like she is indeed taking advantage of living with me, and if this is the case, when should I tell her to move out? If I do seem like I'm blowing this out of proportion, I also need to hear this as well. Update 4. I don't know where the time goes. When your daughters are young, all they want to do is hug you and kiss you and crawl on top of you. I used to beg her for personal space. Then the teenage years hit and they want nothing to do with you. Ah, what a fool I was. I didn't appreciate her affection. My daughter, Jen, who is in law school, came to me on Saturday and told me she would be moving out this upcoming weekend, right before Thanksgiving. I naturally had a million questions. Mainly, where is she moving to? And with who? Jen has always been secretive about her life. She said she was moving in with her boyfriend. My jaw about hit the floor. I had never known that Jen had a boyfriend. I asked how long she had been seeing this guy. She said almost 3 years. They met at college and started dating. He's a year older than her and works in the city. His apartment is located closer to her school. I wanted to vomit. First of all, I had no idea she was even interested in dating. In high school for dances and events, she never went with a date, always a group of friends. I would often ask her if she was dating anyone, and she'd just roll her eyes and look disgusted. I guess I just stopped asking after a while. I asked her when I could meet her boyfriend. Let's call him Dan. She said he would come by this weekend to help her move. I said she wasn't going to move in with someone I have never met. She said good luck trying to stop her. Is that a challenge, Jen? I asked how she would be paying for this apartment. The city we live in isn't cheap. That's why I live in the suburbs. She said Dan's family owns the apartment. They own a few different properties, and that her and Dan would split expenses and utilities. She worked throughout college and for a year after college, but I didn't think she made that much money. I don't know this guy. She wouldn't even give me a last name. I thought about calling my ex to see if she knew about this, but to be honest, I don't think I could bear her telling me she knows about Dan while I've just found out about this. I'm also embarrassed to say that I'm just not comfortable of her moving in with a boyfriend. My daughter, despite wanting to be a lawyer, is not the brightest bulb. She was a solid B student in middle and high school, and to my knowledge, she was never on any honor roll in college. In other words, she's not very smart and I don't think she's making the right decision here. However, I'm trying to take previous advice and not just jump the gun and ambush her into staying here. The other thing that really bugs me is I asked her if she would be coming back for Thanksgiving. She said no. She'd be spending it with Dan's family because I have never shown an interest in Thanksgiving. And this was the first she was hearing about any Thanksgiving Day plans of mine. I mean, she's right, I'm not really a holiday guy, but I could have bought a turkey and sides from a restaurant if it meant that much to her. To be honest, I don't really know what she does as we haven't spent Thanksgiving together since the divorce, but I am interested in starting a new tradition with her if it makes her happy. I followed her to her room and asked if she would reconsider moving out in a year or so, only when she's more financially and socially secure. She looked at me kind of sideways and said no, then shut the door in my face. I am absolutely flabbergasted. I know I mentioned wanting her to leave in my last post, but I didn't mean so soon. It seems like my daughter is slipping out of my fingers as I speak. I'm not sure what to do or if it's worth even talking to her. How am I supposed to deal with this? Update 5. I woke up this morning to an empty house. I stopped by the room that my daughter Jen lived in until recently. She didn't take much, but it still looks so different. She moved out on Saturday, put some boxes and her suitcases near the front door. I sat at the kitchen table waiting for her boyfriend, Dan, who I've never met, show up so we could talk properly. He did show up. He introduced himself, shook my hand, and then completely ignored me as he helped Jen move her things to his car outside. I remained at the table, staring him down, so he would know that he was behaving inappropriately. He and Jen both ignored me. It took maybe 15 minutes to get all of her things. Jen finally approached me and said she was leaving, left her keys on the table. I said she would need them to come back, and she said verbatim, I'm not coming back. The emotions began to rise then. I felt unsteady as I stood up and opened my arms for a hug, as I had been doing for her entire life. She used to see me open my arms and run in for a hug, knocking the wind from me. She just backed away and held her hand out instead. A handshake. From my own daughter. I've never been so hurt in my life. I walked both of them out. I said I'd be here alone on Thanksgiving unless she chooses to come. I said I would get her a pumpkin pie if she came. She said she wouldn't be, didn't I remember? She was spending it with Dan and his family. So I guess that hasn't changed. I decided now was my chance and I told Dan to take care of my daughter and treat her with respect. He gave me the smuggest little smile and said of course he would. I wanted to smack him in the face. I hope he feels good knowing he has manipulated my daughter into leaving her own father's home alone. I guarantee things would have been different if he wasn't around. Jen then asked if she could come by and get her desk and chair next week when they had more room in the car. I said I was going to burn her desk the minute she left. Dan said in the most smart-ass way possible, don't worry, I'll get you a better desk. Jen simply shrugged and then left with him. I watched them drive away, then the tears came. I cried all afternoon and a little more yesterday morning. I felt so alone. I used to wait to hear her footsteps in the kitchen and know it was time to get up. Now I feel no reason to leave my bed or even cook for myself. I sat in front of the TV with nothing playing for a good hour. My daughter has abandoned me. I feel no reason to even live. I took work off today because I keep tearing up at random times and knew I wouldn't be able to concentrate. Parents who have had their kids move out, how do you cope? I texted her this morning and she didn't respond. I don't want to overwhelm her and her new life, as there is clearly no room in it for me, but I need to talk to my daughter again and apologize. Update 6. I've been busy. I started therapy, at the recommendation of a lot of commenters, and I've gone to 3 sessions so far. I don't know if anything has really changed, but I am desperate for a relationship with my daughter Jen. I spent a lonely Thanksgiving by myself. The morning of I sent Jen one last text inviting her over, but she never responded. I called the number and got her voicemail, so I knew her phone was working. I was in a dark place for a while. I'm still not happy with her living with her boyfriend, but I've chosen to let this go for now, despite the disrespect he showed me when they moved her stuff out of my house. She is free to make her own mistakes, as people on Reddit pointed out. I've texted her about once a day since she left, usually just a hi or a love you or even sometimes just a smiley face emoji to know I've been thinking about her. I didn't expect her to always respond, but she hasn't even responded to one text. Until today, my therapist suggested asking her and her boyfriend Dan over for Christmas. I really don't want Dan back into my house, but I need to see Jen. So I hemmed and hawed and decided I'd make that sacrifice. So I texted her this morning with an invite extended to both her and Dan. She responded about an hour ago that she and Dan would be spending Christmas in Mexico and wouldn't be back until the new year. I immediately tried to call her but she didn't answer. I texted her that sounded like an expensive trip that she couldn't afford and that she should take her winter break to prepare for the next semester. She didn't respond, so I panicked and told her if she went I would call the cops and have Dan arrested for kidnapping. After I sent this, I immediately felt regret and shame, so I sent her an apology text that I didn't mean what I said. I'm just worried she's not being safe, and 8 days in Mexico is a long time. She hasn't responded to my apology yet. I'm worried I blew my chance at getting back together with her for the holidays. I don't know if I can do another holiday by myself, especially with seeing families come together and enjoy themselves. I was about to surprise my wife when I came home early, but I was the one surprised when I caught her cheating, so I recorded her. She was crying and shaking when I let it out in the open. A couple of weeks ago, I decided to surprise my wife with a kid-free night out. My parents live about an hour and a half away from us, and I arranged for the kids to stay with them for the weekend. Usually, when I go to my parents, I am gone until later in the evening. We spent all day there and left around dinner time. This time, I was dropping the kids off and immediately going home so I could surprise my wife and we could go out as soon as possible. I had made reservations at a nice restaurant and hoped to go to a few places for drinks first. I left at 8:30 and was back in our housing plan before 12:30. As I pulled onto my street, I saw a truck parked in front of my house. I did not recognize it. I assumed it was someone seeing the neighbors, though, because it's unusual for someone to park in front of our house. I parked a few houses away, thinking I would sneak into the house and surprise my wife instead of pulling into the driveway and going into the garage. I went in through a basement door. I was as quiet as possible, but as soon as I walked in I heard her making sounds from the floor above. When I first heard it I thought she was just by herself, maybe having some personal time. I didn't want to interrupt her privacy and embarrass her, so I was going to go back to my car and just go in the garage so she would know I was home. Then I heard a man's voice. I immediately felt sick. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. It is hard to describe how I felt in this moment. I decided to go upstairs. I had no desire to confront them. I just wanted to see what was going on. I moved slowly and quietly up the stairs. The door was halfway open. The kitchen was empty, but I could tell they were in the living room. The sounds made it obvious what was going on at this point. There was no way for me to look in the living room without them seeing me. I pulled out my phone and opened my camera app. I put my phone just around the corner of a wall. This part is so hard to write. I could see my wife with a man I didn't recognize. I won't go into detail on what they were doing, but I think you can figure it out. I started recording it. I was thinking that I needed a record of it for whatever I decided to do in the future. I just stood in my kitchen, watching this all unfold on my phone screen. I felt like I could just scream at any moment, but for some reason, I just froze completely. This went on for several minutes. She finally jumped off of him and commented about going to the bedroom, and they went upstairs. She even commented about how much time they had left. I walked into the living room and found the guy's pants. I took his wallet out and took pictures of his driver's license. I know his name and address now. I've never met him, and I have no idea how my wife knows him. I left the house the same way I entered. I returned to my car and cried like the pathetic man I am. I decided to watch the video to make sure it was recorded. I watched it all. I'll spare the details, but I sat in my car for at least half an hour. I couldn't drive to my parents and get the kids as I would have to explain why. I decided that I would pull into the driveway, open the garage, and just pretend like I was there to surprise her. I took my time getting into the house. I made a lot of noise. When I saw her, she was very flustered, asking me why I was home, etc. She was in a robe and said she was just getting ready for a bath. I told her about my plans, and she seemed excited. She poured us a glass of wine and said we should pregame before getting ready. I don't think I talked much, really. She took me into the living room. I'm not proud of what I let happen. I could faintly see the guy sneaking downstairs and going to the basement stairs, but I didn't say or do anything. I just let my wife continue doing what she was doing to me. Since that day, I have watched the video of her repeatedly. I can't bring myself to decide what I should do next. She seems to know something is wrong with me because she's asked a few times if I'm okay. I feel worthless, and every time I hit a low point I watch that video again. I feel like I've watched it at least 10 times a day since I caught them. Update: I stopped watching the video after reading all the comments on my first post. This helped clear my mind and allowed me to focus on the next steps. This has allowed me to be mostly back to my normal self for both my kids and my job. I have gone through my wife's phone and found nothing. I searched the guy's name on the driver's license. I figured out how they met. He's a landscaper. She was calling a few months ago to clean up our yard and ended up getting some mulching and cleanup done. I've driven past his house many times. I think he is single, and I couldn't find any records of other people living at that address. I've only seen a truck parked in the driveway when driving by. I have been avoiding my wife after the kids are in bed to limit on one time. I don't want any awkward conversations, and I also don't want to have intimacy. I have mostly been successful with this, but did slip up one night when I had a little too much to drink. I hated myself for it the next day. I don't believe she has seen him since I caught them. I've been paying attention anytime she's gone. I obviously can't track her 100%. I've read about Apple AirTags, but I use Android. I'm guessing any app I would put on her phone may be discovered. I have installed a doorbell camera on our house, though, so I can always see the street. When I did this, my wife didn't say anything. We continue to do things as a family as we normally would. I have done my best not to let her know what I know and to continue to be a good dad to my kids. The weird thing I'm dealing with now is that she's planned a night out with a friend for drinks. It's a friend from work, so I don't know her at all and I'm not connected with this person on social media. When she told me, I made up some excuse about work and said I couldn't watch the kids. She ended up getting our neighbor to agree to babysit. Now I'm debating if I should follow her to see if she's meeting her friend or the guy. It seems like I'm heading towards a confrontation either way when I just want everything to go back to normal. I will leave my house soon and pretend to be going to work. I'll probably just go to a bar to kill time until I can drive by the place she's supposed to be going to. I'm filled with fucking dread about all of this. Update 2. On the night when she was going out with her friend I still pretended I had work and left the house after the babysitter arrived. I went to a bar and had a few drinks. Then I drove over to the restaurant she said she was going to. I saw her car in the parking lot. I'm not going to lie, I was on edge and incredibly nervous despite the drinks earlier. I was so worried I would walk in and see her with that guy. I was hoping to sneak in and get a look without being seen, but that failed miserably. She saw me as soon as I walked in the door. She was with her friend and not the guy. We had the "what are you doing here? Thought you were working" expected conversation. I told her work ended early, so I wanted to stop by to say hi since we had a babysitter. I left after a couple of drinks and went home to relieve the sitter. I couldn't hold it in any longer. I got the kids to bed and waited for her to come home. I watched the video again to remind myself of what happened. When she got home, she was surprised I was still up and apparently could tell from the way I looked that something was wrong. I poured it all out on her. It probably wasn't fair of me. I didn't even let her sit down. I told her everything. I played part of the video to show her what I saw. I called her some harsh names and said she ruined our lives. At that moment, I was incredibly angry. She was very upset, heavily crying, and shaking. She told me how terrible she felt about everything that happened. I told her she had to say to me everything that happened with that guy, and she laid it all out. She cheated on me twice with him. After the time I saw them, she cut things off because she knew it was wrong and she loves me. I asked her for proof, but she said she had already deleted and blocked him on her phone, Facebook, and Instagram. She did tell me that he is single and knew she was married. She asked me to delete the video, but I refused. She asked me why, and I really didn't have a reason other than I feel I need to hold on to it for now. She got a little angry at that and asked if I was keeping it to watch again. It was very late at this point, so we decided to go to bed and talk more the next day when we had more time to think. She continued to apologize repeatedly for what she had done. We slept separately that night. Over the next few days, things between us seemed better. I felt some relief that it was all out in the open now. We have continued to talk, and it feels like we are on a path of staying together and moving past this. I have clarified that she is never to see or talk to that guy again. While things feel like they are improving, I am still struggling to trust her. Worse yet is that I have a trip coming up for work and I'll be gone for a few days. I've told her that I am not comfortable with leaving right now, but I can't skip this trip. My boss made it clear that I'm needed. She said I could put cameras up in the house to keep an eye on her if it would make me feel better. Sadly, I may do that. I'll be gone for at least 3 days. Overall, things are okay. Kids are oblivious that anything is going on, and it seems that slowly my wife and I will eventually get back to normal. I hope so, at least. I'm ashamed to admit that I have watched the video a few times since all of this. I'm thinking that I should probably delete it so it's gone from my life. I don't know. What's wrong with me?
I was always expected to treat stepdad like my real dad, but he was not claiming me as his real daughter, so I called him hypocrite to expect that he will be the one to walk me down the aisle. My stepdad, who I called dad most of my life, is the only dad I ever knew. He met my mom when I was only 1 and they got married right after my 2nd birthday, so I literally have no memories of my life without him, and I would say most of my life I saw him as my dad and not my stepdad. He was the male figure who raised me and was there, but I was never equal to his bio kids. He would call me his stepdaughter when asked how many kids he had. I heard him say it, even when I was little. I always called him dad or him and mom my parents. It hurt a lot when I was younger. My younger sister was often called my first baby girl by him. My younger brother was called his firstborn, and while technically they are his first bio son and daughter, I was always expected to treat him like my real dad, but he was not always claiming me as his real daughter. Things started to change for me when I was 16. One of my friends called him my stepdad and I didn't correct him. My stepdad overheard and he told me he was hurt that after all he'd done for me, I'd let him be delegated to the lesser title of stepdad. I told him I was his stepdaughter most of the time, so why shouldn't he be my stepdad? My stepdad was still good to me. It was just, some things really hurt when I was younger, and some things pissed me off when I was older, like the incident above. I did talk to him and his mom about it and I was gaslit into believing he didn't say stepdaughter, or he'd say that sometimes it's important to distinguish, but none of these were doctor appointment incidents. I always felt like it would have been easier if he had been consistent with not my kid for me. At least then I wouldn't have been so confused and hurt as a younger kid. I think it's the ego thing too. He doesn't really love me. He can't and treat me like he does, but it's such a great ego boost to be called dad and to be chased after. I did it for so long. I tried so hard to be worthy of being his daughter. My maternal grandparents noticed. I think what took their notice most was when I was 8, and I was worried I couldn't be his real daughter. I asked my stepdad to adopt me, and he changed the subject. My stepdad's parents and 2 siblings were also there and they looked shocked that I'd asked. I was never called a granddaughter by his parents or a niece by his siblings, but they were grandma and grandpa and auntie and uncle to me. They have stated very clearly I am not a member of their family and I am not to inherit anything, even if it were to come through him. My maternal grandpa really stepped up for emotional support, and when the virus restrictions happened, my fiancé and I moved in with him temporarily since he was alone and he knew we wanted to be in a home and not a cramped apartment. This is why, when I got engaged, I asked Grandpa to walk me down the aisle. My stepdad was offended again, and he told me as much. I brought up how he talked about watching his 2 little girls get married, my 2 sisters, and never his 3. So why would he take on such a big task for his not little girl? He told me I was being so nitpicky, and I told him he was a hypocrite to treat me as not a daughter but expect to be treated as a dad. He told me I didn't know the meaning of the word and I should be more appreciative of all the things he gave me. I was always treated like an afterthought during my birthdays, and my family gives me a cake I don't want for the 15th year in a row, so I am dividing the family and cutting them off. Unfortunately, I was born a day after my cousin. Ever since I was little, my needs for my birthday were always outshined by hers. We always did family events to celebrate our birthdays since we're the oldest kids, so we kind of just shared a birthday. We had the same cake. My family either never wrote my name on it, or would messily scribble it on at the last minute. Party decorations and games catered to her taste, and mostly all gifts would be for her. I just usually got a $10 gift card for Walmart or something, while she always got dolls, games for her Nintendo DS, and even a puppy once. I always felt like I didn't matter for my birthday. Even my quinceañera fell flat since my family went all out making my cousin feel like the most special girl in the world. But my cousin was always nice to me, giving me some of her gifts just to put a smile on my face. This year was my 18th birthday, and all my relatives were gathered in one place to celebrate my and my cousin's birthdays. My mother had promised me my own separate cake, which will be an Oreo ice cream cake, my favorite cake. So I was excited. When my abuela gathered the family to blow out the candles and sing happy birthday, my cousin and I got in our respective spots. They started singing while my mother brought a cake to the table and placed it before my cousin. It was a strawberry cheesecake. After we got done singing, my cousin blew out her candles and everybody clapped. My aunt started to cut the cake, and I would audibly ask about my cake. My entire family looks confused, and they all say, "This cake is for both of you." My cousin spoke up, saying, "But it only has my name on it." I looked at my mom, who had a what? Expression. I asked about the cake, and she told me, "You don't need the extra sugar." At that point, I just lost it, screaming at my family members and calling them all Oz. I cried about how this was the 15th year in a row that they'd left me out and forgotten about me and how they ruined my birthday by always prioritizing my cousin. My cousin and little brother also jumped in and defended me, saying that I've always never thought of it. My abuela dared to deliberately interrupt me, telling me to sit down and stop yelling. Through anger, I yelled that I never wanted to see any of them again and stormed off. My cousin and brother followed me, all comforting me while I cried my eyes out. This happened a few days ago, and I've been receiving angry messages from my family members calling me an ungrateful bee. I'm writing this at my cousin's apartment while texting my little brother to vent. Edit. After reading the replies, my cousin and I have made the tough decision to block all of the toxic family members and go non-contact. I'll be living at my cousin's apartment now, and we're working on finding me a job. Update. A lot has happened within the last 5 months of the incident at what was supposed to be my 18th birthday party. There were many ups and downs that just mentally drained me. Alright, first off, I blocked my family members, the toxic ones, at least. I've been receiving call after call from my family members chastising me for making a scene, and breaking my cousin's trust with them. My cousin was appalled by their behavior towards me and decided to cut all of them out. I've been living with my cousin for about a month after that point. I was able to get a job and help out just a little. I started taking online classes and saving up some money for my own apartment, because I felt like I was being too big of a burden for my cousin. My cousin tried to stress that I was welcome to stay as long as I needed, but I told her that I was ready to leave everything behind. Back in October, I was packing some things up to get ready to move. My cousin told a family friend about this and said a friend told my mother, who reached out to me on a burner account on Instagram asking if we could meet up and talk. My heart ached when I realized who it was. By that point, I hadn't heard from my mother for 4 months, so I was admittedly skeptical. This may have been a dumb move, but I agreed to come, under the condition that my cousin assisted me. We met at a local restaurant, and I saw my mother for the first time in months. She looked depressed, lost a lot of weight, and seemed happy to see me. For once, she tried to hug me, but I stopped her. She respected that. We sat down and began to talk, catching up with everything. At the end of the conversation, she apologized and asked if we could start things over. As much as I wanted a relationship with my parents, I just told her that I couldn't forgive her for the past 15 years of always making me feel unimportant, and making me feel worthless after all this time. I told her that, for once in my life, I was legitimately happy and that things would be better if we never spoke again. My mother, surprisingly, didn't contest this. She just hung her head and paid the bill. That happened a month ago. As of right now, I've moved far away from home, halfway across the country. I'm still in contact with my parents and toxic family members. I live in a small apartment, and I have a decent job as a waitress. My cousin, little brother, and I chat from time to time, and we're still doing as great as ever. It's a bit quiet here, so I might adopt a puppy soon. I wish I could say it was a happy ending with a poop ton of drama and everybody clapped at the end, but it's best to just tell the truth.
I was falsely accused of harming a child while trying to save them. I endured violence, betrayal, and isolation, only to be proven innocent in the end. I work for an electric company, and get sent out mainly to check on power lines. During a routine check for outdated wiring, I ended up in a suburban neighborhood. I was at the top of the pole, doing my thing, when I heard a kid crying. I looked down and saw a baby crawling around in someone's backyard, wearing nothing but a diaper. I looked around and didn't see any parents, but assumed someone was just watching where I couldn't see them. A few minutes go by, and the kid is still crying, no parents, so I get worried. I head down and walk over to the house and start banging on the door, yelling if anyone is home. I get really worried at this point and call 911. I spoke to a lady, and explained the situation, and told her the address. She asked if I could somehow get into the backyard to check on the kid and maybe look in some windows on my way back there to see if anyone was inside. I say sure, and she mentions that a squad car is on the way. I go over to the fence and head inside the backyard looking for the kid. When I found him, he was covered in dirt, and stunk horribly. His diaper clearly hadn't been changed in a while. I'm reporting all of this to the 911 operator when I hear a gunshot go off. I got really freaking scared, grabbed the kid, and ran off. I dropped my phone at some point while I was running away, but all I could think was that some crazy was shooting a gun while this kid was left alone. I even thought for a second that maybe someone inside had done it to themselves. All I knew was I was keeping that kid safe. I'm hiding out in my car at this point, when I see the squad car pass by me and head straight for the house. As I approach, I see the cops talking to this couple that look messed up as hell. Dirty clothes, saggy eyes, they were clearly on something. Suddenly the woman turns towards me and starts screaming. The guy with her bolts straight at me and decks me in the face. Next thing I know, he's grabbing the kid and I'm getting cuffed by the cops. I was so out of it, and it wasn't until they were dragging me to their squad car that I managed to find my voice. I started explaining how I was the one who called 911, and I found the kid in the backyard all messed up. Someone shot at me, so I took him to safety until they could get here. The woman comes up, tears running down her eyes, saying their baby was not in that horrible condition when they last saw him. I said, yeah, no poop, because you left him outside. She starts insisting she would never do that to her baby, and that I must have done something horrible to the kid after stealing him right out of their backyard. The guy admits he did shoot at me, but because he saw me stealing his child. I tell the cops this is crazy, and they can just check with the 911 operator about the whole thing. The cops shoved me in the car and said they'd check my story, then went back to the parents. A few minutes later, both cops get back into the car and drive away, leaving the kid with the couple. I started freaking out, asking what was going on, and why they were leaving the kid with a couple that obviously ignored their child. They told me to shut up, and that a disgusting pig like me didn't deserve to speak, that I'd get my day in court, and I'd suffer in jail for what I had done. I told them I didn't do anything, and to check with the 911 operator again. They told me no one working right now got a call like mine, nor was there anything reported in the system. They took me in and booked me. I called my girlfriend, and told her to get me a lawyer ASAP because I was being accused of something I didn't do. I was in the holding cell for not even an hour before the others in the cell with me heard what I had been accused of, and I got severely beaten. They had to take me to the hospital, and handcuffed me to the bed. Everyone at the hospital treated me like I was trash, and I still have a broken bone that will never fully recover because I know that the doctor didn't do everything he could to help me. I got news from a cop while in the hospital, who told me the parents were pressing charges, and I was going to jail for a long time. It wasn't until a week later, when my lawyer came through and found the 911 operator I was talking to. Apparently, after I dropped my phone, she tried to call it back but didn't get an answer. She got up to get a coffee, and someone who had just clocked in logged her out of her computer without saving the report she was typing up about me. That was why I wasn't in the system. She ended up leaving a little after that, and that was why when they called in to see if any of the operators knew about my call, no one answered. I was released a little bit after that, and immediately went home to see my girlfriend, only to find she had packed up all of her things and left. She left me a note, saying she couldn't be with a man she would think for even a second did what I had been accused of. When I finally bought myself a new phone, I had a lot of messages on all my socials from people I had known my entire life, calling me a pedo and telling me I deserved to die. The only positive text was from my mom, who told me she heard I had been proved innocent and released, and she wanted me to call her to hear my voice. I met with my lawyer later that day and he told me that CPS showed up and investigated the couple with a cop, only to find the couple passed out from shooting themselves up, and the baby, once again alone, in a soiled diaper. They took the kid into foster care and the couple got arrested. Their charge against me was dropped. He said I still had a court date, where the operator would have to testify about everything that happened, but that it was all going to be okay. I doubted that, since a lot of people in my life were still refusing to talk to me. Apparently, even if you are proven innocent, the feeling of disgust doesn't just go away once you've envisioned someone having done a horrible act. I can't really blame them, but still, I was fired over a false rope accusation. The company tells me I can't sue them. I held a management position at a company. I asked a non-management employee of the opposite intimacy to step into another room to discuss her performance away from other employees. She was going through a divorce and had made a few mistakes, and while I didn't want to embarrass her, I did want to make sure the mistakes were addressed. She acknowledged it and thanked me. An hour later, I was escorted from my office by security and was informed by my boss that an intimate harassment complaint had been made and proper protocol was to suspend me. I asked what it was and was told, "We need to investigate." I can't disclose that. He assured me that it shouldn't take long and if I wasn't guilty of anything, I'd be paid for the time out. I again asked what the accusation was and was told that as there was an ongoing investigation I was not permitted to know, but if they had questions, I would be contacted. I wasn't happy, but knowing that I didn't do anything wrong, I left the building. Later that night, I received a notification on my phone that my email password was incorrect. After 2 days, I called my boss asking for an update and was told he was not available but I would hear something soon. I began calling daily and received the same response. Finally, I received a letter in the mail informing me that I was terminated for exposing myself and requesting intimate favors from an employee, as well as attempting to rope her in the office. The employee listed was the young lady I had pulled into the side room. I immediately called up my boss and was told, he is unavailable, and said to say the matter is closed. My buddy, the IT guy, messaged me on Facebook asking what happened as he'd been told to deactivate my accounts. When I told him the whole story, he replied, "You took her into that room. Dude, there's a security camera in there. We keep some important stuff in there, so we always have the camera on." Sure enough, he pulls the footage and there I am, holding a pile of papers, pointing to them, and keeping my pants on the whole time, not approaching her and certainly not trying to rope her. I left a message for my boss that the alleged incident occurred in a room with surveillance and that I would be contacting an attorney and subpoenaing the video record. I received a call back 15 minutes later asking me to please participate in a phone conference with him and HR. The conference went as expected. They didn't realize it had occurred in a room with surveillance. They have a zero-tolerance policy that they have to enforce. You can't be too careful in this day and age. They regret that this didn't come to light sooner. They've already replaced me, and as it wouldn't be fair to terminate my replacement as she's done nothing wrong, they don't have a job to offer me back. However, as a gesture of goodwill, they're going to pay me through my suspension, change my file so it reads that I voluntarily resigned, and provide me with a good reference. I replied that wasn't acceptable. They made a false accusation against me, withheld vital information that I could have easily refuted, refused to take my calls, and completely failed in their own investigation by not checking video footage that would have immediately exonerated me. They asked what I thought would be fair. I told them they could immediately terminate the employee who made the accusation and either give me my job back or pay me out 1 year's salary in addition to what was offered. My boss said that he could not discuss another employee with me, and that neither of those options are feasible. The only options I have are what he already offered. I replied that the options I gave are the only way I'm not going to sue the company along with the employee. My boss replied that I signed an agreement when I was first hired saying I would take all disputes through arbitration and that I waived my right to sue the company. I do not remember signing the agreement, and I have not seen it, but it apparently says that I will take all disputes to arbitration, I will bear the costs of arbitration, and that I will accept the decision in arbitration. He stated that I will not fare any better in arbitration than he's already offered and I'll be out the money to cover the arbitration. I feel like I'm being bullied here, and don't think he would have scheduled a phone conference with such immediacy if he didn't think the company was vulnerable to a lawsuit. I'm waiting on a call back from a few employment attorneys.
I was invited to a wedding but I have to pay for our supper and babysit for free. Now they are getting a ton of hate because of their entitlement. I was so happy to see a wedding invitation in my mailbox. I pulled it out and a little note fell out on an index card, but I looked at the invitation first. It was truly beautiful and I immediately stuck it to my fridge like the work of art it was. It was addressed to my husband and me and I was beyond stoked. I love weddings. I tend to get teary-eyed and smile until my face hurts at the joy of new beginnings and all the love. I was even a wedding singer. That's how much I love them. I picked up the note card and read that, and while my husband was invited, I'd be in another room helping to babysit all the children there with several other female invitees. There's a special room for children at the church and that's where I'd be. For everything. I'd still need to dress for a wedding in case I wind up in any photos, but I'd be taking my reception meal with the children and I'd be with all the kids for the ceremony. Then there was a link for their gift registry. Oh, and the meals for my husband and myself would be $100 each, and we have a link to pay it when we digitally RSVP. The first problem here is that I am disabled at 50 years old. Legally, I use oxygen. I use a walker when I need to walk long distances. I sometimes have to give up the walker entirely and use a wheelchair. I'm not proud of it, but there it is. I could happily sit in a room and look at kids, but I'd be pretty useless to prevent a fall or stop a child from choking or anything else that would require me to move quickly. Second, my husband isn't the one who has been friends with these people since childhood. I am. Why would he be invited to watch the ceremony and be part of the reception but not me? My husband said he'd happily watch the kids and let me attend the wedding and reception, but the invitation specified that only other female invitees would be watching the kids, so I doubt they'd let him. Is this a normal thing at weddings now? Do you pick guests to babysit other guests' children? Should I call them up and explain my health situation even though they already know it and visit me during my multiple hospitalizations a year? I hate having to pull the health card, but honestly, what were they thinking? I confess that I feel offended and hurt that I'm nothing more than a babysitter to them who is expected to pay for my supper and babysit for free. Would I be wrong to simply tell them we won't be able to attend and to find another sitter? And if we don't go, do we still send a gift? Updating to address some questions. I know these folks because my mom, R.I.P., Mom, and the bride's grandma were besties. So, I grew up with the bride's mom as an almost sister to me. We went to school together, graduated together, worked at the same place twice, and have been super close since. The bride is like a goddaughter. At least I thought she was. I'm gobsmacked here. The church where they are getting married is a Southern Baptist church. They aren't members. None of us are overly religious. They just liked the venue and booked it. I've never been inside, but it's lovely on the outside, and apparently, it has a childcare room that is big enough for a bunch of women and kids to hole up comfortably for a wedding and reception. We're all American. The groom's family is related to my family via marriage, and the bride and groom met at my house at a cookout a few years ago. I've always been way closer to the bride's family, though. I knew that there had been a proposal. I got FaceTimed about 10 minutes after it happened, and my husband and I cried and laughed and wished them well and oohed and awed over their story in the ring. I was expecting an invitation, sure, but not like this. The last time I had lunch with the bride's mom, she told me they're inviting around 200 people, so it'll be a large wedding with, I'm assuming, a ton of children. No, I don't hate kids. I love kids. I would have loved to have kids of my own, but my body just wouldn't do it. It took 2 miscarriages and a stillbirth to finally make me accept that it wouldn't happen for us. We are in the process of adult adopting 2 young adults that we brought into our home when we found out they were kicked out and homeless at 18. They've lived with us for years and we're making it legal. They call us mom and pop and we're a family. I'm still considering my options. I've started and deleted multiple emails to the bride's mom. I'm a raw nerve right now and my tone isn't the kindest. I want to keep it all in writing so there can be no he said/she said. I plan to ask if they incorrectly sent me the note about babysitting, since they know I physically cannot do that. But every inception of the email led with Donna? So, I need to think about it some more. Update. I spoke to my friend, the mother of the bride, and I'm pretty upset. I've been bawling for most of the day. She called and said that they were getting a lot of backlash from the wedding guests. No one wants to pay $100 for dinner and only 3 of the women asked were okay with babysitting. I told her I understood that the guests were upset because it's just tacky to 1, be asked to pay, and 2, be told you are invited but only to babysit. I told her I would not be a babysitter, at all. No, just no. She got mad and brought up how we were lifelong friends. She said I'd be helping them more by babysitting than I'd be helping by simply sitting in a pew watching. I reminded her that I couldn't physically help it all due to, being legally disabled. She said they completely understood that and expected me to simply supervise the other sitters since they trusted me most. Again, I told her that I felt it was insulting to be voluntold. Thanks, Reddit, for that word, that I'd be babysitting and that I had no desire to do that, especially not dressed in formal wear. Then we got to the truth. She said that she didn't know if I'd be in a wheelchair that day or require a walker. That's fair. I don't always know which one I'll need. She said that they wanted everyone in pews for the wedding video and me sitting in a wheelchair would make me stick out and ruin video/photos. I said, if I need a wheelchair that day then I can move to a pew and my husband can put the wheelchair in another room or back in our car. I may not even need it that day. Then she says, well, space is limited in the pews. You would take up the space of 2 people with your purse and oxygen tank. I said, no, I would not. I wouldn't bring a purse in and the oxygen tank either sits on my lap or between my feet. It's like a little backpack. Then she said, well, having you and oxygen in the photos would be distracting from the other people. And there you have it. Words were exchanged and she hung up on me. I haven't been removed from any social media yet, but I fully expect to be. I already feel awful for being this way at only 50 years old. I didn't choose this. I didn't want this. If she thinks it's awful to having it photographed, just imagine living with it, which is what I told her before she hung up on me. I'm devastated. Just devastated. Update 2. I'm not in the greatest headspace. I don't think I've ever been less okay. Honestly, I did not register to RSVP or communicate with them further, until another invitee got in touch with me and said that the mother of the bride, a person I thought of as basically my sister, was badmouthing me into the ground. I explained my side and our mutual friend was livid. They told the mother of the bride and the bride that they were wrong to want to exclude me because I might or might not need a wheelchair and would have oxygen on my face. I could remove the oxygen for photos, they told her. So, the mother of the bride sent me a message saying, and I quote, well, if you're going to be butthurt about the aesthetic we want to achieve and try to turn other guests against us, then you can effing come and sit in a pew, but not in photos, and we'll try to get the videographer to do edits to the wedding vid, too. But I won't forget how you made this difficult for us. I replied, how did I make it difficult other than existing? She replied, you clearly told about what I told you regarding your wheelchair and oxygen, and she's telling everyone else. We're getting a ton of hate, I said. She asked me if I was attending and I told her no and explained why. I didn't lie to her. I told her exactly what you said. You didn't tell me not to tell anyone your reasons. If they're valid reasons to you then you shouldn't care who knows. So, I'm now blocked. By the bride, the mom, the dad, and the groom. A friendship I've had my entire life is over. A goddaughter that I helped nurture and care for is just gone now. We paid for the bride's car insurance, gas, and cell phone all through high school and college because we wanted her focused on just her studies and not a part-time job. Her parents got her a car but insisted she work, but her grades fell when she did and we helped her. And this is how they thank us. This is how they repay our kindness. I guess I'm a great friend when I'm giving money, but I'm not good enough to be seen. I felt like a burden my whole life and this has set me back so far. I'm just not okay. Update 3. A few mutual friends reached out and asked if it was me and I admitted that it was. They were told something completely different about the situation. The bride's mother told them that I refused to come because of my health difficulties and that I was afraid I would ruin the wedding and declined the RSVP. She even claimed that she had been begging me to attend ever since the engagement happened, which was a bold-faced lie. I am the one who organized and paid for the after-engagement party so they could announce the happy news to everyone, and I was clear to everyone that I couldn't wait to attend the wedding. So, I sent screenshots, photos of the invitation, and the note card telling me I'd be babysitting, and then the showdown where I was told I could sit in the pew and just be edited out of the video and would not be in any photos. I also posted it on Facebook and shared receipts there, too. Well, World War III has officially commenced. Granted, I'm getting this all third and fourth hand, but here's the latest. Word has spread fast. Links to the news article have made it all over the place, and I've been told that the few ladies who had agreed to babysit have backed out and asked if there was something wrong with them that would make them not fit to sit in the pews or be in photos. And I think that's probably the case since 2 of them have unnatural hair coloring and the other has facial piercings. The church that was booked as the venue has been notified, and I'm hearing it's probably not going to happen there because the pastor's daughter is wheelchair bound after a car accident. He was going to officiate, but now he says he's conflicted about it and the message it would send. My ex-friend and the bride have blown up my husband's phone because I blocked them after this went public. They blocked me first on all of the social media spots, and he let it go on for a few days to see what they had to say. He has blocked them, but the bulk of it is that I'm jealous that I was never blessed with any children of my own, so that's why I'm ruining this for them. I'm hateful and vile and vindictive because I hate them for their clear health. I mentioned that the groom is related to me by marriage, right? That whole branch of the family tree has now divided itself with some on my side and some on the bride's side. The groom hasn't contacted us at all, but his mother did and told me that I was wrong for sharing personal business and that I need to let the bride have her wedding how she wants it. I don't agree that I did anything wrong here. I can't help that I'm sick. They've made me feel like utter trash that should just be tossed into the landfill. I hurt. I literally ache because of this. So, hi Donna, my ex-best friend and practical sister. If you're reading this, you devastated me. I'm not okay. I don't know that I'll ever be okay again. I invested time and money into both you and your daughter. I gave you both a home when your marriage was messed up and never charged you rent or asked for help with groceries or utilities. For over a year, You lived in our home and we paid your way, so you are wrong to treat me this way. My oxygen mask and possible need for a wheelchair should be the last thing on either of your minds, because what matters most is that I, feeling as bad as I normally do, was still going to put on my best dress, make myself look presentable, plant a smile on my face through my pain, and show up for you like I always have. But I never, ever will again. If people noticed me in your photos at all, it would have been because I had the biggest and most proud of anyone there, and they'd see the love I had for you radiating off the image. You will regret this one day when I'm gone and you realize that there are more important things in life than a perfect photo. Update: friends rented a big cabin venue about 20 minutes from the wedding venue, and everyone who was offended over being asked to pay at the reception and babysit or serve the food. Yes, several people got invitations telling them they were invited, but would be serving food at the reception they paid to eat at, got together at the cabin, me included. I was on the fence about going because I really didn't want to sit there and talk about everything and rehash it, but that wasn't my experience at all. I had a truly lovely time. My husband and I even danced to our wedding song, and I had mixed drinks, quite a few, so forgive me if this has typos. LOL. 2 of the bridesmaids opted out of the wedding over mistreatment and, without anyone knowing, they sent letters to all the guests who had been invited to tell them what went down with me and others being asked to babysit/be servers. Those guests were given the address of the cabin. They were the 2 bridesmaids who addressed all the envelopes and still had the guest list, from what they told me. Anyway, we had a great time. There were about 80 of us before all was said and done, though I didn't take a head count. It was packed. Several people went to the wedding but didn't attend the reception. They refused to pay for their meal, and came to our get-together instead, including the 2 bridesmaids who told me all about what I was being called in the story of how I was trying to ruin their wedding because I was jealous of their good health. The bridesmaids who backed out of the wedding due to bridezilla behavior were posting a ton of pics of all of us dancing and eating. We all chipped in $weeks ago for catering and booze, and was seen by my ex-bestie because she unblocked me. I unblocked her weeks ago in the hope that she'd come around, much as I'm loath to admit it, and called me to tell me off again. I told her I didn't plan the alternate reception, but I was invited and came because they didn't care about my health or me ruining any photos, just me having a good time. Apparently, the wedding was ruined because of me. They had invited hundreds of people and the church wasn't even halfway full, and the reception had less than 30 people, so that's $3,000 the guests paid, when the food and liquor cost around $15,000, and it's my fault they're eating that cost now. They likened me to the Antichrist and the devil and claimed I had to be possessed to do this to a young girl and the groom, when he's a member of my family. I said, I didn't do anything. I told the truth, and if the truth hurts you then maybe you were wrong to do it. Did you consider that? She hung up on me and started calling others and demanding the address so they could come to the actual reception. No one gave it to her. I just got home at 11 p.m. It was a great day. I laughed. I even felt up to dancing a little. I had good news. I don't need my oxygen all the time now and just at night via CPAP or after exercise, and I have been going to the pool and doing senior aquatics, as much as I can, and it's helped so much with my breathing and my mobility. I can walk around the whole grocery store now without needing to sit down on my walker. I still use the walker for long periods due to dizziness from Meniere's disease, but I think I'm doing better. At least, I'm trying. I feel very proud of myself. Friends. Anyway, the wedding still happened, but they didn't have the numbers they expected, and I've heard that someone suggested they donate the excess food instead of throwing it away, but they didn't. Which sucks because I just know that firemen, or police, or the hospital, or the homeless shelter would have been so happy to get it. I think I'm doing better mentally after today because everyone who talked to me told me it was wrong to exclude me because of my wheelchair or oxygen. I did have my walker with me today, but not my wheelchair or an oxygen tube. I had it in my car just in case I needed it, and there were a couple of times I could have used it, but I was determined not to be in any pics with it out of pure spite. I also wore the pretty dress I bought for the wedding and had many compliments. I'm still hurt and angry and miss having that closeness with their family, but I'm going to be okay. And that's a wrap.
I was livid when I learned that my girlfriend sold my car in the junkyard while I was out of town. So I brought my car back and tossed her in the dump. I had a 1967 Impala 4-door that I bought in February 2019. A couple months ago I bought my first house that had a 2.5 car garage. I moved the car in and started tearing it down for a complete restoration. I had the body in one bay and the chassis in another, plus the whole garage filled with parts. About 2 months ago my girlfriend came to live with me during this whole crisis, and the whole time has hated that car. She wants to park in the garage, but I have 2 acres of land with a lot of nice places to park under shady trees, or hell even in the barn if it has to be inside. I tell her tough luck, it's my house and it's not like I can just throw it back together real quick. Anyways, I was out of town for a couple days on a business trip for the small local company I work for. When I got back, my girlfriend was all smiles, making me food all the time, doing all the chores, all that. I thought maybe she just was happy to have me home, but then I realized that I didn't see her car in its usual spot. I asked her where she parked so I could make sure I mow that area and keep it clean, and she said not to worry because she parked in the garage. I asked how and she told me to go check it out. Turns out that while I was gone she hired some people to come over and move everything related to that car, including the drivetrain, body, and chassis and all parts, and take it to the local dump. I was absolutely dumbfounded. I had spent over $11,000 on that car, including new parts, services, and the car itself. I told her that I was going to be taking her to court for that, and she brushed me off like I was being dramatic. I told her that it's done between us class and to pack her things and leave. I admit I was really angry, but I did end up getting a lawyer, and as I have all the receipts for all that money spent and I have her on my house's security cam footage letting the guys in and watching them take it all, I think I can win. Her family and friends are absolutely blowing me up saying it's just a stupid old piece of junk and that she cannot pay back all that money I spent, and that I should just let it go. But I have been putting all my time, effort, and money into that car for a year and a half now, and goddamn it if I am not going to get justice for what she did. Update: I went to the police station last night, was told to come back in the morning. I just got back and filed an official report against her for grand larceny and grand theft auto. I showed them all the receipts I had for the car and the footage of her letting the guys come and take it, as well as the title for the vehicle in my name. They said they will be in contact with all three parties, me, ex-girlfriend, and junkyard guys, soon, and they will hopefully be able to recover some or all of the car. I just have to wait now. Huge update: they found my goddamn car. The junkyard guys apparently were in the middle of hiding it when the police came to ask them questions. It was on a forklift and they were going to put it on top of a pile of cars that was hidden behind more piles of cars. They said it was theirs and they had the title, but obviously didn't have the title for it, and since they matched the VIN on the chassis and body to the VIN on my title, it was obviously mine. I know at least one person there has been arrested. I think he was in the camera footage I talked about earlier, but I don't know if it was the boss or whomever or even his specific charge. They also told me they would be looking into this specific junkyard for any other vehicles reported stolen. They said they haven't been able to get in contact with my ex just yet, but they're working on it. I'm just so glad they found my car. Luckily I made quite an album of pictures detailing me tearing down the car, and so I can use that to prove what parts they had were mine, so I can hopefully get most or all of it back. Police haven't let me take it back home yet, as they say it is evidence or something, so hopefully I can get it back eventually.
I was livid when my husband bought another apartment for his former nanny, who constantly walked all over me. He slapped me so hard that I woke up to reality and left him. I have been with my husband, Daniel, for 12 years and have been married for 6. We have a 4-year-old son. For the most part, he is a wonderful, loving man, and we've had problems in our relationship only due to his ex-nanny. Martha used to babysit Daniel when she was 19 to 21 since his parents were both very busy lawyers. She was fired after she took Daniel out on a late-night walk, and they got mugged, where my husband was also pretty badly injured. Even after that, he kept in touch with Martha, still calling her Ma. He is very protective of her, and even when we were friends, dating, engaged, or married, everyone told me to be on the good side of his ex-nanny, as she means a lot to him, so much so that he is still financially supporting her. Martha has a daughter, Stella, with an unknown man she wants to set up with Daniel, and she still does. Even when we first met, she would make subtle comparisons between us, like how Stella has such pale, beautiful skin and how I should get rid of my beach tan. She knows a true lady is for rearing her man's children and not trying to compete with him by entering the workforce. You can tell I am not the biggest fan of Martha, even though I tried to like her or get her to like me, but her remark the first time we met made me instantly dislike her. She told me to stop smiling, that there was nothing funny about the situation, and to stop living in a delusion that my smile is pretty. Daniel said nothing at that. Daniel and I had a huge fight a week ago since he bought Martha and Stella another apartment and had them over while I was at work. I won't lie, I called his ex-nanny a WH-re who doesn't even know the father of her child and has birthed and raised another WH-re. At this, my calm husband instantly slapped me so hard that I was thrown to the floor. While I was still in shock, he began crying, hugging me, and apologizing repeatedly. He didn't leave me the whole night, so I packed my bags and left for my parents' home. With our son the next morning, he has been calling and coming to my house repeatedly, apologizing and asking for another chance. I don't know what to do. My mom tells me I should talk to him since he seems hurt. She doesn't know about the slap. Before this, he had never hit me and rarely ever raised his voice at me. Am I overreacting? Did I cross a line by insulting his mother figure? I don't want my son to grow up in a broken home due to an emotional decision. Update: I am divorcing him. I am a mess right now, so forgive any errors. My marriage is coming to an end. I told my parents that he hit me, and they were furious. They demanded that I immediately divorce him, and I am going to do just that. I agreed to meet him in my parents' yard this afternoon. He was still not getting it. He brought all kinds of presents, immediately hugged me when I saw him and offered to buy another apartment for our family. I told him that I'd leave him if he didn't cut off his nanny and her daughter. He began crying once again. It hurt me to see him cry since he rarely ever does. He asked me not to make him choose since he loves me just as much as he loves them, and that I am the mother of his child, and that it wouldn't be fair to our son to grow up in different homes. He told me he owes his ex-nanny and her daughter because Martha would be happy if it weren't for him. I was always skeptical why he cared about her so much, but he'd always say she saved him. This was the first time he was saying something like this. I pressed on and told him to tell me the truth, or we would end, but he said I wouldn't get it. I told him we were done, but he wouldn't let me leave. He began saying he would never sign the divorce papers and wouldn't let me go no matter what I did. It was scary, so I immediately called for my mom and dad. He still wouldn't budge until my dad threatened him with his gun, and he gave me this weird look before he went away. I was honestly never this scared of him, and had never seen this side of his before. He sounded mad that I was trying to leave him. I just want to get my divorce and live peacefully with my son. Edit: Stella is not Daniel's daughter. They look nothing alike. Moreover, Martha had Stella with a one-night stand as it seems, because when I did ask Daniel about her father, he said he didn't know who he was, but it was a bastard who came one night, left, and ruined Ma.
I was mortified when my mean girlfriend insulted a cancer patient's appearance. Now she's livid because I silenced her and made her leave alone. I have been dating my girlfriend, Nancy, for about 2 months now. We met on a blind date that our friends set us up on and have been seeing each other relatively regularly since then. I'm not entirely sure if we are officially girlfriend/boyfriend, but Nancy seems to think so. Nancy describes herself as a bit of a mean girl. I honestly thought she was joking for a while, as she is typically quite nice. However, she has an awful tendency to insult people based primarily on their appearance. These insults can happen anywhere and anytime, and can be targeted at literally anyone. Of course, she never says these things about the person right in front of them. The other day, I invited Nancy to a family friends event we were having. My mother's friend, Sarah, had just gotten out of the hospital for cancer. Sarah's family and my family are very close. I've known them since I was born and consider them to be extended family. Due to cancer and chemotherapy, Sarah no longer has hair and is very thin. Once Nancy saw her, she started smirking. I literally pleaded with her not to say anything rude, and she agreed but told me that I was ruining her fun. Fast forward, I'm chatting with my mother and sister. Nancy walks by and says hello. She chats for a bit before starting to make several highly offensive jokes about Sarah and her appearance. I will not repeat anything, but her jokes mainly pertain to baldness and anorexia. My mother and sister looked mortified, and so was I. I literally had my jaw hanging open for a good few seconds. Once I snapped out of it, I firmly told Nancy to stop and that no one found her crappy sense of humor funny except herself. She got upset and said that I was being controlling and misogynistic for trying to silence her. I maintained my position and reaffirmed that her comments were insane. She got even more upset and asked that we leave. I said it would be rude for me to go, as it was still relatively early, and she ended up leaving on her own. Am I the a-hole? Update: I was complaining about you-know-who to my friend who introduced on the phone. He deadass told me that he introduced us on April Fools for a reason. I was shocked when I found out that my brother is not inviting his children to his second wedding because they want it to be child-free. So, I shocked him when I called him out on his engagement dinner. So, I have 5 siblings, including my oldest brother, whom I used to idolize. He recently got engaged, in my opinion, rather quickly after his divorce. 6 months. Tonight was his engagement dinner. I'm gonna be honest as F here. I hate his soon-to-be wife Amanda. She's a two-faced fake bee that's obsessed with my brother's ex-wife. Here are the other reasons why I hate the both of them. Amanda is my ex-sister-in-law's friend and my brother has seen his kids a total of 10 days in the last year and a half. When his kid's uncle got into a crash, he wouldn't even let his kids stay with him when his ex needed to spend time with her 18-year-old brother who passed away due to injuries. I had to step up for those kids when he should have. They talk poop on his ex 24/7 when the woman is just trying to live her life. Also, they both called his ex-wife a bad mother when the girl stayed with us for a while after her brother's death. Amanda told my niece she was fat and boys won't like that and she calls them his crotch goblins. His oldest recently had a breakdown at our house. She thinks she did something wrong and asked my dad to find out what she did to make her dad hate her so she can apologize. I've never seen my father cry before that. Anyway, I went tonight because I loved my brother and with all our family's comments about putting them in their place, I was gonna try to keep it civil for my niece's sake. Well, shockingly it was going well because my brother kept our grandmother and siblings away from Amanda by sitting me and dad next to her. I tried to be nice. I used all my years in retail to help me channel my best polite positive attitude even though I wanted to tell this woman to go F herself. We got talking about their wedding which is in July. It started off civil enough till it got to the part where my mom asked would my nieces be flower girls. They looked at each other, then my POS brother answered and said, well actually we thought of having a late wedding so we decided it would be best if it was child-free. I, in shock and a little drunk, asked, how can you have a child-free wedding when you have kids? Amanda said, well they won't be coming because it wouldn't be fair to my friends or you guys. I told her, Beach, I wasn't asking you, I'm talking to my brother, their father. Brother said, Toby please don't call Amanda out of her name, and calm down. We both agreed it would be inappropriate because the ceremony starts at 7 and we plan on partying into the night. Please as my family, respect and support my decisions. If you can't respect my relationship or my future wife I will ask you not to attend the wedding nor speak to me till you're ready to apologize. I replied, having a child-free wedding is completely bullshit and guess what, either people came here to make fun of you or for your kids' sake. You know what, F you. F your wedding and your future wife. My grandmother then said they always downgrade, don't they? He was running around with she in a sack when he had a good woman at home. We all started laughing, then my brother and Amanda started yelling, so everyone went in it, then we got kicked out of the restaurant.
I was suffering from my pregnancy and almost died, but my husband would go to his coworker and get it off with her. Now, a child was dropped off at our house and it turned out to be his daughter. My life is falling apart and it's all thanks to my husband. We had a perfect life, both of us worked in the jobs we loved. We have a beautiful daughter, 10, and a healthy son, 5. When I was pregnant with our son we both almost died due to complications, so before the birth and even afterwards I didn't want to have intimacy. Why would I? I almost died and my body was in pain for months afterwards even with strong medication. I thought my husband understood because he never pushed me for intimacy or even asked. I thought it was because he understood my pain, but apparently he was just getting it from somewhere else. A few months ago we were visited by Child Protective Services. I was terrified at first, frantically thinking of what we did wrong with our children to cause a visit. But no. As it turns out, some woman I've never met before died in a car accident leaving behind a daughter, and my husband's name was on the girl's birth certificate and he was named in the woman's will as the father. I thought it was a mistake at first, until my husband told me the truth. As it turns out, while I was suffering my pregnancy and the after effects of almost dying, my husband would go to a woman he knew at work and get it off with her. He said this as if he did me a favor. Well, as the CPS worker explained to us, my husband is her closest living relative that can care for her. The woman's family apparently wanted nothing to do with the poor little girl. When she asked us if we wanted to take her and I said yes. Yes, I know this might be the true cause of all my issues, but my husband pawned that poor girl off to live with her single mother for 5 years. He doesn't get to pawn her away when she needs help. She's his responsibility, and now it's ours. I told him I'll help take care of the necessary visits for wellness checks and help with whatever CPS wants us to do. All he had to do was explain everything to our children. The fact I'm saying this tells you what he did. Yes, nothing. We had to clean out a room and buy new furniture and even looked for some toys. Our children go to a private school, so I picked up some more work hours in order to be able to afford her tuition. I was the one who had to tell our extended families the big change because he didn't want to do so. I did almost all the heavy lifting. So color me shocked when his daughter finally joins our family 2 weeks ago and the first words out of our children's mouths was, "Who's that?" Yes, I was the one who had to tell our children's school, extended families, family doctors, and my workplace about my husband's affair and subsequent addition to our family. But he couldn't tell our children, being he was too ashamed to face them. So guess who was the one who had to explain that they have a sister now as I'm trying to settle the poor girl into her new home and room? And shocker, our children didn't take the news well as it was happening right in front of them. My daughter was screaming while crying, causing my son and the little girl to cry. A situation that could have been avoided if my husband just did the one thing I asked of him and explained everything to them much sooner. It's been 2 weeks of her living with us and the situation hasn't improved. My husband has not picked up the slack that comes with having a new addition to the family, so we're struggling right now to make ends meet. I feel embarrassed bringing all 3 children around for appointments and groceries because the little girl is very much obviously not mine, and I can tell people are judging our family. My daughter is much moodier and less happy and refuses to even acknowledge our newest addition to the family. Our son doesn't really understand what is going on and it's causing even him to lash out. And I don't even know how to help the poor little girl because I know that if I feel like my life is falling apart, she must feel even worse. I suggested family therapy for our children, even just marriage therapy, so we can hopefully move past this and work together as a unit for all the children. He's refused everything, saying that he knows he'll be lectured by everyone when all he was doing was trying to help me. I just don't know how to fix this. Please help me. I don't want to divorce him because I just know that will make it worse for the kids, but that's the only option my family is telling me. Meanwhile, his family is begging me to make this work and to just look past it. Update. At this point I decided to just ask my eldest daughter directly because she was still so upset about it and I subconsciously knew I wasn't going to get the truth from my husband. So I went to her room while she was lying in bed and I asked her. I told her that I asked her father to explain to the two of them what was going to happen. They saw her new room. I talked about her to them, so I don't understand my eldest's reaction. So yes, it turns out husband didn't tell them and then me the truth. A surprise to no one, I am figuring out. The story he told the kids was that youngest was a daughter of one of our friends, and we felt so bad we had to take her in. Nothing about her being their half-sister or him having a daughter with another woman. Well, when she came home that day and the kids asked who she was, the pictures we were able to share of youngest, she had braids in and wore much different clothing than when she arrived. It was my response to them that ruined his little lie. This is youngest's name, your half-sister, remember? Our son was too young to really get what it meant, but our daughter did. That's why she freaked out that day. Not because of the new addition to the family, but because what the new addition meant. I apologize for causing her to freak out that day, for not sitting both her and her brother down for a real discussion over how they feel and to make sure their father did what he was supposed to do, and apologized for only talking to her now after. She had a much deserved reaction to it all. My daughter accepted the apology, and I asked her if that was why she was distant from the youngest. She told me that's part of it, and because word got out at her school about what the newest addition to our family going to the school meant, so now she's getting teased and picked on for having a father who cheated. It broke my heart realizing just how badly I messed up. By continuing to beg the spineless man they called a father to help them and then allowing myself to get shut down, I was essentially allowing all the kids' needs to be ignored. I told my daughter I'll sign her and her brother and sister up for therapy. Of course the pathetic man tried to plead with me not to when I mentioned signing the kids up, but I told him to give it up already. All 3 children's lives have changed, and it will help them adjust with a professional to speak to. He's been grumbling and whining about it, but I don't care anymore. And this might cause many to be upset with me, but I'm in the process with my husband to have him transfer custody of the youngest to me. I've grown to care for her. And as some comments in my last post have pointed out, once I do divorce him and leave with our kids, I don't doubt he'll treat her awfully or neglect her. He's been right on board and it took some convincing, but his parents finally agreed to be witnesses. I got all the paperwork set up and scheduled an appointment with an attorney to help with anything else. Once that happens, I'll try to get everything I need in order to have a smoother divorce and then subsequent move to be closer to my family.
I woke up on the entire left side of my bed with a long trail of blood. I've scanned my whole body and there are no wounds anywhere, so I called the police. Let me just start by saying that I am a man, and so I don't get a period. I have been living on my own in Amsterdam for a while now. It's a nice little room in the attic. It's old, nice, and feels very cozy. I don't live in a dorm, but I live with an older lady who has 2 cats. I'm allergic myself, so when those cats come this way I chase them out the door. Now I have a problem. A few days ago I woke up with clothes on, my closet turned over, and clothes on the floor. Poop. Sleepwalking can happen. Now things are getting a little weird. On the entire left side of my double bed, from head to toe, there's a long trail of blood, as if something bloody has been running over it. This can't be the cats because they don't come into my room at night, and it also seems unlikely to me that an injured animal has been walking there because if something bleeds that much it should be visible somewhere else in the room, right? It also seemed unlikely to me that I myself bled a vertical trail in my sleep, but I didn't think anything else of it. I cleaned it up and that was that. But, this morning, a few days later, I woke up, blood everywhere again on that side of the bed, and with blood everywhere, I really mean a trail you can't miss. And the smell. I woke up because of the smell and not even my alarm clock. 6:30. I went to ask the housewife what she thought this could be. She smiled for a moment and said maybe your room is haunted. Well, that didn't make it better. I'm now sitting in the bathroom scrubbing that sheet again and trying not to throw up. I don't know what's going on here, but could this be a weird hazing problem? And by that, I mean student hazing. Is this a normal thing they do in Amsterdam? Smear blood on your bed? I'm just saying, I'm from Brussels. I know weirder things are happening here. I don't get it at all. Especially because I've scanned my whole body and there are no wounds anywhere. Has anyone experienced something similar? Is my room genuinely possessed? Sorry if this is a stupid question, but I'm kind of done with it. Update: for the past few days I've been staying at my friend's house. See if it's mysteriously bleeding there too. I ordered a camera, and nothing happened. Until yesterday morning. I went back home, went to the doctor on the way because I suffer from hay fever, and once home just checked the cats for being in heat. Turns out they're both male. Unfortunately, I set up the camera in a can, thanks to whoever advised that, and went into the space behind my room with a CO detector to measure it. The second I got in there I smelled a very familiar smell, exactly the smell that vaguely smelled like blood. Now that I know what it is I would associate it more with meat, but the smell of blood came very close. Anyway, grabbed the CO detector, and shirt in front of my nose and put that thing to work. Nothing wrong. Anyway, called my friend because the smell was very specific. She was there within an hour, and she too thought it smelled very strangely of blood. It's a large attic, which smells of blood and rotted flesh, and there are things everywhere in the dark. Of course, my imagination ran wild. My girlfriend also started to get the jitters, and after an hour of pondering we decided to call the police. Well, they showed up on my doorstep after 4 hours, and together we went upstairs. The police also smelled the odor, and it was so convincing that some other special agents were called in before they went up into the attic. Very long story short, after a long wait and search they didn't find a body, but they did find mold all over the wall against my room, under the baseboards, in the roof, black mold everywhere. Immediately relieved that my landlord wasn't a murderer, but black mold isn't a fun joke either. In the meantime, I've moved all my stuff and am temporarily living with my girlfriend until the problem is solved. Even then, I don't know if I'll go back, because the landlord wasn't very happy that I kind of suspected her of unalive. But that's another story. It's funny because as the doctor said when I came in with my hay fever, it's remarkable that you're suffering from it now. He was right. The itchy eyes, the nosebleed in my sleep, yes it turned out to be a nosebleed, the sleepwalking, the tired days, everything in place. End of story.
I won the lottery and my boyfriend is forcing me to share my winnings with his dog and set up a doggy trust fund. Now, he's pissed because I won't roll over his demand. So, I won a decent amount in the lottery, about $50,000. Before I won, my boyfriend and I would always joke about how, if I ever hit it big, I'd split it 3 ways between me, him, and his dog, Baxter. Baxter is a golden retriever, and I love him, but I always thought it was, just a joke. Well, fast forward to me actually winning. Honestly, I thought sharing the good news would be a fun moment for us, but now it feels like I unleashed a whole can of worms. Now, my boyfriend is dead serious about wanting me to give Baxter's share of the money. He insists I promised, and that Baxter deserves $10,000 in a dog trust fund for future vet bills, toys, and whatever he needs. I told him that's ridiculous. Baxter's a dog and doesn't need a trust fund. Now, my boyfriend is calling me selfish and saying I went back on my word. He says it's not about the dog, it's about me not keeping promises, and that it shows I don't take our relationship seriously. But seriously? Over a dog? Here's where it gets weird. I actually did buy Baxter a pretty fancy dog bed and some expensive treats with part of the winnings, but my boyfriend is saying that doesn't count because it wasn't part of the official $10,000 I supposedly promised. He even brought up going to a lawyer to set up the dog trust fund to make it official. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Am I the a-hole for not giving a literal dog a chunk of my lottery winnings, even though I might have jokingly promised? Or is this whole thing just absurd? Update 1. So, after thinking it over, I finally confronted my boyfriend about this whole absurd situation with the dog trust fund. I told him straight up that while I love Baxter, giving $10,000 to a dog is beyond ridiculous, and I can't believe it's turned into such a major issue in our relationship. His reaction? He doubled down. He kept going on about how it's not about the money, even though it's clearly all about the money, and that this is really about trust in me, not keeping promises. He even said that if I can't keep this promise, again, about a dog, how can he trust me to keep my word on bigger things? At that point, I just couldn't take it anymore. I told him that this whole situation has raised huge red flags, and after 2 years together, I can't believe he's acting like this. I told him flat out that we're ending our relationship because his priorities seem completely out of whack. If he's this unreasonable over something so absurd, I can't imagine dealing with more serious issues down the road. Instead of reflecting on what I said, he got defensive and accused me of breaking trust. I'm honestly floored by how this has spiraled, but I feel like this breakup was inevitable with how he's been acting. Am I the a-hole for ending a 2-year relationship over a dog trust fund? Or is this as insane as it feels?
I'm dating my sister's bully, but I think my sister is blowing it out of proportion. My younger sister Anne had a bully in high school named Andrea. It started off as mostly name calling, and then became physical. My sister would come home with bruises sometimes, and the school did nothing about it. I always supported Anne through it. By the time they got out of high school I still absolutely hated Andrea. Then 2 years ago I met her at a local cafe where she started working. She ended up apologizing to me for how she treated my sister. She'd been wanting to apologize to Anne but she had no way of contacting her. I still kept my guard up when I saw her after that, but I felt like she'd really matured since high school and told my sister about her. Anne wasn't interested in any apologies, which I get, but I decided to try convince Anne that Andrea has changed and maybe they could even be friends. I kept talking to Andrea and she asked me out on a date after a few months. I figured my sister would be happy for me, regardless of her and Andrea's past. Either way, I never told Anne. Our first date went really well and I was falling more and more for her. She's everything I would ever want from a girl and is no longer a bully. Throughout that time I kept our relationship a secret from Anne and our family, aside from dropping little hints that Andrea's changed. The only people who knew were our closest friends. Then when I was confident I really wanted to be with Andrea, I told my parents first, who were shocked but were willing to meet her, then and who told me she'd disown me if I brought Andrea home. I didn't take her seriously since I did so much for her and thought she could put her feelings aside just this one time. We set up a date for Andrea to meet my family and aside from Anne not showing up it went really well and my parents warmed up to her. So everything was going well until one day Anne went off on me, said some truly awful things and threatened to go no contact with me and my parents if I didn't break up with Andrea and they kept her out of our house. No matter how much I begged her to give Andrea a chance she kept bashing my relationship. Our parents took her side and I had enough of the BS so I told them they could accept my relationship or I'd distance myself from them. Mom took the first option and my dad and Anne took the second. I don't see or talk to Anne anymore, barely see my dad and my mom's constantly heartbroken that our family will never be whole again, all because Anne is too selfish to accept that people can change. F Anna, I really don't need her, I have Andrea.
I'm falling in love with my best friend's younger sister, please help. I wish I weren't in this situation in the first place, and I still can't believe this is even happening to me. I would do anything to be able to control my feelings, but they are growing stronger by the day. I have been friends with Ava, my childhood best friend, since we were both 8 years old. I have debilitating social anxiety, and before Ava and I became friends, I was bullied relentlessly by other children. But that all changed after we met. Ava stood up for me when other kids picked on me, and once in middle school, she even jumped a girl for calling me ugly. I still remember that day like it was yesterday. She broke the girl's nose and I realized I never had anyone care for me like she did. She is the best friend any girl could ask her, and I can't imagine what my life would have looked like without her by my side. I am very close with her family since we've been friends since we were kids. I don't have the best home life, so Ava's family really took me in and cared for me often when I was a child. I truly feel like part of their family. Ava has one sibling, a younger sister named Alana. Ava and I are 24, and Alana is 22. Me and Alana always butted heads as kids. She was a big girly girl, and I was always a strict tomboy. I never thought feelings could unfold between the two of us as adults. Anyways, Ava graduated early and has a high-paying job at a tech startup. Alana and I are still in school, and we actually attend the same college. We had a shared class for the very first time this semester, and I honestly groaned when Ava told me she would be in my class. As I said, Alana and I have totally opposite personalities. She is very cheery and bubbly, meanwhile I'm pretty quiet and secluded. Fast forward to the first week of school, I was genuinely surprised when Alana turned out to be a great classmate. She is much brighter than I ever guessed she would be, and she helps out other classmates during downtime. It was during this class that I started to like her personality as I saw more of it. She was always in a cheerful mood and would honestly light up the room every time she walked in. Eventually, Alana and I started studying together. Sometimes we would study at her house since I was there all the time anyway, but as the semester went on, we studied in a quiet corner of the library together. We were just sitting there, studying one day, when I looked over at her and saw her biting her nails. I pulled her hand out of her mouth and told her to stop that, and she gave me this sly little smile and sat on her hands for the rest of the study session. I don't know what it was about that little gesture, but when she smiled at me like that, it was like a tiny firework went off in my chest. At that moment, I realized how tender and beautiful she was. It was a dizzying feeling, and when we walked out of the library that night, I knew I would never see her the same. I kept my feelings hidden, but as we kept spending time together, I only fell for her harder. At first, I thought it was just me, but out of nowhere, Alana slowly started acting really flirty with me. I chalked it up to us getting closer, but she would text me often and make constant excuses to touch me. When we met up to study, she made it a habit to sit right next to me, close enough that our thighs were touching. One day she even put her leg up on mine, and during a late-night study session, she literally fell asleep on my shoulder. Everything came to light one night in the library. She was sitting right next to me as usual, and I made a joke that made her laugh really hard. The next thing I knew, she was leaning close to me, telling me how much she loved hanging out with me. We looked into each other's eyes and stopped laughing. I restrained myself, but Alana didn't. She grabbed me like she wasn't a foot shorter than me, and kissed me hard. I couldn't help it. How could I? I kissed her back, and we made out in the library for 45 minutes straight. It was the most tense, erotic moment of my life up until that point. Afterward, we both felt sort of guilty and overwhelmed, yet giddy. We had a long conversation afterward, where we both spilled our guts about our feelings for each other. We decided we wanted to be together, but we agreed that the first person to know had to be Ava. We spoke about how she might react. I thought she would accept us since Ava has always been so supportive of me, but Alana expressed extreme nervousness. She said that Ava was very protective over her and was usually pretty hard on anyone she dated. We decided to start dating that night, and settled on telling Ava the very next day. Looking back, I wish we had kept our relationship a secret for longer.
I'm in love with my best friend who used to be chubby and she thinks that she's out of my league, but when I saw that she flirted with other guys I could not stop myself. When we met, I was in a toxic relationship with my now ex. She was focusing on school, working, and getting in shape, so I never really saw her romantically due to these factors, but I've always thought she was a beautiful person and a joy to be around. I'll call her Kelsey. I've told her things I wouldn't dream of telling my ex, talked for hours about anything, played board games, watched movies, went to restaurants, invited her to my book club, and just included her in almost every aspect of my life as she did the same with me, but we were rarely alone together. Nothing intimate besides hugs and jokes with friends, so never really thought of her like that. I finally had enough of the years-long verbal abuse, threatening to harm herself, and mind games with my ex when I started to realize I was spending more time with Kelsey and would sometimes forget about my own girlfriend as Kelsey made me happy and my ex filled me with dread. It was roughly 7 months ago when I broke up with her. Kelsey 2 years ago was a bit chubby and she was working really hard to get it off, so I was super supportive of her and gave her fitness nutrition tips. She has gone from 195 to 130, but her heaviest was apparently 260 and you cannot even tell she was once that size. I'm so proud of her, and ever since the breakup she's all I can think about, and we've been spending some time alone now. Her lips, the way she laughs, her smile, her eyes, and yes, her body is incredible. The fact she put in the work to lose the weight and is disciplined to keep it off while working and going to school makes her even sexier to me. She's always been there without me even asking. She would just know I needed her support in some way, and I would always find a way to let her know I truly appreciated her. I had a feeling she felt the same about me, but I let a bunch of insecurities. I'm freakishly tall, been called boring, told I talk too much, hate my chin, etc. Stop me from telling her how I felt. A few weeks ago we were all at a taco joint with friends stuffing our faces and having a great time until a guy approached her and offered to buy her a drink. My heart sank and I immediately wanted to tell him off. She's not interested but was able to fight it off as I knew it was irrational and I had no right. She sweetly agreed with some encouragement from the girls at the table and followed him to the bar and they started chatting. I had never been so angry, sad, and guilty at the same time about a woman. In the time I've known her, she's been single except for a few dates that ended up wanting just to be casual, which really hurt her as she doesn't hook up and hasn't been intimate with anyone for a few years since she was focusing on herself. Guys and girls hit on her all the time and it's always made me irrationally upset even before I realized I loved her because they didn't know her. So I should have been happy that she was talking to this guy and seemingly enjoying herself. She was giggling, smiling, sharing nachos with him. I was unbelievably bummed, so I started to head out as I didn't want to watch her flirt with this guy and cause a scene. When I got home, I saw she sent me a good night text saying hoped I feel better. Friends told her I wasn't feeling too hot. She was worried as I'd kinda been off, and let her know if I needed someone to talk to. I fell in love again. I decided I was going to tell her how I felt as it wasn't fair to her and it was unhealthy keeping it in since I can barely form sentences around her now. I asked one of the girls if she had an idea that Kelsey might have a crush on me after explaining why I wanted to know. She confessed that she did indeed, but apparently Kelsey told her that she didn't think I'd ever date her because she used to be fat. She's not in my league and I probably only saw her as another sister. I was devastated. I gave her that impression and almost didn't believe, but it all makes sense as to why she would think that. I've never made any kind of move on her and I myself am a pretty fit guy, plus my ex was super skinny. I'm so afraid to make a move now that she's lost so much weight that she's going to think I only like her now because she's not fat anymore and my feelings are surface level. She means so much to me and I don't want to fuck this up. Most of my friends are saying she's going to understand and not take it personally because she knows me. Some said she's going to think I just want to bang her now that she's hot. My sisters think I should tread lightly as she could feel like a rebound. How to approach this without coming off as shallow and potentially losing her or her respect. Update 1. I texted her the next morning asking if we could grab a bite, just us two, sometime the coming weekend. Had something important to tell her and that I missed her, which was true. I stupidly ended up worrying her with the way I worded this. She thought I was moving. However, she was excited and told me she missed me too. She was free that night if I was down and the day after next. I very much started to panic as it was sooner than anticipated, but that night really was the best time. I was still too embarrassed to show her the previous post in its entirety, but I was willing to do so if she doubted my intentions. To keep this brief, I'll spare the mushy details, but we met at her favorite tea shop. Caught up for a while, then she actually outright asked me what I needed to tell her. It took me a bit to articulate everything since I was actively trying not to stutter like a dweeb, but I told her most of what I originally posted. I've had feelings for her even before the breakup and just didn't know how to tell for so many reasons. I told her the important ones, but that she's always on my mind. I've always loved how kind, caring, thoughtful, dedicated, and just all around amazing on top of being so beautiful. She made me realize sacrificing my happiness to keep someone who hates me alive was unhealthy, that I deserved to be happy, and I was happiest with her. No one brightened my day like she did. She looked preciously stunned for a moment after I was done and was tearing up a bit at this point, but proceeded to tell me she'd felt the same since we met and had a tiny feeling I liked her. However, she didn't think I'd be interested in dating her since we were such close friends, plus the toll my ex put on me meant I probably needed some time to recover, but she was just so happy I actually had the guts to tell her how I felt that she was never going to tell me, so we both kinda awkwardly laughed for a bit. We talked for a while more and I was so overjoyed, relieved, and super nervous as the mood immediately shifted to something newly intimate. But I did end up asking to take her out on a real date whenever she was ready, as I did just lay a lot on her. Long story short, a lot has happened since then. She's now currently my girlfriend. We're taking things super slow. Our second date is in a few days and I'm kicking myself for not telling her sooner. I'm losing my fiancé because I went against her wishes, plus 2 updates. I proposed to my fiancé 2 months ago and she said yes. I love her with all my heart. Only problem that we were facing was that I haven't met her family because she has not had any contact with them for 20 years. For my family, that's a red flag. My mum suggested to me that since we are engaged now they're my family too, so we contacted them. Her mum was so sweet and she started crying the moment I introduced myself. Her father is also very kind. They talked to me about her childhood, how wonderful she always was, and it made a lot of sense what she turned out to be. I thank them for raising such a beautiful human. I kept in touch with them and I soon met all her siblings. She has 3, then I introduced them to my family and I was happy they got along. Mum suggested then that the next step is to invite my future in-laws to my parents' house and take my fiancée there so she could finally work on the dispute that she had with them. I agreed and brought my fiancée over without the knowledge of her family being present. When she got there she screamed, "What are they doing here?" and ran out. I have never heard her raise her voice like this before. I ran after her but she just drove off. I went back and apologized. Her mum was crying her eyes out and so were her sisters. Her dad and brother looked shook up. When I went home she was crying and packing. She told me that she needed to move out and that she was staying with her friends. I also started crying and asked her to tell me what happened. Then she told me all of it. When she was 18, her brother roped her best friend's little sister. He apparently had feelings for this girl for years but she never was interested, so one New Year party he waited until she was very intoxicated and roped her. He later boasted about how he finally had her and now can move on. He got away with it even when everybody knew he did, but there was no evidence. My fiancée tried everything to help convict him because she was the one who overheard him boasting to his friends and discussing what he did to that girl. My fiancé's family did everything to protect him. A year later the girl went through with suicide. That broke my fiancée, who still suffers from severe depression. She said the indifference in her family's reaction when they found out about the girl's fate still makes her blood freeze in her veins. She knew she could never forgive them. The way she was talking, like this happened yesterday. I felt sick and I wished I didn't have to ask. I have seen her brother and how proud her parents are of their only boy who's successful and a father of 2. I apologized and begged her to stay. Told her that had she told me all this before, I would never have brought them back to her life. She said that I should have trusted her judgment since I always boasted about how kind and just she was. She called me later and told me that she couldn't do this anymore. She left the ring while I was at work, and took the last of her stuff. Mum says that my fiancée is being overdramatic now and all this has happened so long ago and we should all move on since her family still loved and wanted her back. Today, I decided to call my fiancée before breakfast. I told her that I love her more than she knows and that I know she loves me. That I never in a million years thought people who loved each other this much would break up. I apologized and promised to make it up to her for the rest of my life if she gave me a second chance. I told her we can move away from our families and I promised her that it would be the 2 of us from now on. Nobody will have a say in how we live our lives but us. She was crying the whole time and I must admit that I'm not a crier myself, but I haven't stopped crying since yesterday. I hope she gives me a new chance to make it up to her. Update 1, we are no longer together. She said that she couldn't come back from this and that she wanted to be alone now. I told her that I love her like I never loved anyone before. She said that she loved me too but that she needed to do this on her own now. Edit, my now ex-fiancé's best friend called me now and we talked. My fiancée is pregnant and she's terminating it. She doesn't want me with her when she goes through with it. I am shattered now and I don't know if I can ever collect the pieces. Edit 2, I somehow managed to convince my fiancée to agree to couples therapy, but without the promise of forgiving me or taking me back. I feel like I got a new shot at life. My fiancée called me today after her appointment at her shrink. She asked me if I wanted to have lunch with her. I of course said yes. She looked so sad and it broke my heart. This was the first time I saw her after she moved out. I just wanted to hug her and break down crying, ask her forgiveness, but I didn't want to make it about me, so I just kissed her cheek. She didn't talk for at least 30 minutes, just looked out of the window. I waited. She then told me that it didn't matter, that I didn't hurt her intentionally, I just did. I agreed. She started talking about her appointment with her gyno. She's 6 weeks along. We have been trying for a year, we never made a big fuss, we just thought that if it happened it happened, but I know that she wanted a baby and that's why her friend told me, because she was terrified that my fiancé is going to regret it. I told my fiancé that it was absolutely 100% her choice whether she wanted to keep it or not, but that she should never do either from a place of hurt, or anger. She should do it because it feels right for her. She then told me that she is going to think a little bit more. She also told me that she was ready to talk to me about her life with her family but never any details, and only in therapy sessions. She also said that she was ready to listen to me and what made me do this stupid thing to her, but also only in therapy. She also told me that she doesn't want to move back with me and that she wanted to postpone the wedding. She refused to take the ring back and said she would ask for it if she thought we had a chance. She said that if we separate, she wants to know she's done everything. I told her I love her more than anything and she said she believed me and that she did too. We are starting therapy on Tuesday and will hopefully continue every week. Update 2, so we had our first session with a therapist. It was emotionally draining. The therapist said me to be a little biased and favored her side of the point, but I did. Overall we had a good discussion and I learned some heartbreaking things. It turns out, the girl her brother roped originally wasn't his first victim. He had done it before, to one of her friends, and she had always hated him since that day. Sadly, she couldn't do anything to successfully press charges against him the first time, so when it happened the second time she realized she needed to escape. I hated seeing her so hurt, but I realized how important it was for us if we have a shot. I always view her as this beautiful, stubborn and strong creature, and maybe I have handled her accordingly. She is tough so I can be tough. That's how I have always viewed it. Besides therapy, she has asked for space, and I would have obliged had she not called me every night to talk for hours about very random things or just to keep each other's company. Last night I asked her to move back and she didn't hang up. She didn't answer me first and we continued talking about other things. Before saying good night she told me that she wanted to come home. We will continue therapy but she is moving back tomorrow. I have also decided to cut contact with my own family after realizing that them bashing my fiancé over her reaction was not normal. My mother also harassed my fiancé when she first broke up with me and I cut contact with her then. Since we both have no relationship with our families, we are contemplating an elopement around Christmas. A wedding seems too excessive and a waste of money. Instead, we could do something small and romantic for our friends and maybe donate the rest of the budget. This idea excited her very much and she already started planning and dreaming while I listened. I just effing love this woman.
I'm tired of everything about my ADHD boyfriend. He has to have everything his way, like I can't even have bananas. I, 25, recently found out I was pregnant with my partner Lyle's, 26, baby. We've been together for 3 years and we live together. Lyle has ADHD, which he refuses to get treatment or medication for. He's pretty normal about 85% of the time, so I haven't really pushed it. One thing that really affects him though is sensory problems. He has a few, but the biggest one is bananas. He cannot stand the smell of a banana or the taste of banana. He's accidentally eaten something with banana before and ran to the bathroom like a child to throw it up. If we are somewhere and someone is eating a banana, he will claim that he can smell it in the room and make us move with the threat that he will get sick. If we don't move, he will start gagging, make himself throw up, and I've seen him start shaking too. This has happened in public before and it's extremely embarrassing. I was really tired, pregnant, and hormonal yesterday, and while I was watching my show I had a craving for a banana, which I normally avoid when around Lyle, but pregnancy cravings are just too strong to resist. He was going to get groceries from work, so I called and asked him to get me some bananas because I was having a craving. He started begging me before he even got them to not eat them in the house, and I just got fed up and told him no, that I was carrying around his child, and the least he could do about it since he's not the one having to nurture the damn thing in his stomach was get me a banana. I'd read online that this was probably the baby's way of telling me it's deficient in potassium, and that all I could really stand to eat at this point was the damn banana, and I don't want to deprive it of what it needs. He argued back and forth asking me to go eat it outside at least, and out of frustration I just started crying, which made me feel embarrassed. He finally gave in to calm me down and brought it home. I'll admit, I was still really mad and upset from our argument on the phone when he came home, and I in that moment couldn't face getting up and going to the kitchen. When he came into the living room and sat on the couch, I asked him to peel it, cut it, and bring it to me. I really didn't think that was a big deal, but he blew up at me and told me that I knew it made him sick to even smell or touch. I told him that plenty of people have foods they don't like, and he either needs to grow up or seek help for his illness because he's acting like a child and his problem with bananas is completely abnormal. We argued a bit more, and he finally got up, yelled that he was tired of my bull, and left the house. He hasn't been back yet. I get his issues are a sensitive topic for him, and when I was talking to my friend about it, she said she had an autistic sister and what I did was a bit messed up. I think they're all just sensitive. I've been crushing hard on my hot professor, and I think he's into me too? Alright, so please tell me I'm not just imagining things between me and my mega hot history professor. I've had a huge crush on him all semester long, and I swear that being around him makes my knees weak. He's so unbelievably gorgeous that none of the girls in class ever missed a single class just to see him. For a man in his 40s, he looked incredibly fit and fine. It was obvious he worked out often because the buttons on his shirt looked like they were holding on for dear life every time he stretched to write something at the top of the board. He seemed even more mysterious and elegant by the way he dressed in classic old money clothes that matched his silver streak of hair. And despite his godly looks, the part that drew me most to him was his skill in teaching. Never had I encountered a professor who would teach history as if it were a relevant storyline. He used paintings and architecture to describe moments in history in a broader spectrum. He described ancient battle formations and politics in such an exciting way that even the other guys in the class were at a loss for words. He related lessons to modern-day social constructs in the most logical sense, and I adored each lesson. I've always been a nerd, and I spent most of my time reading rather than dating boys, but this man melted my walls and shields. I felt ashamed at my crush, when he has always kept things professional between us. But despite my shame, I still tried my best to impress him with my dedication to his assignments and activities. I spent a few minutes after classes to ask him questions or discuss class topics further, and let me say that the minutes I spent alone with him in his office felt like hours. It felt like pleasurable torture when I sat in a chair across from him, listening to his smooth, deep voice that seemed to echo in my ears. I was thrilled when he offered to do an independent study with me to help build my portfolio. Honestly, by this time, I was praying that my crush on him would somehow disappear, but it got worse and worse. Since I couldn't fight my feelings, I decided to find a way to make him stir as well. Each meeting to discuss updates on the paper, I tried wearing clothes that were slightly more revealing and fitting to the body but not so much that I looked like I was ready to go clubbing or something. I wanted to keep things elegant but playful, and although he wasn't reacting to any obvious hints at my feelings for him, it just made things more fun in my own delusions. It was the steamiest intellectual interaction I had ever done in my life. Now, being with him often didn't make his class any easier. In fact, he assigned me more work than anyone in the class and asked for regular meetings to discuss my work, but I've never caught him even taking a second glance at me. Then again, I'm not exactly the most attractive girl to try to gain his attention, but I was definitely one of the most hardworking. As the end of the semester closed in, I started to realize that soon my time with the professor would be over for good. It had been a tough week, and I wanted to make my research paper extra polished, so I ended up going over it again and again, until eventually, I noticed something strange. The word count was off. I first checked the permitted authors to the document to confirm that only me and the professor had access to it. It was then when I highlighted the entire text, I noticed a hidden message placed in white at the bottom of the paper that read, "I hope you wear that skirt more often when you see me." My heart sank, and my face was full on red. I screamed into a pillow with excitement while I imagined his voice saying that line directly at me. I was a lost cause, but at least I was a happy one. Now all of this happened a few hours ago, and tomorrow is meant to be my last class and last meeting with him. I'm typing this out now because I'm too happy to sleep. But now I'm thinking, like, what do I do? Do I make a move or pretend that I never saw the message? And what if things get, physical between us later, and I'm not ready? How do you even know if you're ever ready? Is it even legal to sleep with my college professor?
I've been lying to my family for 25 years, but I did not know that my wife is one step ahead of me. Today, I learned that I've been deceived. I guess it's time for me to come clean. Not because I feel too bad for what I've been doing, but because it's possible my eldest son is onto me. I have 3 kids and a wonderful wife. For more than 25 years our family has loved doing puzzles together. Since we started, I've done something that may seem unsavory to people that don't understand the joy of putting in that final piece. To ensure it was always me, whenever we start a new puzzle I take one of the pieces and hide it in a green sock that's at the bottom of my dresser. Whenever we get to the very end, we all, once again, lost a piece. We all search frantically until I'm the hero who finds it. Well, this past Sunday we got to completion once again. Only this time there are 2 pieces missing. We begin searching. It may be my imagination, but my eldest son gave me a look. It was a half smirk. I think he's onto me. Derek, if you're reading this, I have more patience than you do. I'll hold my peace forever if I need to. Find yours first, and let's end this madness. I'm going to try and contact the manufacturer and order his missing piece. I'm going to find it when it arrives, then find mine immediately after. I almost feel bad when I consider how truly confused he will be. Thank you, Spock High on Spores. I don't think he's found this thread yet because he hasn't approached me about it, so this could still work. I'm so excited. This will go down in family history. Checkmate update. Well folks, I've been duped. I got up this morning, went into the kitchen to get some coffee, and as I walked past the puzzle I noticed that it had been completed. All pieces accounted for. I calmly and politely knocked on Derek's door and asked him about it. He denied knowing anything about it. Super convincing. I went back down to my bedroom, confused as ever, and just sat in bed with a blank stare. My wife asked me what's wrong, and I told her that the puzzle was completed and I have no idea how it got done. She literally started laughing like a damn hyena. I've always known about your dumb green sock. I'm in shock. I'm numb, like a damn gut punch. So as it turns out, she's known what I've been doing for at least 10 years. She said she loved watching me walk around thinking I was some criminal mastermind tricking everyone, and that's why she never said anything. She wanted me to have my win, while she secretly laughed and had her own fun in secret. I don't even know what to say. I'm just processing everything. I cannot believe she's had this over me for so long and I literally had no idea. She noticed a decade ago that I had just one green sock, since I lost its pair forever ago, and immediately knew something was up with it since I refused to throw it away. I guess that makes sense. I'm an idiot. I've come to the realization that she's actually the master here. It's her house, and I should be thankful she lets me live in it. At least she promised not to tell the kids.
I've seen my neighbor's husband cheat on her with another neighbor, so I exposed him and made him change his address. I know all my neighbors and especially the ones that live in front of my house. I babysit their children. They're really sweet and lovely. The couple, let's call them Kay and Ted, is kinda mean, but I'm used to it. The people in here are very stuck up. In the house next to that one, lives a woman, Hay, and her 2 kids who are the same age as the other children, and I've had to babysit them a few times too. They're all best friends. This family used to have a husband, but she divorced him a few years ago, so it's now just her and the kids. A few houses from mine leave Kay's parents. They can see the front porch of Hay's house but not Kay and Ted's. I'm sorry if the explanation of the house placements is weird, but the street is kind of curved. I can see all 3 houses from mine. A little bit more than a month ago I noticed Ted and Hay talk, which is not unusual, but the way they behaved was flirty. I swear I'm not a nosy person, I can just conveniently see everything. I didn't think much of it though. A few weeks later, about a month ago, Kay and her children went to visit family in the north while Ted stayed here since he is working, I assume. Since then, I've seen Hay and Ted go out biking, going to dinner, walking, and talking. But what's suspicious is that they do that whenever Kay's parents are out. I've also seen Ted climb up the fence separating his house from Hay's, a part which is not visible from Kay's parents' house, at night, instead of walking to her front porch. That's when I got concerned. I talked with my parents and they agreed on how suspicious everything was. Yesterday was the confirmation. I was walking and right when I passed Hay's house, they were inside kissing and all that stuff. My blood rushed. I felt so bad for Kay, the kids, everything. I've had this sense of dread since then, but I'm so conflicted. Kay probably won't ever find out if they get away with it, and I fear I might ruin their marriage if I let her know. Should I be the nosy neighbor and let Kay know the piece of poop she's married to and the backstabbing beach she is friends with? Or should I just mind my business? Update: after I spent about a week trying to figure out if I should tell my neighbor, I managed to take a few pics of her husband and the other woman. Turns out, I didn't even need to tell her. The neighbor was back after the week and asked me to take care of the kids while she and her husband went out for the night. After they came back she took me aside to talk about the kids. She asked me if I had seen something off about her husband while she was gone because she suspected he was cheating on her but couldn't find any proof and no one would tell her anything and all that stuff. She said she'd appreciate it if I told her the truth. AMD, of course, she didn't even have to finish talking. I whipped out my phone, showed her some pics, told her about the shady stuff, and that was it. She thanked me and then I went home. Long story short, I spent the whole rest of the week with the kids. She straight up kicked his ass out. She gave him some choice words before, of course, outside her house where all the other neighbors could see. And this asshole has the nerve to take all of his thing and drumroll go live next door with the neighbor. They didn't last long in that house. I took care of the kids the rest of the summer and now they're just waiting for the separation time to get a divorce. That's pretty much it. And to everyone who called me nosy, yes, I am lol, and what about it? And everyone who told me to mind my business, okay, I'll make sure not to have a window next time. I'm a waitress and have a huge crush on a very handsome regular customer. Today, I am asking him out. So I work part-time as a waitress and I have a huge crush on guy who tends to come in for breakfast or lunch a couple of times a week on the days I'm working. He's handsome, super sweet, and I'm pretty sure he's single, but I'm not 100% sure. If I had to guess, I'd say he's 25 to 27. I've gotten to know him a little bit since we sometimes talk if I'm not too busy. He said he moved here a few months ago. I'd love to ask him out, but I have no idea how, and plus, I get really nervous around him. Whenever he comes in, my manager always makes sure I get him since she knows I have a big crush on him. His bill is usually between $8 and $9, but he always pays with the $20 and tells me to keep the change. Do you think that might be a sign he likes me? My manager said she's seen him drive a really expensive sports car a couple of times, so the large tip might not mean anything. But she said she catches him looking at me quite a bit and said he never comes in when I'm not working. Considering I'm kind of a shy person, what's the best way to ask him out without being extremely embarrassed or nervous? My hands are sweating just thinking about it. Update 1. I have good news. As I mentioned in my original post, I normally work Friday mornings and he comes in for breakfast at the same time every Friday. Well, I had the day off and decided to show up for breakfast at the same time as him. It worked out perfectly. I sat down in the area where he always sits and waited. About 10 minutes later, he walked in the door and saw me sitting down ordering breakfast. He came up to me and looked a little puzzled because I wasn't wearing my uniform. He asked if I had the day off and I said yes. He said, "That sucks. You're my favorite waitress." I also did my hair and put on some cute clothes that morning and he noticed because he complimented me and said I looked really pretty. I could feel my face getting hot. I probably turned 10 shades of red. Lol. The next thing I knew, he asked if he could sit at my table with me. I was so nervous. Guys never give me butterflies, but he gives them to me all the time. But I acted totally normal and tried not to be a dork. Haha. Normally, I'm very shy around him, but he made me feel comfortable and was super easy to talk to. We sat and talked for a while before our breakfast came. It was so much fun. My manager was the one waiting on us, which he never does, but she's been encouraging me to make a move on him for quite a while. She was so happy for me. Anyway, I felt like he was giving me signals the entire time, which made me a lot more confident. So I finally worked up the courage and asked if he'd like to hang out sometime and he agreed. We swapped numbers and he's been texting/flirting with me a few times a day ever since. Since we've been texting, I've learned that we both enjoy hiking, so I suggested that we go hiking and check out an old lighthouse, which isn't too far from where we live. He just moved here, so he's never seen it before. We live on the Great Lakes, northern Michigan, so that's what we're planning on doing this weekend. When we were texting last night, he mentioned that he'd like to go to this fall festival, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, and wanted to know if I'd go with him. So I playfully said, "Are you asking me out on a date?" And he said, "Yes, will you please go with me?" I'm so excited. Thank you all for your help on my original post. You guys gave me a ton of great advice. I can't believe how easy this whole thing was. Now I see what men have to go through when it comes to asking women out. Anyway, thank you Reddit. Update 2. I was just a shy girl with a crush on a handsome stranger, and to think that he's now my boyfriend is just nuts. I can't even describe how happy I am. 2 months ago, I left off by mentioning that I was going to take him on a date and show him around the area a little bit since he just moved here. I talked about how we both love hiking, so I planned to take him to this lighthouse, which is only a short drive from where we live. I was afraid it was going to rain, but it turned out to be the perfect day. We packed a little picnic and spent an afternoon hiking. I thought it was so romantic. We had a great time. Over the next couple of weeks, we continued to see each other and go on fun dates. I wanted to take things to the next level so bad, but I wanted to wait to make sure he felt the same way about me. After a couple weeks of dating, we were hanging out at his place one night cuddling/watching a movie, and that's when he finally asked me if we could be exclusive. It was the best night. So we've been in an exclusive relationship for a couple of months now, but I feel like I've known him forever. We just click. Anyway, he has a huge family and they had Thanksgiving last weekend, which I was invited to. He begged me to come. I'm a shy person, so I was a little nervous, but they made me feel so welcome. His mother's a total sweetheart and his dad is hilarious. When we were leaving, I gave his parents hugs and his mom says to me, "You know, he talks about you all the time. He's like madly in love with you." My boyfriend was so embarrassed. I've never seen him get so red. Ha ha ha. I invited him to my family's Thanksgiving as well, and my family loved him, which was a huge relief because my dad hasn't liked any of my past boyfriends, but he immediately took a liking to him and had to show him around his shop because they're both into cars. It was so nice to finally bring a guy home that dad approves of. And of course, my mom and aunts thought he was a hunk. Lamau. Talk about awkward. Anyway, I just figured I'd let you know how the date went and that we're finally a couple. Thanks for all your help a couple months ago when I wanted to ask him out. You guys really encouraged me, so thank you. I'm ending a 5-year relationship over a donut. I am ending things with my boyfriend after he ate my donut. A little over 2 years ago, my boyfriend and I were both laid off from our jobs. We both work in tech and the market has been rocky, but somehow I was able to bag another job within a few weeks. He never did. He never even applied. He said he wanted to transition into a new career. He explained because of how the industry was suffering, he thought his title would have fewer and fewer openings, and it wasn't a safe bet for him long term. I made decent money and told him I would support him while he transitioned to something more sound because I thought that was a wise investment for both of us going forward. Our relationship was strong, and he was the kindest, most gentle, sweetest man I'd ever met. I was confident this was an investment in us and our future. I assumed changing paths meant he would take a couple of months to apply to roles adjacent to but not the same as his last one, or maybe upskill with classes that would make him more competitive, but that never happened. For 2 years he's either done absolutely nothing but play video games all day while I foot the bill, or dabbles in even less stable self-employed career paths. YouTuber, TikTok influencer, Twitch streamer, digital marketer. I stress dabbled because he never once took them seriously. He never checked analytics, planned upload schedules, and gave anything but the bare minimum effort to content. Nothing. He has never gotten more than a couple of hundred views on anything. I have sacrificed things I want and need time and time again to get him supplies and subscriptions for his ventures. He will swear he needs it to succeed, and then he'll be able to contribute to the bills. A new microphone here, a new graphics card there, lighting, a camera. Meanwhile, it's coming out of vacation funds I could save, investments, furniture we need, or add to a down payment for a house. I've given up luxuries I love and could afford, like getting my nails and hair done to make sure our rent and bills are paid. I would even be okay with this if he contributed in other ways, like cleaning or cooking or taking the mental load of running our house, but he doesn't. I do everything. He never plans dates. I plan my own birthdays. If he orders food, he'll consistently forget about me and order for himself. He'll break my stuff, accidentally, like dropping a dish, or getting my headphones wet, and then not understand why I'm upset when he says, well, we can just replace it. We have had countless fights where I tell him how used I feel, and how financially abused I feel. I tell him he needs to get a job because I can't do this anymore. He will beg for forgiveness, really try for 2 weeks, and then do nothing again. 2 days ago I ordered an Uber Eats for breakfast as a treat. I gave him my phone to order whatever he wanted, and when he was done I ordered mine. All I wanted was a plain donut as a treat and a coffee. He ordered a full breakfast, a muffin, and a side of extra hash browns. When it arrived, I was on a quick work call. When I got off the call, he had already finished. I asked him where my donut was and he said he had eaten it. He had eaten his whole 2 eggs bacon toast pancake meal, a muffin, hash browns, and my donut. He said he never saw me order donuts before, so he assumed it must have been for him. He didn't wait to ask. He didn't even stop to question where my food might have been. He saw that there was no other food in the bag, and still thought only of himself and ate it. I broke down into tears. It finally hit me. That one action made me realize how little care and respect he has for me, how selfish he actually is, and how big of an idiot I am. Now I'm sitting here wondering how to separate myself from someone completely dependent on me.
I've been spending time with a good friend more recently, but I think he's only doing it so he can look at my daughter. So I exposed him to his girlfriend and ruined his life. The last few months I've been chatting to a friend more regularly than previous. We've been friends for over a decade and we used to be really close, but we slowly drifted apart. I should probably mention we are both men in our 40s. It's been great catching up with him and honestly I really needed a friend, so it's just been great. He's got a long-term girlfriend and 2 young children. A couple of months ago we visited his house for the first time. He recently moved and we weren't speaking much before that, just an occasional comment on Facebook. And me, my 14-year-old son and 20-year-old daughter spent a few hours honestly just chatting about nothing, but in a good way, you know. While we were there I noticed that he kept looking at my daughter out of the corner of his eye. I never really caught him fully looking, so I thought nothing of it, especially as he has known my kids for over a decade. I didn't mention it to my daughter as I didn't want to make her feel uncomfortable if it was nothing. A couple of months went past and we visited them again. He kept talking to my daughter and not really to me, which is fine, but it just seemed odd when my daughter has really bad anxiety and she can't really hold a conversation, and she makes it clear when she's uncomfortable talking. He just seemed to keep looking at her and talking. Even if he was talking to me, he would just look at her. The final straw was last week. We visited them and we've been having a heat wave, so we were all dressed in as minimal as possible. My daughter in a thin pair of skirts and a t-shirt, my son in a pair of athletic shorts and a gym top, and me in a polo shirt and white chino shorts. Nothing unusual, just basic summer wear. When we were in conversation he would look at my daughter. When anyone told a joke he would smirk a little or give a small laugh depending. But if my daughter told something mildly funny he would really laugh to the point that even she would look awkward. He kept dropping out of conversation and just staring at her. I think she noticed it as well because she started to lean back in her chair to try to cover herself. Even though she was fine, she looked uncomfortable. Then when the sun set she put on a thick jacket and zipped it up. I don't know if he's just trying to be friendly and he doesn't know how to act, or if he's only inviting us round to stare at her, and if so then I don't know what to do. Yes, she's 20 but she's still my little girl and this man watched her grow up. It just seems strange. I don't know if I should say something or just don't go around there again. Either way, I think it's the end of the friendship, which is a shame, but oh well. Update: I spoke to my daughter about the whole thing and wanted to know what she thought about it all because I didn't want to say anything if she didn't think it was odd. She told me that after the first time we saw him again, he had appeared outside her work after she finished her shift and asked if she wanted a lift home instead of getting the bus. She said that since he was a good friend of mine, she trusted him and got in his car. On the ride home, he repeatedly touched her leg and started talking about how much she's changed since he saw her last, before we all met up, and how much of an adult she looks now. He told her she's growing into her body like a good girl. My daughter said that she would walk the rest of the way home because she didn't want to put him out too much, but he insisted on driving her all the way. She said she kept moving away from him, but he was leaning to touch her knees. She said that at a red light not long before the house, he gave her his mobile number and texted himself from her phone and told her to call him if she wanted a lift or anything else. Then when she got home, she went to leave the car, but he grabbed her arm and asked her where his hug and kiss goodbye was. Not a new thing. He gives us all a hug every time. And when she leaned in, he held her tight and whispered that she should call him. In the last few months since then, he has repeatedly been sending her explicit texts and images and waiting outside her work asking her if she would like a lift home, even though every time she said no. She said she didn't want to say anything because she didn't want to upset me as he was the only friend I had. I feel sick thinking about this. This is my daughter. She's 20, but she's still my little girl, and I feel like I've put her in danger. I've messaged him asking him to stop contacting my family, and I've sent him the screenshots from her phone as reasons why, but he is messaging me asking me why when she is an adult, and the only sleazy thing he's done is cheat on his girlfriend, as my daughter never physically said the word stop. She just ignored him. I'm so angry at him and myself. We went and spoke to our local police and they couldn't really help us as she had willingly gotten into his car. They did say that as we have spoken to him already, they could keep a file open, and if it continues then they would be able to take action. Honestly, it seems that they don't really care about it at all, which is alarming and upsetting. We sent the screenshots and an explanation to his girlfriend, and we've had some missed calls from him, but that's not our problem. We've blocked him on everything and have completely removed him from every social media. My daughter has spoken to her work and they have said that until she is able to find another job, they will ensure that at least one other member of staff will wait with her for the bus, and I will be meeting her at the first stop in our town to take her directly home on days I'm not working and on days I am. Then her grandparents will be picking her up. She is safe.
Jealous stepmother always steals my daughter's clothes. Then she tried to pull my daughter out of the private school I paid for, so I had enough. I have a daughter, Sadie, 12, with my ex-husband John. We got divorced 5 years ago and I have primary custody while he sees her 2 weekends a month. Last year, he got married to Amanda, who has sole custody of her kids from a previous marriage. Amanda is a som, not for any health reasons or so on, she just doesn't want to work, while John works at a 9 to 5. He makes good money to support them, but not enough to live in luxury. I have a much higher paying job. Since it's just me and Sadie, I make sure she has the best possible life. She goes to a private school and I set up a college fund. She has much better things than most kids: phones, clothes, etc. I still manage to raise her to be humble and not take things for granted. She's one of the hardest working people I know, always making sure to get good grades and keep her room tidy. Well, the last few times she came back after a weekend at John's, I noticed that the clothes she was bringing back in her duffel were not her size, much cheaper, and poorer quality than what I usually buy for her. I asked her why that is, and she told me that while she's at her dad's, Amanda takes away her nice clothes and gives them to her kids while Sadie gets the clothes they buy from Target. I asked her if she wanted them back, but she said she didn't mind sharing since all her favorite clothes were kept here. The problem came when I went to pick her up last weekend. I had a business meeting and couldn't drive her over, so Amanda offered to just pick Sadie up from school, which hadn't happened before. When I got there on Sunday, John and Amanda asked me to sit down with them, and when Sadie came to hug me, Amanda sent her to her room quite harshly, saying her punishment wasn't over yet. I was confused because Sadie very rarely misbehaves. They sat me down in the kitchen and said that it was unfair for Sadie to be going to a private school while her kids go to a public one, so they decided that Sadie would be pulled out of private school and put in the same school as the girls. They also said I should keep up Sadie's punishment because when they told her, she blew up at them, told them it wasn't fair, and yelled that Amanda and her kids weren't even her real family, that all they did was steal. I told them in no uncertain terms to F off. I would not be pulling my child out of a school she likes, away from her friends, because they can't afford it. I told them they could easily make as much money as me if Amanda started working in her field because she has the qualifications and the job market is very good. I told them their money problems are not my issue, and if Sadie's items get stolen again or they try to pull her out of school, I'll be taking this to court. They've been blowing up my phone ever since, calling me a selfish a-hole. So I took this to court and I had the hearing, and our custody arrangements been modified. Any decisions relating to Sadie are made by me, and me alone, while John has supervised visitation once a week. They tried to push for a 50-50 custody split on grounds of alienation, so me trying to put Sadie against her father, but we made it clear from the start that we wanted to keep Amanda and her children away, and wanted supervision only because we don't feel safe leaving him alone as of yet, but that we were open to modifications. Thanks to that, the proof of stealing, and Sadie's therapist's testimony, their claim was thrown out pretty quickly. Amanda's pissed and has tried to contact me and Sadie, but I made it clear to her that if she keeps harassing me or my daughter, I'll have to make this known to the authorities.
Karen screeches like a demon at the pastor's fruity daughter during service. The pastor then proceeds to banish her from the church with a badass speech. For some background, this takes place in a small town church in the Midwest. I know y'all already have some red flags raised, but it wasn't all that bad. In fact, It was quite nice. Most of the people who attended there were really nice old people, and there was only a handful of people there that were below their 30s. Anyways, I suppose I should introduce the main character of the story. The pastor's daughter. Let's call her Samantha. I think this was around the time she graduated high school. She was awesome. She actually acted as the church's Sunday school person, even though I was the only one attended. Lol. She always snuck me a second granola bar during snack time. A big thing to know about Samantha, she was a lesbian. I'm not kidding. She even had a girlfriend at the time whom she brought to church with her. Now before anyone gets worried for her, she seemed fine. Nobody was up at arms about her sexuality. Aside from the occasional disapproving look from one of the regulars, nobody really said anything. I do remember one conversation Samantha had with the church bus driver, who said he was disappointed about her choice in partners, but that was it. Nobody spoke a mean thing about her. That is, until this Karen showed up. She was new in town. She had come to our church around winterish. You know that stereotype about the super evangelical black woman? She was exactly that. Super loud, a bit obese, and wearing a fancy Sunday dress and hat. She was easily the most fancily dressed person there. She also had 2 kids, a baby boy and a girl in her teens. I wasn't really paying much attention to her, though I could definitely hear her hemming and hawing about something. Anyways, the story begins during service. Samantha had brought her girlfriend at the time, and Karen and her family was a couple pews behind them. Just before the incident took place, I was passing around the donations dish. I distinctly remember she was glaring daggers at the back of Samantha and her girlfriend's heads as she dropped some cash into the dish. The pastor, who I'll call John, was giving his sermon when the incident happened. I heard Karen screech, which scared the crap out of me. I think Samantha and her girlfriend might have snuggled too close together. I don't know. Anyway, the whole church fell silent in shock as Karen proceeded to go on the biggest homophobic rant I've ever heard. I actually learned a slur or two because of it. She was demanding Samantha and her girlfriend be thrown out of the church. The whole place was silent for a moment before Pastor John cleared his throat and spoke. I can't remember everything he said, but there is one part in his speech I remember so distinctly that has made me respect the hell out of him to this day. My daughter's sexual orientation does not change the love I have for her, nor does it diminish the worth that God has endowed her with. She is made in the image of God, as we all are, and her worth is inherent and unassailable. To suggest otherwise is to misunderstand the very essence of our faith, which is rooted in love, grace, and acceptance. Aspects, it seems, you don't hold up yourself. It was like he was handing down the word of God. By the end of it, everybody was giving her a disapproving glare. Karen's daughter looked like she wanted to sink into the floor, the baby was crying, and Karen was legit purple. She screamed something about this place being a false temple and we would all burn for defending this. Insert slur. Before storming out, I could legit hear her peel her car out of the parking lot. After that, I think the rest of the churchgoers softened towards her. I distinctly remember this one old couple asking Samantha and her girlfriend about LGBTQ stuff a couple weeks after this incident. I kicked my wife out for trying to force my daughter to do things that make her uncomfortable. I am a father to my daughter Emma. My first wife and I were middle school sweethearts. Emma was a happy accident and we were thrilled to be parents to her. But my wife died while giving birth to her. I remarried in a year and a half to my second wife Samantha. She was also struggling raising her son Tom due to financial difficulties. It was a marriage of convenience and we were very open about that. She would be a stay-at-home raising both kids while I will financially provide for them. Samantha always gave her son preferential treatment emotionally, which I never took issue with. After all, she was my daughter, not hers. But I always provided equally for both of them because I always felt obligated to be fair with both of them. There were not any major issues growing up. Both kids maintained a healthy relationship with each other while maintaining a bit of distance. My first wife and I both had an insurance policy. It was paid out when she died. For some reason, we once randomly talked about what we would do with money if one of us passed away. We both decided it would go to our kids, and if we didn't have a kid then the surviving spouse should travel the world. I have kept that money in a trust that has grown over 17 years and has been yielding significant profits, and now, it's quite a bit of money. I have never borrowed even a penny from it because it belongs to my daughter and I am just a guardian. This year both kids applied to colleges and Emma got into the Ivy League with a full scholarship. Our plan was if Emma did not get a scholarship, I would pay her tuition with the trust. Tom also applied to Ivy League and got admission but without scholarship. He and I both discussed our options and I told her that I can help him with living expenses while he pursues his studies. But I can't afford the tuition without getting a massive hit. He was understanding and said that he will take out a loan for it. It was settled then. Or at least, I thought it was. One night Samantha asked me if I can pay his son's tuition with the payout. She knows the width of that policy. I was startled for a second. But I said I will think about it. I delayed it because I wanted to ask Emma whether she wanted to help Tom out because I have always let her make decisions of her own as I feel it's the important part of parenting. I wanted to ask her alone without Samantha present because Samantha can be a bit pushy and I wanted Emma to make decisions on her own without any pressure because she is the sweetest kid who would rather be hurt than hurt anyone else. I explained the whole thing to my daughter and asked what she wanted to do. She asked me what I think she should do and I told her that I have no opinion, but no matter what decision she makes, it will not change anything between us. She will always be my world. She told me that she wanted to travel the world with me as her mom wanted, with half of the money and invest the rest so she can have extra cash flow. She asked me for the weekend to think about it, which I was happy to give her. On the weekend, she texted me to come into her room. She asked me to explain the profit yields, the amount and everything related to the amount, which I did. After contemplating, she decided that she can pay for half of Tom's tuition while touring the world and maintaining the healthy cash flow. I stressed on her that if she does not want to do it, she does not have to. Tom is not her responsibility. But she said she wanted to help her brother out. During a family meeting, she told it to Tom in front of Samantha and me. Tom teared up and hugged her and was very grateful. I noticed Samantha was a bit off, but I ignored it. We all went out for dinner. In bed, Samantha asked me who decided about Tom's tuition. I told her about the whole situation. Samantha was shocked for whatever reason. She said that I didn't have to ask Emma and could have made the decision on my own as it was not Emma's money. I told her in plain words that she does not get a say in that since it was decided between me and Emma's mother what we will do with the money. Then she said why didn't I involve her during the discussions with Emma. And by this time, I was at the edge and I told her because it was none of her damn business. She said that she would talk to Emma and Emma can pay for her brother's full tuition and traveling the world is not necessary. I calmly yet firmly told her that she would not say a word to Emma about this and this matter is closed. After a week, I was out with my colleagues when I received a text from Tom that I should come home immediately. I rushed home. I was home in 10 minutes. Samantha was shouting at Emma how she should pay for Tom's tuition and Emma was crying. Tom was trying to calm her mother down and to get her to shut up but to no avail. I told my wife to shut up and go to the bedroom as politely as I could because I did not want to insult her in front of Tom because after all, she was his mother. I picked Emma up and was taking her to her bedroom when I heard Samantha yell, "You were always a monster. You unalived your mother while coming into this world." And this was the end point. I told Samantha that I am going out and I will come back in 2 days. She better be gone when I come back. I took Emma with me and asked Tom if he wanted to come with us. Tom was reluctant but eventually came with us. I drove them to a nearby hill town and got us checked in. Emma was crying all the way and I let her after a few initial tries to calm her down. By next morning, we met at breakfast. Emma's eyes were swollen with crying. And Tom basically got to his knees and apologized for his mother's behavior. Emma told him that it was not his fault. We three had a heart-to-heart discussion once Emma and I had talked in privacy where Emma was reassured that she wasn't responsible for anything. Emma will still be paying half of Tom's tuition. I also talked to Tom and told him that I would be divorcing her mother and there is no turning back from that. But that doesn't have to change my relationship with him unless he thinks otherwise. He asked me to consider my decision and I asked him if what I was doing was unfair. He said no and he understood. By the time we got home, my parents were already there and Samantha was gone. My parents asked about what happened and apparently, Samantha had fed them half a story and told them the whole tale. They were furious but tried to lower the temperature and asked if there is any way to make amends. I told them that my decision is final. I have served Samantha with papers.
Ladies, what was the moment you realized women's intuition is actually real? From the moment I met my intern trainee, my gut was shouting at me to run, and I was able to avoid him, until I found a note on my desk that said, "I know what you do in your free time." I'm a huge fan. This freaked me out and I immediately went to HR to report it. And guess who they saw on the cameras? Yep, the intern guy. They told me they'd question him about it, and I just went about my day. The next day at work, I had arrived late because my car decided to break down, and I had to take the bus. When I got to my desk, there was another note. It said, "You'll regret reporting me when lunchtime comes around, and your punishment is dealt." I got really worried and headed straight to my boss's office to show him the note, as the first shift for lunch had literally just started. When I entered his office, he was watching a video with moaning sounds. I froze at the door and we both stared at each other like deer caught in headlights. He looked from the screen to me, back and forth a few times. He turned his computer off and said we needed to talk. I told him we did, because the intern guy did it again, and I handed him the note. He read it, and his face paled. I told him I was worried about what he would do, and my boss informed me he had already done it. I asked what he meant and he told me to check my work email. I pulled it up on my phone and there was a group email sent to everyone in the office, with a video link and a message saying someone among you likes to make videos during their free time. I clicked on the video and I saw me entering a room, and immediately getting undressed. I was horrified and X'd out of it. I asked if he had seen it and he turned bright red. I started rambling, saying that I didn't make that video. I had never done anything like that before. My boss told me I needed to calm down, and that for now I should just head home as they would have to do an investigation. I said, on me, or the intern guy? He told me both. I was so embarrassed and angry at the same time I just stood there trying not to cry or lash out. He told me I needed to grab my things and leave, before he had to get security involved. I was so shell-shocked I just went straight to my desk to grab my jacket and purse. Everyone in the office at that point was staring at me. Some were laughing, and a few others were checking me out. I felt my whole body turn red and I ran out the door. Once I got home I pulled the video up on my computer, because I had no idea where or how this video was taken, but I knew for sure that it was done without my permission. I followed the link to a dirty movie website, and found the account that had posted the video. Apparently they specialized in massage watcher videos. I had no clue what that meant until I was looking through other videos. Apparently, it is exactly what it sounds like. People would enter a massage room, undress, lay down and get a massage, then take a shower. The entire thing was recorded in HD with multiple angles. They had clearly put fake moaning sounds over the video, but I'm sure people watching didn't care about that part. I recognized the massage parlor as the one I go to every other week. I have back problems, so I have to go often or it's hard for me to do anything. I kept scrolling, searching for any other videos of me. I threw up right there and then, as I saw I had my own fandom following, because there were so many of me. I couldn't look away and watched all of them. I was disgusted with myself and the people who did this. I found more than a few where men would sneak in while I was getting my massage, and pleasure themselves watching me. I felt so vulnerable and used. I turned it off once one of them revealed something worse than any of the previous ones. I spent about 20 minutes in the bathroom throwing up. As soon as I was done I changed, grabbed my laptop, and headed straight to the police station. When I got there, I reported everything to an officer. I explained how my massage parlor had been recording me without my permission, and posted it on a dirty website. That I was unsure, but others on there were also probably victims. I gave the link, my name and contact info, and the officer said someone would be in touch with me soon. As soon as I left the police station, I went to a lawyer's office. At first, the secretary told me everyone was busy, and I had to have an appointment. Then I told her I was trying to file a suit against a massage parlor for illegally recording people and posting them online. I guess she either felt pity for me, or understood how many dollar signs were attached to this case, because she got up and quickly got me a meeting with one of the lawyers. I told her everything that I had told the police, about the website, my massage parlor, my coworker, everything. She took notes and asked to see some of the videos. I showed her on my laptop and she paused it after a minute to say she'd check it out when I wasn't present so I wouldn't have to go through listening to it again. She suggested I look into getting a therapist after this because I had been through a trauma, and it was probably only going to get worse. I agreed with her, and asked her what the next step was. She told me that if the police contacted me again to inform her, she would need to be present for any meetings with them. She told me the odds are, this will result in a much bigger thing than I originally thought. She asked who exactly I wanted to go after because of all this. Did I want to keep my job? Or sue the intern guy? Or did I just want to go after the massage company? I told her I wasn't sure about the first two yet. All I really wanted was to stop them from recording more innocent people, and somehow inform the other victims of what happened. She asked if I wanted to make it a joint suit if she found other people, and I told her absolutely. For the next few weeks a lot happened. The police raided the massage parlor and arrested a lot of people. Other people were found who claimed they hadn't known they were being recorded. They're trying to figure out a court date for the entire thing, but it's difficult because new people keep coming forward, and for some reason a few were found to not have been recorded at all. So they might have just been trying for a money grab. I don't know. I decided to just find another job, as I know I can't go back to that office ever again, and I'm still unsure if I want to file charges against the intern guy. A part of me feels worse than ever because this trial is becoming a big thing in our area, and I've even had a few people recognize me as the massage parlor girl, even though I asked to be anonymous. I'm debating moving cities at this point. Ladies, what's the worst ick a guy has ever given you? I 25F, started dating this guy, 32M last year, who was a finance bro, but I soon realized he was the biggest mama's boy in the entire world. Ladies, if you know, you know. He was pretty cute, treated me super well, and took me on fancy dates. I thought he seemed really independent and professional, especially because of his job, so that initially attracted me. The first time I visited his apartment, it stank of rotting food. I asked him what the smell was and he said he hadn't had a chance to take the trash out this week. I thought that made sense, since he is a pretty busy guy. But when I went to look at the trash can, it was completely overflowing. Like garbage flowing out onto the ground. It looked like he gave up on trying to fit stuff into the trash can and just settled for throwing stuff on the ground beside it. It was so bad. I told him I will take it out for him right now. He told me I don't have to do that, because he has someone who cleans for him. I said, oh, I didn't know you had a maid. He said, I don't, my mom cleans after me. I looked at him with a confused expression and he told me not to worry about it. I thought it was weird, but maybe she was visiting and cleaning is just the way she expresses love. The next week I came over and thank God the trash was cleaned. We went to his bedroom and got intimate. In the middle of the deed he called me mommy, but I just assumed it's something that slipped out and ignored it. The next weekend, I came over after we went out to brunch and there was dirty laundry thrown all across his apartment. On his couch, on the floor, and even on the kitchen counter. I asked him why it's such a mess and he said laundry day is tomorrow. So I said, why don't you just keep the clothes in a hamper then? It looks messy in here. He told me I'm being rude and to stop belittling him for how his apartment looks. I just wanted to know why it was always smelly or messy whenever I came over, because if this is how he lives constantly, I might have to rethink our relationship. Before I could even express my concern to him, there's a knock at the door. Are you expecting someone today? I asked. He said yeah, it's just my mom. What? We haven't even been dating that long and I wasn't prepared to meet his mom so soon, especially today. I didn't even have a chance to say anything when he went to answer the door. His mom came in and gave him 5 kisses on the cheek and they embraced each other. I stood in the kitchen awkwardly watching this exchange happen. Then he said, Mom, this is my new girlfriend I told you about. She dryly said hello and went back to asking her son if he had eaten yet because he has been looking so skinny lately and that she could cook him something if he'd like. He declined and she started picking up his dirty laundry. He continued having a conversation with his mother as if I wasn't even there and she kept picking up all of his laundry as if this is a normal common thing to do. She came into the kitchen where I was standing and took his boxers off the counter. She opened them up and sniffed them and said, Pu, these are stinky. You're such a stinky boy. As she walked up to him and pinched his cheeks. At that point I was lost for words. I felt like I was being pranked. Eventually I found a way to speak and asked, so, do you live nearby? His mom said no. Actually about an hour drive, but I have to come at least 3 times a week to take care of my baby, or it would be a pigsty in here. They both laughed and he went to sit on the couch to turn on the TV. I thought we were supposed to be hanging out alone, but I guess it seems like I would be the one third wheeling now. Once she went to put the laundry in the washing machine, she came back into the kitchen and immediately went to start washing his dirty dishes. This was too weird. It just kept going. I confronted him while she was still there and told him it was pretty immature that he can't even take out his own trash, wash his own dishes, or do his own laundry. They both looked at me like I was the crazy one. He told me he doesn't see why I care so much, and his mom chimed in and said, "You'll understand one day when you have a son." She went up to him and kissed him on his forehead and started stroking his hair. I was done. I told him it was over. There is some weird Alabama stuff going on right now and I don't want to be involved. I took my purse and left. That was the biggest egg and biggest bullet I've ever dodged.
Lawyers, what is the dumbest thing your client has done to ruin a case? 1. Around 1990 there was a guy on trial for armed robbery. He pled not guilty. A witness on the stand identified the defendant. The defendant jumped to his feet and roared, "I should have blown your head off when I had the chance." Pause. Thinks. Adds, "If I had been the one who robbed you." 2. I was on a jury where the defendant showed up in court day 1 wearing the same exact outfit as the unknown suspect in the video of the crime. It took only a few seconds before the judge immediately called a stoppage. All lawyers went into the back with the judge and they came out like 7 minutes later as announced the defendant had taken the plea deal. Wild. 3. Not an attorney, but one client of ours baffles me to this day. He had multiple cases, including aggravated battery and drug possession. At the insistence of dude's family, we moved heaven and earth getting him a bond, so that he could get out of jail and live with said family until the case was over. The whole process took weeks. Less than a day after getting out, he was caught stealing $16 worth of batteries from Target. Bond revoked. To be fair, the line between stupidity and compulsion is blurred with this one. 4. My wife's lawyer bans all clients from using social media after he lost a big case. Wrongful death lawsuit where a man's wife was deleted. Easy money. They were about to settle until the other side found his pictures online from a club a week after his wife died getting a lap dance wearing a shirt that said "I love MILFs." Apparently they didn't think he had much pain and suffering anymore. 5. Not me, but a colleague. A wealthy client's son got picked up for drug dealing at a local music festival. The client bailed him out, and then had his whole fancy law firm defend his son. The son shambled into the courtroom stoned off his ass, and loudly attempted to buy drugs off the bailiff. There wasn't a lot the lawyers could do after that. 6. Client added 9 years to a short sentence. He got like a year or 2 for being involved in a drag race that the other guy crashed and severely injured someone else. Then towards the end of his short prison term he tried to escape, got 9 more years for prison escape. He became friends with John Lennon's K-Year in NY prison, which was interesting. 7. Client was being sued and didn't like the opposing counsel or the judge, so he left the court a bunch of voicemails so profane that he was subject to a criminal contempt of court hearing. 8. With the utmost certainty in his voice, he yelled at the arresting officer that it's not domestic violence. I'm on public property. You could tell from his face he really thought he had the cop over a barrel on this one, but. 9. My dad was on a jury where the pro se defendant argued it wasn't DV because he hit her with an open hand, not a closed fist. Jury deliberations were not lengthy. 10. Not my client, but the petitioner attorney's client. The man claimed workers' compensation and threw the kitchen sink at us, meaning, he basically listed just over half of his body parts on the claim petition stating that he injured each one. He was full of poop and my firm knew it. Anyways, we were going to trial and the day before we ran one more social media search. This absolute effing moron posted a video of him winning a break dance competition that was only a few months after the alleged work incident. Never saw a quicker dismissal in my life. Letting cats sleep in your bed is disgusting and letting them walk on counters, and tables you eat at, is even worse. Here's how to train your cats. Cats walk around in boxes they poop and piss in several times a day, so letting them stroll around where you sleep is filthy, no matter how often you clean the sheets. Letting them walk on counters and tables is extremely unsanitary at best. I've had cats my whole life and I still do. They have never been allowed in my bed and I close the door to the room when I sleep. They never jump on tables and counters because I've trained them not to and I've never had a problem doing so. Since people keep acting like it's absolutely impossible to train or condition cats, despite the fact that it very much is possible and you look silly, here's how to do it. Starting young is best, obviously. Start by putting tin foil, and if that doesn't work, use sticky tape on your counters. They'll hate being up there. This way you're training them to not like the action of jumping up there instead of the fact that they get disciplined. If you're only conditioning them with discipline, they'll only learn that it upsets you, not that they shouldn't do it. A lot of people have said some variation of, they just don't get up there while you're looking because they don't understand why my cats don't go up on my counters. They don't go up there because they don't want to, not because it makes me mad. Also, if you ever do have to scold or discipline your cats, make sure you do it right after the action, and please don't apologize to them afterward. When I do have to scold my one cat for something, he then tries to rub up against my leg and I avoid letting him do so by moving my legs out of the way when he tries. He's not trying to apologize when he does this, he's trying to smooth things over. You need to show your cat it's not okay by not letting them do that. Living with parents is not a red flag. Basically, everyone seems to understand that rent and property prices are ridiculously high right now and that it is a smart decision for many not to waste all that money on rent if they can live at home. In fact, multi-generational households are common in many parts of the world anyway. Yet it seems very few people are willing to consider dating someone who lives with their folks as an adult. It is seen as shameful, as if the person had to be a pathetic or lazy loser to be in that situation. Especially men. It makes no sense. If everyone understands that is not the case, we need to be more open to dating people in that situation. There is nothing wrong with being a bit patient and moving out together eventually. In fact, I'd say there are cases where a young person living on their own can even be a red flag if their parents kick them out due to horrid behavior or if they moved out because they are too into partying and too independent. These can be bad traits in someone you may marry someday. So it is not like someone living on their own is automatically a better partner than someone who doesn't. And I don't think it should be treated that way, and it often is. Married people, what's something you learned about your partner only after getting married? That my wife farts uncontrollably in her sleep. There was a night it was so loud she woke herself up and yelled at me saying, "Was that you?" I didn't have the heart to tell her, so I nodded and told her it was me. Things like this are what marriage is about, the little things only I would know about her. However, in a marriage you'll find out some things unfortunately aren't always as cute as this. Because now, every mistake or problem your wife has, suddenly also becomes your problem. I learned this the hard way on the first day we got married, while we were planning the honeymoon. She brought up that she had saved up $8,000 to spare for the honeymoon from working summer jobs and babysitting while in high school. I was stoked, and proceeded to go on an extravagant, for me, week-long spending spree of a honeymoon. We do everything: helicopters, boat rentals, every show. See a souvenir, we buy it. Oh, a quilt? $500? Sure. We spend the whole $8,000 on this trip. We get home on a Sunday afternoon. We both have to return to work the next morning. There are several messages on the answering machine. This was in 2000s, before either of us had cell phones. The third or fourth message plays. It is her boss from the bank she works at telling her to contact him at once, that there is an issue they need to discuss, and leaves a number. Up to this point, I am in the dark, but by Monday morning it has all hit the fan. I learned that there was no mysterious savings account from high school. I learned that she had been transferring money from a couple large accounts on a regular basis into her own account. The total was somewhere north of $10,000. The bank was pissed. The clients were pissed. The authorities were already neck deep this, and they were scary, to say the least. After several meetings, it was decided that if we made full restitution, the bank would not press felony charges. So, we now have one unemployed wife who is likely unemployable, one scared husband desperately trying to get his bank thieving wife a job anywhere, and one debt, due immediately, for $10,000. We gather all the money left over, borrow $1,000 from her parents, $7,000 from mine, and my next paycheck. You want to know stress? Ask your parents to help you pay back money your new wife stole from a bank. We get the bank paid back by the end of the week. After several weeks, things have died down some. She is working at McDonald's. I pulled strings with manager friends, and we have begun paying back the parents. We actually don't hear anything for a while, and the immediacy of the crime has subsided. In fact, it wasn't until 2002 that we were contacted to appear in court. We were still young and ignorant, so we get lucky here. The feds were easy to work with. The bank didn't make a huge deal about it since the money was returned. It is a small town bank, 2 branches total, so somehow we avoided any real heavy issues. We took the advice of some guy who represented the bank, and really we just wanted this part of our lives to be over, so we would have done anything. She went into court, sans lawyer, and plead guilty to a Class C misdemeanor. The judge gave her 2 years probation, and this is how my life as a married man began. Men, have you ever called out a man baby? All of my housemates agreed to let our roommate's friend, Kyle, camp out in our living room, since we'd get to pay less rent. But then came the piss on the toilet, dirty cups and plates, and at one point I found a coom sock lying around. He also had this awful habit of sleeping with his fat body exposed, and he'd never put on boxers when he went to the bathroom. It got to the point where we bought him a curtain to set up for some privacy. Then we ended up having to put the curtain up for him, because he never did, and we were sick of getting flashed all the time. I personally hated the dude for many reasons, but the worst was because one day he randomly decided my dog preferred him to me. He kept trying to take her for walks without my permission. He tried to get her to sleep with him at night, which never worked out because she prefers her crate. When we had our daily training session, he'd interrupt and tell me I was doing everything wrong and insist on taking over. It was actually a bit funny when he would randomly try to prove he could handle her better. She tends to follow me around the house, so when he'd see her he'd order her to sit, stay or come over to him, which she never did even once. She tended to ignore him, and I don't really blame her since he smelt so bad. Finally rent day came. We usually pay $900 each for rent, but we told Kyle from the start he only had to pay $400 each month since he didn't have his own room, and we understood he was saving up for a place. Of course, he only handed over $200. He said work was tough and he'd pay us back in payment plans to make up for it. My roommate, who was in charge of the bills, said it would be fine and he'd cover for him until he could pay him back. I didn't hold my breath. It only got really bad the very next week, when this dude messed up twice in very big ways. The first was when my roommate who handles the bills brought his new girlfriend over for the first time. She seemed like a nice girl and she even offered to cook dinner for all of us, which I thought was sweet. Then in came the mess of a man, drunk and shirtless, who saw the girlfriend and immediately made a dash for her. He was all up in her space, and made a lot of comments about her body. My roommate didn't seem to care, so I stepped in and told him he needed to give her some room to breathe. He shoved me in the chest and started yelling at me. He went on a rant about how I thought I was better than him because I could afford food and a car and he couldn't. He said I'd never understand the trauma he went through growing up with parents who didn't care about him, and how no one wanted to give him a good job. I legit looked this man in the eye and told him he had no right to assume his life was more difficult than anyone else's, that he knew nothing and needed to stop the woes me act, because it did nothing but make him seem like a moocher for attention. At this point the girlfriend just grabbed her purse and left. I really don't blame her. I tried to leave myself, when Kyle physically stopped me and asked if I wanted to fight. Now the thing is, Kyle is actually a really big dude, and could do some serious damage if he tried. I turned to my roommate that had invited him here, and told him to do something about this drunk mess because I wasn't anyone's parent here, and I would absolutely sue if he assaulted me. My roommate went over and talked to Kyle, and he calmed down. By the next day it seemed like he either forgot, or was pretending the previous day hadn't happened. I couldn't tell you which. Then 2 days later I came home from work to find vomit throughout the house. At first I thought it was Kyle, it seemed his style, but then I saw my dog in my bedroom throwing up. I got really worried and rushed her to the vet. I texted my roommates to ask what happened, and one texted back saying Kyle woke up and found dry spaghetti noodles all over the floor. I told the vet and they said she was probably just dehydrated. They did some tests, and ended up pumping some water into the back of her neck to help her rehydrate. They said she'd look like a camel with the bump for a while, but that it would go down and she would be fine. I brought her back home and found the vomit still there, so I cleaned it up. I went to the others and asked who the hell left a box of spaghetti open, where my dog could reach it. Kyle said he had left the pantry cabinet door open, but it wasn't his fault, my dog was so badly trained. I immediately knew he was full of bull. Our pantry door closes automatically, and the only way my dog could have gotten in there was if it was propped open. I said as much, and he said maybe I deserve my dog getting sick since I wasn't a good dog parent. I effing lost it. I ran forward to punch him, but was stopped by my 2 roommates, who told him to take a walk so they could talk to me. As soon as he left, I told them I wanted him gone. He was a disgusting slob who did nothing for himself, or the house, and hadn't even paid rent. He harassed the girlfriend earlier, and now it seems like he poisoned my dog. They agreed with me that he needed to leave. My roommate who brought him here apologized about ever bringing him into our lives. We settled on him having until the end of the month to get TF out, and that he still owed us rent. My roommate in charge of the money offered to tell him, and I agreed. Only the next day, that very same roommate asked for us all to gather to talk to him, just to find out he did not stick to the plan. Apparently Kyle gave him a whole sob story, so he told him he could stay for an entire extra month after the end of this one, and he didn't have to pay any rent for past or present time he stayed here. I was so angry I burst out laughing. Like, I couldn't breathe type laughing. I told him absolutely not. The only reason I agreed to let this guy stay here was so I could have a break on rent for a while. Now, thanks to him I owe hundreds of dollars in vet fees, and gained my own kind of trauma from dealing with his sorry butt. I am not okay at all with allowing him to stay longer than ever agreed upon. Plus I'd have to pay a regular amount of rent while dealing with his bull? No, not happening. My roommate turned to the other one, hoping he would back him up, but he just agreed with me. He said he regretted ever bringing the idea of letting Kyle move in up, and he should have been kicked out a long time ago. The only reason he thought it was a good idea from the start was for the lower rent cost for a bit. I told my roommate he needed to either go back and tell him the actual deal, or he'd be paying for Kyle's portion of rent on top of his own, because I would only be sending him the amount we agreed to when Kyle moved in. He tried to argue with us, saying it wasn't fair to place him in such a bad position. I told him, you did it to yourself for falling for a sob story from a manipulator who literally harassed your girlfriend. He told us once again the entire situation was unfair. I told him, I absolutely agree. So not only will I only pay the agreed upon amount, but I will be minusing the cost of the vet bill as well from my rent, since you clearly want to help this man with his financial issues so badly. I just got up and left. My other roommate shrugged, apologized again, and walked away too. When rent time came I ended up paying him only the agreed upon amount, not minus the vet bill, as I thought that was going too far. I wrote a note and attached it to Kyle's curtain that he has only 7 more days to leave or he'd find all his stuff on a curb outside. 3 days later the guy finally left. None of us have interacted with one another since. We're all still pissed at each other and I don't know if that's ever gonna change.
My homophobic brother kicked my wife out of her own house after tormenting her for years, so I threw all his stuff out and banned him from my house. I started dating my lovely wife 5 years ago, and my brother has hated her ever since. He thinks that she infected me into being gay, like a typical homophobic. He even told me to get therapy for this condition at one point. Despite everything, he's still my brother, so I can't help but forgive him once he apologizes. That's why he pretty much has free reign when it comes to living in my house, and his kids even have their own rooms. He told me to not bring my girlfriend over because he doesn't want his kids near gay people, but I thought that with time, he would let go of this homophobia and accept my girlfriend, especially after we got married, which was last week. My brother approached her at the wedding, and told her to stop ruining me. I tried banning him from my home after that, but he apologized profusely, so I forgave him. Little did I know, my kindness would backfire in the worst way possible. Right after our wedding, my wife and I decided to take a month to help her move into my home before we go on our honeymoon. While moving in, she made some suggestions about decorating the house better. My wife is an interior decorator, and I told her this was her home now as well, so she was free to do renovations wherever she would like. I suggested she start with the spare bedrooms, as they were the exact same as when I moved in, and the wallpaper was starting to peel off. One day while I was at work, my wife was renovating the room where my brother's kids usually stay. She had moved toys and clothes they left here down into the basement for the time being, as she was redoing everything. My brother came to grab some things, when he saw what my wife was doing and started yelling at her. According to my wife, he called her a thief and WHRE for touching things that didn't belong to her. He said she didn't belong there and had no right to be doing anything in his kids' room. My wife isn't the type to let people walk all over her, so she started screaming at him to back off, and it was her home more so than his. Apparently the screaming got so loud that one of my neighbors ended up calling the police. When the cops got there, both my wife and brother went outside to talk to them. My brother spoke to them first and claimed she was a thief, stealing his children's things from their room, and that she had no right to be there. My wife said she was married to the owner of the house. That's when my neighbor came over and told the cops that my brother and his kids lived in the house, and they had never seen my wife before. While we were dating, we spent most of the time at her apartment, as it was closer to both of our jobs, so it would make sense my neighbor hadn't seen her many times. But not at all? Bull. The cops told my wife she needed to leave the premises immediately, or they would have her arrested. They wouldn't even let her go back inside to grab her phone to call me. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she managed to call me, as she had to walk to a gas station almost 2 miles away and ask quite a few people, before someone finally let her borrow their phone. She only had her mom's number memorized, so she called her to come pick her up. Once she did, she used her mom's phone to finally call me. As soon as she told me what had happened, I came over to her mom's house. She told me this was the final straw. She had married me and ignored my brother's comments for so long because she loved me. But if I was going to side with my brother on this, and allow him to not only stay in a home that by all rights is hers now, but kick her out as well, she was going to file for divorce. I just hugged her and told her I didn't mean for any of this to happen, that I love her, and she is my priority, that it is her house as much as mine, and I would make sure my brother knew he wasn't allowed to ever come over again. We were both crying and holding each other for a while, before we went home. Thankfully my brother had left by then. I took off of work the next day, and called a locksmith to change all the locks, and then had someone else install security cameras. I hired a pair of movers to come take all of my brother and his kids' things out of my house and put them by garbage pickup. I called him and told him where his stuff was, and that he better come get it before everything was picked up by other people. He was there within the hour, and I notified him he would not be allowed back into my home ever again. He had disrespected my wife, and got her kicked out of her own house. I said we would be going low contact, and if he pushed the issue it would become no contact. Then I went inside. A few hours later I went over to my neighbor's house and told them they had called the cops on my wife, and that my brother was not allowed on my property anymore. They were shocked, and said they didn't know. I told them, well now you do, so don't let it happen again. My wife was really impressed with how I handled everything, and I hope my brother can learn to respect my wife and I, as I don't want to lose him completely.
My 9-year-old sister was sent to boarding school but never came back. Then, I learned that she was sold to get married. I'm American but we live in Asia. Up until about 7 months ago, I lived with my mom and my dad plus my little sister 9. I say it was because my sister is no longer here, she's in boarding school. I want to preface this by saying we are not bad kids, we're half white, half Asian. When my grandpa, on dad's side, got sick 4 years ago we moved here so my dad could take care of him. Me and my sister worked hard to learn the language. Despite her age, she actually caught on better than me and I was so impressed with her. The issue began with grandma when she would look down on my sister. I love my sister and didn't like it one bit. My mom said it was cultural and I shouldn't make a fuss, but it was hard when grandma really started making it obvious. She got me clothes and games, but my sister got no attention. I should mention that 4 years ago, we lived with grandpa and grandma. During that time of me getting spoiled, my sister got reprimanded for everything she did. I swear, it was super unfair, you wouldn't believe it. Just under a year ago, grandpa passed and my parents decided we'd stay here since I already speak and read pretty fluently. Grandma spoke to everyone about how rude and unladylike my sister was and my parents went along with it when I completely thought that was wrong. 7 months ago she and grandma went out and my parents said she'd be at boarding school for the summer. Just the summer. After 3 months I got anxious and asked when she'd be back and I ended up crying at the question. I was talked to by my dad and he said she loved boarding school so much she didn't want to come back yet. Is that how boarding school works? I don't think so, maybe I've been watching too much TV, but we're in another country and I swear what they were doing was emotional abuse. Still, it got worse. After 5 months, I still hadn't gotten any contact. No messages, no letters, nothing, and that's when my dad started making her room into his office space. We actually got into a big fight over it and I ended up with more chores, but he never answered why he was doing it if she'd be back soon. Anyway, it's now been 7 months since that car trip that took my sister away and the final nail in the coffin hit. I was looking through the attic for my mom and found a box with some of her old stuff, including her phone. Why wouldn't she have her phone? I really just want to know if there's anything I can do. No one will tell me which boarding school she's at, and I'm told not to worry about it because I'm a child. I am 14. When I think about it I can't stop remembering the way my mom cried that day. It makes me shiver. I've been imagining the worst and I'd hate if it ended up being something along my mind. I decided to tell my friend about this. His mother is one of the leaders of the community, so I was able to get in touch with a few different sources, the least favorite of which was a phone call to those that help find trafficked children. They ended up letting me stay with them for a bit and made the proper calls to make sure it wasn't illegal. I actually even specified that I wasn't running from home, and I'd come back after the investigation. It didn't sit so well with authorities and I was actually forced to go back home, but it only got stranger from there. I went back home to an empty house, even grandma was gone, so I was allowed to stay with the other family for the time being. They were extremely kind. For a week I didn't get any news and, bless his mother's heart, I was told I had a home here no matter the results. So, a few days after a week had passed, I got a call and it turns out they found my sister. My family had been taken in for questioning and were placed in holding for quite a while. I'm not sure why they didn't tell me this immediately though. I don't actually know the full story, but my sister was living close to 700 kilometers away, yeah, nearly a whole day's drive. It wasn't summer school, or boarding school, or anything like that. My dad sold her to get married. My dad and grandma have been arrested though and I'm back living with my mom and sister now. My 18-year-old niece is engaged to a 36-year-old that she started dating when she was 17. No one in the family sees a problem, so I'm going to be the devil that will tear them apart. I, 33, have a pretty big age difference with my brother, 44. He had a child at 25, which means that I became an uncle at 14. Because we were pretty close in age, I formed a special bond with my niece, Ella, now 18. When she was 16, my brother and his family moved away, so I've been seeing them less recently, but we keep in touch and catch up at family events. Last year, at Christmas, my niece told me that she had a boyfriend and told me a bit about him, but I didn't know the guy. He was invited for Easter and a couple of other events, but was never able to make it. When we were planning our mother's birthday, my brother decided to invite Ella's boyfriend so that we could all meet him. Yesterday was the birthday. I was looking forward to meeting Mark, Ella's boyfriend, but was very confused when I saw her walk in with a man that looked double her age. Spoiler alert, he is. She introduced him to me, And I politely smiled but was deep down very concerned. I went to my brother to ask how old Mark was and he told me that Mark is 36, so literally double Ella's age. She had told me that he was a bit older but I assumed like early to mid-20s, not almost 40. That's when they called us in the living room to share exciting news. Ella showed us a ring and revealed that they were engaged. I just said what the F and everyone turned around and looked at me like I was crazy. I told them that they were out of their minds if they thought this was normal, that there was no world in which a 30-something should date an 18-yo, and that she shouldn't be getting married. All of them accused me of ruining Ella's happiness. Some even said that I was jealous of Mark, which is so effing disgusting I can't even explain it. I mean, I'm younger than Mark, but never in a million years would I ever consider dating someone younger than 25. They told me that it was perfectly legal as they were both adults, which isn't true because they've been dating for a year and Ella turned 18 7 months ago, and that if they were happy that's all that matters. I told them that they were sick for allowing this and that he was a predator but they wouldn't listen. I know this isn't my business, but I can't help but fear for Ella. She is young and doesn't really know what she's getting into. I'm really scared of her getting married and being unable to leave him when she realizes how sick it was. I then left and slammed the door, and have been receiving pretty wild messages and calls since then. I don't know if I was wrong for this and I'm just overreacting, and if I wasn't wrong I don't know what I can do to make them realize how wrong it is. Am I the a-hole? Update: I don't think that me telling her and everyone that the relationship is weird was wrong. I do however think that I did it wrong and it was pretty harsh because it was in the heat of the moment. But I still find this very creepy and don't think she should get married. What I've decided to do is apologize to her. I sent her a text saying I was sorry for my outburst and that I should have thought it through beforehand. I told her that I never wanted to make her feel like I didn't want her to be happy, and that I loved her very much and had her best interests in mind. Ask her if we could talk about this. I asked if she would be okay and free to hang out and maybe get coffee this week to talk about all of this with a clear head. I really want to try and get her to see why it's weird and that maybe marrying him is not a great choice. Explain myself to my brother. I sent him a text saying that I was sorry for the way I said it, but that I still thought that it needed to be said. I explained to him why I think Mark is a predator and this relationship could have a very negative and damaging impact on Ella. I'm still waiting on their replies. Update 2. So, following my text, Ella replied and told me she agreed to meet with me and talk. I just came back from seeing her. Here's how it went. She asked me what I wanted to tell her and I started explaining that I didn't think her relationship was very healthy, and that no older guy should want to date a teenager. I told her that she was an incredible woman so I wasn't saying it was weird that someone would want to marry her, but that guys my age normally shouldn't even look at a teenager. She wasn't convinced and said that sometimes it's true but sometimes it's okay. I asked her how she would feel if I told her that someone born today could be her future partner, and she said it felt really weird. I also asked her if she would consider dating someone younger than 15, and she said no. I could see her starting to realize that Mark maybe didn't have the best intentions. I also asked her if she knew about his previous relationship, and she said vaguely and just told me the girl's name. I asked her if she knew how old the girl was and she said she was 21. I also asked her if she knew that their relationships overlapped and she said that Mark always told her he was single since they met, but she kind of felt like that wasn't true. I told her that since his previous girlfriend was also significantly younger it seemed like he had a thing for younger girls, which is kind of weird. After discussing that, she told me a bit more about her relationship. She told me she was starting to feel weird about it because of Mark's recent behavior. I asked what she meant and she said that he had been flirting with a lot of girls, who were all also younger, including some of Ella's friends. When she confronted him he sort of gaslit her into thinking it wasn't flirting. He was also making a lot of comments about having children with Ella and how cute it would be to see her raise them. She told me she was absolutely not ready for that and also wanted to go to college and work and not be a som. Because of all of that she was doubting her relationship and I told her that I understood. She said she was scared of breaking up with him because he had become her whole life recently and she didn't know what she would do without him. I told her that she was surrounded by people who loved her and would be there for her, and that she was a lot more than just Mark's girlfriend. I said that she knew my opinion on it, but that ultimately the choice was hers, and that I just wanted her to be happy. I also said I would be there for her no matter what. She told me that she will try to break up with him this week, and she'll let me know how it goes. I'll edit this post if I have more info. Also, again, thank you to everyone who gave advice and tried to help us. I really appreciate it. My almost girlfriend put me on the back burner because she wanted to have a summer of fun before she settled down. Now she's mad because I refused to be her backup plan. I have this friend. She is nice looking, outgoing, funny. We met in school and hit it off as friends. We hung out together or as a group, or me and my girlfriend with her and her boyfriend a few times a week. We have never really been single at the same time, so I never really noticed her romantically. I mean I noticed she was attractive but never though of her romantically. I ended up breaking up with my girlfriend, and a few months later, she broke up with her boyfriend. Well, because most of our friends are paired off at the time, we end up hanging out about 4 days a week. I wasn't aware I was starting to catch feelings for this girl until someone pointed out I had stopped dating and approaching other women. I really hit home when she went on a few different dates, and I noticed I was jealous. So I sat her down and had a chat. I told her I had noticed recently that I was becoming interested in her. I absolutely hate seeing her go on dates with other guys, and I wanted to see if us dating would be as cool as our friendship so far. First, she smiled, big happy, excited eyes. Then something happened, and her smile turned unsure. She explained that she had also thought of it and was interested in trying it, but not until the end of the summer. Confused, I asked why the end of the summer. She explained she was in her hoe phase, her words, and she wanted to have a summer of fun before she settled down. The rest of that day was awkward. I cut things short. When she asked I told her we were fine. My pride was bruised a bit and I was feeling disappointed. But not to worry, we are definitely still friends. I have to admit the second she chose potentially random hookups and getting run through for the summer over a relationship, all romantic feelings died. I wasn't mad at her. She did nothing wrong. But, the way I viewed her had changed. She was forever in the friend zone for me. I took a few days to wear my big boy pants, and we started hanging out again. But it was different. I only saw her as a friend and I only was interested in seeing her every now and again, not all the time like before. I started dating other girls again. I had no hard feelings. I genuinely enjoyed being around her, only like before when we both had spouses. Anyway, one night we were out as a group, we all had a few drinks and she said, "Hey, good news, summer is almost over." Oblivious to what she meant till later I say, "That sucks, I love summer." Then I got distracted by other conversations being had. I did notice she was cold towards me the rest of the night. When October rolls around, she wants to have lunch with just her and me. We meet up and have a great talk. We talk about our summer. She talks about all the guys she dated over the summer. She uses this to steer the conversation to us. She wants to let me know she is ready to settle into a relationship and wants to go back to our earlier conversation. I told her it was cool, I valued our friendship, and think we should stay just that, friends. She wanted to know what's changed, and would not let it go. So I had to be honest. I told her that her choice to put me on the back burner for hot girl summer was hurtful, and I feel like if she actually liked me, she would have wanted to be in a relationship with me. She said she knew we would be the real thing and she needed to get through her whole phase to give us an honest shot. I let her know the fact she felt we could have been something and she still chose potentially to get run through by a bunch of strangers instead of starting something real. Tells me she doesn't feel about me the way she thinks she does. I accepted that and stayed friends with her with no hard feelings. But the second she chose to put me on the back burner, I lost all romantic feelings for her, forever, because it feels like she was shopping around all summer and settled on me, and I am nobody's backup plan. She got mad and stopped talking to me. Our friends think I should apologize and give her a chance, but those feelings just aren't there. What do you think? Am I the a-hole? I should probably add a timeline. This was last summer. We have seen each other around, but she avoids me if she can. The reason I wrote this now is because a mutual friend and I were talking about last summer, and how the fall went. Then she pointed out she is still single and asked me recently if I would change my mind. I don't think they were asking for her because they said she still thinks I'm in butt.
My aunt insists to dress her daughter in a white dress in my wedding because it is an immoral marriage. Now she's livid because I no longer want her to attend. I got engaged to my fiancé some time ago. It was a beautiful proposal and everyone was happy for us. Our wedding is in around 2 months, and my aunt has started shopping for her daughter's dress a while ago. Our wedding is going to be like a lilac white theme, so when she asked what color would be best, I told her that lilac would be nice. So, 3 weeks ago, she sent me a few dresses they picked out. They were all beautiful but white. I told her that I liked them but didn't like the fact that they were white. She asked me if I could make an exception since her daughter is family. I apologized and said I'd be happier if they picked a different color. My aunt just said, well, she doesn't like purple. So I told her the dress didn't have to be purple if she didn't like it, and that I just thought it would be nice. Obviously not everyone's gonna be in the theme. I'm not gonna force anyone because I don't want them to feel uncomfortable because of the color of their clothes. She called me, telling me that I'm selfish for not letting Macy wear that dress, and apparently am SLT shaming her because it's a little revealing. I never said anything about that, neither did I think the dress was even revealing. Like I said, as long as they're comfortable. She hung up on me and later asked me to go out for coffee and talk about it. She apologized and said that she just didn't feel that it was fair that since my fiancé and I will both be wearing white, it's already untraditional, and there's nothing wrong with another woman wearing a white dress. Apparently, Macy cried when she found out I didn't approve of it. I asked her what she meant by untraditional, and she went on to explain that a woman marrying a woman is not very common or morally right, and also how it's unfair that I let my younger sibling wear a suit instead of a nice dress. I said I had to go and left. I also thought it was weird that Macy was mad about the dress, and texted her to apologize if I upset her. She was confused and said she had no problem wearing a different dress and actually refused to choose from the white dresses her mom picked out. She sent me a screenshot of a cute baby pink dress that she found and wanted to send it to me before her mom took her shopping, and I told her I'd buy it for her. She thanked me and apologized for her mom. I told her not to worry about it. I called my aunt, that I no longer want her at my wedding, and that Macy is still invited. She cried and screamed how dare I uninvite her and it's unfair, Macy still gets to go. My mom told me I made a good decision, and she has no problem taking Macy to the wedding with her. My fiancé also says I did the right thing, but my aunt's husband and her friends called me an because it's just a dress and she's from a different time, so I can't blame her for what she said.
My aunt left me and my siblings with nothing from our inheritance, but then karma struck her hard, and her life fell apart. My aunt was one of 2 kids my grandparents had. My mother was the polar opposite of my aunt. My aunt never held down a job till the age of 26, was constantly stealing from her parents, and was constantly in trouble. Despite this, my aunt was spoiled by my grandmother, and so were her kids. She had 3 kids from 3 different men, and her first husband was not one of them, if you know what I mean. Didn't matter what my aunt or her kids did, my grandmother would always jump to their defense. She never had time for my mom and her kids, unless it was to get something from us. The only reason my mom would visit her was because she loved my grandfather. My grandfather passed away in 2004, and a few months after my nan decided to write up a new will. My mother and my aunt were both present for it when she signed it, so they knew what was in it. It made it so that when she passed away, her home would be sold and the money split 25% each to my mom and aunt, and the remaining 50% would go evenly to the grandkids. At the time, the home was worth more than £500,000, so it would be a nice little inheritance, but nothing life-changing. In 2010, my mom died after an accident and did not have a current will in place. As she no longer had her business and was renting a house, she didn't have anything of much monetary value. The only thing she was concerned about was what would be done at her funeral should she have passed away, but had told me everything she wanted. The music, the flowers, the coffin color, and even what people were to wear at the funeral. She wanted people to wear bright warm colors. So when she passed, My aunt and Nan took over all the arrangements and tried to undo all the things I'd told them. The songs were going to be songs I knew Mum didn't like, the flowers were all the wrong colors, and they picked a hideous coffin. With the help of my siblings, we were able to change a few of the things back to what they were supposed to be, but the coffin couldn't be changed for some reason, and my Nan refused to let people come dressed as clowns, so it was all black. It was frustrating. After the funeral, my Nan had her will changed. My siblings and I were told by our aunt that she didn't have any involvement with the writing of the will, and our Nan told us that she changed it so that Mum's share would go to her kids instead. All good, we thought. After Mum passed away, my Nan just stopped talking about my mum. At first, we thought it was because she was still recovering from losing her daughter, but even 5 years after Mum passed, she still wouldn't talk about her. Even if you brought up a story about Mum, Nan would very obviously try and change the subject, usually about how hard my aunt and her poopy kids had it. And if you went to talk to her about your own problems, she would somehow bring it back to my aunt. I had suffered a mental breakdown after my mum's death, so you can imagine how much it hurt to hear, well, X has had it so much worse. In 2016, my Nan passed away. She had written down what she wanted to be done for her funeral, and it was basically all the same things she had picked out for my mum's funeral, even the music to be played. I don't know why she tried to have a dress rehearsal funeral using my mum as the stand-in, but it was obvious that's what she was trying to do. So after a couple of months, our siblings and I were waiting to hear about the will reading, and my aunt kept telling me, oh, it'll be another month before we can do the reading. I didn't mind. I wasn't fussed about the money, to be honest, but my oldest brother was hoping to use the money to pay for a honeymoon for him and his then fiancée, and my younger brother was about to start uni, so it would be a hell of a help. Eventually, my dad bumped into the solicitor my grandmother had used to deal with her will and asked what was happening. The solicitor let slip that the will had already been read and that it left everything to my aunt. When my dad questioned this, the solicitor told him that my aunt had been present when the will was written, despite promising that she had nothing to do with it. When confronted, my aunt initially tried to deny but eventually admitted to lying to all of us. She showed us the will, and it confirmed what we already knew. The house and all its contents were now my aunt's. This included my granddad's war medals. When I told her that he had promised them to me before he died, she said, well, unless you have it in writing, you will have nothing in this house. Anyway, I already gave them to Clive. My heart sank. Clive was her eldest son, and the dictionary definition of a F up. He'd been in and out of prison for stealing and dealing illicit substances. I knew that the moment that Prick had got his hands on my granddad's medals, they would have been sold off. We looked into taking her to court over the will, but everyone we spoke to said that we probably wouldn't get anything out of it. She immediately put the house up for sale at close to £750,000. She had pissed off too many people in our town, so she was going to sell the house and move closer to her daughter, who lives in a big city. An offer was made on the house, and she put down a deposit on a house near the big city. And I thought that was that. Here's where karma comes into play. The people who wanted my Nan's house had a survey done on the house to see if there were issues. And oh boy was there. Turns out that the land the house was built on was way too soft for the type of house it was, and it was sinking. It has sunk about 2 cm in the 40 plus years my Nan and Granddad had lived there, but the sinking was accelerating to 1 cm per year. This meant that within the next 3 years, the house would need some serious work, or be knocked down. The new value of the house? £60,000. The buyers immediately pulled out, having not even put down a deposit. She couldn't buy her new house, but still had to pay the deposit on it. And while this was happening, she let Clive move in with her into the house that she rented from the council. He wasn't allowed to live in any of the council houses because he had trashed every single one he'd ever been given. Someone reported this, and she was kicked out of her home. She was forced to move into my Nan's old home as she couldn't live anywhere else. So there she is, living in a crumbling house with her Ted son and her partner. She was stuck there for 2 years. Every time I saw her, she would try and start talking to me, and I would just ignore her and walk off. One time as I was walking away, she screamed, "Your mother deserved to die for having a stupid like you," in the middle of a busy street. Someone reported her to the police, and she had an official warning from them and was ridiculed on Facebook. Every time I saw her after that, she looked more and more miserable. Eventually, she sold the house for something like £85,000 and moved in with her daughter in the big city. I lost contact with her and her kids after this. I thought karma had been issued. Oh, but karma still wasn't done with her. I bumped into one of her former friends, and she told me what happened after she left our town. She moved into her daughter's home, let's call her Sue, but they only had a 3-bedroom house, and 3 kids. My aunt and her partner had to live in the smallest room in the house while my aunt looked for a job and a home to rent. After about a month, my aunt's partner ran off after emptying her account. She was left stranded in Sue's house, not contributing anything because all the money she makes goes into bingo. Eventually, Sue and my aunt got into a screaming match and my aunt said something along the lines of "I should have boarded you." Sue immediately kicked her out of her house. So, again, there's my aunt, in a city where she knows nobody, no money, no home, and the last bridge she had a smoldering wreck. The last anyone had heard, she was living in a caravan in the roughest part of the city, and she could no longer work because she was suffering from early onset arthritis and could no longer move her hands. I know I shouldn't get joy out of something like this happening to another person, but it does bring me some peace as to what happened. Update: so when I last left off, my aunt had been left abandoned in a big city and stuck in a caravan with crippling arthritis. Well, a few weeks after my first post I had gotten news that she has somehow found a new boyfriend. How I don't know, because my aunt had the look and build of an obese pug, and that was when she was in her 30s. So what she looks like now in her mid-60s doesn't bear thinking about. Well, she and her new boy Toy decided to move to a seaside town and start a new life. Well, you can guess what happened. Boy Toy must have gotten sick of her, or found out she had no money, so abandoned her. During an argument with her landlord, she suffered a heart attack, and while in hospital, she suffered another. She has recovered but is even more disabled than she was before. She's been given a home by her local council. But it's okay guys, because Clive has come to live with her. Oh my god, Clive, the man is a walking episode of Jeremy Kyle. After my aunt left my hometown, things started to look up for Clive. Someone took pity on him and gave him a job as a laborer, and for a few months, he was doing well, looking clean and well. Despite everything that had happened, I was glad he was getting his life back on track. Well, it turns out not. He was given a work van to go from job to job, and one day came to work with a black eye and no van. He told everyone that he'd been carjacked and the van stolen. Sadly, for Clive, they found the van, and a very confused man wondering why the police were arresting him. After questioning and a text exchange, they found out that Clive had sold the van to the man and gave himself a black eye to make it look like a theft. Clive was arrested. He was massively lucky because his boss didn't press charges, and all the police did was fine for wasting police time. After burning through all the money he had, he was again homeless. We found most of this out from my aunt's daughter Sue, the one who kicked my aunt out. She was very apologetic to my brother and thought we might like to know what had happened. She seems to have a nice life and family, and no longer lives in the house she shared with her mom. I am generally happy for her, although I don't think I will try to mend our relationship.
My aunt put in a claim to my father's death benefit and stated that my father had wished for his money to go to her and her only, so we snatched the money and left no penny. My father passed away on the 1st of March very unexpectedly, and obviously, this has caused a lot of heartache. My father didn't leave a will. A couple of months before he passed, he told me that everything would be going to me and my brother anyway. A few days ago, I received a letter through the post from a policy through his work where it was stated that my father's sister had put in a claim for the death benefit as she was next of kin at his work. I am next of kin legally and would also like to state for the record that my father and I had an excellent relationship. She never mentioned the policy to us or wrote down on her form that my father did not have children, which it asks, and instead sent the form as if she was his only relative. The company found out that I existed only because I am the informant on his death certificate and has asked if I wish to make a claim. I contacted my aunt about this, and she has doubled down. She said that my father would have wanted her and her alone to receive this large sum of money and told me not to put in a claim. I am putting in a claim regardless and told her this has caused a huge rift with her family, so much so that a cousin contacted me and said that my dad would be ashamed of me for putting in a claim, and then went on to attack my autistic 24-year-old brother, telling him that my father would have been ashamed of him because he was unable to carry his coffin at the funeral. It just seems that this has gotten completely out of hand, and my brother and I are being attacked over money. Surely, the company wouldn't have contacted us if he wished to give her 100%. Edit. I also forgot to mention that my aunt said she received an email from my dad's workplace saying it was his wish to give this money to her, and she had a signed document from him saying this, but when I asked her if I could see the document, she sent me a blank template of wishes from the company website which had no writing on it, no expression of wishes, and no signature from my dad, which is confusing. We also told her that we may not receive anything in the final decision, which we are fine with, but it potentially could be split even between me, my younger brother, and her. She wasn't happy to even consider it going 3 ways, either, and that is where the abuse began from that side of the family. I just don't know, and this has been stressing me out at night. Am I the a-hole? Update. I phoned the company this morning, and they have no record of an expression of wishes that my father wrote, only that she was next of kin at his workplace. So she not only lied that it was my dad's wish for her to have this money, but she also lied that she received an email from the company stating this. The woman on the phone said, "You are his daughter. You have a right to make a claim." I also told my brother to put his claim in, which he will be doing now. Her daughter sent my brother vile voice notes telling him that my dad would be ashamed of him because he couldn't carry the coffin due to his autism, that he is lazy and should get a job when he can't work, and that he is a thief. It has made my brother so distraught that he is refusing to put a claim in as he thinks my father hated him when this is not true. My dad loved the bones of my brother. Those words never left his mouth. All lies. My dad may not be here to protect him, but I am, and I'll always protect him. Update. My brother received an apology tonight from this vile cousin. She said she couldn't sleep, eat, or go to work as she had been sobbing about the disgusting things she had said to him. Not that this makes a difference. What she said about that beautiful boy is unforgivable. To target her own autistic cousin about things out of his control is insane. My father took care of and adored that boy from the moment he was born until he took his last breath. I have blocked this side of the family and will never speak to them again. Update. I phoned the company today and they have told me that my father had no expression of wishes form. So not only did my aunt lie about being the beneficiary on his expression of wishes form, but she also just blatantly lied about even receiving an email with these details. They do not exist. She was only listed as a next of kin through his work, not as a beneficiary. She is not entitled to a thing as she claimed she was, and so the hurt and confusion both me and my brother have suffered was for nothing. I don't understand how our own family could put us through this, but people are right when they say snakes come out of the woodwork when a death happens in the family. My brother was not going to put in a claim, but now he is. I hope she feels the guilt ripping through her not only for this but for the disgusting things her daughter said to my autistic brother. My aunt also went to my dad's house as she was staying there for the funeral before traveling home again, but in that short space of time, she had taken several money boxes he had used for spare change. We don't even know how much was in them, but they were stacked with change. She took his guitar, his amp, his kitchen knives, his iPad and one of his leather jackets that my brother wanted to keep. We couldn't even enter the house to look at anything, never mind take things. It was only a month after the funeral that we were able to go in the house and see what had been taken without permission. She has been horrible since the start. Update. Well, after a couple of stressful months, I'm happy to say that my brother and I received everything, but she got nothing. Not a penny. We have not split the money with her and will never speak to her again. My brother will live comfortably now and will be taken care of, which is what my dad really would have wanted. My aunt severely injured me because she thinks I'm faking my genetic disorder to get attention, so I recorded the whole attack and put it online. Now her life is ruined. I was born with a severe genetic disorder called EDS, hypermobility type. The illness varies greatly from person to person. Most can lead relatively normal lives with some pain and problems. EDS is essentially a group of disorders caused by defective collagen in the body. This results in a host of issues, including joint hypermobility, which causes joints to be so loose and unstable that they dislocate or subluxate, partially dislocate, constantly, severe joint and soft tissue pain due to the constant dislocations and the resulting damage to the joints, among other things. Extreme chronic fatigue, skin that bruises easily and, in thin areas, can even tear. Dizziness when standing up because my blood pressure drops rapidly. About 11 years ago, my disorder worsened significantly, and I was forced to start using a wheelchair to get around, as walking more than 100 feet became extremely dangerous for me. The risk of falling due to a hip dislocation was high. In the last 3 years, I upgraded to an electric wheelchair because pushing a manual chair became too painful. For reasons I don't fully understand, my aunt has an extreme dislike for disabled people, especially those in wheelchairs who can still move their legs. For 11 years, whenever we were alone, she treated me worse than a dog and insisted that my disorder was completely fake and made up. She claimed I was lying about it because I wanted all the attention focused on me, believing I was jealous of anyone else receiving attention, especially her. I tried to confront her about it and talk things out, but since I was already overwhelmed by my condition, I ended up keeping her comments to myself. Since I'm not confrontational and don't see her often throughout the year, I didn't want to burden anyone with it, especially as I already had to ask for so much help from the people around me, and my parents were exhausted from all the doctor's visits during that time. So, for the past 11 years, I've just ignored every comment she made when we were alone because I had grown accustomed to it. I absolutely didn't care what she thought at this point and knew she was just being an idiot. That was until things really escalated last week when I went to visit my aunt for our yearly family dinner. She was the one who organized the dinner this year. All was going well until she drank more than usual and became a lot snarkier toward me in front of the family. This caused some family members to call her out and tell her it was inappropriate and uncalled for. She silently fumed, giving me death stares afterward. My parents noticed this and kept an eye on her. Unfortunately, at some point, I went into the kitchen on the other side of the house to take a break from my aunt's stairs and take my medication in private. My aunt followed me into the kitchen and closed the door behind her. I knew this wasn't good since she was clearly intoxicated, so I discreetly started recording the incident on my phone. Since the door was closed, and we were far from the others, with many people talking loudly in the other room, no one could hear us, even if I screamed. My aunt began asking if I was enjoying being an attention hog and ruining her dinner by humiliating her. I slowly tried to maneuver my wheelchair toward the door while apologizing, telling her that wasn't my intention. At that point, I tried to say what she wanted to hear so I could get to safety. She started raising her voice, accusing me of being jealous of her success and faking my disorder out of laziness. She began calling me every name in the book, yelling nonsense at me. I started to think she might be having a mental breakdown and began crying, pleading with her to let me go. Realizing I needed to get out of there, I decided I couldn't do so in my chair, so I tried to get out of it. Unfortunately, she turned violent and pushed me back into the chair hard. She screamed that she wasn't done yet and that liars like me needed to be taught a lesson. She started hitting me in the face as hard as she could, which dislocated my jaw. Then she tried to pull me out of the chair, dislocating my arm, but I fought back, so she failed. She then somehow managed to push my chair over on its side, causing my foot to get stuck behind the footrest. Luckily, my dad, noticing my absence and that my aunt was also gone, became concerned and began searching for me. My father later told me I let out such a blood-curdling scream that it was audible throughout the entire dining room, prompting him and my mom to sprint toward the sound. At this point, I was starting to lose consciousness from the pain. I remember my dad bursting through the door. From what I was told, my dad body slammed my aunt, his younger sister, and punched her to make sure she stayed down. My mom screamed for someone to call 911, which my nephew did immediately. My mom then got me free from the wheelchair and tried to recall her first aid training. Meanwhile, my dad pinned my aunt to the floor while my aunt's husband stood there in complete shock, not knowing what to do. The police and ambulance arrived, and they put my aunt in cuffs. She screamed at my dad, asking how he dared to lay hands on a woman, no less his sister. My uncle then tried to defend my aunt, claiming they didn't know what had happened and that I could have tipped over myself after trying to attack her. He insisted his wife would never do something like this and that it had to be provoked. He apparently said much worse things, but my parents won't specify what exactly. I regained consciousness at this point, likely due to receiving some strong pain medication. It's still a blur because the medication left me disoriented. I was taken away by the ambulance while my aunt was taken to jail. At the hospital, I was found to have multiple fractured ribs, a dislocated arm, and a dislocated jaw. I also suffered a concussion from the punches, but the worst damage was to my foot, which turned out to be broken. I also have cuts and scrapes everywhere because my skin is so fragile. Fortunately, the injuries weren't severe enough to require surgery, but with my disorder, it will take at least 10 weeks in a cast, followed by physical therapy, although my ankle will likely be permanently damaged. I feel guilty for ruining someone's life. I've gotten multiple voicemails from different numbers with her screaming how I ruined her life and probably their finances after this. My uncle is trying to save his own reputation by sticking to my aunt's side, but that's short-lived since he wants a divorce. I'm putting this in afterward because it somehow got deleted, but I ended up sharing the footage on a private group page for our family for the whole family to see. It might have been wrong, but seeing the reactions, it was probably the right thing after that poop hit the fan for her, so that's why she's even more angry. We're getting a restraining order and pressing charges. The thought of her coming after me is too much. My parents are reluctant to talk about how they found me and what happened because they'd rather have those memories buried instead of haunting me. The footage was handed over to the police and is backed up on multiple platforms. I'm currently thinking I'm going to sue since I have insurance that covers legal costs for me. My aunt wants me to give up my unborn baby to my infertile cousin and said that it shouldn't be hard because we are family. I refuse to give up my baby and she's gone crazy. I am currently 8 months pregnant with a baby girl and my aunt and cousin have been giving me trouble since I announced the news. My partner and I already adore our girl and have no plans to give her up, but my aunt wants me to give up my child to my cousin, who has been suffering from infertility for the past 5 years. For more context, my aunt has raised my sister and I as a motherly figure after our mother passed away when we were very young. We have been quite close with our aunt and cousin throughout our life and have been trying to support my cousin through her struggles with infertility. My aunt is also very religious, regularly attends church, and has a very rigid, close-minded view on morality and values and living a good life. She believes a child deserves a strong, foundational religious upbringing with a strong, loving father and a loving, attentive mother. Since my partner is not Christian and because we both have full-time jobs and careers, she believes that my child will grow up confused and misguided in our household due to our religious differences, lacking a proper sense of identity and adequate care. She says she fears that our child's well-being will not be put first in such an environment and that our kid could likely go down a dark, immoral path. According to her, my cousin, who works part-time from home, and her husband are way better able to provide my child with a loving home with good values and religion. I have both my aunt and cousin blocked on most forms of communication and I have moved to a new home, where they do not know the address. My partner and I also got married in a private ceremony so they won't have control over my medical decisions. Out of the two, my aunt has been more aggressive towards me and even showed up to my old apartment one day to scream and argue with me about the situation. She, in a fake nice tone, tried to get me to come with her to a cafe near the church to speak with me about the baby even when I told her there is nothing to be discussed and that I'm keeping the baby. I spoke with the apartment manager and had to hide until she left after half an hour. My aunt also has her church friends after me. They sometimes regularly send me hostile text message and voicemails. My cousin has been on the quieter side towards me and has been struggling with depression and trauma from her latest pregnancy last year, ending in a stillbirth of her baby girl after preterm labor at 30 weeks. She has been regularly posting on social media and has joined motherhood-related groups. I've heard through gossip that she is trying to get a baby through those groups and has been banned from many of them to her dismay. She had been harassing young moms and widows for their babies. My cousin is desperate for a baby to fix her family and is apparently waiting for me to give birth to my baby girl, who she apparently sees as her own late baby in. My aunt and my cousin are sure that I will be overwhelmed with my decision and the responsibilities of motherhood and that I will give up and give more to my baby by letting my cousin and her husband adopt her. My aunt says that giving my baby to my cousin shouldn't be as hard as it could be because we are family and I could have a baby later on as I am still young and plan to attend grad school after working for a while. My cousin also wants to contact us with me, as we had before my pregnancy. I will not be speaking to her again until after I give birth to see where she is then and to prevent further stress during my pregnancy. I have been very supportive of her through her infertility journey and generally liked her more than my aunt growing up, but her behavior and thinking have shocked me and are making me fear for my safety. I am planning a big wedding party for next year since my partner and I privately got married this year and I am not sure if my cousin/aunt would be invited and able to come. I have a lot of family support from both sides right now apart from those who are close to them and on their side, but I'm not sure if that support will be as strong in a year and what my relationship with my aunt/cousin will be then. I have skipped some family events that I know they will be at, but I don't want to miss those family gatherings and fun forever. I'm not sure what the future will look like with my aunt/cousin after my baby and the issues that arise. My awful boyfriend is harassing me to pay his debts using the money from my dad. He was livid and called me selfish when I told him no. I recently got in a fight with my boyfriend and his family because I refused to spend my savings on a house payment that could result in him getting kicked out of the house. So, context, I've dealt with mental health problems all my life, but when I turned 20 I was at my worst. Due to that, I couldn't maintain a stable job while studying in college. My parents have always been supportive of me. They let me live with them and my dad paid for my psychologist, medicines, all my college education and maintained me until I was 24 while also taking care of my mom and my 3 younger siblings. He's a super hard-working man and I've never seen him quit. He enjoys and loves to give me and my siblings the best he can. Top-tier parenting and I love him to death. Fast forward to this year, I've stable job that pays really well and I've been saving money for the past 5 years because I wanted to do something for my dad as a thank you for all the sacrifices he has done for me. His dream has always been to go to Disney World. We are not from the USA, and stay in one of those fancy hotels, but he was never able to do it and now that he is retired, he thought he would never be able to. So I have been saving money in secret to make it happen. The only one that knew about my savings was my mom and she loved the idea. Now here is the issue, I've been with my boyfriend for 1.5 years now. He has a good job, but he is not the best at taking care of his economy. He bought his house before we met and he is still paying for it. Due to his poor management of money, he started accumulating a debt in the house payments, and a few weeks ago he told me that there is a chance of him losing his house if he doesn't pay the debt. Last week I finally reached my goal and had enough money to take my dad to his dream trip, just the two of us. I told my boyfriend and I was really excited, but he was livid. He told me how I could be so selfish and go on a stupid vacation trip when he is about to get kicked out of his house. He also told me that if we were in for the long run, I should help him to get out of his debt because that could eventually be my house too. We don't live together, I live in a small apartment. He also told me that his trust was betrayed because I've been hiding the money savings from him, and a good partner does not do that. I told him that it was not my responsibility to pay for his debt, but he kept yelling at me, so I left. He told his mom and sister about it, so now both of them have been harassing me. They are going to my apartment and to my work telling me how horrible I am for not helping him and trying to convince me to pay his debt. I get that my boyfriend is going through a hard time, but this is something I've been working really hard to achieve, and since my dad is starting to have difficulties to walk, with his eyesight and his health in general is getting worse, I don't want to wait any longer to take him in this trip. My awful father-in-law laughed at everyone taking the virus seriously and then it unalived him. But my mother-in-law is convinced that I unalived him somehow. My husband's father was one of the virus naysayers. He told everyone who would listen that it was bull and it's nothing to worry about. Then he started making fun of people taking it seriously. He commented on any photo or post mentioning wearing masks and then insulted people. He basically thinks that if you wear a mask you're an idiot sheep. One time, he took a selfie video inside a Subway restaurant saying, "Watch me make the snowflake sandwich, slave," panic, and then went up to the counter and stood on his tiptoes to purposefully cough a bunch over the glass at the employee. He then texted the video to me and others. I told him off on the phone about his Subway video. I work in the medical field and have witnessed the virus deaths, and nothing he was doing was funny. He still didn't take me seriously, laughed a bunch, and posted it on my Facebook wall saying, "Here it is again in case you change your mind." I stopped using Facebook for a while for my mental health, so I didn't see it until I started getting calls and texts about what a lunatic he is from my sisters. This set off a bit of a family firestorm because I am Facebook friends with many of his family members who were understandably upset by him being an SS. He got a lot of hate from his family and a lot of harsh words. What goes around, comes around. About 2 months after posting the video, he was coughing nonstop and felt ill from a fever. While he dismissed it at first, saying that it was just because of the change of weather, we eventually got him to agree to be hospitalized, due to his not being able to breathe properly one day. He tested positive for the virus in the hospital. Only a week after being admitted, he eventually died from respiratory complications. I am sorry that his family has lost a member, and I am sorry for my husband, but I've got to be honest, I'm not that heartbroken myself. Well, my mother-in-law has somehow turned this around into my fault. She does not understand Facebook and she is convinced that I took the video he texted me and I posted it on the internet for others to see. But I actually didn't. That was him posting it to my wall. We have all explained it to her and she refuses to believe it. She has gone as far as to say that his death is on my shoulders because I turned his family against him and left him nothing to live for. She said that his whole family turned on him because of me, and them being so mean to him destroyed his mental state to the degree that he couldn't recover. She says if it weren't for me, he would have had the strength to recover because the virus is not that bad and he really died from a broken heart more than he did of the virus. She posted on Facebook herself declaring me a traitor who invaded his privacy and posted that video that was meant to be a joke that he never meant for the internet. She says I formed an army to bully him. Many of her other family members commented telling her that he posted the video on my wall. She doesn't believe it. She is 100% convinced that it's my fault somehow. She is grieving and struggling, but come on. She is being a lunatic and I just can't deal with her anymore. My awful husband slept with my mom a day before we got married. I only found out 2 years later because he felt guilty. Plus update. My husband and I have been married for 2 years and everything has been great until my life went up in flames yesterday. My husband confessed something terrible to me out of guilt. It all started at his bachelor's party. He overdid it with the drinks and got really intoxicated. He said the next morning he didn't remember anything after a certain point. I didn't think much of it because he practically blacked out. Looking back at it now, he was acting really off, but again I brushed it off and assumed it was wedding jitters. Well, he told me that he did remember coming home the night of his bachelor's party, which was when my mom, who was staying with us that week for the wedding, seduced him. He went along with it and they slept together in her bed. He passed out and was there with her the whole night. Thing is, my bachelorette party was the same night, so I came home around 3 a.m. and didn't see him in our bed. I texted him that I made it home safe and that I loved him. I had assumed he spent the night at a friend's house because he said he might do that if things got crazy. But he was actually with my mom. Right in the room next door to me. The next morning, he quietly slipped out while I was still asleep and got into our bed, pretending he'd just come home after sleeping off the doctor-in-kindness at his friend's. If that wasn't bad enough, he had slept with her again in Thai time. He initiated it. We literally got married the very next day. I can't believe this. My mom is also to blame. She has a history of trying to flirt with guys I've dated and being inappropriate with them. My husband knew this. We'd laughed about it and he assured me he would never in a million years think she was attractive. What the F? I called her last night and just said, my husband told me everything. She spent several minutes pretending not to know what I was talking about. Then when that didn't work, she denied everything and said he was making it up. Then she claimed she woke up to my husband forcing himself on her. The sheer audacity of the BS she is capable of is beyond any disgust I can properly convey. I ended the call and I could not stop crying. She refused to even admit the truth, let alone take any responsibility or apologize. I'm not even worth basic honesty in my own mother's eyes. I'm not even worth a half I'm sorry to her. Does she think I'm stupid? Why keep lying to someone who knows you're lying unless you actually think they'd fall for your crap? Everything feels unreal. I'm completely lost and almost feel like I dreamed this or something. In just a few hours, I lost the two most important people in my life because they decided that I wasn't as important to them as having a quick F. I hope it was the best 5 minutes of their lives. And sure, maybe my husband didn't come home that night with the planned intention of sleeping with her. He probably didn't, and it was just horrible judgment from overdrinking. That doesn't change the fact he and my mom slept together. Especially since my mom knew exactly what she was doing and didn't feel guilty at all. I cannot imagine remaining in a marriage where my spouse has effed my mom. Literally 2 nights before our wedding. There's simply no coming back from that, but turns out, he didn't tell me the whole truth. Update: considering my husband was intoxicated when the incident happened, I suspected that my mom had taken advantage of him. So I asked. There was a long pause. He sighed and gave me this look that was just full of guilt and sadness, and then basically said that it would be easy to go with the out I was giving him, but I deserved the full truth. He then proceeded to tell me that before that night, they had been texting for several months. He had not told me this the first time he confessed. He went on to tell me more, explaining that he left this out because the biggest issue was the actual cheating and he hadn't wanted to hurt me by giving all the let-up details. They had been texting, including exchanging naked pictures, for a few months before the wedding. Now, I had known they texted sometimes, they always had a friendly relationship. I hadn't ever suspected anything weird because he'd been adamant that he'd never think of her sexually. He can't explain why they started texting beyond he got caught up in the thrill of doing something forbidden. There were implications made about wanting to do things in real life as a one-night thing should the opportunity ever arise. I'm so disgusted with him and can't fathom the fact I ever trusted him. But it doesn't even end there. The texting between them was going on during his bachelor party. So what I said in my first post about how he probably didn't come home intending to sleep with her. Yep, that was wrong, he did. In fact, him telling me he was going to stay overnight with his friend if he got too intoxicated was all part of the setup. He knew I'd be out very late at a show. He had the presence of mind to arrange a way to leave his party earlier in the night, go home, F my mother, and already have given me a plausible explanation for appearing not to be home when I got back at 3 a.m. so that he could spend that one night with her. It was just that important to him to have the full experience of falling asleep after intimacy and waking up next to each other. He reiterated that he had been aware the whole time of what he was doing. He was not as intoxicated as he'd made it seem the next morning when he claimed not to remember anything that happened. So just to be clear again, while he did get intoxicated, at no point did he black out or become totally wasted to the point he was incapable of controlling his decisions and body. He said since that night he hadn't texted her at all except about logistical details of visits, and one text he sent her the day after. In that one he said it would never happen again and she'd lose me if I knew, correct, so she better never let it slip. She agreed. He claims everything between them since then has been a normal mother-in-law relationship. Do I believe that? It doesn't matter because he lied for 2 years and then lied by omission in his first confession about the months-long build-up to the affair. During that time I was bonding with my mother over wedding planning. For once, it seemed we were having a great mother-daughter relationship. It's just effing sick. My mom has not contacted me at all since I confronted her, which is fine by me because I never want to see or hear from her again. It's almost like she died. I don't have a mom anymore. I'm proceeding with divorce and have gotten in touch with an attorney. I kicked him out of the house because I can't be near him. I'm not looking forward to a legal battle whatsoever, but there's no possible way to remain married after all this. To this day, he doesn't know why he did it. I have my own suspicions based on things he said in the past about wishing he'd had more intimate partners before me, because he felt like he had missed out on his youth. Maybe that was my clue I wasn't enough for him. I should have listened, but I let him and his friends talk me into believing I must be enough or he wouldn't be with me. They said that all guys have regrets like that and sacrifice them for the right woman. Clearly that wasn't me. He also struggles with overuse of adult films sometimes. Stepmom is his favorite genre. It never struck me as anything other than a dumb adult films thing. Whatever. I won't be dating for a long time because I'm obviously colorblind to red flags. My awful mother-in-law called me a large warloo in my baby shower. But my husband said I'm an ungrateful and spiteful bitch for walking out. Mother-in-law always made comments about my weight ever since I got pregnant. She started making more comments while low-key shaming me for what I eat. Whenever I visited, she'd give me smaller plates, portions, cups, and even spoons. She also buys me small size clothes even though I'm in my second trimester and those clothes don't fit. My sister-in-law decided to throw me a baby shower and the whole side of my in-laws is invited. My husband denied it when my sister offered to throw me a baby shower, so my mom refused to come after what my husband said to my sister. My sister is infertile. My husband claimed that she's become obsessed with the baby simply because she bought me stuff for the baby as gifts and wanted to throw me a baby shower. My sister is a great person and I do not doubt that she only did all that just because of how great she will be as an aunt. My husband kept insisting there was something wrong with her, which led to a fight between them, and he ended up calling her a possessive bitch. My mom kicked him out and my sister cut contact with him. I got to the baby shower and mother-in-law was in charge of serving food to the guests. All that was served was cakes and juice. I got hungry from talking and I got up to eat some cake. The second I put my hand on the cake, mother-in-law grabbed my arm and said that I'd gained enough weight already and that if I keep this up her son would not be happy living with a large walrus. I was shocked. I didn't know how to react, especially since she said this out loud. She looked at me in a sorry not sorry kind of way. I put the cake down, grabbed my stuff and started walking. Her daughter stopped me saying I can't leave mid-party and embarrass her like that. I told her to tell her mom to leave if she wanted me to stay, but she went off and said, "Are you crazy? She's my mom. You want me to kick her out in front of everybody?" I turned around and kept walking. I called mom to come pick me up and went home. My husband came home looking furious. He asked me to explain what I did at the baby shower and why. I mentioned what his mom did and he started ranting about how I effed this up over something so minor. I told him it wasn't minor in my opinion, since she literally cut me off food and didn't let me eat when I was hungry. He said that his mom meant well and that I needed to get rid of this easily offended mindset immediately before I passed it down to our son. He said that cakes are essential foods and that this was not a good enough reason to walk out of the baby shower that his mom and sister put a ton of money, time, and effort into. He said that I had hours to call and fix things up, but I refused. I went to stay with my mom because he wouldn't stop pressuring me to call and apologize for what happened. He kept talking about how pissed and let down his mom and sister felt and called me ungrateful and spiteful bitch for doing what I did.
My awful mom made my pregnant girlfriend sleep on the floor. I will never let her see her granddaughter ever. My girlfriend, Rose, and I have been together for 4 years and she is 5 months pregnant with our first child. My mom seemed to really like Rose, or at the very least tolerated her. But after we announced that we were expecting, something definitely switched in her. She has become extremely rude and disrespectful towards my girlfriend. She makes passive-aggressive comments at every chance she gets. I've had to take a step back from my mother until she fixes her behavior. Rose had gone to visit her family who lives far out of town. It was a very last-minute trip, and she drove herself to the destination and back. Unfortunately, at around 6 p.m., her car broke down and she was forced to pull over. Fortunately, my brother, Chris, who's great with cars and lives about an hour and a half from where Rose was stranded, was willing to pick her up and sort everything out. I was out of the country, so I'm grateful that my brother sorted everything out for her. Chris moved back in with my mom about a year ago. Obviously, the situation wasn't the best, especially considering the tension between Rose and my mom that exists for no particular reason, but I hoped my mom could put her pettiness aside for at least a night. It was too late for Chris to drive Rose back home, so my brother told her that he would drive her back tomorrow morning. An arrangement that my mom seems to not like, but one that she managed to keep her mouth shut about, my girlfriend tells me. Rose helps prepare dinner, wash up, and actually engage in a decent conversation with my mom for the first time in ages. However, they mostly avoid each other. Chris goes to bed earlier, leaving my mom and Rose. My mom lives in a 2-bedroom apartment, and since both bedrooms were taken, Rose assumed that she would be sleeping on the couch. She apparently assumed wrong. My mom gives Rose the thinnest blanket ever, and basically screams at her, telling her that she has to sleep on the floor to not ruin her couch. She tells Rose to make do with the pillows on the couch and the blanket that provides zero warmth. Rose thought about protesting but ultimately decided against it. According to Rose, my mom kept opening her door to check if she was sleeping on the couch, so she couldn't even try to sleep on the couch. At 5 a.m., Chris found Rose on the couch and let her sleep on his bed. He ended up telling me, but told me to not make a big fuss out of it. I did the exact opposite. I called my mom, very angry, and told her that she was disrespecting her so badly. She tried to defend herself by saying that she didn't harm the baby, and it's okay for pregnant women to sleep on the floor, but I refused to hear any of it. I will never let her see her granddaughter ever.
My awful parents ruined New Year by kicking out my husband over a knock-knock joke. I am never speaking to them again. My husband is a jokester and loves to crack jokes all the time. He especially likes to joke with my brother, Ethan, and his wife. Ethan was okay with it until he started complaining about Mike taking it too far with his jokes. Some context about my brother. He and his wife couldn't have kids, so they adopted a 6-year-old boy named Joey 2 years ago. My husband has been making silly, light-hearted jokes that involve Joey's biological parents as a way to mess with Ethan and his wife. I already talked to Mike and I tell you that he's 100% mean no harm and he was just trying to get them to react. So fast forward to New Year's Eve, my parents hosted a big celebratory dinner and my brother came with his family. Everyone was happy and we were all delighted to be together. We then decided to eat dinner, and while we were eating dinner, Mike decided to tell a knock-knock joke to Ethan. He said, "Knock knock." My brother laughed and said, "Who's there?" Mike replied Joey's biological parents. Then he bursted out laughing. Silence took over and Ethan's facial expressions changed. His wife called Mike a dumb SS, to which Mike replied with "Hey, relax, it was just a joke," while still trying to suppress his laughter. My brother's face became red and his wife was trying to calm him down. My parents suddenly told Mike to leave, which I thought was too harsh. I tried to speak to them and get them to calm down, but Mom insisted that Mike leave. We left and Mike was complaining the whole time about how they overreacted. When we came home, I called my mom and she told me Mike was out of line with his hurtful jokes about this touchy topic. She also told me I was wrong for defending him and saying he was just joking. She said he ruined the new year for the family, but I told her it was she and Dad who ruined NY's celebration by escalating the situation and kicking him out. I told her he could talk to my brother, but again they were the ones who ruined the NY celebration. My mother called me delusional for this statement and hung up. We haven't talked to them for days and I tried contacting Ethan but no response.
My awful sister insists to change my child's name. I told her to keep her unsolicited and judgmental opinions to herself. She was livid. My wife and I welcomed our daughter into the world in November. We named her Kala after my wife's favorite flower and to honor my late grandmother, Lily. We announced the name once we had all the paperwork filled out. For us, it was just easier in case anyone decided to comment something negative. But my sister did have a problem with the name. She asked us why we chose a weird name and then told us a more classic, sophisticated name would have been far better for our little one. My wife got upset, so I told my sister to knock it off and we did not ask for her opinion. She laughed and said that she was only trying to help. I said very clearly we did not need or want her help with our daughter's name and it was already finalized, not up for change. But my sister really is very hard-headed. 2 days after our daughter was born, my sister sent my wife a list of names for girls. They were all very common names that have been used throughout the generations, like Emily, Elizabeth, Hannah, and Eleanor. My wife replied that Kala's name was already official and again not up for change. That was not the last time she insisted on changing our baby's name. The next time we saw my sister, she asked my wife why she wanted such an unusual and out there name that nobody else would have. She told my wife that coming from foster care, you would think she would understand the importance of having a name that blends in and is classic. Names that are easy to say and spell. She also told her that she was opening our daughter up for a lifetime of being asked about her name. She left behind 2 baby name lists that day. My wife told me what she said and I was livid. I was not in the room when my sister said this, so I sent my sister a text that we needed a break from her if that's how she was going to behave. She didn't reply right away, and then over the following couple of weeks she sent many more name suggestions, and when we did not reply she sent a very long, very detailed email, telling us that we did not stop to think about the name Kala when we chose it. She said it might sound pretty to us, but when you have a name almost nobody else has, it causes problems. She also said that people want and need names that sound like names. Not words or plants that are being used as names now. She said she had no idea we were so trying hard that we would pick a nature name, as if that isn't one of the most idiotic things in the world. Then she mentioned my wife being a foster kid again and how she should know better about all people. I snapped and called up my sister to read her the riot act over the phone. I told her to keep her unsolicited and judgmental opinions to herself, and if she does not stop sending us baby name suggestions then she will be permanently blocked. I told her I did not like her at all right now and she is being a major a-hole and stooping so effing low that it's disgusting. I ended the call without letting her reply and she blew up my phone after saying I had been so disrespectful and crossed more lines than her.
My best friend accidentally sent me a text about how she wants to get rid of me because I'm just not that fun anymore, so I turned our friend group away from her. I and my best friend have been friends since high school. Now, we are a part of the same college friend group. Friday night, everyone was hanging out together like we typically do on the weekends. I had 1 drink, and my best friend had 3 to 4 drinks before we went back to her house. Everything was totally normal. I wasn't exactly planning to stay the night, but she pleaded with me and said we could get breakfast in the morning if I stayed. I obliged, and she told me she was going to sleep alone in her room so that she could call her long-distance boyfriend. So, after telling each other I love you, good night and giving hugs, I went to go sleep in the guest room. About 20 minutes later I received a text from her that reads she's staying in the guest room so I don't want to poop talk her too loudly. I responded with a simple huh, and received another, longer text complaining about how she just can't figure out a respectful way to get rid of me. It was probably around 2:45 a.m. at this point, but I packed up all of my things and snuck out the back door. The next morning she sent me a voice memo apologizing and saying that she was drunk and meant to text her boyfriend, but I'm just not that fun anymore and we've grown apart. My heart is broken. It feels wrong to bring it up to anyone else in our group of friends, so I've spent the last few days grieving, and trying to remind myself that I'm only 20 and can still bounce back and find new friends. Unfortunately, my 21st birthday is in a few weeks and now, I fear I won't have anyone to spend it with. Update. Last night, I went to my now ex-friend's house to pick up some items left during my rushed exit the other night. Ex-friend is visiting family out of state for Thanksgiving, so she wasn't present. However, one of her roommates, R, was there, and we ended up having a little chat about what happened. R and I are pretty close, so I felt comfortable telling/showing her what happened. She was just as shocked and confused when reading through the messages, and assured me that I did nothing wrong. She also promised me that everyone else in our friend group loves me and wants me around regardless of what ex-friend may think. She told me that she's going to sit ex-bestie down when she gets home and call her out on her BS. I do feel pretty guilty about potentially turning the friend group away from ex-bestie, but I'm choosing to let her actions speak for themselves. I do still plan on taking a little step back from everyone else in the group, though. As much as I truly do love my other friends, I know that after this I won't feel safe enough to come around all the time and truly be myself. I think it's going to take me some time before I can be around everyone without overanalyzing my every move. I'm a big overthinker/people pleaser, so I know that the next few interactions with everyone, I'll be laser focused on whether or not I'm being fun enough, which wouldn't be very fun for me lol. As for my birthday, I'll be spending it with family.
My best friend accused me of assaulting her after she confessed her feelings for me. Now she's getting the karma she deserves. Me and Lily had been close since we were kids and eventually got accepted into the same college together. We would hang out in my dorm most nights. That night we were watching the new Dahmer series that had just come out on Netflix. About halfway through season 2, she started getting unusually close to me, leaning her head on my shoulder and kind of hugging my arm. I didn't really think much of it because we were really close, so I just chalked it up to her getting freaked out by a really creepy part of the show. When we finished the show it was getting close to midnight and one of her hands had traveled from my arm down to my upper thigh. This is when I started getting pretty uncomfortable. I scooted myself away from her on the couch and turned to face her. I tried breaking the awkward silence by making a comment on how wild the series we just watched was. She giggled and agreed, but said she had something important to tell me in a serious tone. She went on a long spiel about how she's been in love with me for a long time and that she wants us to be together, intimately and romantically. I was completely blindsided. I've never even considered seeing her in that way since we've always been such good friends. I told her that I simply didn't see her like that, and wanted to hold on to our friendship instead. I could see the heartbreak on her face, and in an instant, it turned to anger. She demanded that we hook up or else she would unalive herself, then started crawling up the couch towards me, frantically mumbling about how we were always meant to be together and that nobody would ever love me the way she does until she was nose to nose with me. I was frozen in shock when she leaned in to kiss me. My immediate reaction was to push her off and stand up. At a loss for words I just pointed toward the door and said get out. She screamed and stomped like a literal child before storming out of my dorm and slamming the door. That night I received a long series of texts saying that I'd pay for rejecting her, that she would ruin my life. I got sent pictures of her self-inflicted injuries telling me they were all my fault. She threatened to expose me for forcing her to have intimacy with me, and that I would be the reason she would off herself. I tried reasoning with her for a while but nothing I said helped. She just kept telling me that she couldn't live without me, and if she couldn't have me then there was no reason to live at all. The next few weeks, she went around telling everybody she knew in our university, and everybody we were friends with in our hometown, that I was a rapist. She was pretty popular and even went as far as exposing me on her social media pages. It wasn't long before it was genuinely unsafe for me to leave my dorm because I was scared that if I stepped outside, I would be pummeled by a bunch of frat brothers. It got to the point that I just decided to drop out and move back in with my parents. They seemed to be the only people that actually believed I wouldn't do something like that to her. It didn't help that we grew up in one of those small towns where everybody knew each other. I was labeled a monster everywhere I went. I spent the next 2 years living in fear, always looking over my shoulder. I couldn't get a job because nobody wanted to hire someone accused of rope. It really felt like I had a big target on my head. I was constantly paranoid that I was being followed in the store, or that the car behind me was trailing me home. It seemed like her life was flourishing though. Her social life was the best it had ever been. She had a law school boyfriend and looked happier than ever. The thought of her enjoying her life as an innocent victim infuriated me. I couldn't take it anymore. Luckily I had screenshotted all the messages, and her social media posts from when she told me she would ruin my life and started spreading rumors. I filed a defamation lawsuit which included years of lost wages and emotional distress which totaled somewhere around $200,000. The attorney my parents helped me hire was good too. He had a very long history of winning cases similar to this, and the screenshots I had were undeniable proof that she purposely ran my name through the mud to ruin my social standing. I'm just waiting on the process server to serve her the papers now. I can't wait to see her face in the courtroom. Do I have a good case?
My best friend confessed that she had always been attracted to my husband and she kissed him forcibly inside my own house because she wanted to steal my life. Everything in our relationship is perfect for us. He's the best husband and father to our kids that I could have asked for. I am absolutely in love with him, and his actions and words have always shown me that he feels the same way. There's no better feeling than sleeping in his arms every night. Last weekend, my husband and I had some friends over and were having a barbecue. We were all outside in the backyard, surrounding my husband, who was on the grill. As the food got closer to being ready to eat, we all started sitting at our backyard table. Once the food was ready and at the table, my husband went inside to use the washroom and get another case of beer. I didn't realize my best friend had followed him. When he was coming back out, my best friend hid behind the wall separating our kitchen and living room and surprised him by pulling him and forcing a kiss. My husband immediately pushed her back and yelled what the F. She immediately started crying, ran out of the house, and left. My husband returned to the backyard, asked to speak to me privately, and immediately told me what had just happened. I was shocked and told him it would be okay and we could talk after everyone else left. I managed to put on appearances for the next couple of hours, but I was mentally distraught. After everyone left, my husband sat me down and told me what happened and showed me the footage from our living room camera. It was exactly as my husband has described it. My best friend of 10 years, the person who I treated as my literal sister, forcibly kissed my husband. After the third date with my husband, she was the one I told that I was going to marry him. She knows how much I love him and how strong our relationship is, and still she chose to try to come in the middle. For F's sake, our 3-year-old calls her auntie. My best friend tried showing up the next day just to talk, and my husband had to hold me back from beating the poop out of her, and he kicked her out and told her to not come back. It's been almost a week now, and I'm nowhere close to moving on. I don't blame my husband one bit. He's completely innocent in this, and if anything, he's the victim. I've been lying down on my husband's chest and just crying every day and night. I'm so angry and frustrated and don't know what to do. My husband has been amazing and like always, he just gets it and understands how I'm feeling. He brought me flowers almost every day and cooked my favorite meals multiple times in the last few days. I love and appreciate him all the more for it. I just don't know how I will move on and trust any of my friends again after this. Update 1. After reading a lot of the comments, I realized that it was possible that my husband was having an affair with my best friend, and he knew about the camera and acted accordingly to make sure I didn't suspect an affair. Her running out of the house crying, my husband showing me the footage before I asked, and his love bombing would all make sense if he was cheating with my best friend. I can't be with a cheater, and I had to make sure my husband was loyal to me. On a side note, I made sure that my husband was okay after being forcibly kissed, and he said he was fine and he didn't feel assaulted, and it was just a kiss. He said that he was just worried about me because he knew how much this friendship meant to me. Over the weekend, I looked through my husband's phone and laptop while he was doing yard work. We have full access to each other's phones and I didn't find anything out of the ordinary in my husband's phone. I checked his messages, WhatsApp, and social media and deleted messages folder. There was nothing suspicious on his phone or laptop. This morning after my husband left to go to work, I arranged for our next door neighbors, a friendly, elderly couple, to watch the girls for a couple of hours and I went to my best friend's place without telling her I was coming. She works afternoon shifts so I knew she would be there in the morning. She let me in, and she seemed scared, and I demanded to know the truth. She said that she had always been attracted to my husband and tried making advances before, but my husband always just shut her down. She admitted to being jealous of me and my perfect life with my husband. I should have seen the signs earlier. When our firstborn was learning to speak, my best friend always tried to get her to call her mama. When she held our daughter for the first time, she accidentally sat in my husband's lap. She has been trying to replace me for years, and I never noticed, and my husband kept rejecting her advances because he only wanted me. She said that she had drunk more than she should have at the barbecue and she decided to try her luck when she saw my husband was going inside alone. I forced her to show her phone as well, and again, nothing was implying an affair. All the messages appeared to line up with my husband's phone, so I knew there was nothing deleted or manipulated. She apologized profusely and asked me to not end our friendship over this. I told her that she was nothing to me and she could have been happy for me, and I treated her like a sister all these years just for her to try and steal my life. Now, I know for sure that my husband never cheated. The guilt for doubting him is eating me up. If I tell him that I snooped through his phone and laptop and met up with my ex-best friend to verify that he wasn't cheating, it's going to impact our marriage and he'll be very disappointed in me for not trusting him, and if anything, he will lose his trust in me. If I don't tell him, the guilt is going to continue eating me up. I've never lied or kept secrets from him before, and I don't want to start now, but this is an impossible choice. He's only ever shown me how much he loves and cherishes me, and he doesn't deserve to be betrayed like this. I will update more when I tell him the truth. Update 2. I told my husband everything, that I looked through his phone and laptop and confronted his ex-best friend. I showed him both Reddit posts and told him that even the few comments that speculated that he was having an affair made me paranoid, and I acted on it. I apologized to him for doubting him and thanked him for always being an amazing husband and always turning down her advances and for spoiling me, especially when I was down. He said that he understands and he said he should have told me earlier about her trying her luck earlier. I'm also starting therapy next week to figure out my paranoia and trust issues, process the end of my friendship, and in general, try to get into a better mental space so I can be better as an individual, wife, and mother. My best friend confessed that the reason why me and my fiancé got together was because of their bet. Now I am canceling the wedding. I don't know what to do. I've been sleepless for days because of this. I need to get this all off my chest or my heart might explode. My wedding is on the 19th and my bachelorette party was last Saturday and was organized by my best friend Lucy. I partied with my bridesmaids and had some shots and they were so excited for me marrying the love of my life, Erwin. We've been together for 3 years. After the party, everyone was wasted and went home leaving Lucy and me in the Airbnb. I was not that drunk, at most tipsy, so I helped her clean up cause I'll be staying the night with her too. While we're cleaning she's silent, which is very not her. She was very active during the party so I thought she was just tired, so I told her I could finish up and she could rest. So she went to the bedroom. While I was finishing the dishes she returned to the kitchen. She told me that she needed to tell me something, so I stopped what I was doing. Then she said she was sorry. She did not expect that Erwin would ask me for marriage because it was a bet gone wrong. I was confused and asked her to elaborate. But what she basically told me is that when I first introduced them to each other, she and Erwin had a bet that if he could get me to marry him, she would exclusively date him. Apparently they have been secretly dating since before I met Erwin. Their relationship was toxic so they had these constant breaks, but on this particular break, she allowed him to date anyone. That's when Erwin and I met. When I asked her why she was only telling me this now, she said that she felt guilty. She didn't want to hurt me but she didn't want to take full accountability and acknowledged Erwin's part in this. She was trying to convince Erwin to come clean together but he refused and told her that the bet was long gone because he was genuinely in love with me already. When I asked her if she still has feelings for Erwin, she answered yes and she realized how good of a man Erwin is now. When I asked if Erwin knew how she felt about him, she answered no. But if I allow her, she'll confess her feelings for him. At that point, I just left. I had no energy left even if I wanted to slap her at that moment. I feel so played and betrayed and humiliated. The two closest people in my life made me a pawn in their sick games. I don't know what to do, or where to start. I'm so confused. It's been 3 days and I haven't told anyone yet. Not even Erwin, who is in HK, not even my parents. Lucy hasn't tried to contact me and I think she didn't say anything yet to Erwin. The wedding is in 2 weeks. How do I face this? Update: Erwin and I already talked. I picked him up from the airport yesterday and told him about Lucy's confessions. He went pale but he was calm. He told me to ask everything I wanted to know and he would answer truthfully. I'll try to summarize everything here. Did he know that I was Lucy's best friend when we met? No. They didn't talk much about their personal lives when they were together, but he knows that Lucy's best friend's name is my name. But when we met he didn't really put the pieces together. How long were they dating before we met? He did not keep count because they were on and off again, but they were casually seeing each other for around 4 months before we met. And in his mind they were never official as they didn't label their relationship. He did try to pursue her but she kept messing up with his head, so when she allowed him to date when they were on a break, he thought of it as a way out. Did they really bet on me? Yes. But he did not take it seriously. He also did not initiate it. When did the bet happen? It happened days after I introduced him as a friend to Lucy. He admitted that since we were still not exclusively dating, he still saw Lucy. Lucy initiated the bet and if he does win, she will know that he is mature enough to seriously date. When did their relationship end? A month or so before we made our relationship official. He had already broken things off with Lucy because he was starting to fall for me. Lucy took it well and did not even bring up the bet. Why all of a sudden Lucy brought up the bet? Lucy started bringing it up after we made our engagement official. He admitted to having forgotten about the bet until she reminded her of it. So when Lucy reached out to come clean, he refused because he didn't really think that it was serious. Is he aware of Lucy's feelings? No. He genuinely thinks that Lucy is happy for us. Right now I don't know where to go from here. I believe him, but I just don't like the idea that the foundation of our relationship is from a bet. Whether it be serious or not, it's still not good. Can we rebuild trust from here? I don't know, but I'm willing to try. Aside from this issue, Erwin has been a great boyfriend and I don't want to make harsh decisions about us and regret them in the end. What I do know now is that we need to call off the wedding. He told me that he'll understand if I didn't want to go on with our wedding anymore, but he asked me to consider our relationship because he loves me and he'll do anything to regain my trust back. I also learned that Lucy actually tried to contact Erwin days after the bachelorette party, but Erwin missed her calls. She's still not reaching out to me, but I don't care anymore. My best friend is dating my abuser and wants me to reconcile with him because he has found Jesus, so I kicked her out of my home and filed for TRO. I don't have family, in the sense that many people understand family to be. So, I've been pretty much a loner, with one exception, my best friend Tammy. We met in middle school and just became joined at the hip. Things changed a bit in college. My parents forced me into a Christian out-of-state college. Tammy applied and got accepted to the other college in the town, so we both went out there and were roommates for 2 of the years before I met my first ever boyfriend. I will call him Trent. I moved in with him at the end of junior year, and I don't know when it started happening, but he went from charming and affectionate to controlling. I don't wish to upset anyone, so I will hit the pause button and warn you that below are some of the things he did for me to label him abusive. He would put me down and hint he could find someone better, or that if he cheats, it will be my fault since I wasn't this or that enough. It started to get a physical senior year. At first, it was him pushing me out of the way if he was walking by and I was in the path for whatever reason. Then he would slap me in arguments, calling me worthless, a waste of his time and young years, a broken toy no one will love. I didn't have any real self-esteem, so I stayed, thinking I was the problem, and when I called home about it, I was told that the problem was me. I started to make my exit plan the day after I graduated. He had proposed, and I hesitated, and he screamed at me to ask why, and then she swung and punched the wall right next to my head. I fell to the floor in fear, and he tried to comfort me and forced me into sex. When I woke up the next morning, the ring was on my finger, and he forced me again and later called it makeup sex, saying he forgave me for the way I treated him. That is an extremely short explanation, but there are so many stories of him forcing me into bed, hitting me, threatening to kill me, and more. So, I started to make a plan. I found a shelter in the city. Nearby, I started hiding things in the trunk of my car. I was in the service industry then, so I would take more shifts whenever I could and hide my cash tips and a box of tampons in my purse. And I was finally ready and left him. I left my phone. I had a new cheap one, and it never returned. Tammy knew him and lived near us but didn't know about my plan. She messaged me on social media, and I told her what happened, all of what happened. So she played dumb when he came around asking where I was, spinning the story that I was suicidal and he is calling the police to find me. He never found me. That was years ago. I am now 36, and Tammy is too. Trent is 38. Tammy became a bit religious, but I told her that as long as she is happy and safe, I don't care what she leans on in faith. She started inviting me to her church 4 years ago, and I kept saying no until I very firmly said if she brought it up again, I would just walk out or hang up. I'm not against anyone believing what they want. I just don't want or need to be sucked into it. I honestly do not mean any offense to anyone of any faith. I myself am just agnostic, and if that ever will change, I will decide on my own, but I doubt it will. She got a job 2 years ago overseas. I acted excited for her and but I was also deeply devastated. Without her, I had no one else. By this time, I wasn't in contact much with family, and I did have surface-level friends, but no one knew me in the real sense. I worked it out with my counselor and just carried on. We stayed in touch online and video chatted a lot. She would show me London, and I would show her my transition to moving to Texas. We would chronicle our explorations of our new cities, and then one day it started to slow down on her end right around the time she visited a friend in our old college town. She then asked if she could fly to Texas sometime this summer if she could stay with me a few days, and I excitedly agreed. So early this month, just a few weeks ago, she came here. She was off the whole first day, but I figured she was tired. Then, the next day, we went out and got drunk. She started to cry, and I got us an Uber back to my place and asked her what was wrong. That's when she asked me not to hate her and told me everything. She's with Trent. She's been with him for almost a year. I was too stunned even to say anything, and she went on and on about how it's not what I think, and he has changed. She told me he found Jesus and turned his life around and deeply regrets the way he treated me. The more she talked, the more I just shut off. I didn't even have it in me to feel anger. I just stared at her, frozen as she talked, until she said, "Please just say something." So I did. I told her to get the fuck out. She started to explain it all again. She hated him forever, but they kept running into each other. He goes to church and shows he is changed, blah blah blah. I didn't interrupt her, but when she stopped talking again, I just repeated myself. She argued more, and I would just listen and repeat until she grabbed her stuff and left. It was silent between us for a week until my dad texted me that Tammy called my parents crying and told me to get over myself. After all, it's not like I wanted to get back with him, right? And that's what I get for living with a man I wasn't married to. Then she texted the next week, rehashing her argument and demanding that I video chat with him to see that he's changed and to forgive him. She then blamed me that they couldn't take the next steps in their relationship because I don't have a forgiving heart and that I was malicious when I kicked her out. I've spent all of this week trying to figure out if I am insane to think this is a huge betrayal, a deal breaker, who even dates their friend's ex, for one. But this? I blocked her after she hinted that my version of things was exaggerated and malicious, but I don't have other friends to turn to about this. I don't think I am, but Mai and her family think I am at least for kicking her out in a strange city alone when she was just being honest with me. Am I? Update 1. It took Trent 2 weeks. I had a full-time and part-time service industry job as a bartender. He showed up at the bar. It's a small bar, and one of the regulars, Daisy, is one of the folks I did confide in about Trent and Tammy. When Trent walked in, I was chatting with Daisy, and she saw my reaction. She asked what was wrong, and I told her it was Trent. She wasted no time and went to get my manager. Trent sat at the end of the bar, and I checked in on my other guests until my manager, Heather, came out with the other 2 bartenders both. Trent had already begun knocking on the bar, asking for service loudly, and I had ignored him. He got kicked out quickly and told that we couldn't do refuse service to him. I got text from a new number saying it was Tammy and begging me to answer. She called 4 times, and I didn't answer. She left voicemails with Trent and one without all telling me that I concerned them with my hatefulness, how I am alone in the world and that's not safe, who would I turn to if someone broke into my home at night, things of that nature and religious crap sprinkled in. I was still on the clock, and Daisy suggested I stay with her parents. I know her mom, who sometimes comes with her to the bar. I was shaken enough to take them up on it at that point. Daisy's mom, Rose, has been sweet enough to let me stay rent-free for as long as I needed, but I eventually moved in with one of the servers at the bar. She helped me look for legal representation, and I filed for a restraining order using screenshots I had emailed myself before old voicemails. And though we could not prove harassment on Tammy's end, Trent had said enough in the voicemails and messages he had sent that it qualified for a temporary restraining order. I am safe for now, and the hearing is in January. No one knows where I live, and I've shut down all social media. I've been NC with my family as they've been pushing me to give my address so they can send Christmas gifts, but when I gave them a P.O. box Daisy is allowing me to use, they got angry it wasn't an address, and that was suspicious enough for me not to trust them. It's strange, but I am slowly making friends, and seeing a counselor helps with the stress. Trent is pretty much blacklisted from the square of bars where my bar is. Word gets around. I've not walked alone a single shift since, and that's my update. It is not perfect, but I remembered my password when I checked my email for any additional stuff to send to my lawyer, and wanted to let every person concerned about me know that I am okay. When this is resolved, I will try to update you with more details. My best friend is going to be married to a very wealthy man and she told me that everything needs to be perfect, but the error she sees is me because she demands that I undergo a makeover. I have been inseparable from my best friend Lily since we were kids. Coming from a small town with little to offer, we promised each other we'd be there through thick and thin. Our backgrounds are humble, and we've both faced our share of struggles, supporting each other no matter what. Lily met Evan during college, a charming guy from a well-off family. It was like a fairy tale unfolding when he proposed last year, especially with Evan's family offering to spare no expense for their dream wedding. Naturally, I was thrilled when Lily asked me to be her maid of honor. I envisioned dress shopping and bachelorette planning, all the fun stuff. However, about 3 weeks ago, Lily requested a sit-down that felt more like an intervention. She presented me with a maid of honor makeover plan, which surprised me. It wasn't about dresses or spa treatments. It was a detailed regime for me to change my appearance drastically before the wedding. The plan was shocking. Lily wanted me to dye my vibrant red hair to a more understated shade to avoid clashing with the wedding palette and get a spray tan to blend in better with the other bridesmaids. She hinted heavily at me losing at least 20 pounds to fit perfectly into the designer dress she had picked. I've admittedly gained weight since college, something I'm self-conscious about, especially next to Lily, who's remained as fit and active as ever. But this felt like a slap in the face. I tried to laugh it off, hoping it was a bad joke, but Lily was dead serious. She claimed it was all in the spirit of having the perfect wedding photos, heavily influenced by the expectations of Evan's family. I felt betrayed. Our friendship had survived so much, yet here we were, divided over something superficial. I told her it was unreasonable and hurtful. She retorted that I was being selfish, letting my insecurities get in the way of her happiness. That hurt. The argument escalated quickly, with words thrown that we could never take back. In a moment of hurt and anger, I told her if my appearance was more important than our friendship, perhaps she should find another maid of honor. Lily accused me of abandoning her and destroying our friendship over something trivial. The last time we spoke was that day. The wedding is fast approaching, and our friends' fallout has been swift and divisive. Many of them, caught up in the event's excitement and possibly influenced by Lily's side of the story, have called and texted me, suggesting I overreacted. They say I should apologize and make up with Lily, implying my refusal to comply with her wishes is a sign of not valuing our lifelong friendship. Social media hasn't helped, with subtle posts from some bridal party hinting at my absence and the disruption it's caused. It feels like I'm being painted as the villain in a situation where I only want to maintain my dignity and self-respect. The pressure from these mutual friends is immense, making me second-guess my decision. Was standing up for myself worth the potential loss of a friendship I've cherished for over 2 decades? Or have I overreacted, allowing pride to cloud my judgment and harm a relationship that meant everything to me? This ordeal has left me feeling isolated, questioning the dynamics of our friendship, and wondering if it was ever as unconditional as I believed it to be. Am I the asshole for walking away from my best friend's wedding over her demands for my appearance change, even when everyone else seems to think I should just apologize and move on? Update: it's been about a month since the wedding, and I still have not talked to Lily. We're still friends on social media, so I see her updates now and then, which is weird, but I've come to terms with the fact that our friendship wasn't as solid as I thought. Skipping the wedding was challenging, but I had to stick to my guns. It's been rough dealing with the fallout, but I'm starting to realize that real friendships are about more than just going along with whatever someone else wants.
My best friend is telling me that my boyfriend cheated with her, but he says that she's lying. Plus update. I've been best friends with Becca since our childhood, and lived with her until I moved in with my boyfriend Nate a few years ago. Becca has always had a drinking problem and she's done stuff while intoxicated that has sometimes caused problems in our friendship. She actually slept with my 16-year-old brother while intoxicated, but I forgave her after she apologized relentlessly. Becca does try to stay sober, but every few years something will happen to make her start drinking again, which is what happened earlier this summer. So last Saturday Becca called me because she was intoxicated somewhere and needed a ride home. I couldn't go pick her up because I had the flu and I was on cold medicine, so Nate went to get her instead. A couple of days after that I started noticing that Nate was being weird with his phone. My first thought was that he was trying to plan a surprise, and because of the timing I thought that maybe Becca was helping him. Yesterday I saw Becca. I told her that Nate was being sneaky all of a sudden and asked her if he said anything about maybe proposing soon. She asked me if I looked through his phone and I said no. Becca started crying and told me that she and Nate hooked up in his car the night that he came to pick her up. Her excuse was that she was really intoxicated and didn't fully know what she was doing. She said she'd been texting him since, telling him that he needed to tell me what happened or else she was going to. I asked Becca to show me the texts, but they were all in the app Signal, which deletes messages after a day, so all I could see was that she and Nate had a chat thread but nothing that they said. I told her to text Nate in front of me so I could see what he said, and she did, but we got no read receipt and no response at all, so it didn't prove anything. I asked Becca if she was sure she wasn't so intoxicated that she imagined it, or thought a dream was real, and she absolutely lost it on me. She started screaming that she knows that she's horrible when she drinks but that she's not effing delusional and she doesn't make stuff up. She said that I could believe her or not and it's my choice, but she was telling me the truth. I said I needed to go home and talk to Nate. So when I got home I confronted Nate with what Becca had said. He acted shocked and denied that anything like that had happened at all. He said that he had just given Becca a ride home and the only thing that happened was that they talked about how he and I had been together for a long time and how we should get married already. He admitted they were talking on Signal the next couple of days, but he said that it was about exactly what I thought, that he was asking her about engagement rings and what kind of proposal I would want. Nate replied to Becca's message from before, asking her if she made up a story about them hooking up to not ruin the surprise about his proposal, and she texted him back that there was no proposal and to stop playing dumb. So then Nate called her pretending like I wasn't in the room and told her that she needed to stop whatever she was trying to do because we were on the verge of breaking up and he'd rather just have the surprise be ruined, but Becca just kept telling Nate to stop lying until he got angry and hung up on her. I really didn't know what to think and I still don't. Right now Nate is really upset and not really talking to me much. He says that it's bad enough that Becca acted insane and ruined his plan to propose, but it's even worse that I believed her lies even a little and would think that he would ever cheat on me. Becca texted me saying she was sorry, but otherwise I haven't talked to her either. I need to find the truth out somehow. Update: I lied to Nate that I had found out a way to recover deleted messages from Signal. He immediately took out his phone and opened the app and asked me to show him how to do it, so I already thought that must mean he was telling me the truth because he didn't panic or hesitate at all. When I tried to download Signal on my old phone, it turned out that it's too old to support the current version of the app, so it wouldn't work. Nate then asked me if we were going to have to go out and buy a new phone for me to believe that he was telling me the truth, and he said that he was willing to do it if that's what it would take. I told Nate it wasn't that I didn't believe him, I just wanted to have some proof because I just couldn't understand why Becca would lie about it. Nate said that she would lie about it because she's a effing crazy bitch and there's literally no way for a non-crazy person to understand why she would do anything, and once the messages prove that he didn't cheat, he never wants me talking to her again. Then he said to get up because if we were going to go to the Verizon store we had to get there before it closed. By then I completely believed Nate anyway, so I told him we didn't have to go anywhere or get a new phone and that I believed him and I knew he didn't cheat on me and that he would never do that. Nate said that he would hope I know that and that he didn't understand why I didn't take his word for it in the first place. I started trying to explain why I didn't want to just immediately dismiss what Becca had said happened, but Nate said that he really couldn't listen to that right now. I said that was fair and agreed that I would cut Becca off, but that first I wanted to try to get her to admit that nothing happened. Nate said fine, but to call her with my phone on speaker because he thought he also deserved to hear her admit that she was lying. So I called Becca and I said the same thing to her that I said to Nate, that I figured out how to recover deleted messages on Signal. She asked me why I would need to do that, so that was when I knew for sure that she was definitely making it up and not just confused somehow. I said it was because I wanted to have proof of what she and Nate talked about. Becca asked me if I saw their messages, so I lied and said yes. After that Becca just went silent until finally I asked her if she was going to say anything. Then she asked me if that meant that we were engaged now. So then I really just lost it on her. I screamed at her asking her if she was effing serious and what the F was wrong with her. How could that possibly be all that she had to say? Becca started screaming back telling me to effing calm down and about how obviously I never believed her anyway because it's not like we broke up over it. I was crying by that point and because of that I couldn't really say anything else, so then Nate told Becca to go F herself and to never ever contact either one of us ever again and hung up on her. A minute later Becca sent me a completely unhinged text that read, "Courtney. You are supposed to be my friend for life. You are supposed to be there for me. You are supposed to be my person. But then you meet Nate and now you only care about Nate. Everything is about Nate. Tell me why Nate comes to pick me up when I call you? I called you not your precious effing Nate. I only want you to see how effed up this is, but do you? No. Of course you don't. Of course you choose Nate over me like you always do and like you always will. You pretend to care about me but I can see you don't care. It is pathetic, Courtney. You are a pathetic woman who would choose a man over a friend. Also, remember when I effed your little brother, I was never sorry. I bet you don't even care about him anymore, since you have your sweet perfect little baby Nate. Goodbye, Courtney. Is that what you want? Goodbye forever. I hope you effing got what you effing want." This one cut deep, as about a year after she had intimacy with my brother, he passed away in a car accident. There were the 3 dots after that showing she was still typing more. But I blocked her before she sent it.
My best friend thinks she can nuke my life by sleeping with my husband, but she doesn't know that I am one step ahead of ruining her life. My husband and I have been married for 6 years now. We have 2 kids and I'm 6 months pregnant with our third. 2 years ago I found out my dad has stage 3 colon cancer. My dad is my only parent as my mom passed away when I was 12. He's my favorite human and life without him doesn't seem as colorful. My husband has been my absolute rock. He has been there for me holding my hand and helping me through this. He's been so loving and attentive to both my kids and I. I don't allow myself to wallow. My kids are still loved, cared for, played with, and I haven't let my load slack around the house. Once my dad got his updated prognosis, my husband encouraged me to quit my job. So I did. I quit my job. My best friend and I have been friends since diapers. Her family is like my family and vice versa. My mom and her mom grew up together. We've always been solid, and right after my dad's appointment when we found out he had so little time left I drove straight to her house and she held me while I cried for hours. If there are soulmates in friend form, she was mine. Thick as thieves is what my mom used to say. This morning as I was up with my 3-year-old my husband's work alarm was going off. He has a few he set, so I turned that one off and gently woke him up. He said he was up late working so he took the morning off, rolled over and went back to sleep. As I went to turn off the remainder of his alarms I saw a text from my friend on his lock screen that said, "I'm assuming since there hasn't been an angry pregnant lady on my doorstep you haven't told her about us yet." Time froze in that moment. I took his phone and walked away and just read their conversations. 4 months this man has been fucking my best friend. 4 months these people have been lying to my face. And I know what you're going to say. You should have seen the warning signs. But I've been clutching this phone in my hand for 2 hours and nothing. He has been so loving and attentive to me, but he always has been so kind and gentle. There has been no late night work nights except for once in a blue moon. There has been no lingering touches between them or even glances. They act as they have since the day I first introduced them. How sick is it that she calls him her brother but she screws him? I know so many people get a moment of clarity in situations like this, but I have none. Aside from being sad about my dad, I haven't changed. I'm still a loving wife and mother. I still doted on him and my children. I talk to him about how he is doing and how was his day every freaking day. I haven't allowed the ground to swallow me whole. I know what I have to do now, but I just don't want to. I'm about to lose my family and my support system in one blow. I'll confront him tomorrow. Today I just need this last 24 hours of peace. As for her, I won't give her the satisfaction of a response. I don't care why she did it. She did it and it's done. I was always the friend who cleaned up her messes. After today I will cut her out of my life like she never mattered at all. This has to be the hardest storm I'll ever weather, but damn it I know it'll sail through it. If not for me, for my children. Update: hopefully I'll have actual divorce papers to give him in about 30 days. I told everyone about their affair, my ex's parents and my ex-best friend's parents. Now for the sit down. My ex-best friend's mother forced them to sit through a slideshow she put together of all of the texts. My ex, Tyler, was shouting profanities at my ex-best friend, Jess, and telling her she will regret this. Jess started crying and begging her parents for forgiveness. Bob looked his daughter in the eye and told her he will never forgive her for this. Blood or not, she is no daughter of his. He didn't raise his daughter to be this person. Jess was always a daddy's girl, so I think that cut her pretty deep. Jess is in the middle of a divorce herself and her parents were giving her money for her lawyer, and they told her she is cut off from them both financially and physically. Tyler's dad was irate. From there Tyler went straight home. I know because we have a Ring doorbell camera along with a few cameras in the house for our kids to keep an eye on them when we aren't right next to them. Tyler came home and saw that most of mine and the kids' stuff was gone and he lost it. Started yelling and throwing things. The house is now trashed with a few holes in the walls for decoration. When he didn't find us there, he went to my dad's. While I did spend most of the day, he was at work packing and moving things into my dad's house. We were already at his cabin. Tyler took a baseball bat to my dad's door trying, and failing, to break it down. My dad's neighbor actually called the cops on him and he was arrested. His parents refused to bail him out. I had an appointment with my therapist today. I've had one for a year now since I was struggling with my dad, and it felt good to just cry it out and let everything out about how I was feeling. It was very helpful and she gave me a few tools to work through my emotions with this one. I felt very grounded and empowered leaving my session today. I'm also planning on setting up my children with a therapist when we get back from the cabin to figure out the best way to deal with telling them. While I'm not sure when I'll be ready to move on, falling in love is the absolute last thing on my mind at the moment. I refuse to let Tyler win and destroy love for me completely. I will move on from this. Jess started blowing up my phone demanding I fix this situation and immediately blaming me. My lawyer told me to not block texts just in case they spill out an additional info I was missing. She was playing the poor me card very hard. Her parents made the choice of going no contact with her. She actually started blaming me for stealing the love of her life. I introduced them when Tyler and I started dating, so not sure where that came from. And that Tyler is only with me for the kids. Honestly, I knew she was just trying to hurt me at that point. I didn't give her the satisfaction of responding though. Between her and Tyler I have about 200 missed calls. Tyler went from begging and pleading me to forgive him to threatening to call the cops on me for kidnapping, telling me Jess wasn't the only one, to telling me I'm a stuck-up beach, to threatening me, to back to begging me for forgiveness. Honestly, it was just a whiplash reading those texts. I'd be lying and saying if those texts didn't hurt me and terrify me all at once, but I refused to let them break me. As for both of them together, I don't think he is going to stay with her. I think he blames her for blowing up our marriage, honestly. Who knows though? They deserve each other. I was initially okay to do a 50-50 split with Tyler for custody, but after his reaction I don't feel comfortable with that, so I'll likely be going for full custody. My best friend thought that I liked her and outed me to everyone when I confessed that I am fruity, so I outed her darkest secret too. I and my best friend Emma have been friends since elementary school and I honestly thought of her as a sister. We tell each other everything, went to the same college, and even though we have two different jobs we work in the same area. Emma was my rock for years as I battled self-hate and depression due to growing up in a small conservative town as not only a person of color but a closeted lesbian. Emma did not know I was a lesbian, just knew that I was unhappy. Never stayed long in relationships. Self-isolation, and later I developed anorexia. Emma was the one who suggested we go to an out-of-state college and later suggested we move out of state too. I've gotten much better since then, and for that, I genuinely thank her. Though about 2 years ago Emma contracted herpes from some guy she slept with, and it has been very hard for her to land a boyfriend since then, and it's made her very lonely. She hasn't told her family or friends about it because she doesn't want to be seen as gross. Due to this I haven't really put myself in the dating field and have put off coming out. Though about 6 months ago I met this girl at a craft store. Long curly hair, dressed in all black with big eyeliner and ruby lipstick. I couldn't stop staring at her, and I admit when she smiled at me I kind of followed her around the store. I know, creepy. I eventually worked up the courage to just ask her for her number and she gave it to me. I was so excited. I started texting her that night, and since then, we have been hanging out a ton and I think she likes me back. I was going to ask her out, but since I live with Emma I decided I should come out since I will be bringing her around if the girl says yes. So after work I sat her down and told her I was a lesbian. I said all the anguish I went through growing up was because of my self-hate. How I wish I could have told her earlier, but I never found the right time. But now that I was in love with someone I felt like I should tell her that she was the one person I trusted with this information. She just stared at me shocked for a few seconds and then her face turned from shock to disgust. She jumped back and accused me of being a pervert and how I was gross for being around her so much knowing I was gay, even mentioning how she's gotten changed around me and I'm no better than some creepy man. I tried explaining I had no romantic feelings for her and I honestly had a crush on someone else. She wouldn't buy it and locked herself in her room. Later my phone started ringing off the hook and to my surprise it was tons of messages from my family and our friend group, either calling me homophobic slurs or asking if it was true that I liked Emma. My mother even called to scream at me a few times and apparently I'm disowned. I started banging on the door and told her why the hell she outed me to everyone and she just started calling me a pervert again. So I was like, oh okay fine, you want to play? Fine. I had a pic of her diagnosis and sent it to her parents and our friend group. According to the only friend who didn't crap on me, people are talking more about Emma than me because she still shares stuff even though she has herpes. Now they are grossed out and are accusing her of trying to infect them with her diseases along with some slut shaming. Now I'm looking for a new apartment and I'm still planning to ask the girl out this week, but I was told by Emma's parents that I ruined her reputation and labeled their daughter as a dirty HE. I feel bad, but I felt like she deserved it. Though I know that a disease and sexuality are two different things, so I'm wondering if I was really wrong to do that. Update post. So as I stated in my last post, Emma is now staying with a relative in our area till our lease ends. The actual update on this is this morning Emma's parents were at my door. They flew out because Emma is refusing to step back into our apartment, so I let them come inside because I wasn't about to hold Emma's stuff hostage, but I did something stupid. See, they didn't really want to speak to me, which was fine, but I decided to just wait in my room until they left. Me and Emma have an emergency fund that had about 5K in it. I put in roughly 2.7K. They took it. The entire thing. Once I noticed, I called them to give me back my money because not all of it is hers, and they told me that I earn more than Emma and this was compensation for ruining her reputation. I was like, so it's okay that she tried to screw me over first? Their response: Emma did not choose this disease, you chose yours. I didn't even respond, that I just hung up. Honestly, I don't even care. They didn't take anything else other than the money. I genuinely don't want to see them anymore. Emma also has been cut off from her siblings because they have kids, and she was kissing the babies without letting the parents know of her diagnosis. She also usually was not taking proper precautions during active outbreaks, so now none of her siblings want her around them because they feel betrayed. Though on a lighter note, me and Ruby are officially dating. We went out to a fancy Thai spot, watched a movie, and then I took her to the water at the edge of the city. I had some stupid playlist set up. I was trying to tone it down, but I couldn't. Too excited. I told her how beautiful I thought she was, how I enjoyed spending time with her, and if she was okay with it, if I could take her out on a date sometime. I had a whole speech prepared, but one of the comments told me I should be simple to not scare her. She laughed at me. Embarrassed smiley face. She said this was the first date, so that was a yes. I dropped her off at her house, and she gave me a kiss before she left, and I'm so happy. I've never kissed a girl before, so yeah, I actually give zero craps about the money. I just want them out so I can start my new life.
My best friend's mistress doesn't know that he is broke. I look forward to seeing the greatest regret of her life. My best friend Jack since kindergarten cheated on his wife Anna with a girl half his age. She is Max. Anna is one of the best human beings I've ever met. She is very beautiful, kind and caring. She is very successful too. When Jack met her, he was so in love that he wrote an ironclad prenup just to be with her. In other words, Jack has nothing to his name. He met Max on a work trip, and it was then that he cheated on Anna. The affair lasted for 2 months until Max made an ultimatum to leave his wife for her. Jack refused and tried to end the affair, so Max told Anna everything. This broke Anna beyond repair, and she told Jack that she couldn't forgive him. They're in the process of divorcing now, and Jack lives in a small studio apartment near his work. After Jack lost hope of reconciliation with Anna, he started seeing Max again. Now they're officially dating. My wife Pat knows all these details. She is a more forgiving and understanding person than I am, and I love that about her. She is way more tolerant because I am Team Anna, and there's nothing Jack can say to make me change my opinion. Now everything is settled. My wife said that she wanted to invite Jack and his new girlfriend to our place. I was very reluctant at first, but my wife insisted that my friendship with Jack is important. We are brothers, and we should accept the people we love even with their flaws. It made sense, and I trust my wife to always make sense. The dinner was awkward. I couldn't see past these two cheaters. Jack pretends to be happy, and Max is overexcited over the fact that she won this prize named Jack. I understood then that things wouldn't be the same, but my wife was right. I love Jack, and that's the most important now. Max talked about her upbringing and the hard life she had growing up. She talked about her future with Jack and all the fun they would have. It dawned on me that she didn't know that they couldn't do half of what she was dreaming of with Jack's salary. I realized why she chose him and why she was so willing to hurt an innocent woman that way. She had learned to know Jack, who lived in fancy hotels and drove a fancy car. When I asked her about their living arrangements, Max said that Jack, temporarily, is living in a studio apartment until the divorce is settled. Max talked about what she would do to their place, renovation and redecorating. The apartment that Anna bought for her family with her hard-earned money. The one she decorated with her husband from scratch to make it their home. I remember how happy and full of dreams she was when she found her dream home. To hear Max sitting there, talking about how she would use the money she never earned to redecorate a home she wasn't entitled to. Making fun of another woman's taste and style. It brought tears to my eyes. Yes, men can get emotional too. Jack has not told Max the truth.
My best friend's mother screamed at me at my wedding because I ruined her baby's day, so I did not just ruin it, I blasted it and made them leave. I recently got married to my husband. My best friend Lauren was my maid of honor, and she helped with all of my wedding plans. She helped me make my wedding what it was, and I was extremely grateful. Although there are times that she oversteps and changes things at my wedding without my permission. I decided to let my bridesmaids pick out their dresses and gave them a color scheme to match. The problem came when my niece 14 wore the same dress as Lauren at the wedding. I noticed and found it funny as they both had the same hair color, and my niece looked like a mini Lauren. The dress didn't look like a bridesmaid but looked amazing. Lauren pulled me aside and started ranting about how my bratty teen niece came in the same dress as her. I brushed it off and said the dress doesn't scream bridesmaid, so it's not like she wore a full ball gown. Lauren then said that she needed to change her dress. I asked why, and she said that she looked better in it and that wearing it would take away from her shine. I then told her that it shouldn't be her shine. It was my wedding, and if she were wearing that dress, I would not be the one to make her change. We moved on from it until Lauren's mother came and screamed at me for ruining her baby's day. I said it was not her day, and if they both carried on like this, they would be removed from the wedding. She said fine and walked away. Not even minutes later, my niece came to me crying because Lauren's mother had spilled red wine on her dress. I tried to get it off, but it was useless. I had a couple of dresses in my car if any of my bridesmaids had an issue with theirs, and luckily, one fit her nicely. She thanked me and went back to the party. I went to Lauren's mother, brought her aside, and yelled at her. She told me she didn't want to, but Lauren told her to. I said I didn't believe her and told her to leave my wedding immediately. I then went to Lauren and told her what her mother said. She then told me she had told her mum to spill the wine because she knew I had spare dresses in the car, so it wouldn't matter. I told her to leave and that I needed some time away from her. She refused to, and I practically pushed her out of the venue. She and her mother have been sending me horrible texts and I don't know whether I did the right thing by kicking them out. Am I the asshole? Update. I didn't mention this in the original because I didn't think it was important, but many people have asked. When my niece came to me, she told me not to tell her parents what had happened other than the story. She had planned to tell them why she was wearing a different dress until after the wedding because she didn't want a big scene. The next day, I went to the hotel where they were staying and told them what had happened. They were livid. I gave them Lauren and her mother's numbers and let my sister and brother-in-law know that I plan to cut contact with Lauren and her mother, and whatever they decide, I will be here. I gave them the security footage of the venue showing Lauren's mother purposefully pouring wine on my niece's dress. I also sent screenshots of the rude messages, including admitting to doing it. I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but I'm a complete wreck as I've known Lauren since I was 2, and because my mother died when I was young, her mum was my only mother figure, and now they're both gone from my life completely. My best friend's family adopted me just to treat me like a second-class human. Now I am reversing the adoption and making them pay big time. I moved into my best friend's house when I was 18, right before graduating high school. My relationship with my single mom was strained and I felt emotionally abusive, leading to all of my siblings moving out at 18. My best friend, let's call her Haley, had been best friends for 7 years, and her family always seemed to support me. Her dad even welcomed me to move in before I asked. So, I moved in with Haley, her dad, and her brother Brad. I finally felt wanted and felt like I could start living my life. Haley's dad gave me my own room, helped me get my license, pick a college, and even let me borrow their car if I covered gas and insurance. He remarried a woman from another country, who moved in with her son. I helped with their wedding and tried to make them feel welcome. After only 3 months of living there, both parents approached me and asked me if I wanted them to adopt me as an adult. I was very confused and hesitant since I didn't want to cut myself off from my biological family, but Haley assured me it was like we had always dreamt about and wanted me to be family. This felt kind of strange since they said it would finally make me part of the family, while I had felt we already were. They continued to ask me and after asking for the 3rd or 4th time, I said yes. I was excited as everyone seemed thrilled about the adoption. Haley's dad made promises like treating me fairly and the same as his other children, always being there for me, and covering doctor visits and food costs because health is important. I was excluded from most of the legal process, only signing documents and attending the court. I felt it was really rushed, happening just 4 months after they first asked, during my first year of college. Because of the adoption, I had to change my last name and keep it a secret from my family, as my mom worked at the courthouse and they told me they were worried she would interfere in it. Looking back, I realize how crazy this whole situation is and still feel awful about going through with it. During this time, I met my boyfriend who has been my rock through this whole thing, because after the adoption was finalized, things went south quick. After high school, I went straight to college and lived on campus, coming home only during breaks since I didn't have a car and the campus was nearly 3 hours away. I paid for college completely on my own, making it hard to afford a car. During the summer after my freshman year, I hit a ditch and damaged a tire due to my inexperience. Haley's parents blamed it on my insomnia and declared me unfit to drive until I fixed it. I would have to rate my sleep every morning to them, which felt extremely degrading. I hadn't slept well for years, often lying awake for hours and waking up from nightmares caused by childhood trauma, which couldn't be treated with medication. They made me feel like less of a person, asking me to fix something out of my control and insisting I take sleep meds to drive again. Meanwhile, Haley totaled a car and Brad totaled 2 from careless driving all in the same month. Neither of them faced any consequences or restrictions. This wasn't the end of the difference in treatment. If someone left a dish in the sink, it was always my dish by default. Haley would leave a pile of arts and crafts all over the table for months, but if I left a book or sweater in the living room, it was thrown in my room the next day. I would have to buy my own food, but they spent about $180 on Brad's food every week to support him. Small things like this. The sleeping medication they insisted I take did not agree with me and caused me to have some heart problems. I was hiking with Haley and suddenly had burning chest pain, could barely breathe, extreme dizziness, and heart palpitations. When I got out of the woods, they told me to just lay in the car until I felt better and to not ruin their camping trip. Haley didn't care either. Later that week, someone scraped their leg and was taken to the doctor. Next summer, we faced bigger problems. They planned a family vacation to Florida and told me I had to go because I'm part of the family, despite needing to work to pay for college. Brad was allowed to stay behind to work. Haley's father forgot his bipolar and diabetic medication, becoming extremely irritable and yelling at Haley on the way home. Luckily, Haley and I were able to take a separate car the rest of the way back where she ranted to me about all of the problems she had been having and said she noticed they weren't treating me fairly either. She got in a 3-hour screaming match with both parents and Brad when she got home. I was not involved in these arguments at all. I felt unsafe and had a panic attack in my room, so Haley and I stayed at a hotel that night. I stayed at a friend's house for a few days to cool down and let them know I was safe. Neither of them asked me where I was. Upon returning, her parents accused me of causing the argument, called me a liar and manipulator for not telling them where I was, and yelled at me for over an hour, causing another panic attack. They just stared at me like I was faking it and walked away. They belittled me constantly, and I spent most of my time in my room or at my boyfriend's house. They sent passive-aggressive messages, treated me poorly, and said I owed them for the adoption. He would ignore me when I said I love you and deny he heard it numerous times. Haley's stepmother gave me the silent treatment for a month, saying I deserved it for not telling them where I was. I tried my hardest to fix the situation, but nothing was good enough for them. I left for college as soon as I could. While I was away, Haley told me that they were using my room as a marital bedroom at least once a week because I bought a TV for my room and it was the only one in the house. They thought it was a weird brag to say they didn't have one but would watch shows on their computers anyway. This also led them to eat and leave trash all over my room when they had family movie night on my bed. I worked throughout college and saved enough to study abroad in New Zealand for 5 months. I just returned 4 weeks ago, this June. Before leaving, my mom found out about the adoption and we started rebuilding our relationship without them knowing. They did not contact me the entire time I was there, including to see if I made it safely, which stressed me out like crazy. I would try calling and they would say they were busy and hang up. I tried reaching out to Haley and she denied anything was unusual. I tried asking what I did wrong and was met with silence. I had no idea what I would be coming back to. When I returned 4 weeks ago in June, they had packed up every belonging I owned and put it in a room downstairs. The boxes they used had mold on them, there was cat pee and throw up everywhere, and mold growing from the damp carpet. They all continued giving me the silent treatment like a child might do. I moved back in with my mom, but couldn't take everything with me. When I tried to retrieve the rest of my things, they locked me out. They deny having my birth certificate, social security card, and kept bonds given to me as a baby. I later learned Haley had spread rumors about me abusing her parents. She never heard from me, and she didn't even know who I was anymore. Some friends have suggested giving Haley space and eventually reconnecting, but I've decided I'll never associate with her or her family again after their behavior. I believe everyone deserves better treatment. Thankfully, I'm recovering with the support of my mom, boyfriend, and his parents, but of course, I'm still torn up about it. I have no details as to what the other family's thinking was, but a few people have taken some guesses. The most common guess is that since I am entering my senior year at an expensive college, they won't be receiving my tax return money or tax breaks from me being a dependent, which outweighed the cost of me using a room. I also think the people who know them stop praising them for being such kind and caring people and for taking me in since enough time has passed since I moved in. Update: I talked with a lawyer and I'm in the process of reversing the adoption. My lawyer told me to write the family a letter not only asking for my birth certificate, money bonds, social security card, and a few other things they conveniently didn't know was mine. And I asked for my cat back. There were a few things that they couldn't find and let me walk through the house to get them. I found a bag of all the college books I bought and when I came home, all of my documents were inside it. So they didn't directly return them, but I have them anyway. Haley's dad refused to return my cat, and I was worried he might get violent over it, so I left for now. He said she is part of their family now and I replied I was too at one point but he didn't budge. I am going to have my lawyer write a note on her letterhead and hopefully, he will get scared and back down. He has never taken good care of her when I've been away and I've seen him hit his dog multiple times when he's had a bad day, which makes me worried for her. Outside of this, I've had a lot of friends I've gotten back in touch with that have cut Haley out for her behavior and how she treats people overall. They have all tried to convince me to let them kidnap my cat back, but I'll make sure they don't take it that far. My best friend's wife kicked me out of their wedding for wearing gold and called me trashy. Now she's left alone because my best friend asked her to move out. My best friend Dan got married to Lauren yesterday. Me and Dan have been best friends since high school, and despite always being platonic with no romantic interest on either side, his now wife Lauren has always disliked me. In their 3 years of dating, I have not been allowed to see Dan alone because she feels that it's suspicious that I want to hang out with him. Honestly, I just missed my friend. Despite being happily married, she's always kept me at arm's length. I always figured this was because she's from a very conservative family. Dan has spoken to her multiple times, and after, she'll back off for a bit before reverting to complaining about him being friends with a girl again. It's not ideal, but she makes Dan happy, so I made peace with it. That brings us to the wedding. Originally, I was going to be in the groom's party, but Lauren ended up crying, saying a wedding is not a place to swap gender roles. Dan was fighting her on this, but I told him I'd just attend as a guest and not to choose this hill to die on. The dress code was warm-tone garden party, and we were encouraged to wear earthy, warm colors. I picked out a bronze, orange dress that I thought fit this perfectly, and the style even matched some examples they gave. In short, I thought I had nailed it. The wedding went great. However, at the reception, Lauren dragged me aside and said, "I cannot believe you would wear gold to my wedding. You're not the first prize. You're just F-king trashy." I was so shocked at the moment I just stared at her. She practically screamed at me to leave, and she was drawing attention, so I grabbed my husband, said goodbye to Dan, and left. Dan reached out afterward and told me he was upset that I had left his wedding so soon. Lawrence's mom has texted me saying I ruined the wedding for her daughter and I'm stupid for wearing a gold dress. She's saying it's as bad as wearing white. I was genuinely not aware this was a thing. I want to reach out to Dan to explain, but I don't know if I'm wrong here. Am I the a-hole? Update. Another girl was wearing the same dress but in a dark red, which we laughed about. Slip dresses are a pretty common wedding guest dress where I am, and it was the type of dress recommended by the bride. My husband posted a photo of us this morning with a caption along the lines of, "My gold prize of a wife. I am winning in life thanks to you." Turns out Dan found out pretty quickly what happened and called me last night. Apparently, Lauren's mom had told him I was drunk and told Lauren her dress wasn't it, so I was requested to leave. Dan had his suspicions that it was bullshit, but it wasn't until his mom called him that he confirmed it. It turns out she was nearby when Lauren pulled me aside and, ironically, was wearing a yellow gold dress and tore him a new one about letting Lauren treat me like that. Dan didn't have a solution when he called. I could tell he was emotionally exhausted and pretty defeated. He said he wished I had taken it out on the open bar rather than leaving, but he understood why I left. He thanked me for taking the high road and that it hadn't gone unnoticed. He apologized for what happened. Apparently, this is an ongoing fight between him and Lauren. Apparently, she has been trying to convince Dan to cut me off because that's what a good husband does. He said he thought she had gotten over it now that they were married. I told him that he needs to focus on his happiness, that I will always be here to support him and that I will take a step back if that's what he needs. They were supposed to leave for their honeymoon yesterday, but when Dan called, they were still at home. So who knows? I've blocked Lauren and her mom and forwarded the messages to Dan as recommended. Update 2. So Lauren called me from Dan's phone and started screaming at me, saying I had ruined her wedding and that I knew what I was doing wearing a dress like that to the wedding. After the initial shock of expecting Dan and getting Lauren screaming, I yelled, "What kind of dress? The same cut that Amy wore? I just can't win with you. Dress nicely and I'm out to get you. Dress casually, and I'm taking the PSS? I've tried so hard with you, but I'm done." And hung up. I messaged Dan, "I clearly can't be in your life with everything the way it is right now. Good luck. I'll always be a call away," before blocking the number that broke my heart. That was 3 months ago and I didn't hear anything except from Dan's mother saying Lauren wouldn't stop complaining about me, and life continued. At this time I also discovered I am pregnant. My and hubby made a post a couple of weeks ago announcing this, which its way to Dan and turned up at my front door a few days later. We talked over many drinks on his end and mocktails on mine. He told me that he always thought it was the right thing to do to listen to your partner's boundaries and insecurities, and that Lauren has a lot of body image issues, which resulted in her being suspicious of other women, so he thought the right thing was to support her. Still, he got lost in setting his own boundaries when it came to how she controlled his interactions with his friends. He said the whole situation forced him to think about her boundaries and her own personal standards and saw that they consistently contradicted each other. Like, she believes that women are allowed to wear whatever they feel comfortable in, but she would complain that I was unreasonable for wearing bikinis to family beach days because it was inappropriate. Dan also realized she was trying to cut out his sister and literally every woman in his life, including his boss, insisting he get another job. By the time he had heard about my pregnancy, he had told me he didn't want to be an absent friend through this, so had a serious conversation with Lauren. I won't go into details, but the result was that they are currently separated and both in therapy. Dan asked Lauren to move out, and she is currently staying with her mom, who is convinced I am the devil. While I am sad for Dan's relationship having to end like this, I am happy to see that he is starting to learn what a healthy relationship is and that he will be able to be my friend through my pregnancy. My husband is excited to have his gaming buddy back. I reached out to Lauren with Dan's permission, letting her know I was here to talk in a therapy session if she felt like it would help, but I haven't received a response yet. And maybe that's for the best. I can't help but feel bad on some days because I know that a lot of this is born from insecurity, but I am trying to focus on the positives that both of them are in therapy, and hopefully, we'll move on to bigger and better things. My boss forced me to attend a meeting despite knowing that I was in labor, so I reported him to HR and got him suspended, but everyone is mad at me now. I have been working at my company for 5 years, and until recently, I loved my job. I was 8 months pregnant when this happened, about a month ago, so I started having contractions while at work. Since I was not due yet, I thought it was just Braxton Hicks because they weren't that intense. Just a week before that, I had experienced Braxton Hicks and went to the hospital, but it was a false alarm. This time, I was still working when the contractions started in the morning, and I again thought it was Braxton Hicks. I didn't want to cause a scene, so I tried to keep working. The last time I went to the hospital, my boss, John, made sarcastic comments about me being overly dramatic and joked about how I should schedule my labor around important meetings. I have social anxiety and tend to take people's crap without pushing back, so I just took it. By noon, the contractions were getting stronger and closer together, and I knew it was real labor. I needed to go to the hospital. I informed John that I was in labor and needed to leave. He rolled his eyes and said, "Just stay for the meeting at 1 p.m. It's crucial, and we need you there." I was stunned. I reiterated that I was in active labor and needed to go to the hospital immediately. John snapped back, "It's just a meeting. Sit through it, and then you can go. It's not like the baby is going to pop out right now." Feeling pressured and scared for my job, I reluctantly stayed. The meeting lasted an excruciating 2 hours. By the end of it, I was in so much pain that I could barely walk. I finally left and drove myself to the hospital, where I was admitted immediately. My husband reached 30 to 40 minutes later because he was on the other side of town for a meeting. My daughter was born later that evening, thankfully healthy despite the delay. When I told my husband what had happened, he was furious and insisted we report John to HR. I was hesitant because I didn't want to jeopardize my job, but I agreed it was the right thing to do. HR was appalled and assured me they would handle the situation. John has since been suspended pending an investigation. The real kicker? During the investigation, it came out that John had emailed the entire office while I was in labor, complaining about my lack of commitment and making fun of me for overreacting. He even implied that I was using my pregnancy as an excuse to get out of work. Now, my coworkers are pissed at me saying I overreacted and that I should have just sucked it up for the sake of the company. I've even received messages and emails from a few colleagues saying that I've ruined John's career and that he was just doing his job under pressure. One even said that I should have toughed it out like their wife did during her pregnancy. The stress from this whole ordeal has made it difficult to enjoy my first few days with my newborn. I'm constantly second-guessing myself and feeling guilty, despite knowing I did what was best for my baby and me. To make matters worse, the interim manager who took over from John is even worse. He's made it clear to everyone that he resents my actions and has made my return to work unbearable. Now that my maternity leave is over, I am isolated at work. People give me side eyes and whisper about me. During lunch, I'm alone because no one wants to sit with the troublemaker. It feels like high school all over again. I dread going to work each day and facing hostility and judgment. I never imagined that doing what was right for my health and my baby's well-being would turn my colleagues against me like this. It's gut-wrenching to feel so isolated and vilified for simply standing up for myself and my rights. I cry most of the time when I come home and sometimes even in the office washroom when someone passes a comment. In the worst moments, I get mad at my husband and blame him for making me tell HR, even though I know he did the right thing. He's so sweet and never takes it to heart. I apologize soon after, but he always says he wasn't even mad and that he understands how I'm feeling, especially since I'm just 1 month postpartum. He says I should act and complain, but I don't want to worsen things. He's also saying he can't see me like this and that I should quit because it hurts him. I don't know what to do. I'm just such a sensitive and emotional person in general, and now it's been worse since giving birth. My boss hired someone new instead of promoting me after I did the role of the team lead for 2 years. His face screams horror when I handed him my resignation letter. I've been working at the same company for over 6 years. The company is medium-sized, I would say, and at the time I was hired, we didn't have a marketing department. With time, the company grew, and after 1 year of working there, they offered I be the one to kickstart the marketing department. I accepted. For 2 years, I was the only person in the marketing department. I did everything all by myself. I knew how everything worked. I kept my numbers and quality high, that my manager even asked my boss to give me a bonus for my hard work. As the company grew, the work became too much for just one person, so they gave me a team. We were now 4 in total. I trained and pretty much lead the team, but the thing is, my title never went past marketing agent. I thought that with all the things I'm doing, I'd at least get marketing manager by now. I expressed this to my manager, who said that they'll see what can be done. Months pass, my title remained the same, but then in a meeting with my manager one day, they told me that our boss is thinking that there should be a marketing team lead on the team. They said that they think it's going to be me, as I started off the department, trained everyone, have the most knowledge, and have been in the company for 6 years now. Obviously, I got excited hearing that, and I patiently waited for boss to finally drop the news to me. The news ended up being that they were looking for a marketing team lead, and they decided to hire externally. I can't even put into words the way I felt. Even now, I still feel like I've been punched in the gut. It feels so unfair and humiliating. I was the first person in the marketing department. I have the most experience. Why would you hire someone with 0 experience instead? I asked my manager why I wasn't considered for it, and their response was basically just, boss just couldn't see you being a team lead. Hearing that seriously killed my self-esteem and made me feel even more humiliated. They eventually hired the person to take on the team lead role, and what made me want to slam my head against the wall is that they made me train them on everything I knew. Listen, the new team lead is a nice person and I really don't want to hate them because it's not their fault, but my bitterness is so strong. I just don't even want to interact with them unless they / I need help. So now, I'm stuck being marketing agent forever, I guess. One person on the team left and was replaced with someone else, who just started last month. The team lead is on vacation, so I was the one asked to train the new hire. As I was training them, we talked and I told them a little about myself, about how I started the department and everything. And then they said, so, all that just to not be team lead? And that honestly just pissed me off. I don't know if it's their wording, their tone, or the look of pity on their face that got to me, but I just shut down. I laughed it off, finished up with training, and just barely worked the whole day, and the day after that. Even now, I feel like my numbers are lower than usual. My quality definitely dropped, but I just can't care anymore. I know I could just quit, but this company's benefits are amazing, and I've made so many friends here that would make leaving so hard. Traveling for work every few months allowed me to see different cities and take in new experiences, but I just can't get past this, and I don't know if I ever will. I might just go through the days until I really just can't do it anymore. Update: I sent my resume to other companies for a team lead or manager position. I'll be sending my resume to more as they pop up. The market is terrible right now, but I am pretty confident. Now I just have to act like normal in this current position until I hear from one of them. Wish me luck. For those wondering how I trained the new team lead, I did not teach them everything I knew. Hell no. I taught them enough to do their job, but when it comes to the deeper knowledge, I held back. I personally just thought it was the smartest decision for me, as teaching them all I knew wouldn't have benefited me at all. It's up to my company to teach them everything else, not keep relying on me. When I was asked to train the new hire, I did mention that I shouldn't train them if we have a team lead, but boss hit back saying that I would be responsible if the team fell behind if we waited until the team lead got back from vacation. I didn't want to cause stress for the rest of the team and myself, so I, stupidly, complied. I did consider threatening to leave if I didn't get the team lead role, but I held back because I was afraid of the response lull. I was afraid they would have just let me go and I'd be left unemployed without a backup job, especially considering the job market right now. But I guess my pride also played a part in it. I really wanted to be given the team lead role because they believed in me / wanted to give it to me, not because I threatened them. I also do quite like my job, so I thought I could suck it up, but it's really not worth the mental suffering. Update. So, I got a job as marketing team lead. Just finished week 3. The market is rough right now, but I'm glad I didn't give up and just kept applying. My new job's a little challenging, but my mental health is in a better place now knowing I could finally, fully let go of that grudge. If you're in a similar situation, don't lose hope. When I gave in my notice, I would pay just to see the look on my boss's face again when I told them I was leaving for a marketing team lead job. They tried to match the salary match, but I declined. They asked what they could do to keep me, but I kept it polite and just said that it was time for me to experience more in a different role now. I could tell they were really pissed, but I couldn't care less lol. And then apparently they talked smack about me to the manager, that I was betraying them and all that BS. It's so embarrassing, Lamau. Of course, before I left, I asked my manager what I needed to improve on to be a better team lead so I could do even better in my new role. I was told things like being a little more strict and having more confidence, so I made sure to write them down to work on. And I know it's been months, but I still wanted to ask again why I was passed up the promotion at this company. So apparently it's because they made it so that the team lead did more admin work, more team reports, team evaluations, team decisions and coming up with new procedures, and less marketing. Apparently, since I'm the most senior with consistent results, they didn't want to lose that by making me team lead. So they figured keeping me as a marketing agent was the smartest move for the company. I fully understand their decision, but screw that, Lamau. I feel like I'm actually doing what a team lead should be doing in my new company, and that's all I really wanted. It just feels like they're still trying to figure out what a team lead should do, and I'm not willing to stick around for that again.
My boss is having me write an essay detailing my minute-by-minute workday to prove I'm working hard, so I gave him an 8-page overly detailed essay and a report to HR. In the industry I work in, I was tossed into a position where I was going to be wearing a lot of hats. My boss has been relentless ever since he put me into a new role just 2 months after I was hired for a different one. It took him 8 months to provide me with a job description for this new role. This role was intended for him originally, but he said he needed someone else to take it on because he was already slammed. There was no structure at all, and he had no plans for it. He would leave out information or not include me in key meetings with executives or donors. If he made a mistake, he would say it was me that did it. If a plan he had failed, it was my fault. He made sure to make everyone believe that I was dramatic. Fast forward a year, and I am very overwhelmed. I'm given impossible deadlines and workloads that have started to affect my mental health. My boss will ask me to do stuff outside of work hours or to work overtime to prove that I am giving my all. I decline these things because to me, I work my 40 hours and that is it. After many people urged me to talk with my boss about the burnout I was feeling and is sending messages to my team asking us to approach him if we felt burnt out, I did it. His response was to put down my entire team and say we were unmotivated and that I needed to decide whether I could work harder because if not, I should find a different career or calling. He tried to paint it as him guiding me to help. He told me that I was working above my pay grade and that I should either accept a demotion, suck it up, and try harder, or give him a 6-month notice that I was quitting. He brought up how I might have something psychologically or mentally wrong with me and that I need to figure out what I want in life. Little does he know, the former college I used to lecture at has invited me to apply to a new position on the campus that pays almost more than double what my current job pays me, and it comes with many more benefits. I would also be working with people I loved working with before. I would be part of a union. I am praying and hoping that I get this new position so I can give him a 1-day notice about my departure. Update 1. He recently started to question my workload and the workload of my coworkers because we are all stressed and burnt out. He tried framing this assignment as him trying to help us to see if he can help us better time manage things. But we've gone to him with requests and feedback before and keep getting told you just have to work harder. That's what I do. I had to block off my entire calendar to do this task today, but I'm going to write the most obnoxious and highly detailed essay just to piss him off. In grad school, I was notorious for overwriting and taking my time to get to the point. Who knew that fun little skill would come in handy today? Update 2. The essay, which turned out to be 8 pages long, did not help me at all. If anything, it ignited a fire of retaliation on his end, which was my full intention. My boss, being the narcissist that he is, concluded that although I provided all the deliverables and met all the expectations we set out, I was just not living up to his standards. He would like to conduct a performance review with me and have me create a performance improvement plan. In our last meeting, I questioned him heavily about the necessity of a performance review if I am performing to the expectations set out. He tried to claim that there was something serious that needed to be addressed, and he needed HR and the executive director involved. He tried to say he was going to give me constructive criticism, but his constructive criticism consisted of creating elaborate lies about my work ethic. He tries to cover up his mistakes, terrible memory, and lack of organization by blaming his staff. In my last performance review, He told HR and the ed that I never finish my work and that I make mistakes. That was the first time I had ever heard about that. Our project management system captures everything and it shows that I am on track, no late tasks, and complete all work given to me. I will be quitting before he tries to conduct this performance review. I have been interviewing at other places with better pay and benefits. My entire organization is falling apart and 4 people have quit within a month. We are a staff of less than 40. I am jumping ship at the perfect moment. Final update: I tried to take some of your comments and my family's advice by going to HR to bring up the issues that have been occurring with my boss in terms of him lying about my work ethic, micromanaging me, and alluding to firing me. HR did not care at all and tried to tell me that she could not document my complaint even though I had a paper trail because it is he said, she said, and then there was the actual truth. Also, fun fact, she kept calling me by the wrong name and said, "I don't even know what you do here." During my next meeting with my boss, I was brutally honest with him about his poor management style, obviously in a professional way. He tried to not make it obvious that HR came to him and told him everything because he said concerned coworkers have come forward to tell me some things you have been saying. But none of my coworkers know the extent of the issues and only HR knew the specific details he ended up bringing up. He gaslighted me the entire time saying I never said this. You misinterpret me and by the way, I document every single thing we talk about so you must be confused. I shut him down with only facts and just stared at him while he tried to rewrite the reality of everything. He kept begging me to say anything that could make him he could feel better, LOL. He ended the conversation by admitting that we were having a performance review and putting together a PIP not because of my actual performance but because I misinterpreted everything. I can promise you all that I do not misinterpret anything, especially my message screenshots with him, the voice recordings I have taken of him, and our project management system exchanges. I do not care anymore. My ed does not care, and nor does my CEO. Our board of directors is basically non-existent so there is no one else I can go to for help. All of the jobs I have been interviewing for are 15k 20k differences in the pay I receive now and the benefits are amazing. I will not fight to stay at a place that only gives 3 days of sick pay, 6 days of PTO, and 4 paid holidays off. I have learned from this experience that you should never back down from your truth even if it means writing an 8-page overly detailed essay about my work tasks to prove a point. My boss keeps on yelling and insulting me in front of guests, but karma came back like a boomerang and he found out that one of the guests is an inspector. I started working in a hotel after I graduated from high school. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life and decided to take a break. At work, I got very uncomfortable times and sometimes I had to take double shifts. Let me point out that I didn't get an introduction, but was thrown into the job and had to learn everything on my own. I don't want to brag about myself, but I'm a very quick learner. My boss was an asshole. He would yell at me in front of guests, call me stupid and question me why I couldn't do something. Those of you who have worked in hotels and service know what hell you can have with guests and they complain about the slightest thing to get their money back. I decided to quit because I couldn't handle being treated so recklessly. On my last day I had a guest that I could already see when she stepped through the door that this woman is Lucifer up sent from hell. It's summer and the hotel is fully booked. She pushes her way into the queue and yells at everyone. No one could stand her so they let her pass. She had reserved 3 rooms for 12 people. 3 double rooms for 12 people. I explained that this was not allowed and that there were no rooms left. Then she starts yelling at me and wants to talk to my boss and threatened to post me on Facebook. Okay Karen, you think people care? My boss came out and apologized to this Karen and said that I hadn't worked there for long, bruh it was my 2nd year. He upgraded one of their rooms and downgraded another guest's room who hadn't checked in. He thus let 3 people stay in a double room plus and the rest divided into 2 double rooms standard. The manager scolded me in front of all the guests for saying to him that it was unfair to those who were downgraded who had paid more for the room. But also that it went against the rules for fire risk. The boss was furious when I said that and said that there would be a deduction from the salary and that I would not be allowed to work there. I was really angry. I thought it was my last day and I decided to take revenge. The next guest that I was going to check in after Karen turned out to be the guests who had been downgraded. The guests asked about which room they had been given and wanted to double check if it was the same room they had paid for. I knew I would get poop for it, so boom I decided to tell the guests about what had happened. I apologized and also gave them a goodie bag. The guest was very surprised and wanted to talk to the manager. He wondered why they had been downgraded. The boss yelled at me and said that I'm ignorant and stupid, that I was worthless and did not deserve anything good. He apologized to the guests and said that I had lied about it. My eyes filled with tears and couldn't say anything. But here's the best part. It turned out that the guests who were downgraded were inspectors who were unloaded as a couple to see how the hotel worked. My boss had to apologize to me at a staff meeting and later was fired for what he had done. Karma, my friends, it always comes back like a boomerang.
My boyfriend arranged a surprise plastic surgery appointment that he knew I did not want so I could be the most beautiful I could be, but I got a better surgery, boyfriend removal. My boyfriend and I have been together for a year and a half. Overall things are good. Occasionally he has been overbearing but he's working on it and has made great strides of improvement. We've lived together for around 6 months. The background: I have a mole on the outside of my vajayjay. It's about the size of a pencil eraser. It's never been a problem for me and I don't mind it. It's hidden in even the skimpiest of bikini bottoms, doesn't hurt or get in the way of anything, isn't lumpy, doesn't grow any weird hair, etc. It's just a harmless little bump on the side of my vulva that I've had since I was born. Even when I'm entirely naked it isn't visible unless my legs are spread, so it's the kind of thing only me and my intimacy partners have ever seen. I've had an inkling that my boyfriend has never been a fan of this mole, but he won't admit that. Sometimes he'll absent-mindedly rub it between his fingers with his nose crinkled, like an expression just short of disgust, but when I asked him about it, 2 different times, he insisted the not quite disgusted facial expression was unrelated. I assumed that he didn't like it. but knew it was none of his business or concern and probably didn't want to say it because he didn't want to sound rude. He's asked me once if I've ever thought about removing it, to which I replied that it's always been a part of me and I wasn't interested in removal. The problem: my birthday was a few weeks ago. I've been getting Brazilian waxes since I was a teenager. It's just my personal preference. As a birthday present, my boyfriend prepaid for almost a year's worth of waxes at the med spa I've always gone to. This seemed like a great gift. Useful, thoughtful, and saves me a ton of money. This med spa does a variety of other services as well as waxing. They do tattoo removal, laser hair removal, makeup tattoos, Botox, etc. I've had a standing appointment there every 3 weeks for years. This morning I went to my regular appointment. My waxer, who I've known for years, gushed about how kind of my boyfriend it was to call in for my services, and we went about the wax as normal. There's an oil she uses that helps to soothe the skin after the wax, and I was waiting for that to soak in when she brought out a wand that I was not familiar with. I asked her what it was for and she said, the freezing. I assumed she was prepping for her next client and stayed on the table. Then she began wiping the oil off and applied a cream directly over my mole. At this point I sat up and asked her what she was doing. Oh, this cream helps to numb the area before I freeze the mole. Then we'll cut it off, and you'll just need a stitch or two and a bandage and then you'll be ready to go. We fumbled through the awkward conversation that followed, and the bottom line is that my boyfriend had paid for my mole to be removed as well, $200. Without telling me. The receptionist who books the appointments assumed that I knew, and I sign a yearly waiver for all services from them, so it was basically just slipped in. The receptionist said that my boyfriend asked about the process over the phone, so he was aware that this procedure involved cutting something off my body and would involve anesthetic and stitches. Guys, I'm furious and cannot tell if my reaction is justified or if I'm seeing red for no real reason. This feels like such a breach of my personal boundaries, not to mention disrespectful of my bodily autonomy. I know it's small, but it's plastic surgery. There is no medical backing to having this mole removed. It would be entirely cosmetic. I obviously didn't go forward with the procedure and now I'm struggling with whether my anger is appropriate to the situation. I have not talked to him about this yet. It happened this morning and I will be seeing him this evening when I get home from work. Right now I'm thinking of breaking up with him but feel like that may be an overreaction and can't tell if my judgment is clouded. What would be an appropriate way to address this situation? Update: I got home and he nonchalantly asked me how my appointment went. I managed to stay calm and told him how angry I was that he had tried to arrange for the mole to be removed without my consent/knowledge, especially because I found out that he was informed while booking the appointment that it would involve anesthetic and stitches. He said that he wasn't sorry because he thought he was doing me a favor by forcing me to bite the bullet and get it done. He said the only thing that he was sorry about was signing my name on the waiver because he knows he should not have done that. Record scratch. Wait, what? At my appointment, my waxer had said something along the lines of, "But you signed the waiver?" When I was blindsided by her prepping for the mole removal, she was confused that I was not aware of the mole removal plan. I had assumed she was talking about the waiver I had signed just a few weeks ago, that I have to sign every year for my services performed at the med spa. I was in a hurry to get out of there, so I didn't press further, just made it clear that I did not want a mole removal and gathered my clothes and left. As it turns out, she was not talking about the annual general waiver. When my boyfriend booked the appointment, a waiver was emailed over, which he signed as me and sent back to them. We are in a South American country where plastic surgery is extremely common. I am the only woman in my office without breast implants. I was born in America and haven't quite subscribed to this aspect of the culture, so things are a lot more lax here than I imagine they are in the US. So not only did he schedule and pay for plastic surgery on my VJJ, he forged my signature on a legal document giving permission for it to be done. There is no coming back from this, and I told him so. He started crying and saying that he just wanted me to be the most beautiful I could be. Thankfully I was too angry to cry in front of him, and I just told him to leave. He packed some clothes and I put the rest of his belongings in a detached garage that he has a key to. I made him leave his house keys and told him that the garage locks would be changed by the end of the week. I own the house and am changing the locks on the doors this evening, except for the garage. I'm giving him this week to clear out the rest of his things from there. I have him blocked on social media and feel very refreshed, like a weight has been lifted. I'm sure I will be hurting later and missing him, but this showed me a side of him that I absolutely cannot live with. I may not be as tan or as smooth or as busty as all the women around here, but I deserve better. I know that much. And now, my mole and I are going to settle down with a bottle of wine and download Tinder. My boyfriend belittled me for not making the right kind of Chinese food and called me brainless, so I called the cops on him and got him deported. I was born in China, but my parents and I moved to the West when I was little, so I was raised mostly Westerner. My parents still taught me many Chinese traditions, including food, and I sometimes still cook what they cook. So, I have been with my boyfriend for about 3 years and he lives with me at my place. This Christmas, his family, mom, dad, sister and nephew, came to visit him from his birth country, Spain, for the first time in years. I was excited because I never had a chance to meet them in person. They arrived a few days before Christmas. He went to pick them up at the airport while I was working, so when I came home, they were already there. The meeting didn't go as well as I would wish, because as soon as he saw me, the little nephew started doing the eye-stretching thing. His mom and grandparents immediately reprimanded him, but in the following days, he made a lot of racist jokes in Spanish, like "What do you call someone who doesn't take a shower?" In Chinese, "Shin shampoo," without shampoo, and he was barely reprimanded for that. Besides that, Christmas went great, and we woke up very late the next day. The nephew started saying he wanted Chinese food for lunch, so my boyfriend's parents asked me if I could make it. I said sure and was glad to do it. I cooked something my parents would do on special occasions like these and served the table traditionally, with chopsticks and everything. Then I called everybody to the table and instantly saw their disappointed faces. The nephew said, "What's this?" To which I said, "Chinese food." He grunted and said, "No, it is not," and started to throw a fit. His mom calmed him down, and my boyfriend's parents told me, "This isn't what we were expecting." I asked, "What did you expect?" They replied, "Something like what they serve at restaurants." I tried to explain to them that this is something actual Chinese people eat, but they wouldn't listen. They dressed up and went outside to eat at a restaurant. My boyfriend stayed home but then called me stupid. He said, "You knew exactly what they meant by Chinese food. I'm trying to make you look good in front of them, but you're not helping me by playing dumb." I asked him to explain himself better, but he just shouted, "When people say Chinese food, the last thing they expect is white rice, get a effing clue," and locked himself in our bedroom. Since that incident, they started to speak to me as a toddler, over-explaining everything they asked me to do and stopped correcting the nephew's racist behavior. I tried to tell my boyfriend to ask them to stop, but he said, "This is what you're making. Now they think you're brainless." This continued till they left yesterday. My boyfriend and I now barely talk, and I wonder if it's my fault and if I should have known better. Update: after his family left, I tried to break up with him, but he wouldn't let me end the relationship. I tried talking to him, but he would say something like, "I'm not breaking up with you." I spoke to my family about it. They were furious at him, and I had their support, especially my father. I'm so glad that they were by my side. I went to my place with my father to confront my boyfriend and break up. He didn't take it well and shouted that I couldn't break up with him and he wouldn't end the relationship. That's when my dad intervened, and they started fighting, like fist fighting. My dad ended up being hurt, but he also landed some punches on my boyfriend. I was horrified, crying, screaming, and with no idea of what to do. My boyfriend grabbed me, got my purse, and took me out. My dad followed me. My keys and phone were in the purse so I couldn't go back in. He locked himself, and we started hearing him breaking things. Then Dad called the police. They arrived about half an hour later. During that entire time, he heard him breaking stuff. When the cops finally arrived, they tried to talk to him but wouldn't respond, so they broke the door, and, after another fight, they arrested him. I walked into my place with another cop and my dad, and everything was destroyed. Everything he could break was broken, from glasses to plates to mirrors to holes in the walls, every TV, computer, phone, coffee maker, etc. Dad pressed charges immediately. I was terrified, and I'm still terrified. We had a trial, and he is in jail now, but I think he might be deported to Spain. I'm not sure. I'm still in therapy and still living with my parents. Some of my stuff was repaid, but I'm still not ready to return home. Sometimes, I still wake up crying in the middle of the night. I don't know if I regret standing up for myself or if I will be able to trust people in the future. I might die alone without a husband or children, and that makes me sad. My ex-boyfriend's family is still trying to reach me to insult me and make me feel even worse for sending him to jail. I block them but always find another phone number or a temporary mail address to call me from. Final post: I kept going to therapy, and there, I realized my relationship with my ex was way worse than I realized. I'm stupid for ignoring all the red flags on him. It turns out our intimacy life wasn't as consensual. I never really liked intimacy, and always found it gross and hurtful, but he had a higher intimacy drive, and when he wanted to do it, my opinion was irrelevant. I thought it was consensual because I just let it happen without truly fighting against it. I thought I just had to do what he wanted because that's how relationships worked, right? If I didn't please him enough, he would just go and have it with another girl, right? Except he gave me an STD, so he was messing around with other women anyway. At least it is not AIDS and is curable, but still, knowing I sacrificed myself so much for him to gain nothing and get an STD sucks so much. I felt so broken, unlovable, and worthless. I was in the hospital for some days, and for the first time in my life, I hated my parents for saving me. When I returned home, I hugged them and begged for their forgiveness, but my dad said there was nothing to forgive. My mom sometimes sleeps with me, and we cuddle together. It's kind of shameful to feel like a little child, but I feel loved. My ex is being deported. I had to see him a few more times at the court until I couldn't anymore, and now a final verdict was given. He will be out of this country soon. His family has stopped the harassment, too. My current coping mechanism is watching Asian dramas and crying while seeing the cute relationships they have that I probably won't have. My boyfriend bought his sexy best friend lingerie and told me that it was just an inside joke, so I kicked him to the curb. My boyfriend and I have been together for a year and a half. I love him a lot, and he has been pretty amazing. He is also the sort of person who has lots of friends, and his close friends are pretty much family. He also loves to joke and play these harmless pranks on his friends, sometimes making me feel weird. Just for context, he has 2 female friends and 3 male friends. This is about my boyfriend and one of his friends, Claire. Claire is a nice woman, and we are friendly. My boyfriend has never ignored me in favor of his friends or talked over me in front of them, which is why I don't understand if I'm in the right. They had a recently escalated prank fight. I had made it clear to my boyfriend that I am not good at jokes and am rather stiff, and he said he would keep me out of it. Claire, my boyfriend, and another friend, Kyle, even had a huge throwing water balloons fight in Kyle's backyard. Then, My boyfriend got pranked with dye in his body wash. Then Kyle got pranked by Claire. Something about whipping cream and oven mitts. But the issue was when my boyfriend brought a red, lacy lingerie set, and he planned to put it in Claire's room the next time he went over. I said it was a tacky prank, and why would he buy lingerie? None of the previous pranks have been this kind, making me uncomfortable. I also felt like I would feel gross about it if I was Claire, but my boyfriend got mad and defensive and told me Claire is cool like that, and she would think it was funny. I admit, I get a bit weirded out when he calls Claire extremely beautiful and jokes about how she has always been way out of his league, but I thought it was nothing, and they were like family, so I guess it was their thing. However, the lingerie prank had me put my foot down, and I said he was wrong to give another woman lingerie, no matter when he had a girlfriend. We fought, and I said I wanted to break up, which he didn't want to, and I said I was just overreacting. He said that I was too conservative and needed to open my mind when he had never given me a reason to be insecure. Claire called me and said that she and my boyfriend have been friends for a long time, and inside jokes are just that, and I'll learn with more age. I still feel weird about this. My best friend supports me no matter what I do, but I have started to feel like I'm blowing this out of proportion. My boyfriend says he told me and didn't hide it, showing I was the problem. I have started to feel like I've blown this out of proportion, and maybe it's my fault I can't take a joke. I feel awful about this whole thing. Aita Reddit. The people asking what the prank is with the lingerie? It's an inside joke about how, during their college days, she had some problems with the color red, and the lingerie would have just given her a shock of some kind, I guess. I told my boyfriend it was cruel, but he said it wasn't a trauma thing, just an inside joke. Claire also said over the phone that the lingerie thing was just an inside joke of their college days. Update: I met him, and he said he understood where I came from, but I was always too uptight to understand that friendship is friendship. He and Claire had known each other for years before I came into the picture, and I could not expect him just to ruin their dynamic. I asked him what sort of dynamic was red lingerie. Why couldn't it be any other type of clothing? He told me he had it with my insecurities, and that he and Claire talked, and I was making them sound like cheaters and homewreckers. He thought it was better. I found someone like me who thought the idea of a fun night was junk food in a movie indoors. That hurt a lot. He had always known I had insecurities about being called boring. He always complimented me on how his weaknesses were my strengths. Now he says things like this to me? Also, before this lingerie fiasco, I had never said a word about his and Claire's friendship. I always supported his pranks and practical jokes no matter my opinions on them because I thought it was his business what he did with his hobbies. He leaves without even putting up a fight because his girlfriend doesn't want him giving lingerie to the woman he constantly refers to as his sexy best friend. Claire didn't call or text after the breakup either, but Kyle did, and he said he was sad that we had broken up and hoped I would be okay in the future. I asked him if my boyfriend ever cheated on me. He said my boyfriend had only been a one-woman man when dating me, but he could understand that some women can't handle female best friends, especially if they look like Claire. I told him to F off and blocked him. It felt like he only wanted to boast and hurt me because my boyfriend left. I feel like I never knew these people. Claire and Kyle were always at least decent to me, if not nice. Did it make me a free target now that my boyfriend has been telling his friends I'm an insecure child? I don't know what to do now. I have been told repeatedly by both my friends and sister that I dodged a bullet, but I have been breaking down like a kid again and again. I'm even thinking of going to therapy after feeling the most insecure I felt my whole life. My boyfriend broke up with me because I did not take a PhD and it ruined his life. Now he keeps on coming back to me, but I don't want him in my life anymore. I had been with my fiancé, Alex, since 2020. We met at a friend's party, hit it off, and had been together ever since. He finished his doctorate in economics just last year. Since then he has been working at the uni. I have my master's in media sciences and decided to start working instead of going for a PhD. So the problem is that Alex broke up with me last Monday. It was literally so surreal and honestly, just weird. For the past few months, he'd been acting strange. He was making demands and then dropping them immediately. A few examples. He told me we were going to paint our walls back from dark green to white. When I asked why, he just said, "For F's sake, forget it," and never brought it up again, even when I asked. Another time, he came home and got mad because I was sitting on the couch with my head covered in a blanket. I had cramps. He was upset because I was just sitting there watching Netflix. Mind you, the house was spotless. When I tried to talk about it, he said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal." This kind of thing became common. Every time I tried to communicate, tried to figure out what was going on, whether it was something I did or maybe he was just stressed at work, he would just say everything was fine, but he was clearly seething with rage. I didn't even have to do anything. He would find something to complain about: the apartment, clothes, me, work, etc. So, I gave him space, which apparently was also wrong. I told him I was going to help my parents with repairs for a few days, and somehow that was also wrong because he wanted to renovate the apartment too. Then, on Monday, I got a text saying we needed to talk. I knew what was coming, and after the last few months, I had made peace with it. When I came home, he was sitting on the couch. He didn't even wait for me to take off my jacket before saying, "I want to break up." Then the verbal diarrhea started. He told me he resented me, first, because I didn't pursue my academic career further, even though I was capable, and he didn't want to upset me at the time. Then, when I started making more money, since he didn't make much as a PhD student, he felt like I should have the last word financially, and he hated it. Mind you, I never said anything like it's my money, so I have the final say. That's a rule he imposed on himself, and he hated it. He said he hated our paint scheme, the couch, and even our effing crockpot. Then, he told me he had rejected a better PhD program to stay here because I had already started my job by the time he got the acceptance letters. Only, he never told me he had even applied overseas. He said a few months ago he checked in with a friend who's in that program, saw how they were thriving, and decided I ruined his life. He said I had too much control over his life and that he hated the idea that I could just decide not to pay for things and F him over. I honestly don't even know what that means. He also said he hated that all his friends loved me and didn't let him vent about me. Then he said again, "I'm done." I was floored. I had already made peace with the idea that we were ending, and it hurt, but after that rant, I was just disgusted. I looked at him, probably with a disgusted expression, and said, "Okay." He lost it. He said this is exactly what he meant, that it was horrible. We had been together for 4 years, and all I had to say was okay to our breakup. I just asked if he wanted to stay here while he figured out where to go. He said, "Typical. Of course, you're holding the apartment over me," and started ranting again, so I just left. I told my parents, and they were also confused. My dad suggested I reach out to our landlord and explain the situation to see what options I have. I can keep paying the rent with no problem myself. He covered the utilities and some subscriptions. Just to reiterate, I never had a problem with this. I saw that he was chasing his dream, and that was more important to me than a 50-50 financial split. I make good money and am happy at my job. I never saw it as slaving away. I always had the mentality that my money was our money because we were building a life together. Of course, I had my own savings and fun money, but I honestly never cared. As long as I felt he was working towards something and wasn't taking advantage of me, I was fine with it. More than fine. Alex is still mad. He's going between texting me like a robot about the logistics of the split to being a seething a-hole complaining about everything. I'm not even hurt anymore. I just feel nauseated by him at this point. I don't know. Should I have reacted differently? Update to start. Alex moved out pretty quickly after the breakup. He has been staying with a friend, and we sorted out everything like mail, subscriptions, and the lease. I'm also in the process of adopting a cat. Her name is Luna, but I have been thinking about changing it since my family already has 2 pets named Luna, Moon, and Kamar. She is still at her foster home for now, but I have visited her a few times, and I already adore her. She is a scrappy little tabby who follows her foster mom around like a shadow, and I can't wait for her to move in during the first week of December. I've already gotten her bowls, toys, and a bed by the window ready. Now on to what happened. Last week, I was out showing someone around the city. He is the son of my parents' friends who recently moved here for work. My parents asked me to help him get familiar with the area, so I agreed. It was nothing special, just walking around, grabbing coffee, and pointing out useful spots in the city. Apparently, Alex saw us. I didn't even realize he was there, but later that night, I started getting texts from an unknown number. I guess he got a new number since I blocked his old one. The texts were just weird. He accused me of flaunting my new relationship in public, said I must have been seeing this guy before we broke up, and told me that everything he suspected about me was true. I didn't respond. I wasn't going to entertain his paranoia. The messages kept coming though. They went from angry to desperate, with him saying things like, "At least admit you were lying to me," and, "Was anything about us even real?" It was exhausting and honestly a little scary to see how quickly he spiraled. For the record, this guy isn't my boyfriend. He's not even someone I'm interested in. He's just the son of family friends who needed help settling into the city. The whole thing was completely innocent, but Alex has twisted it into some kind of betrayal in his head. What gets me is how little Alex seems to know me. I'm not the type of person to jump into a relationship so soon after everything that happened. Even if I were, it wouldn't be any of his business. We are done. I've made that clear. After I didn't respond to his texts, Alex started calling. I didn't pick up, but the voicemails were a mix of angry rants and desperate pleas. I ended up blocking his new number too. It feels ridiculous that I have to keep doing this, but I guess this is where we are now. Then this weekend, I went out to a bar with my friends. A few hours in, guess who walked in? Alex. I don't know if it was a coincidence or if he followed me there, but as soon as he spotted me, he came straight over. He was clearly upset, asking to talk, and I told him no. My friend stepped in, and thankfully, he left without causing a scene, but it ruined my night. It felt like I couldn't escape him, no matter where I went or what I did. When I got home later that night, I was completely drained. I had just started to relax when I heard a knock on my door. It was Alex, standing there in tears. He started crying, saying he missed me, that he didn't understand why I was doing this to him, and that he didn't know how to move on. It was like all the anger from earlier had been replaced with this desperate sadness. I didn't let him in. I told him he needed to leave, and if he didn't, I would call someone to make him leave. He begged me to listen, but I just closed the door. I spent the rest of the night feeling shaken and honestly a little scared. I don't know what he's going through. I wrote his best friend about the situation but the plea of talking to him. He said he would. I'm seriously considering getting a new phone number and possibly even talking to someone about how to handle this legally if it keeps happening. It feels unfair that I have to go to these lengths just to have some peace, but I don't see another option. My boyfriend broke up with me cause he was scared of marriage, but I found out that he proposed to his new girlfriend. Now he's trying to get a hold of me because he learned that I have his baby. I grew up in the Midwest but went to college in California. There I met and dated Jeff for our final 2 years of undergraduate. After graduation I stayed in California to get my master's degree while Jeff entered the workforce. We were happy together and we planned to get married after I got my master's. After I finished my schooling, Jeff got cold feet about getting married and eventually becoming a father, so he broke up with me. Heartbroken feels like it would barely scratch the surface on how I felt. I had a great job in California, so I stayed in hopes that Jeff would come to his senses and we'd get back together. We never did. He met Grace and started dating her about 5 months after we broke up. I started planning on moving back to my home state once I realized it was actually over. Then he and Grace broke up at the beginning of this year. Jeff and I ended up sleeping together a few times while they were broken up. About a week after the last time we had intimacy, he told me that he and Grace were getting back together. He said he couldn't remain friends with me because he still had feelings for me and he had to let them fade to be fair to Grace. His final words to me were to not call him unless I was literally dying and just wanting to say goodbye. I left California behind 3 weeks later. 2 weeks after I had returned home, I found out that I was pregnant. It's Jeff's. I wasn't gonna be that girl that uses a pregnancy to get a man back, so I deleted all my social media accounts and made new ones that don't have my name attached to them. The only Cali people I added were trusted friends who I knew either had no connection to Jeff or who were loyal to me and wouldn't tell him my new accounts. Early in my pregnancy I made the mistake of checking out Jeff and Grace's respective profiles and saw that they refer to each other as love of my life, and Jeff even had a picture of them captioned saying he was gonna marry that girl. That broke me all over again, and I have since blocked them both and decided I had to move on with my life. I'm now 6.5 months pregnant. Since moving back I have bought my own house in my home state and have been busy building a nursery for my baby. I already love this little baby in my belly and I feel 100% confident that I can raise and provide for him on my own with minor help from my family. One of my best friends back in California was having an engagement party. I won't be able to attend the wedding as I'll be busy with the newborn when it happens, so I decided to fly out to see my friends and offer my congratulations to the couple before my life becomes baby-centric. I got into town on Thursday and honestly had a blast seeing all my friends yesterday, even though it's only been about 6 months since I last saw them. They were all respectful of my wishes not to take pictures of me below the chest. They did post some pictures of me online, but from the angles it just looks like I gained some weight in my face. Nothing that would give away my pregnancy. It's a couple days before my flight back home and the friend that I'm staying with suggested we go to the store because she wanted to get a scrapbook for our engaged friend. So we went to the store, and as we were getting ready to leave I saw Jeff's cousin Tanya walk in. I talked to her several times at Jeff's family gatherings over the years, but we never really got along. She was always a bit too gossipy for me to like her. Then she starts grilling me asking if Jeff knows. I said no and that he doesn't need to know as it's not his. That was a lie, obviously, but I didn't want to open a can of worms. Tanya then tells me with how big my belly is that I'm far along and asked how could I move on so quickly. I told her that Jeff and I broke up a long time ago. Anyway, I lied and told her that I already had a new boyfriend and that I was 5 months pregnant. She seemed to accept that and awkwardly congratulated me. My friend and I paid for her stuff and left immediately after that. I prayed that would be the end of it. Like I said, Tanya is a gossip, so of course she went and ran her mouth about seeing me pregnant just a few hours later. Now a bunch of my friends have messaged me saying that Jeff is blowing up their inboxes trying to reach me. None of them have told him my new number or social media, so he has no way of reaching me himself. Update: he got a hold of the friend I was staying with on Instagram. I wanted to just talk to him on the phone, but he insisted we talk in person ASAP. In retrospect, I should have just waited until the next day, but I kind of just wanted to get it over with, and it seemed like he did too. TBH, I thought he was gonna tell me that he wanted nothing to do with the kid because I didn't see any other reason why he wanted to talk in person right that second. Keep in mind it was almost 10 at night at the time. So my friend and I went to his parents' house where he was waiting. His parents always treated me like family, so I guess I felt comfortable being there even though we probably should have met at a neutral location. When we got there, Jeff's mom answered the door. She hugged me and I could tell she wanted to touch my stomach, but she restrained herself and didn't even ask. Thankfully. I always liked her. We made awkward small talk as she led me to the living room. It was clear that they had just had a party as it was still messy with a bunch of drinking cups lying around and confetti on the floor. On the couch was Jeff and Grace holding each other's hands. I was surprised that I honestly felt nothing for him at first. His stepdad offered me a seat, but I chose to stand. I wasn't planning on being there long anyway. Jeff started off saying that I might be able to fool Tanya, but he knows there's no way I would have ever met a new guy and gotten pregnant that fast. So he asked why I didn't tell him. I told him the truth. That the last time we spoke he told me not to contact him unless I was literally dying, and I'm not dying. He told me that he was trying to be respectful to Grace and that obviously this would have been an exception. Grace chimed in to tell me that I ruined her proposal. I found out later that the party at his parents' house was for him to propose to Grace in front of all their friends and families. Tanya waited until after the proposal, and when people were giving speeches she told Jeff she was so glad he got away from me and wasn't going to be stuck raising my baby. Then all hell broke loose at the party apparently. I had no idea that happened at the time, or I honestly would not have went to see him at all. But hearing that he proposed was when it hurt. He broke up with me cause he was scared of marriage and kids, but he dated her not even half as long as we did and she got a ring. I put on a brave face, or at least I think I did, and acted like it didn't bother me, but it absolutely did. His mom told Grace that it's not my fault and now wasn't the time for that. Then Jeff told me that obviously, I Can't move now. I told him that I already did and I was only in California for the weekend. He countered saying that I have to move back. I told him no, I'm not doing that. He said, well, I can't just leave. At that point I got frustrated and told him that I left months ago. My job is in my home state. I bought a house. All my doctor's appointments have been there. I established residency there a long time ago. California isn't my home anymore and hasn't been for half a year now. So then he got frustrated and got up to approach me asking if he's just supposed to send a paycheck once a month and saying this wasn't how it was supposed to happen. I don't really know what he meant by that second part cause he just found out I was pregnant a few hours before, but I assumed he was taking about his life plans? I forced myself to calm down and try to be empathetic. I told him that if he was worried about this screwing up his plans for the future that he had nothing to worry about. I don't want or need anything from him. I've planned everything out from finances to childcare when I return to work to even setting up my baby's college fund. It's all taken care of already. He didn't really say anything. I didn't know if he was thinking or just relieved that I had it all handled. I told him he can still get married to Grace and have his own family someday. I promised I wouldn't bother or blame him for anything. My baby will be loved and cared for. Jeff got teary-eyed and told me that I know how he feels about this. He was referring to when he broke up with me and said that he didn't want to be a dad because he didn't think he'd be a good one. He also has abandonment issues from his bio dad walking out on him, his siblings, and his mom when he was 6. I told Jeff that he's not him, his bio dad, that he's better than him and always will be. I promised Jeff that I wouldn't let my baby think that Jeff was a deadbeat. I'd be honest that we just weren't meant to be together and we live thousands of miles apart. He told me that he can't just not be in his kid's life and that I don't understand what it could do to them. He asked if we could please just figure something out together. I asked him what did he realistically expect would be a solution, because I'm not moving back to California and I highly doubt he and Grace wanted to pack their bags and move that far away from their own families and friends. I said I'm not going to be sending my kid on a plane every few months either because that's too much. Jeff didn't say anything to that, so I told him maybe that could be an option when he's older and has more independence, but right now it's not happening. Jeff's eyes lit up and he asked, "It's a boy?" I'd been careful not to reveal the gender up until then, but I messed up there. I nodded and he nervously asked if he could feel the baby. Before I could even respond, Grace let out this loud wail and stormed off to the kitchen. Jeff apologized to me and then went to go comfort her. That left me and my friend awkwardly standing alone in the living room. All we hear is his mom sniffling in the hallway and Grace sobbing while talking to Jeff in the kitchen. It was so incredibly uncomfortable. Maybe it makes me pathetic, but having to stand in the room where a party was just held to celebrate Jeff proposing to another woman hurt so damn bad. So I left. I told my friend, let's get the hell out of here, and we quietly walked out. We ended up staying in a hotel and I was able to get an earlier flight home on Sunday. Now I'm back home and putting my focus back on the nursery. I told my friends that I had talked to Jeff and I apologized if he still tried to reach me through them. I advised them to block him if it's too much. My boyfriend burned my book collection, including the book I was writing, so I am writing a new chapter of my life without him in it. 9 years ago, I met my boyfriend, Adrian. I was in 9th grade, and he was in 11th. He had moved in next door, and because we were too close for buses but too far to walk, he offered to drive me every day. Even after graduating, he drove me. We got really close, and he became my best friend. We started dating 5 years ago. At that time, I began writing my first story, and Adrian's mom, an author herself, began helping me. It became a bond for the both of us and she treated me like a real daughter and I love her as much. Together, we wrote, edited, and got my book ready to publish. It was in a notebook that his mom and I were writing in. When I first wrote it, I wasn't allowed electronics, and I didn't get my first smartphone until I was 18, so it was just written in a notebook. Then, in 2019, she passed away unexpectedly. Everyone was distraught, and I decided not to publish the book. I also felt very sad because of her passing, and up to this point, I miss her. Instead, I pushed myself more into work, working 16-hour days, and up until a year ago, I continued to do this. Adrian and I bought a little duplex and moved in together. We rented the other half of it to a friend of his. Now, I've been getting into writing again and have cut back to working 12 hours a day. Over the course of the last decade, I've been buying books. I've spent a good $3,000 on books and have like 175 overbought myself at this point. I have another 50 that I got from his mom before she passed and also left in the will for me, and then a handful from friends over the years. The last time I went through them, I had 300 books. Now, I know this might seem intense, but I have read almost every single one of these. Whenever I get a chance at work, when I have a day off, when I can't sleep, I read. Reading is the way I cope, I guess. Adrian knows how important my books are. He knows how much time, money, and energy I've put into getting them all and keeping them looking good. He himself has read a good bit of them and helps me take care of them. Last week we got into an argument. I don't remember what it was about, just that it lasted from the time I get off until almost noon. So at the least it lasted 7 hours. Most of it was him screaming at me. I don't know if I fell asleep or what, but I genuinely don't remember any of it. However, it did end with him storming out of the house and leaving. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, and immediately, I went to the spare room and started reading. It wasn't until he came in an hour before I had to leave for work that I stopped reading. When I got off work the next morning, I immediately went home, took a shower, and fell asleep. I woke up to the fire alarm going off and my boyfriend frantically running around, trying to get them to stop. Immediately I went into the spare room to see if everything was okay. My books, specifically the shelf that had been gifted to me, were smoking, and some of them were on the floor. I asked him what had happened, and apparently, he was playing with this new flame torch lighter when it caught one of my books on fire. It was on the top shelf, so while it wasn't too bad and he was able to get them out, there were a few books, the ones he threw on the floor. I asked him what book caught on fire, and he didn't respond. Instead, he just teared up and pointed. On the ground was the book his mom and I wrote together. I lost it. I asked him to leave, and when he tried to refuse, I threatened to call the police. It took 5 minutes of us arguing before I burst into tears and he finally left. It's been almost a week now. I haven't responded to him at all. I changed the locks on the house and even informed his friends that if they let him into my part of the house, I'd have all of them arrested. Last night, his father called me. We talked, and while he said that he understood why I was hurt, he thought I should let Adrian come back and try to fix it. I don't know if I can, though. I don't know if I can trust him. I don't know what to do, and I just need advice. Update: my brother Isaiah, Adrian, and Adrian's dad all had lunch together a few days later when my brother and I got time off. I want to say it went well. We talked and agreed on breaking up and went our separate ways, but that would be a lie. We got there, but Adrian wasn't there. His father said he had been out all night, so he was still asleep, but that he would join us when he woke up. So we waited another half hour before he finally showed up. We ordered and ate silently until Adrian's dad asked when Adrian could move back in. Before I could say anything, Isaiah told them he couldn't until I moved out. Adrian didn't like this, and it quickly moved into a screaming match. I don't remember much after this. I know that Isaiah and I left not long after, and when we got back home, we started packing my stuff. I have been living with him since. I tried to report him to the authorities or get a restraining order, but they wouldn't take my report as he had never been physically abusive towards me and they didn't deem him a threat towards me. We then went and found a lawyer just in case something happened and because I knew Adrian would start trouble with the house and cars. So I guess we're just preparing for that. Now for the good updates. I have been reading a lot more and getting back into writing. I recently discovered fanfiction and joined a book group in my area. I'm going to be honest, I'm happier than I have been in a very long time. My boyfriend comes home injured every day and he won't tell me why, but he told me the jaw-dropping reason because I threatened to call the police and break up with him. I live with my boyfriend, and he's the love of my life. What I love about him is that he is a very kind person. He's always been honest with me about everything, but recently, I feel like he's hiding something bad from me, because for 2 months, every time he returns home after work he's bruised and injured. Not like a small injury but really visible injuries like bruises and cuts on his abdomen and legs. Bad injuries. The worst injury he had was about 13 days ago. He came home at midnight and I was still awake doing some work, and his whole hair and face were messed up. He has a middle part, and it was like some of it was cut off, and he had bad swelling in his cheekbone area. He also had a black eye. When I saw him I was trying to ask him what the fuck happened to him, and he just told me he didn't want to talk about it. I've tried to do anything to just get some information from him, but he refuses to give me any. He keeps telling me not to worry about it. I've told him I'd also go to the police to report what's happening to him, but he's pleaded with me every time to not, or else he'd break up with me. I'm so effing worried for him, and I feel like I can't do anything. He hasn't done anything to deserve any of this, and I've been trying to come up with anything but I can't. He truly is a person who lives a simple life. The only reason I've come up with is that my boyfriend is one of the few minorities in a very conservative city, but even then he has friends, connections, etc. Update: I asked my boyfriend yesterday about what was really going on, and I threatened to rope in my family, and the police, and break up with him. I told him he was jeopardizing my own safety and he had to tell me. After a lot of stalling, he eventually told me what it was. He's in a fight club. I guess the jokes were right, he's actually in a fight club like the movie. However, it's more complicated than just he's bored. He told me his family in Vietnam, specifically his mom, are pressuring him a lot to give them more and more money. They have told him that if he doesn't give them enough they'll cut contact with him, and even though we both have pretty good jobs, he was struggling to reach their demands and he didn't eat to ask me for money. He heard about the fight club from his friends, and at first, he thought it wasn't any good. But, he told me he was getting really stressed from his family situation, and getting hit would relieve some of it. And once he heard money was on the line, he decided to join it. That's the reason he refused to say anything about it, because like the movie he followed the first rule of Fight Club. That's also why he comes home sad. He's only using the Fight Club as a way to cope and earn some money on the side. That's also somewhat the reason he would plead with me to not contact the police whenever I told him I would. Even though the actual Fight Club itself isn't illegal, a lot of illicit activities like substances were being done in it itself. I've talked to him about helping him with some money or therapy, but he told me he wants to deal with his issues himself. He told me he didn't want me to stress myself out just to help him. For now, I'll stay off, but I told him I'd help myself by helping him if he's in a bad situation. My boyfriend demands I have his name tattooed on me down there so I'd be officially his, so I am marking this relationship's ending. I've been dating my boyfriend almost for 2 years. Recently, during intimacy, he brought up this wild idea about him tattooing his name's property on me down there so I'd be officially his. It caught me off guard, but since we were in the middle of roleplay, I just went along with it and said yes to that since it was just bedroom talk. Fast forward a few days, And he casually brought it up again asking if I'd be okay with him tattooing that phrase on me down there. I thought he was still joking, so I played along sarcastically, telling him I'd love to get it tattooed, thinking there's no way he was serious. Now 5 days after this incident, he actually ordered a $800 tattoo pen. I was so thrown off and honestly felt super weird about it. I told him that I thought he wasn't serious at all. He got really disappointed and said he was serious because he'd already tattooed my name on his collarbone. Since he knows I don't want a visible tattoo, he figured this would be a good compromise because no one else would see it but him. This seems controlling to me, and this controlling behavior has been surfacing more frequently as he insists on knowing exactly where I am at all times and gets upset if I don't respond to his texts right away. We ended up having this ridiculous argument yesterday. He's upset, saying he'd gladly tattoo my name or anything related to me anywhere on his body again, so he can't understand why I won't do this one thing for him. I told him I wasn't okay with this, and eventually, he calmed down and agreed to drop it, but I can still sense that he's mad at me and upset that I wouldn't do something for him that he would do for me without hesitation. Honestly, I can't believe this is even a real argument. I know this is serious, and I don't want to ignore the signs, but it's hard for me to look at it that way because I love him more than anyone. He genuinely loves me, always checking up on me and making sure I'm okay. He's always there for me, even in my hardest times when no one was there to help me. I'm genuinely worried about how our relationship could escalate, especially considering he has a short temper and has been so controlling recently. What should I do? I feel really bad and suffocated when I'm the reason he gets upset regarding something. Edit. He's never shown any manipulative signs before, cares about me a lot and never made me feel like I'm a burden to him in any way. He's moved countries for me, quit his job and gone through the hassle of finding a new one near where we live now. He stopped talking to his parents because they don't like me and wouldn't accept our relationship because from their POV I have too much influence on him and that I am distancing him from his family, when in reality I am not in all our disagreements. Even though he's short-tempered, he's never yelled at me or showed any signs of hitting me. Always respected my boundaries regarding literally anything, except a couple times when he annoyed the poop out of me asking my location 24/7 and who I'm hanging out with, which happened recently. He's close with my family and my friends all like him. I haven't told them about the recent stuff. It's not like he's ever tried to isolate me or anything. He came up to me today bringing up the tattoo thing. He admitted that it was a stupid kink and fantasy he had in his mind, and he got carried away with. He said he was truly ashamed and disgusted by how he reacted to it. Feels horrible for making me uncomfortable with himself for even having such an idea. It really got to him and he started crying, saying he knows this recent controlling behavior is damaging our relationship, says he needs second chance and hopes I don't give up on him cause he genuinely needs help. He had been thinking about his behavior from the past months and it had been bothering him, but he was unable to address it to me cause he fears I'd break up. He kept apologizing, saying he wasn't thinking straight when he ordered the pen. He made it clear that he won't ever force me or pressure me to do anything or get mad for things if I don't want to do it and won't second question my decision ever again. He suggested we go couple therapy and he's ready to work on himself cause he feels like he's losing control over his actions and doesn't fully understand why this is happening. Update, 2 weeks later. I had been thinking seriously about breaking up with him because what he did 2 weeks ago. Things started getting back to normal and he was acting fine until 4 days ago. I was out with my friends at this cafe, and I told him I was going out but didn't tell him name of cafe. I told him I'd be home by 7. I lost track of time and my phone also died. It had been almost 8 and I see him walk in the cafe towards me. I still have no effing idea how he knew where I was since I didn't tell him what cafe. Neither my Fords told him anything. I asked him and he ignored, saying he got worried I wasn't picking up calls so he came to check up. I didn't argue much since we were in public back home. I confronted him because it's so effing creepy and my invasion of privacy. He never answered my question, then says me that he can't trust me anymore because I've been distant since the tattoo situation, and every time I'm with my friends he thinks I'm plotting our breakup and distancing myself. Rants bullshit like this for 15 minutes until I'm fed up and I tell him I want to break up. He looked completely shocked. He didn't say anything and went straight to the guest room and locked the door. I panicked because I thought he might do anything stupid. I don't trust him regarding all this now but said he needs to think, so I left him alone. I didn't sleep. It was around 3:25 a.m. when I hear thud sounds outside my room and I go to the guest room and it was a mess. He's completely drunk and had red eyes. I didn't know for God knows how long he had been crying. He looked like a completely different person and then says to me that he loves me more than anything and can die for me and would do anything to make me happy and doesn't understand why I can't forgive him for that one mistake he made 2 weeks ago that he's deeply regretting about. Also said he's not trying to control me but he can't sit silently and watch me walk away. He will change himself for better but won't let me leave ever. I didn't want to talk all this while he was in this state, so I started to leave the room north. He stopped me saying he will give me space and time however much I want but won't let me break up with him and keep coming back to me until I figure this out and get WTHD him back. I was so taken aback by how he was reacting to all this and what the F was he saying? I still can't get this line out of my head. It keeps repeating. I'll make you see how much I love you even if you don't want it. I'll do anything to make you stay. I don't care if it takes months or effing years. Hearing all this I actually started fearing him for the first time. He was completely different, so unrecognizable. And it's also wrong on so many levels. I knew what I had to do, and I knew if I started to pack my bags that second. I don't know what he might have done. I went into our room, didn't open it. 5 hours later I found him asleep on the floor. I get out of the apartment and currently staying in my friend's house. Been 3 days, and he had been contacting me non-stop. to just talk to him once in person. 834 missed calls and a gazillion MSDS came to my friend's house to talk about where I was staying, but I refused to talk. I'm a mess right now. I don't know how to effing handle this situation. All my things are at his apartment and I don't want to face him, especially now. I don't feel like talking to him right now. It's also effing creepy and I hate myself SM right now that I still love and care about him after all this and the poop he pulled 2 weeks ago, and I cannot do anything. I don't know what to do. Where did I go wrong and why is this poop all happening to me? I did everything I could to fix all this, but he's just changed so in the past months. I don't know what to effing do. I am losing my mind. Why the F? I still love him. I literally don't know how to get past this situation. My boyfriend didn't invite me to a party that he was going to with another girl, so I looked through his phone and found the unthinkable. My boyfriend and I have had arguments here and there, but nothing too serious except this one. For context, he plays football. Last week he got invited to a college party and I wasn't, to which I don't really mind. The problem is that he was invited by one of the sorority girls who has made it clear that she has a crush on him on her socials. She even has a highlight on her Instagram tagged my crush with his pictures. My boyfriend told me there was nothing to worry about because he was only interested in me. He said she was delusional to think that there could be something between them. The party is on Friday and he was very excited about it. He already prepared what he was going to wear yesterday. He bought new LV shoes and designer clothes. He is always showing me the party group chat telling me how amazing everything is planned out. As he was showing me, he got an Instagram message from the sorority girl saying, "We should try it then." He swiftly swiped it away and acted like it was nothing. When I asked him, he said she wanted to learn how to throw a football. Honestly, I feel like this excited him more than our anniversary and it's hurting me. I asked him if I could join him and he told me it was an invite-only party. So I can't come. I spent the next few hours crying alone in my apartment. For a very long time, I have avoided the idea of snooping through his phone, but on the night of the party, I did and found very disturbing things. I went through his messages and took relevant screenshots of him talking to his sorority friend. In his text messages, he mentioned that I was his girlfriend to the girl and said he would leave me if she was up for it. He sent her flowers every Monday of the week since they started talking. Guess what? He has only bought me flowers twice in about a year. But what I did not expect to find were the things I saw on his Discord. I found out he was messaging young girls, some as young as 13. The next morning, I woke up, rushed to my mom's house, and turned off my phone. We talked for hours until I felt better and she advised me on what to do. I cannot mention every disgusting thing he has done here, but they would send each other pictures back and forth. One of them was so in love with him that she would send him money and random gifts. Whether he reciprocated really doesn't matter and I don't care. That's when I remembered that once, a girl was looking for him outside our apartment and she was at most 16. I knew she was in high school or had just finished the conversation she was having on the phone, but it never hit me that he was grooming her. I wanted to kick him out of my apartment so badly, but I thought it would be better for me to pretend everything is fine for one more day, so I messaged him and told him I'm at my mom's until Monday. I let him have fun with the sorority girl because it sure will be his last. I took video recordings and screenshots of every conversation and reported him to the local police on Friday evening with the attachments. They got back to me on Saturday with a few questions. I told them where he was and he got arrested in the same designer clothes he had on Friday. He was on a college scholarship, which is gone too. My boyfriend doesn't let me wear short skirts out in public and threatened to break up with me if I did, so I hooked up with his best friend out of spite. My boyfriend and I have been together for almost 6 months and he refuses to let me wear anything shorter than knee-length skirts or shorts because he's super insecure. The first time he brought this up was when we were going out for dinner once it got warmer in May. I decided to wear one of my classy leather skirts with a cute top. I got my purse and headed to the living room where he was waiting. He looked up at me from his phone and his face dropped. "Go change," he said and went back to look at his phone. I was so confused. Did he not like my outfit? I thought it was really cute. I asked him why and told him it's the first time I get to wear this skirt since the weather is finally warmer. He sighed really loudly and told me, "My girlfriend will not be dressing like some easy chick." I told him he was being unreasonable because the skirt was not even that short. It was mid-thigh length. When we are out, other guys are going to be gawking at you and I will not stand for it. You either change your clothes or it's over. I asked him what he meant by it's over. He said, "You know exactly what I mean," while glaring at me. I never thought it was that serious. What am I to do now? Just never wear this skirt again as long as we are together. I wanted to respect his wishes, so I went to change. A few months later, the end of summer was approaching and we were going to a friend's pool party in their backyard, so I thought that I could try wearing another skirt I had because I could just say it's a bathing suit cover-up. Usually people can get away with wearing more revealing clothing to the pool. He was packing the car, so I went outside and was about to get inside the car, but then he stopped me. "Hey, what is that?" I told him it's my bathing suit cover-up until we get to the pool. He began raising his voice. "No, what do you not understand about not dressing like some girl who's asking for it?" Our neighbors were out doing yard work and I saw them turn to look at us. I was going to try to defuse the situation, but I decided to just go back inside and change. I had tears in my eyes as I came back out to the car wearing some jeans instead. It's a pool party and I'm wearing jeans? I was going to be in my bikini once we went in the pool, so I didn't get why he felt so angry about the skirt. He just seemed insecure. The whole drive over to the pool party he was ignoring me and giving me the silent treatment. Once we got there, I was so over it. He shoved all our pool towels into my arms and went over to talk to his friends as if I didn't even exist. At that point, I'd had enough. I was going to do the same. I took off my jeans immediately and got into the pool where his best friend was. We started talking and I was making sure to lean into our conversation and laugh as loud as I could. We talked for an hour and my boyfriend didn't even get in the pool. He just sat on the lounge chairs talking to people while keeping an eye on us. Then I saw him go up to a girl at the party who I'd never seen before. She was wearing a super short skirt with her butt peeking out. My boyfriend actually went to feel her skirt and complimented it. He looked over at me and I quickly looked away. If he wanted to play it like that, then I'd do it 100 times worse. I turned to his best friend and wrapped my legs around him. I knew my boyfriend was watching, so I wrapped my arms around this guy's neck and went in for a kiss. It was quick, but it was all I needed to do apparently. My boyfriend started yelling frantically and tried to get us out of the pool. He wouldn't come in though, and I knew why. I yelled out in front of the whole party, "Yeah, come get me. If you weren't too insecure to take your shirt off." The whole party started murmuring and glancing between the both of us. I didn't really feel bad though. He kind of deserved it. My boyfriend drugged me because we got into an argument before our 10-hour road trip and he wanted me to stay asleep for the whole ride. After visiting my family for the weekend, it was time to go back home. We had a 10-hour drive ahead of us. Before the drive, we got into a big argument. I wanted to move to a different city, near to my parents so I can see them more often, but he was extremely against it. Although his job is remote and he can work from anywhere, he was totally against moving. The argument was very intense and it happened at a restaurant while having lunch. After we finished eating, the road trip started, but I fell asleep almost instantly. During the 10-hour ride, I woke up just once, very confused. I drank some water that he gave me and fell asleep right after. When we got home, I couldn't understand why I slept so much time, because I was barely tired and things like this don't usually happen to me. I moved forward and almost forgot about it, until one day when I had another argument with my boyfriend. We were arguing about some little stuff, nothing too serious, but it got pretty intense and we were almost screaming at each other. In the heat of the moment, he told me, "I should start drugging you more often, so you can sleep more and argue less with me." He felt very bad after saying this. It was like it slipped out of his mouth. He then confessed to me that he put some medicine, Benadryl, into my drink so he doesn't have to argue with me for 10 hours during the road trip. He made it seem like it was not a big deal and that it also was in my favor that he drugged me. At one point in the discussion, he told me that he did it for me. I got extremely angry at him, but he kept insisting that it's not such a big deal. Am I overreacting? My boyfriend drunkenly confessed that he used to hook up with my sister-in-law while I was away, but I found out that my brother knew about it and kept it a secret. My boyfriend and I have been together for 2 years now. Before that, we were both married and got cheated on by our spouses. We were introduced to each other through mutual friends and thought we would get along since we went through the same thing. I have told everyone us meeting that night was the greatest blessing because he came into my life at a very dark point in my life. In the past 2 years, we moved to a new town, started new jobs, and bought a house. I travel for work and he works 90 hours a week, so we both have no desire to have kids. I have a brother who has been with a woman since 2020. They were supposed to get married but called it off in 2022. Since then, they have been on/off together and don't have a great relationship. That was until November when his girlfriend found out she was pregnant and they decided to get serious. They bought a house and have been going to couples therapy. Their relationship seems to be working out now since they had their baby. They decided to host a 4th of July party at their house. I attended with my boyfriend. I spent most of the night helping with cooking and helping my brother's girlfriend set up and watching my niece. Like every 4th of July party, people is getting way too drunk and starting to act up. Once mostly everyone had left, my boyfriend and me, my brother and his girlfriend, and a couple of friends were sitting by the fire and having a few drinks. My boyfriend had a few too many drinks and was starting to act drunk. He started telling random stories, and after a few random stories, he said, "Ryan, remember when he used to hook up last year?" My brother's girlfriend looks at him in shock, then starts apologizing to me. I just sat there in silence before leaving. Immediately after, I got texts from his girlfriend, my boyfriend, and brother all trying to fix things and saying he didn't mean to tell me. His girlfriend texts me the story and says that they hooked up for a couple of months while I was working in another state and she was broken up with my brother. I haven't replied to anyone's texts, just spent the morning packing all my stuff from the house and leaving with my car and the truck I bought for him. I already feel so much happier knowing what he did to me and now that he's gone. Update 4 months later, it took me a bit, but I have gone 100% no contact with my entire family and haven't heard from my ex-boyfriend since July. I sold our old house, left my job, sold his truck, and bought a house in my favorite town closer to my best friends. It was a much-needed step to heal and move on with life. I found a great job there and grew closer to all my friends, especially my college best friend, Trey. I found myself venting to him all the time and him always being there if I needed someone. He's been my rock since the move and I'm so extremely grateful for him. I finally made the move I think we've both been scared to make, and we are telling our friends tomorrow that we're officially dating. We're going on our first triple date as a friend group tomorrow too. My life is so beautiful now that all the toxic people are gone and I'm in my happy place. Consider this my post reminding you that it's okay to start over. I bet you'll bloom all over again and your life will be 10x better. My boyfriend found old memorabilia of me and my late ex-boyfriend. I had my first boyfriend when I was 12. He was 16. He was a little older than me, but we figured love was love. My father unalived him when he found out we were having intimacy. My mother didn't allow me to attend his funeral. A few weeks before he died, he gifted me a beautiful silver necklace with an open heart-shaped pendant. My second boyfriend came into the picture when I was 15. I thought I had lucked out as he also was amazing, loving and treated me well. He knew the story behind my silver necklace that I wore all the time and said it was beautiful. He never said anything bad about me carrying the memory with me. For my 16th birthday he gave me a silver open heart-shaped pendant for my necklace. It was not identical, but sort of matched the pendant on my necklace without one taking anything away from the other. They looked beautiful side by side on the chain. Then 3 months after my 17th birthday we got into a car accident that cost him his life. It was the day before his 18th birthday. Because of my own injuries I was in a coma for 19 days and therefore missed his funeral. I didn't go to therapy as my mother forbade it. So after the car accident my life sort of spiraled. I had a few abusive relationships and there was a lot of substances and alcohol involved. At 28 I was in an abusive relationship. Both emotionally and physically. The boyfriend I had at the time would rope me daily. I never told him about my late boyfriends or the meaning behind my necklace that I still carried around my neck. One day we had a few friends over. I don't remember why it came up, but I talked to the girlfriend of one of his friends about my necklace and my late boyfriend while he was in the room. He interrupted the conversation and wanted me to explain the whole thing again so he could hear the whole story, so I did. He lost it. He called me every word in the book and said I was stupid for thinking that a necklace would bring them back and it was disrespectful of me to bring my past relationships into our relationship. He then ripped the necklace of my neck and broke both hearts and threw it all in the trash. I was crushed. He broke something of mine that all the money in the world could never replace. I went into the bedroom and stayed there for the rest of the night. When the last guests had left he went to bed. I pretended to be asleep. When I was sure he was sleeping I quietly got up and took my shoebox of memorabilia and left the room. I went into the kitchen and dug through the trash looking for my necklace. Luckily I found every broken piece. I left what had been my home for over 2 years with only a box of memorabilia, my broken necklace and the clothes I was wearing. I had nowhere to go since it was in the middle of the night. The next morning I took the bus to my grandmother's house. She had a lot of health issues and was in no way capable to take care of me, a grown woman struggling with substance abuse. I felt worthless and unlovable. But when I entered her house she welcomed me with open arms and went straight to the kitchen to make me pancakes, just like she used to when I was little. Fast forward until now. I'm now 36 and have found myself again. I have overcome my substance abuse, I finished school and have a great job. And I finally found true love again. A few weeks ago my boyfriend and I decided to move in together. A few days ago I was going through some of my stuff and asked if he could help me carry a couple of boxes upstairs. He took the first box and while he was upstairs I opened another box and there it was. My memorabilia box with my broken silver necklace in it. I hadn't opened the box since I put my necklace in it the day I left and went to my grandmother's house. I broke down in tears. He came back and found me crying sitting on the floor holding my necklace and old pictures from my childhood and teen years in the open box in front of me. He didn't say anything. He just sat down next to me and hugged me while I cried. After a little while I got it together and we carried the last 2 boxes upstairs. We sat down on the sofa, and he asked me if I wanted to talk, but I was so emotionally tired so I said no. He let me know that he was there anytime if I changed my mind, but no pressure. This is one of the things I love about this man. The box was open and he asked if he could look or if it was private. He knows about my late boyfriends but has never seen pictures of them. He's a smart guy though, so I'm sure he has put 2 and 2 together. I was nervous about saying yes because there are pictures in the box of me and my late boyfriends kissing each other, pecks on the cheek, holding hands etc. cutesy stuff, you know. I still told him he could look, so he did. He didn't say anything or ask questions, but he smiled in a sweet way while looking at the pictures. He put everything neatly back in the box and told me I was a cute baby and I haven't changed much since I was in my teens. He then hugged me and we cuddled while watching a show before we went to bed. My boyfriend gave me the ICK during a flight so I broke up with him as soon as we landed. Let me start out by saying I know what I did might seem cold-hearted, but it's extremely important to me to have a strong, secure man as my partner. I'm sort of an impatient, unforgiving person, and I really only like giving people one chance and never looking back if they disappoint me. Anyway, all this took place when my boyfriend of a year and I decided to take a weekend trip to a warmer state. I love my boyfriend and we ended up having an amazing time. We laid on the beach and went clubbing and it was one of the most exciting, enjoyable trips I've ever taken. The problem didn't arise until after we were on our way home. I strongly believe that traveling together, especially flying, is a great way to test out the strength of your relationship since it can easily become a stressful experience. Well, we had some issues on our flight back since there was a hurricane in the area we were flying out of. Our flight was cancelled then our new flight got delayed twice, so I was already tired and annoyed by the time we finally got on the plane. It turned out to be a plane ride from hell. It was storming as we were on the plane, and I could even see a huge lightning storm right next to the plane from my window. I have flown multiple times but I've never experienced something like this midair. At one point the storm got really bad and our plane started shaking with serious turbulence. It was so bad at one point a lady who wasn't buckled in was tossed upwards from her seat and hit her head on the ceiling very hard. This woman started wailing and crying and some other people started screaming and crying as well. The energy in the plane was very chaotic and scary. Yet like I said, I've flown before so I figured it would all be okay and I wasn't freaking out myself. But, when I looked over at my boyfriend, I saw that he had started crying too. Not just normal crying either, like full on. Little kid sobbing with a snotty nose and everything. Look, I know it was a scary experience, but he is a grown man, and in those situations, you need to stay calm or you'll make it worse for everyone. I didn't really feel bad for him at that moment since I felt like he was just making things worse for himself. I also feel like he should have been more mature and not freaked out so easily. I just put my headphones in and tried to sleep the rest of the plane ride, which was hard because the plane kept shaking for almost a half hour after that. I felt my boyfriend nudge me a couple of times, but I felt like if I looked at his tear-stained face I wouldn't be able to stop myself from cringing. When we finally landed and I opened my eyes, my boyfriend looked like he had literally been crying the entire time, and his hands were full of tissues. This was just the icing on the cake, and it felt like all my attraction to him just disappeared the moment I saw all those balled up tissues. It was just pathetic. I knew the relationship was over before we even got off the plane. When we got to the baggage carousel and found our luggage, I just quickly walked away from him and called my own Uber. He looked confused and tried calling my name, but I just sent him a concise breakup text while I was in the Uber home. Again, I know this might seem heartless, but should I have really kept dating him after he had embarrassed me like that and revealed his lack of masculinity? My boyfriend got in an accident because of reckless driving and wants me to take the blame because he could lose his job, so I am dumping him. Earlier this morning we were coming back from a party in my car and my boyfriend was speeding and absolutely plowed into cars parked on the street in front of a donut shop. My car is totaled and the other two cars probably are as well. The cops showed up in record time and while we were separated he told them it was me who was driving. The donut shop apparently had video and caught the whole thing and they told him that the video seemed to show him driving but it wasn't clear so they would take his word for it. The cops then wrote me 3 tickets for speeding, losing control of a vehicle, and reckless driving. I was so in shock that I didn't even know what to say and I just signed the tickets. We got an Uber home and got in a huge fight and I was just exasperated that he would do this to me. He reminded me that if he took credit for the accident, he would lose his job and his car insurance would be unaffordable so he couldn't get to work anyway. He'd lose his job because part of his work is driving a construction truck for his uncle. He has so many points as it is hell, to lose his license and not be able to drive for work. He's on pretty thin ice with his uncle anyway so this would no doubt push him over the edge into firing him. I said well my car is gone and my rates will skyrocket. He promised he would help me buy a new car and also help with my increased insurance rates. The accident was about 6 hours ago now and I still haven't called my insurance company to report the accident. Of course, the other 2 people who had cars totaled probably have called, thus my insurance probably already thinks I caused the accident and are looking to destroy my rates going forward. I'm so angry. I have no idea what even to do. I don't want my boyfriend to lose his job but I don't want to be screwed because he was driving like an asshole. I would love any advice. Update: I called my mom and dad, who I really hadn't spoken to since I moved in with boyfriend, and said I was leaving him. I was scared and begged to be picked up. This was about 1:30 a.m. They said they would be over right away. I had locked myself in the bathroom and my boyfriend must have heard me making the call because he started trying to beat the door down and I was terrified. When the door didn't go down easy I could hear him smashing things out in the living room of the apartment and kitchen. I stayed on the phone with my mom while my dad called 911 on his phone. I stayed locked in the bathroom and he occasionally would try to break the door down and again. All this time I was crying and so freaking scared and he was screaming and calling me every name in the book. We have neighbors with kids and I heard the kids wake up and start crying and then I'm pretty sure I heard one of the dads beating on our front door telling boyfriend to shut up. Cops showed up just before my parents and immediately put him in handcuffs and put him on the couch, and started taking statements from me and the neighbors. I came out of the bathroom and he looked like a raging, chained up psychopath. Everything, and I mean everything in our apartment is destroyed. Walls, plates, pictures, TV, Xbox, ironing board, chairs, my clothes were thrown over the balcony, my makeup was smashed against the wall, and stuffed animals I was given as a baby was ripped apart. I have no idea how long it was but it was crazy he did so much damage in such a short period of time. My dad and my mom showed up and my mom started bawling because she hadn't seen me in so long. My dad looked like he wanted to kill my boyfriend but with the police there he composed himself really well. We had to stay during the time the police took everyone's statement. It was clear he was going to be arrested for a ton of stuff. I started telling them what caused all this and the story from earlier in the morning. So the officer asked me to get the tickets and it turns out the officer who wrote the tickets this morning is the guy from the night incidents direct supervisor. So they are going to talk today and if need be, maybe go back to the donut place and look at the footage. Then the worst thing of all happened. My mom was standing sort of by the door as they were taking boyfriend out in handcuffs. My mom gave him a really nasty look and he said something like if she goes home with you, you'll just have another who blows her brains out. My older brother committed suicide when he was 17 and I was 10. My mom has never gotten over it, neither have I really, and my mom reached out and slapped him as hard as she possibly could. So then the police had no choice but to arrest her as well. They were nice about it and loosely handcuffed her and took her to one of the squad cars. So I got dressed and tried to pack up and salvage whatever I could while my dad went down to bail out my mom. One of the 3 police stayed in the parking lot in his car just in case any of BF's boys showed up while I got what I could. My mom was in and out pretty quickly and is facing a misdemeanor battery charge which will probably go nowhere. But as you can imagine, while my parents were very happy to get me, they were extremely pissed at what had transpired not only yesterday but the last 6 months or so. I have a very long road ahead to repair the relationship with them. My dad has been mostly silent, but he did take me to the family attorney so he could start working on the stuff from the accident. He said it shouldn't be too hard to get me out of the tickets, and women, especially, take the fall for husband/boyfriend accidents way more often than you would think. I will probably still have to show up for court, but by that time the investigation to show my boyfriend was the one really driving should be concluded and I will be dismissed. However, the thing that really sucks is that my state is a permissive use state, meaning that my insurance has to cover anyone who is driving my car. There is a good chance that my insurance company will fight it out with his company for overall liability and it won't be as bad, but I'm still going to take a massive hit on car insurance premiums for a long time. Another good thing is the lease to the apartment is totally in his name, so I won't be responsible for any damages there. Plus I didn't do anything to put holes in walls, and I can just walk away from that. This whole thing sucks so much because even after all that happened, and as crazy as he was, I know I still have feelings for him that I need to get in serious therapy right away to start dealing with. I can't have someone so destructive in my life who was willing to let me take the fall for all his crap and then scare the life out of me and threatened me. My boyfriend has been deliberately messing up chores so he wouldn't have to do them. Now he has broken something priceless, so I plan to treat him with the same courtesy he has given me. When my boyfriend and I started dating, we agreed to have a traditional relationship, where I take care of the house while he works a 9 to 5. Recently I asked my boyfriend if he could wash the dishes after dinner. He complained at first, but eventually agreed. Not even 5 minutes later, I'm in the garage and hear a loud crash. I ran into the kitchen to find my antique plates smashed into smithereens on the floor. My boyfriend said it was an accident and they slipped out of his hands. I was heartbroken, as these plates had been passed down in my family for a few generations. I asked why he was even washing them, and he said he saw them on the counter so he thought they were dirty. I usually keep them on the top shelf of my cabinet, so it made me a bit suspicious when he said that. Later on that night, I decided to check the footage from my living room camera. You can see inside the kitchen from its angle. Sure enough, I watched my boyfriend get the plates out of the cabinet, put some soap onto them, and deliberately drop them onto the floor, breaking them. I was so angry, and immediately confronted him with the video. I asked why he would purposely ruin something so precious to me, as I had done nothing to him. He said he was so sorry and he didn't realize the plates meant that much to me, but he was trying to teach me a lesson, that I should know better than to ask him to wash dishes, as it's supposed to be my job, not his. He said it was like the time I asked him to do a load of clothes, and he accidentally left a pen inside one of the pockets. I had to throw out one of my favorite shirts because the pen had exploded. I was stunned, and asked if he did that on purpose as well. He said, well, yes, but only because I thought it would be the easiest way to communicate with you how I felt. I'm sorry for everything I destroyed, but you need to understand your place in our relationship as the caretaker. I was furious, and told him to get the hell out of my house. He just stood there, and said he had squatter's rights as we had been living together for a few months now, so he wasn't going anywhere. I told him to get out, or I'd call the police, and he just shrugged, saying they wouldn't do anything, and in the morning I would be over this whole mess anyway. He went into our bedroom and locked himself inside. Up till now I had really enjoyed our arrangement, as it gave me time to work on my hobbies and mental health. It also helps a lot that I actually own the house we live in, and I run a small business on the side, so we aren't struggling at all. After the argument I went into the guest room and just cried. I love my boyfriend, and we have always been really good together. We have the same goals in life, having kids and eventually getting a dog. We both enjoy hiking and rock climbing together, as well as going out clubbing now and again. But now I was starting to realize all the little ways he has manipulated me for the past year of our relationship. I didn't even want him to move in, but he convinced me to let him. I was torn between hurt and angry all night, and was unable to sleep. By the morning though, I had a plan. First I called my lawyer, and asked about my options to get him the hell out. He told me I could change the locks once he left, or he could start an eviction process. I said I'd be ready to change the locks, but he still might find a way in, so it would be best if he started the process. Then I went into the kitchen and acted as if everything was normal between us. I just didn't make any physical contact with him as I prepared breakfast. He sat down at the table, waiting to be served, just like every morning. Only this time, when his plate was given to him, all of the food was burnt to a crisp. The plate was also slimy from the previous night's food. He asked what the hell this was, as he couldn't eat it. I said, oops, guess I messed up a bit. He just shrugged and went back to the bedroom. I asked why he wasn't going to work, and he explained he had called out and was going to be staying home for the next few days. The bastard probably figured I would have changed the locks on him if he left. No problem. I'll just do some laundry then. I gathered up all of his white clothes, and put them into the washer and started it. Only, when the load was done, it appeared that a red jacket had been mixed in and now all of his white clothes were now pink. Oops again. I continued making trivial mistakes for the next week. My boyfriend got angrier and angrier the more in-depth I got, and he hated that I also stopped cleaning up after him around the house as well. The only time there was a clean cup or dish was when I washed it for myself. Finally, the day came when my lawyer sent me some forms to hand him, as an official eviction notice. He had 2 weeks to get out, and if any of my possessions were broken and altered in any way for the rest of his stay, then he would be held liable to pay for the damages. He asked if I was serious about this, and tried to sweet-talk me, saying he loved me, and didn't mean to hurt me, that he would work on himself and do better, but it wasn't his fault I hadn't held up my half of our original agreement. I told him I refused to live with a manipulator any longer, and won't let his lack of respect for me define how I live my life. He locked himself in the bedroom ever since, and I really hope he leaves before his time is up, because I don't want this to get even more complicated than it already has been. My boyfriend has been making fun of me to his girl best friends. I had a moment of weakness and went through my boyfriend's phone. He was so cagey about his phone that it just started to gnaw on me, and I felt like I needed to know what was on there that he was so secretive about. His two best friends are female, Pamela and Elaine. I've never met them, but I don't particularly like them after my boyfriend once told me they tried to convince him on why dating me was a bad idea and expressed reservations over our relationship despite them not even knowing me. He also jokingly refers to his two best friends as his wives, which has apparently been their nicknames for years and years. I did ask him to stop calling them that when we started dating because I felt like calling his female friends his wives was disrespectful to his actual girlfriend, and he told them what I said, to which they responded, "No way, we've known you way longer than her," so the wives' nicknames continued. Fast forward to recently, I went through his phone, searched my name in his messages, and found a lot of really gross comments about me, personal and intimate details about our intimacy life, my reproductive health, my cycles, our fights, all being hashed out between him and Pamela and Elaine. Some of the comments and things he revealed to them included wishing my hunker size was as big as Pamela's and wishing my butt was as nice as Elaine's. In one message shortly after me and my boyfriend were talking about marriage, Pamela wrote that the only ring I deserved was a new ring, to which my boyfriend laughed and said that I used to have one but he knocked it out after effing me too hard. I did have an IUD at one point, but it fell out, so this seems to be what he was referencing. I can't even begin to describe how humiliating it is to read that he shared that with her and that our intimacy life is being discussed in such a way. There wasn't a single nice message shared in relation to me, and if you didn't know any better, you'd think my boyfriend hated my guts the way he talked about me, instead of someone who always tells me he loves me so much that it hurts, and that I'm the only one he can ever see himself with for the rest of his life. Most especially, I'm so hurt about the way he let his two friends talk about me without ever defending me or protecting me from their comments. He always said he's the most loyal guy in the world, but where was the loyalty when Pamela and Elaine were crap talking me via direct message to him and he's just laughing about it with them? I had already known these two girls didn't like me despite never meeting me, but I'm just borderline disturbed now that it seems more personal than that. I can't help but wonder about emotional cheating and if there is some resentment over our relationship, even if neither of them seem to be romantically interested in him. My boyfriend is addicted to his games, so I destroyed his PS5. My boyfriend is seriously addicted to playing video games on his PS5, and it's ruining our relationship. What makes his obsession worse is that he does not see that this is an actual problem that he needs to get some help for. When I confront him about it, I am usually met with him telling me that it's just his hobby and that he is practicing for his future. What he means by that is he thinks he's going to grow big and make bank by Twitch streaming. When I sleep over at his house, he starts his day by gaming his friends online, and all they do is take things too far and scream into their headsets. It's ridiculous, and it wakes me up. Majority of the time, he doesn't even remember or care enough to eat food, and his room looks and smells like garbage. The only food that he does consume is whatever he orders for delivery in DoorDash, and he won't even go to the door to pick it up once it's delivered. He either has his mom bring it up to his room or he asks me to do it when I'm over. It sucks because he used to not be like this before. We've been dating for almost a year now, and Hess always been a gamer, but to a normal extent. This all started when Call of Duty Black Ops 6 was released last month, and I thought he would get over it in about a week, but it's clearly deeper than that to him. When I go to bed at night, he doesn't even acknowledge that I want silence, and he will oftentimes game until like 3 or 4 a.m. The other day, he asked me to come over to spend some time together, and I thought he was being genuine, so I came over, just for him to game the whole time and have me sit there and watch him. I don't even know if Hess attracted to me anymore. I sat on his lap and started grinding on him, and he didn't care at all. He asked me to stop because I made him miss a shot and messed up his gaming flow. That same day is when I realized I couldn't take this anymore. I asked him to please, for the love of God, take a shower, to which he finally agreed to. I mean, it had been days at that point, and while he was in the shower, I cut one of the wires and the screen went black. I was thrilled but also felt extremely guilty, but I knew it was for his sake. My heart was beating so hard while he was in the shower, and I was extremely nervous for how he would react when he got out, but I also realized that his was the perfect moment to try to have intimacy with him. I undressed myself and was laid out on his bed and slowly playing with myself when he got out of the shower. He came into his room with only a towel around his waist and immediately had a frantic look on his face when he saw that the screen was black. He didn't even notice or care to look at me laying naked on his bed. The only thing he cared about was why his PS5 wasn't turning on and what happened. He was freaking out, and I was getting grossed out by the way he was acting. He was starting to throw a tantrum the way a little kid does when they lose a toy. This was when I lost my mind. I started yelling at him, asking him if he's noticed the way Hess been treating me since the new Black Ops came out and how he thinks that makes me feel. I pointed out that he didn't even glance at me laying naked in his bed, and all he frets about is his game, and it's sick. He didn't care to acknowledge anything I said at all, so I admitted to cutting his wire, and he freaked out even more. He was livid, and I was honestly scared that he might hurt me. Initially, I knew that what I did was wrong, so I apologized profusely and even ordered him a new wire on Amazon, but that didn't change the way he responded. He told me to leave his house because he needed time to think, and at that point, I was more than happy to. His reaction told me everything I need to know about the type of person he is, and I feel like regardless of him changing, the relationship feels like it's ruined. My boyfriend is forcing me to let him drive my father's Ferrari and told the whole campus that he's throwing away a party at our house, so my father hired a security and stopped him from fantasizing. I paid for everything all the time. Anytime we went out on a date, I footed the bill. I didn't think much of it because I have so much, and he doesn't, so I thought it was natural and I was just a good girlfriend to foot the bill. I drove him around everywhere. He would often guilt me into getting something for him if he wanted something. Sometimes, this was things like $200 Jordans or $50 for weed for the weekend. I got him a new Samsung Galaxy phone for Christmas. He never brought me anything. Not once. Not even a handmade gift or a small, thoughtful gift. Not even a flower he picked. It didn't need to be elaborate or expensive, but he didn't even get me something to show he was thinking about me. I don't want to try and measure a relationship based on material things, though, so I let that go. He would often tease me and make fun of me for being a spoiled rich daddy girl and for going to an expensive, exclusive private school. He made fun of me because my dad bought me a Mercedes, but he never had a problem with me driving him around in it. He would make fun of me for taking school seriously, maintaining a 4.0, and turning down parties or other things because I had papers to write or tests to study for. He often told me I didn't know what the real world was like because I grew up in a wealthy neighborhood, around rich people, and didn't know what the world was like. He was right about that. I grew up a lot more sheltered than average people and with a lot more. Most people don't get Mercedes for their 16th birthday, ski trips to the Alps, or summer trips to St. Bart's. I know that's not normal. I don't know what normal is. So I took his word that I had a sheltered life, and he knew better about the real world. He introduced me to his friends as his hot, rich girlfriend, which I assumed was supposed to be a compliment. He never said these things in a way that seemed overtly insulting. He always said it as a joke with a smile. So, I trusted that he cared about me, and that this was all just a difference in our upbringing. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I was probably naive. Anyway, my dad is wealthy, not like mega rich billionaire wealthy, but pretty damn rich. My dad owns this Ferrari V12 supercar that he loves. He takes it out to drive a few times a month when he can and usually likes to take it to a local track. He's very protective of that car and doesn't want anyone driving it. He let me drive it once at his track, and I had a race car driver instructor with me, but honestly, I am quite afraid of it. It's really powerful, and there are more cars than I can handle. He saw my dad's car when he was over and asked me if he could drive it. I told him he would have to ask my dad cause it's his, not mine, but I don't think he would let him because my dad doesn't want anyone driving it. Anyway, he left it alone. He brought it up with my dad later, but he said no. My dad said he let me drive it once on a track with a race driver in the passenger seat and didn't trust anyone else to drive it. So my dad went out of town, and now my boyfriend is asking me to let him drive the car while my dad is gone. He keeps asking me where the keys are and if I can just take them for a spin, and I keep telling him no, and it makes me uncomfortable, so he keeps asking. Finally, he got mad at me and called me a B and said I should be supportive of him, that I should understand he doesn't have a rich family and will probably never have this opportunity again, and that if I loved him, I would do this for him. I don't know. I get that he doesn't have another chance to drive this car, but it's just a car, and my dad would be pissed if I let him. Update: my boyfriend texted me about throwing a party at my house while my dad was gone. I said no. I've been to high school ragers, and I know what happens, and I don't want my house trashed. So I told him this, and he gave me a line he often used with me about needing to have more fun. I told him I didn't think cleaning up my dad's wrecked house was fun. He left it alone, or so I thought. I was in school the next day, and one of my best friends approached me. She was rather mad and wanted to know why I hadn't told her about the party first. I was surprised. I told her there was no party and wanted to know where she heard that from, but I knew where it ultimately came from. She told me she had heard from her friend who went to my ex-school and that everyone there was talking about it, and it had spread to this school. I knew it was him, so I called him. He admitted that he had told everyone I was having a rager and started telling everyone this when he was at school the previous day, before he had even asked me about it. I was livid. I told him he had no right to invite his entire school to my house without even asking me first. We got into a big fight about it. Then he told me what he thought of me. NGL. I was sort of devastated to hear this. He called me boring and basic, spoiled and entitled, and now he wasn't joking. He said I had to stick up my ass and needed to learn how to lighten up and have fun. He said I was a daddy girl, and I cared more about grades and impressing my father than anything. He accused me of being Olivia Jade and having my dad buy my way into college. That one stung because I worked hard through high school to get accepted into a good university. And it was also just like what the F cause here, he was making fun of me for working too hard in school and at the same time saying I didn't earn my spot. So which one is it? Anyway, we fought, and he said nasty things to me. Finally, I told him that if I was so bored, he could find a new and exciting girlfriend to drive him around and pay for everything because I was done. I wish it ended there, but I still had this party rumor flying around at least 2 schools. I didn't want to call my dad about this. I wanted to take care of this on my own, take care of him on my own. I didn't want to admit to my dad that I made a really poor choice in dating him. I didn't want to have my dad bail me out the week he left. I wanted to show I was mature and grown up enough to fix this alone, but I just didn't know how to stop all these people from showing up. So I swallowed my pride, called my dad after school, and told him everything. I tried not to cry, but I did. My dad was mad, but he wasn't mad at me. He thanked me for telling him and reassured me that I had done the right thing. My dad called a friend of his at the sheriff's office. This part I feel some kind of way about cause I know how people think about the police right now, and I know that this is something that shows off my privilege. I doubt this would have happened for many other people, but the sheriffs told him they'd post a deputy on our block over the weekend. My dad also sent me a pair of bodyguards for the weekend to ensure no one tried to break in. He said I was allowed to have a few friends over the weekend but keep it clean, no raging parties, of course, no mess etc. You know, standard parent stuff. That week, a few of my close friends stayed with me after school while I cried about all this, and they helped me spread the word that there was no party. Friday came along, and a few of my friends came back home with me after school. We decided we'd do an 80s movie night like I mentioned and put Ferris Bueller on the list. We closed the gate and put up a sign that there was no party. Private security showed up, like my dad said, and we bunkered down for the night and watched many 80s movies. A few people did show up, but they were chased off by the locked gate and the deputy hanging out on the block. We were able to dissuade most of them from showing up. I don't know how many because I stayed inside with my girls, watching movies, and tried to ignore anything happening outside. I felt and continue to feel shitty about it all. First, I feel like I wasted a lot of people's time. I know the police have more important things to do than babysit me and my house from teenagers. I know those bodyguards had more important people to protect than a teenage girl from a party. I know that most people could never manage this. It all drove home just how privileged I am and, honestly, how my ex was right that I do live in a different and sheltered world from everyone else. And then there's the murder of my social life, lol. I'm single now with no date to prom, and I caught a lot of poop from a lot of our mutual social circle over this. I've been called spoiled and basic, snitch, Karen and Becky. Even some of the kids in my school were disappointed. I know many kids in my school who will or have thrown ragers in their parents' houses, so even among some of my friends, I was expected to do so. So, besides my closest friends, I'm pretty much a pariah now. But whatever, in the end, I have 2 months left till graduation, and then I'm out. Next fall, I will start college out of state, which will be behind me. After all this happened, I told my dad how the weekend had gone. I teased him and said, "Wow, Dad, you will go to really great lengths to protect your stuff." And he said he wasn't protecting his stuff, he was protecting me. My boyfriend is going to cry and I don't feel bad about it. In fact, I'm excited. I have been with my boyfriend for a little over 3 years now. I don't even think there are words to describe how I feel about him. My life changed unimaginably when he entered it. No one on the planet could ever make me feel the love I feel when I look at him. I never thought I would find someone who treated me this way or that I even deserved a partner like him. He never fails to remind me that he thinks about, loves, and adores me. The other day he made a passing comment that any experience he has ever had is always so much better if my presence is there. So, my boyfriend is a huge fan of Legos. Like, massive. He always buys smaller sets from Target and builds them in his free time to relax. Anytime we go to the mall, he always wants to walk around the Lego store just to marvel at the big sets. He can afford them, but he's the type not to spend money on himself. Every time we go in, I always catch him staring at the Star Wars Cantina set. He always talks about how one day, maybe he'll muster up the courage to put the $400 down and fulfill his dream. But he won't have to do that. I just ordered it off the Lego website. Because I spent more than $150, I got a small Santa set. So what my plan is, I'm just going to gift him the Santa set, and when we are alone, I'm going to surprise him with the cantina. He has done so much for me this year, and I can't imagine not giving this to him. So yeah, he's going to cry, but I'm excited about it. We did our normal gift giving with my family, and I ended up putting the throne room under the tree. He lost his poop when he opened it because he's been talking about that set for a while. After everyone settled down after gift giving and started to eat and watch Christmas movies, I asked him if he could help me do something upstairs quickly. When we got upstairs, I told him I had forgotten to put something under the tree. When I pulled the box out from under my bed, he looked confused but started to unwrap it. Slowly. When he had pulled the paper back and saw the words Mos Eisley Cantina, he stopped moving for a few seconds because I don't think his brain was even fully registering what was in front of him at the time. His eyes started watering slightly, and he kept saying things like "no way" before he started grinning and tearing all the paper away. He started hugging me and kept asking why I would spend so much money on him, and I told him it was because I loved him and wanted him to be happy. He went through a mixture of jumping in excitement, hugging me, and crying for a few minutes. He kept talking about his plans to clear out the shelf behind him and put it on display in his work background. He then ended up surprising me by saying he had also not put something under the tree because he wanted to have it be an intimate moment between the two of us. He went into the closet and was laughing about how he had put it on the top shelf because he knew I wouldn't be able to reach it or see it. I'm very short, lol. When he came out, he was holding a tiny box, and when I opened it there was a beautiful diamond necklace inside, which obviously made me cry like a baby. After he put it on me and we shared a nice moment kissing and hugging, we headed back down to our family and enjoyed the night together. My boyfriend is having an emotional affair with the woman he often tells me not to worry about and doesn't see it, so I am replacing him with someone better. My boyfriend and have been together for almost 5 years. He's cheating on me but doesn't see it. Here's the backstory. This girl is the stereotypical girl that the guy tells you not to worry about. Let's call her Rachel. My boyfriend, we will call him John, and we have been friends since close to the beginning of our relationship. We were all co-workers at one point, so I knew this girl too. The first time we had an issue was a few months into our relationship when she told him she loved him. He turned her down, but they continued their friendship, and she moved out of the state. A few months after that, I went on a road trip with my mom, and he decided to take one with his best friend. They stopped near where she was now living, went hiking for the day, and she asked if she could share their hotel room for the night so she didn't have to drive back tired. Mind you, the hotel room had 2 queen beds. BF's friend didn't want to share the bed, and both he and Rachel convinced John that I wouldn't mind if they slept in the same bed. If they didn't ask me, I would have said no. She moved back to the state for the summer after that, and they hung out periodically. A few months later, she asks John to help her move out of state again. She needed help transporting her stuff. This road trip would have entailed a 2-week car drive and staring at her new place to help her move in. John asked me if I would mind if he went, and I said I would. I didn't want him to go and would consider that inappropriate. He got mad but respected my wish. Things were good and quiet for a while until she moved back a few months ago. It started at the gym. She joined the one we go to. John and I work out on different splits but at the same time in the mornings. She started following his workout split and joining in when they were close. Then she started flirting and touching him. I had a conversation with him about how uncomfortable that made me and how I would like him to set boundaries with her. I didn't want to tell him to cut her off completely, mostly because he thought ultimatums like that were toxic girl behavior, so I let them continue, thinking he would talk to her. The touching and flirting continued and worsened, and I learned later that he had never talked to her about those boundaries. It went from just at the gym to hanging out at her house. My family isn't in the picture, and I know he craves the attention and love that comes with a family like hers, so he started going more often, stopped asking me if he could go, stopped even telling me he was going, and started lying about it, telling me he was with friends or picking up food. I can see his location, so I know when he's over there. I started getting paranoid and checking his location every time he didn't respond to a text or Snapchat. He was there, with her, almost every time. Today, I went to work, which was the same as usual, but I let him know I would be off early. He said he would be home when I got home, and we could watch TV and hang out. I messaged him 2 hours ago that I was heading back. He didn't open the message for an hour, so I checked. He's with her. They went out together. He put her over plans with me. I don't think they are physically involved from what I can tell and what he has told me, but I can't be sure about that. He's been distant, and I've been depressed. He pretended to care and pretended to want to fix things. I can't tell if he's genuine or he's just staying with me through obligation. Is this cheating? Am I overthinking this? Update. I'm staying on a friend's couch for now. All of my stuff is still over there, but I couldn't handle it anymore. I didn't plan on updating. Honestly, I didn't even look at the comments until today. This was a way of getting my emotions out. But thank you. You're right. I talked with my therapist and my mom. Both of them said the same things. They both pointed out the red flags I didn't want to see. They both clued me in on the things I let slide without blinking. He's trying to text me, make up, figure out where I am, etc. I think he genuinely didn't mean to hurt me, but he's also not willing to see it. He loves me, but I don't think it's coming from the right place. I think he gave up on building a relationship long ago and was just following the steps to keep me there. Am I okay? No. Will I be? I think so. I'm currently trying to find somewhere to live other than a couch. Rent is expensive and I don't think I can afford it without him, but I'll figure it out. I have friends on my side. I have people looking for me and making sure I am okay. I am grateful to them. Update 2. We got together to talk yesterday, just to clear some things up and officially break things off. He saw this post and told me some details were off, so here are the details he wanted me to clarify. The road trip was 1 week, not 2. That's it. Other than that, our conversation consisted of him telling me I never gave him enough attention, that I was toxic, and that I was the problem. He has been joking around with his friends about losing the towels that I bought in the divorce, like our 5 years meant nothing. He also told me that, now that I was out of the picture, he was ready to get his own place, take time to travel, and basically do all the things he wasn't willing to do with me. Shocking. I listened to him for about an hour, and kept most of my thoughts to myself. He doesn't deserve to know them, and I'm not going to put the effort into trying to convince him anymore. He did a great job at solidifying my decision. I feel sorry for the next girl he chooses to neglect and ignore. I hope she leaves sooner than I did, and listens to the red flags I chose to ignore. I hope he changes, and grows, but not with me. Update 3. Writing this a few months later. She's his girlfriend now. I'm dying. He's taking her to all of the places we went and basically replacing my existence with her. Shocking. But here's the best part. His neglect and abuse put me in the right place at the right time to find the most amazing, stunning, perfect man. I'm keeping him. Sorry ladies, he's off the market. We're moving in together in a few months. He treats me absolutely perfect. Anyone out there stuck in a toxic or abusive relationship thinking they can't do better, you can. I did. And I am so fucking happy. If this man asked me to marry him right now, I would honestly say yes. People always told me, with the right person, you just know, and I never believed them. I know. He's it. I don't want or need anyone else. I'm so grateful for him. I'm thankful for the experiences that have led me to him. Everything happens for a reason. I truly believe in that. My boyfriend is refusing to let me take my child to her grandmother's funeral and told me that my mother deserves cancer, so I am leaving with my daughter. I just lost my mom a couple of days ago from ovarian cancer. I'm devastated right now, and my boyfriend, we've been together for a year and a half, isn't helping me at all. My mom and I weren't on good terms before her death because of my boyfriend. John and my mom never got along because he's a deep-set atheist and my mom is very religious. Major issues popped up once I got pregnant and had my daughter. My mom pressed for me to have my baby baptized into the church, which I wanted to do, but John was dead set against it. He convinced me that baptizing her and indoctrinating her was a bad choice and that we should leave it to her to choose when she was old enough. I agreed. My mom didn't take this well at all, and after many angry and hurt arguments, she cut off contact with me. Not having my mom with me during my pregnancy or my baby's birth took a big emotional toll on me, but John insisted it was for the best, that he didn't want my mom near my daughter at all and that my mom was evil for hurting me. At the time I was angry, so I agreed. I found out my mom was sick with ovarian cancer a month ago when she called me and wanted to talk. I was horrified and all the bullshit kind of just fell away. I tried to make the best of my time with her, brought my daughter to meet her grandma, and tried to build good memories with her. I'm happy to say we reconciled and my mom and I made our peace with each other before she died. I don't want to trash my boyfriend, but John has been a pain in the effing ass since I found out my mom was sick. He said she deserved it but quickly backed down when he saw how angry that made me. He refused to go with me to visit or help care for my mom. He didn't even really want to listen to me talk about how happy I was to reconnect with my mom. All he did was remind me that my mom hurt me and I should have no contact with her and she didn't deserve for me to speak to her. I told him that my mom isn't perfect, but my mom also raised me by herself, and that she was my rock for many years and he should respect that. He said nothing outside telling me there was no value in talking to her. Now we're planning the funeral. I asked John to go with me, and he refused instantly. He said he hated my mom, that she was a cunt to our family, and that he wasn't going to church ever, and it was rude and insensitive of me to ask. When I said I was taking my daughter, he had never to actually tell me that I was not under any circumstances taking her. I have been through an emotional roller coaster this past week. I lost my mom after we finally made up. My boyfriend has been stupidly unsupportive, and now he's refusing to let me take my child to her grandmother funeral and refusing to come to at least support me. My daughter is the one thing that brings me comfort and I want her with me. Is that so unreasonable? It seems like the more I push the more he digs his heels in and I just can't take it anymore. I don't know what to do. His attitude towards this entire thing is breaking my heart on top of my mom's death. Update: 5 days later. I tried being reasonable to John about how he wanted to handle things. I even told him that one poster here suggested that he didn't have to go to the service, but could wait in the lobby with my daughter while the service was ongoing. Then she could spend time with my family after the service, but he again shot it down. He would be able to hear the service and that was a violation of his beliefs, and asking to compromise on those beliefs was unconscionable and unfair to our daughter. I told him I had had it. This is the icing on a very large cake. I told John that as of this week, I wanted our bank accounts separated. He made us join accounts to make sure we split everything equally to be fair despite me making more, and that I'd be staying with my brother after the funeral while we figured out what to do, whether that was a total breakup or counseling. It was up to him. He said counseling was for the weak-minded and that we were staying together despite my empty threats, and there was no way in F he was letting me take his money. He became very loud and in my face during this conversation, so I just let him throw his tantrum until he took my silence as agreement. I took my daughter with me to the viewing with no problems. John and I barely spoke that day, which was fine by me, but it hit the fan the next day. When I got up in the morning to get myself ready and get my daughter ready, I discovered that he had the mother-effing gall to park his car directly behind mine, blocking me into the driveway. I had no way to get to the funeral in my own car. John always drives to work, but for reasons I can only imagine were to get back at me, decided to take the metro, and took the baby carriage and bottles, and my pump with him. My brother and I have our differences, granted. In fact, we haven't talked much since my mom and I were estranged. We started talking again after she was sick, but he'll forever be a saint to me for what he did. I called him crying, and he and my sister-in-law arrived within 20 minutes. Sister-in-law calmed me down and helped me get my daughter ready, and they brought along spare bottles, a carrier, and a breast pump. Thanks to them I was able to go my mom's funeral in comfort, and my daughter was an angel during the service. They calmed me down and everything went perfectly, and even though I was a mess most of the day, having my daughter with me, and my sister-in-law and even my brother with me to lean on gave me peace on the inside. I've made up my mind not to tolerate John's insane and controlling behavior anymore. He had a litany of excuses for doing what he did. He even tried to claim his car had problems, and I don't want to hear any of them. I never wanted to be a single mom. I always wanted to raise my baby within a family, but I've decided that going alone is so much better than doing it with this man, who thought nothing of trying to kick me while I was down. My brother's arranged for me to talk to a friend of his that specializes in family law this week, and we're taking it from there. I still feel so guilty for what happened with my mom. I miss her so much. I hope from here on out I can make her proud of me, despite my mistakes. My boyfriend is the lord of the litter, and I found out through the note his ex hid in his house 5 years ago. Now, I think this relationship is going to the dumpster. I and my boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, have been together for 2 years and have been living together for 8 months. When we moved in together 8 months ago, the cleaning was 50-50. Since then, he's been doing things less and less, and I'd say it's at like 70-30, maybe 60-40 if he listens to me right away. It depends on the week. I have to remind him to do things like bring his plates to the sink or take out the trash, and I didn't have to before. The dishes will pile up unless I do them, to the point he's had leftover food mold on the plates. I'm not confrontational, so I just asked him to fix it when it came up. I was cleaning our apartment when I found a note in the back of a cabinet. For context's sake, I'll copy it below. Dear Steve's future girlfriend, I know it's you reading this because he'd never clean back here. I'm putting this here because I'm leaving him soon and want to warn you about him. He will not clean, he will not listen, he will make everything feel like it's your fault. It's not your fault. He's just an incompetent man. I'm leaving him. I suggest you do the same. Best wishes, Natalia. I read the note and brought it to show him and hear his response. He immediately ripped it up and said not to listen to it, that she was crazy and untrustworthy. I told him that the fact that he hasn't found it in the 5 years since they broke up is a red flag to me because it does mean he's never cleaned back there and that he has been cleaning less and less since I moved in. He told me that it wasn't a problem before the note. This was just his ex continuing to manipulate and ruin his life, and I was letting it work. We continued to argue along the same lines, and I eventually left to spend the night at a friend's place. Steve has been a great boyfriend so far. He gets along with my family. He has given me gifts and flowers and always tells me how much he loves me. He's not wrong that the cleaning hasn't really been brought up before. The note made me realize it had been less and less and that we needed to have a full conversation. He texted me afterward, saying he's sorry that I felt like I had to leave but that it was an asshole move for me to take a note over our 2-year relationship and to leave him and our pets alone. I don't know what to do or what to believe right now. I'm contemplating trying to find and reach out to Natalia. Her name in real life is pretty unique, so I think I could find her. Steve thinks I should return home and let it go, that his past shouldn't affect our future. Update. I tried to have a calm discussion with Steve. When I apologized for confronting him with the note, he seemed to take that as an admission of guilt and refused to listen to anything else. I had come up with a list of specific instances of not cleaning, and he said I was using lists just like his manipulative ex did. So yeah, the crazy ex thing you all said was a red flag, but it was definitely true. He even tried to block me from leaving when I realized the conversation wasn't going anywhere. That's when I knew it was done and left immediately. 2 years down the drain, but I'm glad I had the wake-up call before it was too late. I will let him cool off and then ask my brother to come with me to grab my things while he's not there. He has a strict work schedule, so I think it'll work out. I plan to leave a note there, but probably a little longer, with the advice not to show it to him. I'm leaving it in the same place, so if he doesn't learn his lesson about cleaning, it'll come to haunt him. All he has to do is clean. The biggest surprise out of all of this is that I didn't reach out to Natalia. She reached out to me. Apparently, he borrowed his friend's phone to call her, screaming that she was ruining his life still. The fact that she blocked him and he still had her number memorized just further confirms he was the crazy ex, not her. Natalia found me on social media and wanted to make sure I was okay and was especially concerned that he'd gaslight me as he had tried with her. I thanked her for leaving me the note and saving me time. We scheduled coffee for Thursday afternoon. I wanted to thank you all again for the advice, especially the person who posted the Love is Respect website. After our conversation, I took the healthy relationship quiz, and it wasn't great. You called out how he was weaning me into an unhealthy relationship so well. My friend said I can stay until I find a new place. I have emergency savings and a decent job, so I'm in a privileged place when it comes to this messy breakup and am just trying to feel grateful for that. Update 2. I wound up FaceTiming with Natalia last night and we had a long discussion. Natalia is a lawyer and told me that in our state, landlords are required to let me get out of the lease I signed in cases of domestic violence. She also told me that his yelling, gaslighting, and refusing to let me leave are all types of abuse. Apparently, his constant messaging and control over what I wore and when were signs of abuse too. Anyway, this morning Natalia volunteered to come talk to the landlord with me alongside my brother. As soon as he heard the word lawyer, he was on top of it and said I could break the lease but would still have to pay for all of August even though I'm leaving 3 days early. I felt like that was fair. He also messaged Steve to say the apartment needed to be empty for emergency maintenance today so I could pack my things. Steve said he was at work all day and wouldn't be home until 6 p.m. When I got into the apartment, it was a mess. He had broken the dishes that I had brought with me on the ground and left the shards lying about. My clothes were ripped up and scattered around our room. It was disgusting and heartbreaking. He left his lizard alone but opened the tank doors for our frogs and my snake. Luckily, the frogs were still chilling in their enclosure, but my snake had gotten loose. This made me the most mad, as she could have gotten cut on the broken plates. I feel so fortunate that she was just hiding in the closet corner, and I could pack her up safely in her enclosure again. All my things are packed and I'm writing this as my brother drives me back to my friend's house. Natalia told me that she actually left 3 notes, one in the cabinet, one on the underside of the vacuum, and one in the toaster's crumb catcher. While we were there, we checked to see if the notes were still there. The one on the vacuum was, but it looks like Steve did clean out the crumb catcher at least once in the past 5 years. He never told me he had already found a note in our conversations, so it surprised me. Natalia and I left the vacuum note as is and replaced the cabinet one. I wasn't comfortable leaving my name on a new note, so I added a handout on healthy versus unhealthy relationships and a QR code to the quiz that woke me up. Natalia said if he didn't find the notes in those 5 years, especially after the move, he probably wouldn't find them again. I'm inclined to agree, especially given he did find one but then didn't even clean the rest of the house to see if there was any more. Steve doesn't make sense to me, and seeing the state of the apartment really woke me up to the fact that I have no idea who he is. The Steve I knew would never put animals in danger, but I don't think I really ever knew Steve. My boyfriend keeps reciting the Bible, but often only when it's in his favor. Now he cannot taste my forbidden fruit anymore because I am ditching him. My boyfriend and I just started dating 2 months ago, and for some background, a big reason why I was drawn to him is because of his faith. We have both been on our own journeys with God, more so in the last 2 to 3 years, and we have really bonded over growing our faith together and reading more scripture. My problem begins here. He will often go on tangents speaking about scripture, but it often feels more like he's speaking at me rather than to slash with me. It's never really a conversation, but rather a speech from him. Recently, we've had more conversations about topics that I care deeply about, i.e., therapy, women's rights, politics, financial literacy, etc. This is when I found out that he primarily educates himself through podcasts and Twitter. This can be very frustrating because many times in our conversations I have to pull up articles and fact check him. 90% of the time he is just taking what he sees online at face value, which can be really dangerous. As for reciting the Bible primarily in his favor, we've spoken about intimacy and living together before marriage, and he made up a reason why he thinks that it's fine to do. Yes, we've done the first one. He has also brought up that fasting is in the Bible, but just because he didn't care to feed himself for that day, saying that it was mentioned in the Bible that it was good for you. There are many other instances where he has gone out of his way to recite scripture to fill his own agenda. So my question is, are these massive red flags, or is my faith just being tested? Is it possible to weaponize scripture? I haven't been in a relationship for a while, but the spark is already dying for me here. I'm feeling like maybe I jumped in too quickly. Update: I want to start out by prefacing that I am someone who's always had to learn my lessons the hard way. Unfortunately, this was one of those times. I tried having a talk with him about what I spoke about in the post, and he seemed to take it well, and we agreed it would be something we could work on together. Then this past week, he was distant and cold, bailed on hanging out with me, and made up excuses as to why he didn't have time for me. I went to my therapy session and spoke to my therapist about everything. We decided it would be best for me to sit down and have another conversation with him and see if we could solve some problems and if there might have been some miscommunication. Something I didn't mention was that he's very kind, chivalrous, and gentle with most things, which is why it may have been worth working through. Well, I was wrong. I had to ask him when I was going to see him next, and he bailed on our plans for a second time. When I told him how hurt I was by his treatment of me this entire week, he sent me this unexpectedly long paragraph that was all cherry-picked quotes from me to make me seem like I said things that I didn't. He went on to tell me that I was making him put God second in his life. When I asked him how, he said it was because of our conversation about women's rights and termination. So it made him second-guess everything because I challenged his thought process on it. I would like to clarify here, I did not in any way try to sway him in one direction or another. I am someone who likes to hear everyone's opinions and find out where it comes from because it challenges me to learn more. On many topics he wasn't able to find a reason other than it was something he heard on a podcast. I ended up telling him I didn't deserve the treatment he was giving me all week, practically ghosting me, and the lack of communication. We ended up breaking up then and there. I cried for about 30 minutes, but I'm good now. I was more sad that he didn't want to fight for the relationship than I was that it ended. So, off to bigger and better things. This is for myself and to anyone else who needs it. You are worth fighting for. You deserve open and honest communication, and you deserve someone who will meet you where you are in your journey of life and grow with you. Tons of love to you all. My boyfriend kept posting about not paying for the service he got. Now court proceedings will begin because I exposed him to the manager. I've been dating my boyfriend for a couple of years now, and from the start, there were signs that something was off. At first, I dismissed these red flags, chalking them up to quirks or differences in how we handled money and responsibility. But as time went on, it became harder to ignore. One of the earliest signs was his casual attitude toward money. He would often borrow small amounts from me or friends, promising to pay it back, but never actually doing so. I initially thought he was just forgetful, but it soon became apparent that he had no intention of repaying his debts. Then there were the times he outright refused to pay for things. Once, we were at a restaurant, and when the bill came, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten his wallet. I ended up covering the bill, but it left a sour taste in my mouth. There were other instances too, like when he needed a new phone but didn't want to spend the money himself. Instead, he hinted and pushed until I finally caved and bought it for him as a gift. The most recent incident, however, was the one that finally pushed me to my limit. My boyfriend got some dental trays for his teeth done, molds of your teeth, which can be used to put the product in to whiten your teeth. He's done this before but lost his last set of trays, so went somewhere new to get some new trays done. My boyfriend told me that when he went to pick up his dental trays, the receptionist just gave him the trays without asking for payment. He then took the trays and left, knowing he had not paid for them. The receptionist called shortly after he left and explained that a mistake was made and could he please either come back and pay for the trays or pay over the phone. My boyfriend lied, saying he was adamant he had already paid before picking the trays up, and it wasn't his fault that they had no record of him paying / that he didn't keep his receipt to prove it to them. He was pretty vocal to me about not wanting to pay for the dental trays if he didn't have to, and that it was the receptionist's mistake and on her. What sparked our argument about this was a car journey where he answered the phone to the manager of the dental practice, who was following up the call with the receptionist. My boyfriend continued with his lie that he had already paid and it was not his problem that they could not provide proof of this. Now, Something about witnessing him lie so easily to this man really bothered me, and it bothered me that he didn't care if the receptionist may get into serious trouble or even lose her job over this mistake, or that he wasn't losing out by paying as he would have paid for the product in normal circumstances. After the call, which didn't reach any resolution, I told him that was very uncomfortable for me to hear and witness, and he's a bad person for lying like that when he knows full well it was likely an honest mistake by the receptionist, and he got a product he didn't pay for. My boyfriend's now giving me the silent treatment and seems really hurt that I called him a bad person. He says most people would avoid paying for something if they didn't have to. Am I the a-hole? Should I apologize? Update. I spoke to the manager of the dental practice. I explained that my boyfriend had been open to me about not paying and that he didn't plan to. The manager said a letter was already on the way demanding the payment, and if boyfriend fails to pay, court proceedings will begin. He was thankful I called and knew it was their mistake but was surprised by my boyfriend's attempts to argue with him. That's a good result for now. I didn't plan on telling my boyfriend because I wanted to end our relationship. There had been too many red flags, so I decided I couldn't ever truly trust him, and I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. But before I got to end our relationship in person, I learned another painful lesson. Recently my boyfriend's laptop broke. This was fine as it was old and he can't work from home anyway. He sells cars, so he's used mine. Earlier this week I'm on my laptop working and go to check my personal emails, except my boyfriend's email was still logged in when I opened the webpage. I go to log out but saw the most recent 30-ish emails were all from the same person, a girl. This was weird as who emails like that to converse anymore? I know it was an invasion of privacy, but I clicked onto the emails. I deduced this was a girl from his work. They were emailing because her mobile phone was broken, and emailing him from her work email during the day was an easy way for them to still talk. The emails were flirtatious. They mentioned dates they'd been on. He'd clearly been to her house. They spent lunch breaks together and she thought he was single. The more I read the more enraged I became. What if I'd never clicked the email? After considering where I could bury him, I decided to remain calm. I called my manager to tell her what I just learned. She's super cool and said to take the afternoon. I then called an emergency locksmith and packed up my boyfriend's stuff, except for his PS5 I bought for his 25th birthday last month. When this purge of my boyfriend from my life was ready, I text him. I know about S. Our relationship is over. Your things are on the doorstep. You must transfer me the money for XYZ. Please don't ever contact me again. And blocked him on everything. A little while later, there's knocking at my door as he's pleading to be let in to talk about it. I can see him but stay silent where he can't see me. He was on his knees crying, begging, pleading for me not to leave him. Whether they were crocodile tears or not, my heart ached. After some time he left with his stuff. I felt relief and had a good cry, but I doubt that's the last I'll hear from him. I feel heartbroken and stupid. My boyfriend kept messing with my coffee, so I messed with his digestive system and gave him laxatives. I know this might sound extreme, but honestly, I was fed up. My girlfriend, 29 female, and I, 31 male, have been dating for 3 years now. Things have always been pretty good, but sometimes I feel like she doesn't really care about me as much as I care about her. This year, she completely forgot our anniversary, and it just felt like the last straw. I know people forget things, and I get that everyone has busy lives, but it hurt, and it wasn't even the first time. The anniversary happened just last month. I'd been talking about it for weeks, dropping little hints, trying to see if she'd remember on her own, but she seemed completely oblivious. Every time I mentioned it, I'd get a generic response like, "Oh, that's nice," or "can't wait," but nothing that actually felt genuine. I started feeling like maybe she was just saying those things without actually putting any thought into it or any thought into how she was feeling. Still, I gave her the benefit of the doubt, thinking maybe she'd surprise me. I decided to plan something simple but meaningful for the day of because I didn't expect her to plan anything based on her attitude toward the date. I made reservations at this nice Italian place we both love, got tickets to see a band she'd been dying to see, and even arranged for us to go on a little weekend trip afterward. It wasn't anything fancy, but I wanted it to be special and memorable for both of us. In my mind, this was my way of showing her that I really cared about our relationship and was still invested in making things special even after a couple of years. The night before our anniversary, we were just hanging out at home, and I casually asked her what her plans were for tomorrow. She looked at me like I was speaking another language and just said she was planning to have a normal day. I said, "You don't have anything special planned?" She looked confused and then asked, "Why? Did I forget something?" I just stared at her. How could she not realize it was our anniversary after everything I'd done to try and remind her? I mean, it's on the same day every year and it wasn't all of a sudden going to change this year. I told her it was our anniversary, and her face dropped. She apologized, said she'd been busy, and claimed she'd lost track of time, but it was such a hurried, embarrassed apology that it didn't feel genuine at all. It felt more like she was trying to brush off her embarrassment to make herself feel better than to make me feel better. It seemed like she just wanted to move on, so she started talking about her day at work. In the next 20 minutes she spent talking at me. She didn't even ask about the plans I'd been hinting at or say she'd try to make it up to me. That's when I started feeling genuinely hurt. After she went to bed that night, I was just lying there, feeling like an idiot for putting all this effort into something she clearly didn't care about. The reservations, the tickets, the trip, it all felt pointless. I started thinking about how I could make her understand what it felt like to be ignored like this. So, I came up with a plan that, I'll admit, might have been petty, but in the moment, it felt justified. The next morning, I pretended like I was planning this big romantic day. I started the day by texting her sweet messages, telling her I had a surprise planned and to be ready by the evening. She seemed excited, which honestly annoyed me even more because it was only when I mentioned gifts that she started acting like she cared. But I kept up the act, talking about how I couldn't wait to see her reaction, that this was going to be a night she'd remember forever. I kept this up all day, texting her cute messages, reminding her to dress up, and even hinting at the special surprise I had lined up. She was all in, messaging back with hearts and saying she couldn't wait to see what I'd planned. She even texted me in the afternoon, saying she'd gotten her nails done and picked out a dress. By the time evening came around, she was fully ready. I texted her to be at my place by 7, and around 6:45, she texted saying she was on her way. That's when I stopped responding. I left my phone on silent and went to my friend's place, deciding to crash there for the night. She kept calling and texting, asking where I was and if something had happened. I didn't respond at all. After a couple of hours, she left a voicemail saying she was worried about me and asking if I was okay. Part of me felt bad, but I was still angry. I ignored her calls and messages for the rest of the night and went to bed. The next morning, I still didn't reach out. I let her calls go to voicemail and kept my phone off for most of the day. I wanted her to know what it felt like to put effort into something only to feel ignored. By the end of the week, she must have asked around about where I was because she showed up at my friend's door one morning, demanding to know where I'd been and why I wasn't talking to her. She said she'd been worried out of her mind, that she thought something had happened to me. I just told her that maybe now she'd understand how I felt when she didn't care enough to remember our anniversary. She was stunned, and we ended up having a huge argument about it. She told me my reaction was way overboard and that I was being manipulative. I told her that if she'd actually shown she cared in the first place, none of this would have happened. We haven't really spoken since then. My friend is saying that I went too far, but a part of me feels like she needed to understand that her actions have consequences. I just don't know if I took it too far or if this was what she needed to realize what she's been doing to me. My boyfriend let his best friend throw me in the open ocean even though he knows I can't swim. My boyfriend of 7 months invited me to go out on a boat with him and his friends. Typically this would be an immediate no. I don't know how to swim. I am terrified of the ocean, specifically the open ocean. I can do ankle-deep beach water, but no boats. However, the boat was being rented by my boyfriend's childhood best friend, Peter, whom I had never gotten to meet. Peter moved cross-country before we started dating and he was back in town. My boyfriend was adamant that I go so he could introduce his 2 favorite people. I felt like I really couldn't say no to that, so I agreed but told him there was no way I was getting in any water and reminded him that this is a genuine fear for me. He promised I could stay in the boat with no problem. When we got to the dock, his friends were already sat on what I would guess was a 20-foot boat. Nice size but not big enough for my safety concerns. Still, I took a deep breath and got in. I was trying to look calm but guess I was visibly anxious because the first thing Peter asked me was if I was nervous. I said yes just a little and my boyfriend chimed in and said she's scared of water, which kind of got on my nerves since I spent about 30 minutes explaining to him how it was more than that, but whatever. Peter didn't say anything in response, but I thought I caught a taunting look in his eye. I told myself I was paranoid because of my heightened anxiety and just took my seat. I kept my eyes closed as we pulled away from the dock and tried to keep my breathing steady. I did not want to have a panic attack in front of my boyfriend's friends. Once we were to our spot and anchored, I relaxed into the situation a little more. The water was calm and we were just chatting, drinking, and overall having a good time. After about 30 minutes, Peter stood up, took off his shirt, looked directly at me, and announced it was time to go swimming. My blood immediately turned cold. I tried to laugh and told him I was just going to stay in the boat because the ocean wasn't really my thing. Peter got that weird look in his eye again and it gave me a really uneasy feeling. The next thing I knew, he had grabbed me and threw me into the air before I could even react. I let out a blood-curdling scream as I hit the water. It all happened so fast. I felt like my body was shutting down. I just kept kicking and screaming and reaching for the boat. I felt like I was in the water for hours, but it was probably a minute before my boyfriend reached down and pulled me back into the boat. I immediately collapsed to the floor and started gagging. I was also crying a lot. I felt so embarrassed, but I just couldn't stop. I looked around for my boyfriend, and he was just sitting there looking at me. I wanted to ask him why he wasn't doing anything, but I couldn't get my words. I was just hyperventilating and crying. "Geez, it's not that big of a deal. You were in the water for a second," Peter said. I again looked at my boyfriend and he shrugged. "Take me back," I finally demanded. Peter resisted at first, but after a few more gags he agreed. When we got back to the dock, I was the first one off the boat. I said nothing before speeding off to the parking lot. I jumped in the car and just wrapped myself in a towel and cried. About 15 minutes later, my boyfriend strolled up and got in the car. He asked me if I was seriously still crying. I didn't respond. "I pulled you out. What more did you want me to do?" he asked me. I told him that he should have stood up to Peter more and comforted me while I was sitting throwing up water and crying. He said I overreacted and ruined the day. I told him to take me home. I didn't want to be near him. When he dropped me off, I told him we were done, and he's been blowing up my phone ever since. When I answered once, he didn't apologize and again told me I was overreacting. I told him I no longer felt safe with him and hung up. I messaged him and asked if we could meet up to exchange our things and have a conversation about what happened. He agreed and we met in a public park yesterday. When he walked up he looked super sad and actually had tears in his eyes when he handed me a box of my things. I was shocked to see him so upset since he's been digging his heels in the last couple of weeks telling me this was all my fault. I had prepped myself for a fight, but that's not what I got. I handed him a box of his things too, and when he started to go through it, he started to cry. I don't think I can trust him anymore and I cannot forgive him for what he did. My boyfriend let his friend move in my home and she acts like she owns the place. Then, I overheard her telling him to kick me out. Now they are both homeless. So my boyfriend has this friend who moved in 4 months because she had nowhere to go. Now I didn't mind having her as long as she respects our boundaries and the rules around the house, but that's definitely not it. She is very loud, comments on everything and just does inappropriate stuff in general and excuses it for being a Latina, and that's just how they are. She doesn't help at all besides maybe cooking sometimes, but doesn't clean up the mess she makes, and she invites people over whenever she wants. She changes in the living room in front of us, literally took off her underwear, and I asked her to change in her room, but her excuse is that she was trying to feel like home, and then she suggested I should too as it will strengthen my bond with my boyfriend. I talked to my boyfriend about how I'm kinda uncomfortable with this whole situation and he told me not to overthink about it and that she's just very unbothered and cool. She always interrupted our time together and would sit between me and him during a movie or take my space while I take a toilet break, and she cuddles him in the most unfriendly way, and when I asked jokingly if she was trying to take my man she would excuse it on her ethnicity, and that's how they grew up, so I knew I had to ruin this Friday night they had for them. I went up to them and she was all over him as usual. I called my boyfriend and when he was about to get up she said how it was their favorite part and that he could leave later. I insisted but she kept pulling him, so I went and pulled him to our room, discussed how what she's doing is really upsetting and I no longer want her living with us, and he agreed I had the right but that she has nowhere to go and that I'll have to wait until she finds a job which she's not even trying to get. While talking she came and tried to open the door which was locked, so she started knocking and we just ignored her until it got louder and he asked her to leave, but she got even louder and then started saying how I ruined the only time there she gets with him, which obviously is not the case. I had enough at that point, but my boyfriend suggested he talks to her first, so he went and they took too long, like almost 2 hours, and I went to check on them and heard her telling him he shouldn't accept someone who ruins a friendship as a partner and that is a big red flag and that he should kick me out. But this place is actually my property that I inherited from my aunt, and at that point I knew I had to kick her out. I didn't even ask with what conclusion they came up with and waited in the living room until they came out, and I just told her to look for another place and gave her 2 weeks max. She's been crying since yesterday, refusing to eat and not coming out of the room, and my boyfriend is saying I went overboard and I just hit a sensitive spot of hers, basically telling her to leave when she has no family or anywhere to go. Update: apparently I was too blind. Yeah, I guess my boyfriend isn't who I thought he was. He has been trying to give her food, try to calm her down, and literally took a day off from college and work. He goes on Sundays too, which he never did for me, and he never even get days off from his classes unless really necessary with proof. Nursing, I don't know how he managed to get a day off. I really wanted to make sure it is what it looks like before deciding my next move. I prepared lunch way before time and asked him if he was around for lunch, and his response: I'm trying to get her to a breakfast and you're talking about lunch. You're becoming unrecognizable. Yay, I didn't know what to reply, so just asked again, but he said we can have lunch together if she's willing to join us, as it is rude if we eat without her. At this point I felt like poop tbh and asked him why was she so important that he cancelled all his plans just to support her emotionally, which he never did when I went through things myself, but he just left like that. I invited my guy friend over, which he doesn't like, and I explained to him our situation and just asked him to be comfortable. I didn't want to do the cuddling stuff like them because we didn't break up yet at that point, and it was weird anyways because we don't usually. My boyfriend never realized someone was over until he came to take food and he saw us having lunch together, and he just gave me a look, said hi and was going to take some for themselves until he realized it was a creamy rice casserole, which his friend doesn't like, and yeah, I did that on purpose, and chicken roast with some sides, and he literally glared at me and said, you know she doesn't eat that, and I just replied, well, it's not her who I made this for. Then he threw the plate, started shouting, asking what the F was wrong with me, and then that he wishes he never dated me. It was so scary. My friend got involved, they got aggressive, and I just asked him to leave with his other girlfriend, which he replied with, oh, so you're replacing me that fast? But I told him he was the one who has replaced me a long time ago, but I was too dumb to realize. He actually moved in fully when his friend came, and colleges here do provide dorms, but of course it's not like she can live with him, and I couldn't care less anymore. Also, no legal action is required for someone you haven't signed papers with where I live. They were just guests. I packed his things for him, which aren't a lot, and left it by the front door. He came crying and apologizing and acknowledging what he did was wrong and just other bullshit I didn't want to hear because the damage was already done. My friend was of great support and he dealt with everything else as I cried my eyes out in my room. And that sums up how I went through my first heartbreak, and it was my first relationship, and I did love him, but I guess I can watch, eat and do anything now without catering to anyone's needs. I'm changing the locks tomorrow morning and we're ordering fried chicken, apparently a proven heartbreak remedy by my friend. And although her excuse was bringing up her race, I know better than that. My boyfriend neglected me in favor of his video games and thought he's going to be a huge Twitch streamer, so I smashed his PS5 to teach him a lesson. I started dating my boyfriend over a year ago and we were so in love. I thought there was nothing that could break us apart until I discovered a terrible habit of his. My boyfriend is completely addicted to video games to the point where he skips dinner so he doesn't have to stop playing. The worst part is that he doesn't even see this as a problem, and laughs at me when I try to talk to him. He says it's his hobby and he's working on his future. What he means by that is he thinks he's going to grow big and make bank by Twitch streaming. When I sleep over at his house, he starts his day by gaming his friends online and all they do is take things too far and scream into their headsets. It's ridiculous, and it wakes me up. Majority of the time, he doesn't even remember or care enough to eat food and his room looks and smells like garbage. The only food that he does consume is whatever he orders for delivery in DoorDash and he won't even go to the door to pick it up once it's delivered. He either has his mom bring it up to his room or he asks me to do it when I'm over. It sucks because he used to not be like this before. We've been dating for almost a year now and has always been a gamer, but to a normal extent. This all started when Call of Duty Black Ops 6 was released last month and I thought he would get over it in about a week, but it's clearly deeper than that to him. When I go to bed at night, he doesn't even acknowledge that I want silence and he will oftentimes game until like 3 or 4 a.m. The other day, he asked me to come over to spend some time together and I thought he was being genuine, so I came over, just for him to game the whole time and have me sit there and watch him. I don't even know if Hess attracted to me anymore. I sat on his lap and started grinding on him and he didn't care at all. He asked me to stop, because I made him miss a shot and messed up his gaming flow. That same day, is when I realized I couldn't take this anymore. I asked him to please for the love of God take a shower, to which he finally agreed to. I mean, it had been days at that point, and while he was in the shower, I cut one of the wires and the screen went black. I was thrilled but also felt extremely guilty, but I knew it was for his sake. My heart was beating so hard while he was in the shower and I was extremely nervous for how he would react when he got out, but I also realized that his was the perfect moment to try to have intimacy with him. I undressed myself and was laid out on his bed and slowly playing with myself when he got out of the shower. He came into his room with only a towel around his waist and immediately had a frantic look on his face when he saw that the screen was black. He didn't even notice or care to look at me laying naked on his bed. The only thing he cared about was why his PS5 wasn't turning on and what happened. He was freaking out, and I was getting grossed out by the way he was acting. He was starting to throw a tantrum the way a little kid does when they lose a toy. This was when I lost my mind. I started yelling at him, asking him if he's noticed the way Hess been treating me since the new Black Ops came out and how he thinks that makes me feel. I pointed out that he didn't even glance at me laying naked in his bed and all he frets about is his game and it's sick. He didn't care to acknowledge anything I said at all, so I admitted to cutting his wire and he freaked out even more. He was livid and I was honestly scared that he might hurt me. Initially, I knew that what I did was wrong, so I apologized profusely and even ordered him a new wire on Amazon, but that didn't change the way he responded. He told me to leave his house because he needed time to think, and at that point, I was more than happy to. His reaction told me everything I need to know about the type of person he is, and I feel like regardless of him changing, the relationship feels like it's ruined. My boyfriend of 3 years has been disappearing every weekend for work, but when I asked his coworker, it turns out he's been lying, so I gave him an ultimatum. My boyfriend and I have been together for 3 years. We don't live together but are close enough to spend a lot of time together. However, it is very rare for us to spend a whole day together. When we have, it's been a weekday where our schedules have just happened to line up, no work and no class. We have never spent a day on the weekend together. He works as a research assistant while getting his PhD. Every single weekend for the 3 years we've been together he insists he has work. I realize how stupid I've been now, but foolishly I trusted him. I trusted that he had worked every single weekend for 3 years. That was, until today. I've been studying for finals and it's the toughest it's ever been, so I was craving some time with him. Just a day where we could kick back and relax with each other. Of course, he says he can't because he's working and I shut up about it. So, today I'm getting antsy anyway and hoping we could at least spend the evening together. I end up texting him, asking when he thinks he'll be back and we can spend the night. I've done this plenty of times before and he always responds fairly quick. This time I'm waiting for a while. After 2 hours I decided to text a work friend of his who's also a research assistant with him. Wouldn't you know it, it turns out they don't have work today. In fact, he informs me in that same text that they rarely ever have work on weekends. Rarely ever. So now, I'm sitting here wondering what the F is going on. I have no idea how to confront him about this. I mean, this has been going on for 3 years. If he's cheating on me, he basically has a second family at this point. But obviously that's where my mind goes and I have no clue what else it could possibly be. Like, is there any possible explanation for this besides cheating? How in the world do I confront him about something he's been doing for 3 years? Since he's doing whatever it is tomorrow, do I just drive over to his place in the morning and wait and then follow him? Has anyone had anything like this happen to them before? Update 1. Anyway, I had texted him telling him to come over when his work was done and he did. I waited about 5 minutes, if that, for him to settle in before telling him that we needed to talk about something important. He immediately responded with uh-oh, which was a bit demeaning, but that sarcastic response honestly matches his personality. I tell him everything that happened, how hurt I was, how I didn't feel like I could trust him about anything considering he's been doing this for 3 years, and then asked if he had anything to say. He told me he wasn't cheating on me or anything like that, he was just embarrassed about what he had been doing. I asked him what he could possibly be so embarrassed about as to hide it and lie to me about it for 3 years. He takes like a minute to compose himself and then mutters something. He clearly feels guilty but I obviously don't hear it, so I ask him what he said cause I didn't hear. He tells me that he volunteered at a homeless shelter every weekend since coming here for his PhD. Volunteering at a homeless shelter? I swear to you, whatever emotions are coming across here were multiplied 10x in the moment. I could not comprehend what he was saying. Like, he was embarrassed for volunteering at a homeless shelter? It didn't, still doesn't, make any sense. So I asked him what he meant and he repeated that he volunteers at a homeless shelter for 6 hours on Saturday and 6 hours on Sunday, every weekend. Of course, I asked him why he would be embarrassed about that and he asked if we can talk about this more tomorrow, Sunday, and he can instead show me that he isn't lying by taking me to volunteer. I don't know what I was really thinking. I think my mind was just blank, so I agreed with a sure and asked him to leave. He apologized for the whole thing and left and then sent a text that he'd pick me up in the morning so he can prove to me that he's not lying. Of course, my mind raced all night and I tossed and turned all night, but Sunday came anyway. He wasn't lying. He takes me to a homeless shelter/soup kitchen place. I don't really know the difference, and we make food, clean, and pack daily necessities for 6 hours. It clearly isn't the place to have a conversation. So I spend most of my time doing the work and chatting with other people, and they were really nice, but of course the whole thing was still weighing on my mind the entire time, so I start asking them about my boyfriend and they confirm that he's been working there as long as they remember and is there every weekend. He's been there longer than most of them, it seems. Finally our volunteering ends and we head back to his car and I try to start the conversation, but he shuts me down and asks me to wait until we get back to his place. I say fine, maybe I'm being a doormat here, but I was just so confused and lost, and we head to his apartment. Once there, the talking begins. He asks if I believe that he's telling the truth about working at the homeless shelter every weekend, and I say that I do since I confirmed it with a lot of people while there, but I also said that I don't understand the lying, especially for as long as he did. He apologizes again and asks if I really want to know why he kept it a secret. I say of course, DUH. He sighs and then tells me that he doesn't like people knowing that he likes helping people. Obviously I'm going what the F because this is so weird, and I ask him to explain. He tells me that when he was an undergrad student he would always try to help his class behind the scenes by discussing problems they had or negotiating for curves or extensions on their assignments even when he didn't personally need it. He said he enjoyed doing it and kept doing it as a master's student, but then started to do so before/after classes publicly. Apparently most of his classmates were still happy with him, but a few basically hated him for it because he was babying them or something. So he went back to doing things behind the scenes and no longer tries to associate himself with any of the things he does to help others. Hopefully I'm not the only one who finds this so dang weird. Like the homeless shelter stuff and assisting your classmates aren't remotely the same? I say as such and he tells me it does the same thing. It helps people, so he doesn't like people to know about it because then they might misinterpret his intent and think he's masquerading as a good person. Then he assures me that he's not a good person at all, but he still wants to do what he can for people, so this is what he does. What the F? So I ask if he really thinks I would get mad that he's helping homeless people in his free time. He tells me he wasn't sure at first, especially since I wanted to spend weekends together when we were first going out. Duh. Every couple does. So he just lied to hide it at first, but he knows I wouldn't do that now, but kept the lie going because he thought it would be too weird to suddenly say that he's volunteering at a homeless shelter. I feel like I've come to the conclusion that he's just really, really weird. His way of thinking has always been odd, but this in particular is just so weird. Like, he seems to understand the situation and where I'm coming from but didn't think to tell me the truth on his own. We started going in circles, so I ended the conversation and had him drive me home in silence. Since then he sent a number of texts and has tried to call me a few times. I didn't pick up on Monday or Tuesday because I felt like I needed time to think, but I finally picked up today and we had a talk in which we both reiterated what we had said. I know a lot of people, literally all of them at this time, were telling me to break up with him, but I'm still thinking things through. I'm going to try and get him to hang out this weekend and make my decision after that. I think some more. This whole thing has been so weird. Update 2. So I asked him to come over so we could talk and he did. I then asked him some of the questions. Volunteering for 6 hours but still not having time for me. He said he would get there a little early and leave late, but would then spend the remaining hours running errands and actually working on PhD/assistant stuff. I asked if he could give me details. He gave some details about academic articles that I don't remember. I asked why he couldn't spend more weekend evenings with me if this was the case. He said that he was really busy with work and that I would distract him. Ouch. Out of all the things said, I think this is the one that bothers me the most. I asked if the volunteering was court-ordered. He laughed at that and was clearly confused by the question, but answered that given the special population he works with doing his PhD, he doubts he'd be able to work with them if he had a record that required so many hours. I asked if he was ever going to tell me about the volunteering. He initially says he doesn't know, then replies that he probably wouldn't have. He apologized for lying but then said that whether he was working or volunteering doesn't make a difference to how much time he spent with me. Obviously I pushed back on this and he got defensive and we had an argument that basically reiterated how I felt like I couldn't trust him because he was lying about this while he kept apologizing for the lying/making me feel that way, but that it wouldn't have changed how we spend time together. Ultimately I asked him to explain to me again why he hid it in the first place. Like he said previously, he used to talk to professors during undergrad about extensions and questions others had behind closed doors and then make sure those things were stated to the rest of the class. He did the same thing in his master's program. This is where I got lost before. One of his professors was a hard ass and some of his classmates were scared to talk to him about their grades, so he thought he could show them that he was willing to discuss grades, and he made a joke about his own grade in class. The professor didn't find it funny and went on a tirade about respect and showing him up, and apparently the class ended shortly thereafter because it was so tense. He said that some of the other students felt like they needed to cut ties with him to show the professor they weren't in on the joke, and that a few of them made a show of hating him from that point forward. Hearing it more in depth at least makes this make a little more sense to me. I stated again that helping homeless and helping classmates seemed like entirely different things altogether. He said that they felt like the same to him but that I was probably right and he was wrong. I asked him why he said he's a bad person. He replied asking if he said that and I said yes. He said that he didn't want the volunteering to make him seem like a good person because he's not. I asked what he meant and he replied that I know him. I said I'm not sure I do. He said that I know what he means. I don't. You do. Etc. in circles. Personally, I think he has low self-esteem, but this is a weird way to express it and I'm not sure what else it could be. I told him I wasn't sure I wanted to continue the relationship because of the lying. He seemed hurt but then just said okay and that it's my decision. I told him that he should at least get therapy for the classmate thing because it's clearly affected him negatively. He replied that he probably should but he won't. After that I gave him an ultimatum: either spend more time with me on weekends and go to therapy or we break up. I told him to think about it and that he has until Saturday. He said he would and he went on his way. Update 3. Saturday came and he asked me to compromise. He would take a day off from volunteering if I volunteered with him the other day and he wouldn't have to go to therapy. I said I needed to think about it. I told him later that night that I'd accept the compromise if he was willing to go to one therapy session. On Sunday morning, he told me he wouldn't be willing to go to therapy and asked that we go out to dinner. We went to a local diner and basically talked about ending things. He apologized for ending things this way and said that he knew he wasn't exactly being reasonable but he's doing what he feels like he needs to do. I basically said that that's up to him. We wished each other the best. He gave me a parting hug, and I went on my way. So yeah, 3 years of commitment for this. Kind of sucks. Have a good day. Update 4. I should have blocked him but I didn't so here we are. I didn't respond to him but here's the message verbatim. Hello. Sorry for contacting you. I am sorry for how I acted. After you left I really gave a lot of things some thought. I didn't want therapy because I didn't need a professional to tell me that I'm different or weird or diagnose me with something that jeopardizes my profession and I especially didn't want them to try and change me. I bit the bullet in January. I was diagnosed with schizotypal personality disorder. You can look it up I guess. I'm not seeing the therapist frequently, especially after he suggested altering some of my behaviors and told me that I'm coping using my volunteering. Sorry, I'm just saying that you were right and I wasn't being fair to you. Please do not feel burdened to respond. I hope you are happy. God, he hopes I'm happy? I mean, really, after everything he acts like some sort of victim. Just, I hate it so much. Every single time I've thought of him since we broke up I just get more angry. I guess it is nice to know that I wasn't imagining things and there is something actually wrong with him. But did he have to contact me? Gross. My boyfriend of 10 years decided to take over my best friend's wedding and propose to me, but he got the shock of his life when I dumped him instead and kicked him out of my house. My best friend Amy just got married last week. I was her maid of honor and I worked to the bone to make sure her wedding was a success. For the most part it went well. My friend looked beautiful, the food was great, the flowers and decorations incredible. She was so happy and it made me feel proud I was part of the group that worked to give her such an important day. Amy and I have been friends since we were in elementary school. We've reached all our milestones since together, went to the same college, even live in the same neighborhood. She's the closest I have to a sister and even our parents joke we're reborn twins. Needless to say, Amy is one of the most important people in my life. At the end of my master's I met Danny. He hired me as a tutor and after a few sessions asked me out. I had never dated someone younger, but he was very sweet and I liked him, so I said yes. We've been together since. He had an older brother, Bobby, who was introduced to Amy in a house party I hosted a few years later. The two were immediately taken with each other and they started to date. Eventually Bobby asked Amy to marry him. During the wedding preparation, Danny casually mentioned how it would be a cute idea to propose during his brother's wedding. Bobby agreed, but both Amy and I immediately shut it down. I told Danny I found that kind of thing tacky. A person's wedding is a special day for them and tainting it with stealing the attention was just wrong. After that they stopped talking about it, so we kept going with the preparations. At the wedding reception, Bobby suddenly stopped the music to make an announcement. He said the day was very special as he was marrying the love of his life and kept singing praises to Amy. I thought it was a cute gesture so I just moved to sit on my chair to listen to the speech. Then Bobby said a sentence that made me dread what was coming. And now the day is more special thanks to my brother's announcement. Suddenly Danny was in front of me, kneeling with a box. Amy was in tears and ran out. I screamed at Danny, telling him he was a jerk and went after Amy. At first she was angry at me, think I was involved in it. So were the other bridesmaids. Thankfully one of the girls had seen me call out Danny and told the others about it. I told Amy I would never do this to her. We hugged and we all got out of the venue to Amy's suite. We found out later through the men's mother that Bobby gave Danny permission without speaking to Amy about it. I called Danny that same night to tell him we were through and I wanted him out of my apartment by the end of the week. I sent my mom to pick up my dog and parrot, just to make sure he didn't do anything to them or take them with him. He ended up taking my TV and game consoles. I had them since before he moved in, but his mother was nice enough to bring the consoles back. For all I care, he can keep the stupid TV. Amy is now trying to get her marriage annulled since she feels she can't trust Bobby. The boy's mother has been nothing but a saint to us. She even paid back to Amy the money she spent on the wedding and told her to use the honeymoon with one of her friends. So Amy and I are now packing to go to Australia. She and Bobby had postponed it for a month so they could get a whole month of vacation. I am a freelancer that works from home, so I'll just take my laptop. Since this whole fiasco, Danny has been blowing up my phone. Some of his friends have joined in this too. claiming I'm an a-hole for throwing out a 10 years relationship over a mistake, that he only wanted to make a cute gesture to prove how much he loves me, except the cute gesture was taking over my best friend's wedding after I had said how much I disliked that kind of stuff. Still, a part of me feels I'm overreacting. So Reddit, am I the asshole in this? My boyfriend of 30 years proposed to me and it made my eye roll. He was insulted and called me gold digger. Yesterday after dinner my boyfriend of 30 years proposed to me. He just walked towards me holding a box and said to open it. It was a ring and I had pictured this moment a million different times but never thought I'd be so apathetic. My boyfriend then said he was retired now and wanted to kick back and enjoy life with me. He said that he would love to do it all with me as his wife. A nice speech and all, but from the 5-year mark of our relationship onwards, I had been making clear my deep desire to marry, and was consistently dismissed, given empty promises, and gaslit. We had been through the gamut with therapy. One counselor implied that me telling him we needed to go to therapy and getting his butt on the couch still means nothing if his mind has been made up. I was in denial about the fact he was just giving me the false illusion of progress to stall. My boyfriend and I have 4 kids. The oldest 3 are adults, while the youngest is 15, he was sleeping over elsewhere when this all went down. All of our kids went to a private school filled with typical Southern soccer parents. I had to endure PTA moms' jabs about me not sharing a last name with my kids. Preteen years were hell because the other kids would taunt my kids by saying your dad would rather sin and go to hell than marry your mom. My boyfriend's mom would tell him marriage would be selfish on my part, it is just a piece of paper. Then, my boyfriend ended up rising through the ranks until he became an executive. I was a som so I felt like there was always a power imbalance, exasperated by the fact I could be tossed any time. I stayed partly because I wanted my kids to have the best life and because I felt lucky and proud to be partnered with such an intelligent, successful man, but also because I loved him. These past few years my boyfriend's career has taken a downturn. He will never be poor, but the company he was part of took a nosedive during 2020 and he made enemies out of associates and board members. He decided to step back from his role and take the generous severance agreed upon. Now he is living off his investments and wants to relax. I did not like how his career ended and how he treated people. I had been deciding whether I wanted to leave and find somebody else after our youngest turned 18. So the proposal was a shock because I hoped that he noticed I had avoided conversations about the future as of late. He rattles on about downsizing our house so we can travel and also cutting back on our other expenses, but we're not married so it's all his money and house anyway. He noticed my eye roll and was offended. He asked what was wrong and I said that suddenly now that he was downsizing I was good enough to marry. He got mad and said that now that he's downsizing and no longer an executive, I suddenly think our relationship is disrespectful. And started implying I was a gold digger. I was so angry I walked out and said I might just go out looking for a respectful relationship because I don't know what respect is anymore. My boyfriend slapped me and called me an attention seeker for spreading lies that he beat girls. Now he's begging and crying because I ended everything. Because of this incident, my boyfriend and I have not been talking for the past few days. I got my period in the middle of the night, and I woke up to my legs being completely drenched in blood. I teared up a little bit because I hate being on my period, so I was really sad about that. I also ruined my boyfriend's sheets, so I was embarrassed too. I couldn't open my legs because I knew I would just bleed more, so I gently woke him up to carry me to the bathroom. He was kind of annoyed about being woken up, understandably, but I needed to use the bathroom, and I couldn't walk because I was in pain. I was crying a little bit while he was carrying me, most likely due to the hormones because I'm not usually that sensitive, and when he put me down, I realized that I wouldn't be able to take the extra few steps to sit down on the toilet. I also knew that as soon as I opened my legs, blood would just come out, so I then asked him to give me his hand to help me get into the bathtub instead. He was annoyed and said, "Can't you do it yourself?" I said, "No, my stomach hurts." He then helped me, and I cried because I knew I was just annoying him. When I eventually came out of the bathroom, he said, "You just ruined all my effing sheets." I said I was sorry. He then sighed obnoxiously loudly to show his annoyance. I said I was sorry. Can you drop it? You act like you're the one cramping for a week. He then said, "Shut the F up. My sisters get their period too, and they're not bitches about it." I said, "What did you just say?" And he laughed and went to the kitchen. I followed him and grabbed his arm to make him look at me, and he kind of raised his voice and said, "Bro, leave me alone. You just ruined my effing day with your BS." I said, "Sorry, I have my period?" And he was like, "You're acting like you're giving birth. Relax." He then followed with, "How do you want us to build a family if you cry at every effing inconvenience?" I cried and said, "What the F does that even have to do with this?" And he said, "See, if you can't handle period cramps, how do you want me to build a family with you?" At the moment, I thought it was his way of breaking up with me, and I said, "Are you trying to break up with me right now?" He said, "You know you can be so stupid sometimes." I said, "What's that supposed to mean?" And he said, "I'm not talking about this anymore, go get some rest." I tried to talk about it, but he just gave me the silent treatment. Am I wrong in how I handled this? I guess I shouldn't have woken him up, but I had to go to the bathroom and couldn't walk. Is there something I can do to fix this? Update: we did not talk after our fight. I wanted to fix it and move on, but I was hurt by how he spoke to me and wanted him to apologize first. He didn't. I suspected he wouldn't because he always waits for me to apologize first, so I texted him. My message didn't go through because he had blocked my number. I tried to text him on Instagram and discovered I was blocked there, too. I then messaged him on Snapchat. He never uses it, so I think he just forgot to block me there. I told him I was sorry and wanted to talk in person. He ended up coming over, and as soon as he came in, he acted like nothing happened, which just pissed me off. I told him I wanted to discuss what happened because his words still hurt me. I apologized for waking him up, acknowledged his frustration, and explained I was too weak to go to the bathroom alone. He responded, "You acted like you were disabled. If I hadn't been there, what would you have done?" I said I would have probably pissed my pants or gone alone and spread blood all over the room. I knew he would already be mad because I stained his bed, so I didn't want to make it worse by staining a towel, too. I said I didn't like the way he was cussing at me and calling me names, and he replied, "Well, let someone else ruin your day with dumb poop and see how you react." I told him I didn't think it was dumb poop. I was in so much pain, and he didn't show any sympathy. He looked at me like I said the dumbest thing in the world. I also told him that I scheduled an appointment with an OBGYN because what I experienced wasn't normal. He said, "Well, I just hope next time you won't piss me off." I asked, "Why are you so mean?" He didn't answer. He just went on his phone. I got mad and took his phone. Wrong move. I know, because he always dismisses me disrespectfully to make me feel dumb. I took his phone to make him pay attention to me, and he tried to take it back a few times. I said I wanted to finish the conversation, and he got even angrier. He ended up grabbing my wrist and twisting it to make me drop it. I started crying, and he was like, "What the F are you crying about? You did this to yourself." Through tears, I said I just wanted to talk to him. He mocked me, and at this point, I was so hurt that I just told him to leave. He left, and I texted him in the heat of the moment, saying it was over. I started thinking about all the messed up things he did or said to me and how he assaulted me. A few hours later, his sister, my very good friend, sent me a huge text asking if I was okay. She said her brother told her I went crazy and was worried for me but that I just broke up with him out of nowhere. I haven't responded yet because I'm too ashamed to reveal what happened. I don't know what to do. Final update. I had my appointment with the gynecologist, and it turns out I had a miscarriage. I initially thought it was just a really bad period since mine are usually heavy, but I was wrong. I've never been more heartbroken in my entire life. I can't believe I was pregnant, and now it's gone. He called me the day after the incident to apologize. He said he regretted what he did and promised to do better. I thanked him, and he asked to hang out, but I declined. He was understanding and asked me to stay on the phone to talk. I still missed him, so I said yes. I also told him about the miscarriage, and he apologized profusely for his reaction. He genuinely looked sorry. He said that if he had known, he would have reacted differently and that his attitude was mainly because he was tired. We both cried, and it was a beautiful conversation overall. The next day, Sunday, he came over with many gifts and a handwritten letter. He apologized again for what he did and promised never to treat me like that again. He said he underestimated his strength, didn't use his full force, and simply wanted his phone back. He said he was working on his anger and impulsiveness. We spent the next few days glued together, and they were amazing. He was so cute. He kept referring to me as his wife. Everything was okay until last night. It was my friend's birthday, and we had planned to go together. My boyfriend and I went to different schools, so he didn't know anyone and stayed with his friends most of the time. Most of the people there were from my high school, and I hadn't seen them in a long time, so I was talking to everyone. I forgot to mention, but his sister was there, too, and we chatted. We were all drunk, and she jokingly asked what happened with her brother and why I went crazy on him. I responded, laughing that he was the one who went crazy on me and attacked me. She asked what had happened, and I explained that we were arguing. I took his phone, and he grabbed my arm and twisted it to make me drop it. She laughed and said he used to do that to her growing up. I didn't say it in a serious tone at all. I was laughing while saying it. Everything was fine that night, and we went to his place together as usual, but the next morning, so today, he asked me if I had told his sister anything. I knew I effed up, so I acted like I didn't remember the conversation and said no. He knew I was lying, which just angered him. He accused me of spreading lies about him to everyone for attention and said that he doesn't even know my friends, and that's the first impression they have of him now. I felt really bad and tried to explain that I wasn't thinking because I was drunk, and it's not like I said he punched me in the face. I tried to say they didn't hear me and I was just talking to my friend. I also said that I was laughing as I was telling the story. He kept cutting me off and getting angrier. He was like, "Your voice is so effing loud you think no one heard you? Are you that effing stupid? Now everyone thinks I beat girls. Are you happy? Did you get the attention you wanted?" I just kept apologizing because I understood where he was coming from. I tried to hug him several times, and he would just push me away. He kept calling me an attention seeker and a crybaby. I was sobbing because we were doing so good and I just had to ruin everything. When I tried to hug him for the last time, he slapped me. I had never been hit in the face in my entire life, let alone by a man. We were both shocked for a moment and then he started crying and apologizing. I had never seen him cry like that. I said I was okay and that I just wanted to leave. He tried to offer me a ride, but I said no and went home alone. I went home, turned off my phone, and cried the whole day. I don't know why I realized he doesn't love me. If I'm being completely honest, I still cannot see him as this evil abuser. I know he is one objectively, but I simply can't see him as one. I don't know why. I did block him, and I'm trying to keep my distance because I'm scared of what he could do next. I'm pretty sure he knows it's over now, but I think he knows. My boyfriend stole and hid my passport on the morning of my vacation. My boyfriend and I live together and we've been together for 2 years. We're both part of a big friend group from college. The rest of our friends are pretty successful and managed to achieve high-paying careers with their degrees. My boyfriend and I, on the other hand, are the least financially stable members of the group, as we earn significantly less than our friends. Sometimes this creates problems since they'll make expensive plans, and my boyfriend and I won't be able to participate because we simply can't afford it. My friends are really nice about our financial differences and sometimes offer to pay for us so we can join in on the plans. I feel like I am a little bit more sociable and therefore closer to everybody in our group than my boyfriend. Anyway, these are the circumstances that have led me to my current situation. My friend group started planning an overseas trip for this summer. As soon as they started planning it months ahead, I knew I wanted to come along despite the high price of traveling. So I started to pick up extra hours at my job and started saving up to be able to afford all the trip expenses. I lived pretty frugally for a couple of months and my boyfriend would laugh at me for constantly eating the same meals at home instead of eating out. I kept telling him that I was trying to save for this trip and he would tell me you won't be able to afford it anyway, so you might as well get DoorDash with me tonight. Despite what he kept saying, I knew I wanted to go on this trip. Sure enough, I saved enough money to be able to go. Fast forward to this week, my friends and I were scheduled to fly out this morning. I'm an organized traveler and I had all of my stuff packed days in advance, including my travel documents and my purse. Last night before I went to bed, I did a last-minute check to make sure I had everything I needed. My passport was with the rest of my documents in my purse. I was double-checking that I had everything in my purse when my boyfriend came out of our bedroom and yelled at me to stop obsessing over this trip and to just come to bed. I listened to him and did follow him back to bed, then I went straight to sleep to be rested for the next day. My boyfriend was still next to me, fiddling with his phone while I fell asleep. The problem arose this morning. I had called my Uber and I was all ready to meet my friends at the airport. That's when I decided to check that I had all my travel documents one last time. My stomach turned when I realized my passport wasn't in my bag. I'll be honest, I started to get worried right away as I knew it was in there just the night before. I went back into the bedroom and tried to shake my boyfriend awake to ask for help, but he just rolled over and told me to let him sleep. I canceled my Uber and I immediately started searching the entire apartment for my passport, but I couldn't find it anywhere. I gave up after searching for an hour when I realized that I would surely miss my flight due to the delay. I just broke down crying as my boyfriend kept sleeping in the other room. After I cried for a bit, I walked back into our bedroom and started cleaning up the mess I made while searching. That's when I picked up my boyfriend's sweatpants, which he had been wearing the day before, to toss them into the laundry. I couldn't believe my eyes when I went to empty his pockets and found my passport. I checked the clock, but it was too late. The plane had long since taken off and my friends were on their way to have a fun vacation without me. As soon as I found my passport, I wanted to rip the covers off my boyfriend and scream at him. But I was just so sad and exhausted at that point, I had no energy to fight. It didn't matter anyway, all my months of planning had already gone down the drain. I also felt like it was obvious why he had taken it. He simply didn't want me to go. I guess he must have been jealous that he hadn't saved the money for the trip and I was leaving him behind. I know I should confront him, but I just feel like he won. He got exactly what he wanted and there is no way to fix it. I have been looking forward to this trip for months and now I have to watch my friends have fun on social media while I'm stuck at home with my boyfriend who seems to be actively sabotaging me. My boyfriend stole the necklace that my late boyfriend gave me and gifted it to his sister. He got deer in the headlights when I took it back from his mother. Have been with my boyfriend, I'll call him Adam, for almost a year now. I met him through my master's degree in the UK when I was a sophomore in college. I had a long-term boyfriend, who I'll call Kyle, who took his own life. We were together for 3 years and I would never wish the pain of losing someone like that on my worst enemy. When we started college, Kyle gifted me a locket with the word most engraved on the back of it. It was our thing. It meant he loved me most. Sappy, but it was ours. Since his passing, this has been my most valuable possession and I do not go anywhere without it. It is my last piece of Kyle. After finishing my degree and struggling the entire time, I decided that I needed to get out of the town where everything happened and decided to study for my master's degree in the UK, which is where I met Adam. He is the first person I have allowed myself to love since losing Kyle, and I really have loved our relationship up until this. If it is true, I will never be able to forgive him. Adam has always been insecure about Kyle, asking hypothetical questions like if Kyle was still alive would I be with him, and would I prefer about him over Kyle, etc., etc. I usually dodge the questions and never give him an answer as I don't condone these types of questions and don't want to feed into it. We have also had to have several conversations regarding Adam talking badly about Kyle. He also dislikes if I post about Kyle on his birthday or death anniversary or have hard days. He sees this as that I don't love him and am still hung up on Kyle. No matter how many years that pass, and how much I love Adam, Kyle was my first and his life was cut short. He was also my best friend. I will mourn his life forever, even if I have moved on romantically. He knows how much this necklace from Kyle means to me, and how devastated I've been the last 2 weeks frantically searching our apartment for it. I took a shower one day and set the necklace in the same place I always do, When I came out of the shower, it was gone, and Adam swears he has no idea where it is and it must have fallen somewhere and got lost. I have been beside myself and spent nights in tears over losing this. Adam has a sister who we will call Jane. Jane recently celebrated her 21st birthday. I am in her Snapchat private story where she posted the beautiful locket that her big brother got her for her special day. It was the same locket. I know it because it has the same engraving on the back. I don't know how Adam explained that one, but he must have somehow. Me and Jane are not particularly close, and this isn't something I feel I can just confront her about casually. I also feel silly bringing it up to Adam in case it isn't the same locket and I am just going insane and looking for excuses because I was careless and lost it. I don't see where else Adam would have got this locket, as it was made for me by a small business back in the States. She was local to Kyle and I, and her work has always been my favorite. Update: it's been almost 3 weeks. A day or two after the initial post, I confronted Adam about the locket. He claimed did not know what I was talking about, and he couldn't believe I could be as cold as to accuse him of this. When asked for receipts or any proof that the locket was not the same as mine, he couldn't produce any and got angry and stormed out of our apartment. He came back that night, tried to gaslight me into believing I was the one who created a problem out of nothing, and even that the necklace he got his sister had no engraving whatsoever. Unlucky for him, I had contacted his mom while he was away, stating that I had misplaced my locket and was wondering if it had been accidentally taken home by Adam when he was visiting. She got back to me pretty quickly saying that she had found my necklace on her daughter Jane's present pile stacked away in a corner. She said that she would return the necklace to me as soon as possible and that she or Jane must have mistaken it for one of her presents and put it back in the pile. She promised me that she would keep a hold of it in her room until she got the chance to return it. Immediately after I had confirmation that Adams's mom had the locket, I booked the cheapest flight home I could find and asked his mom for a lift to the airport, that way she could return the necklace. She agreed, and after that, I sat planning exactly how I would tell Adam that we were breaking up. I didn't need him to admit to stealing the necklace. The fact that I had enough doubt in my mind that I knew he had taken it was enough for me to know that this relationship was going nowhere. I just wanted my necklace back. I stayed with Adam until my flight, which was about a week ago. I let him and his mom drive me to the airport. I left a note, breaking up with him, telling him that my friends would be by to pick up my stuff and move it between their flats. I took a leave of absence from uni until I work out where I am going to stay when I get back to the UK, and have contacted my landlord about taking my name off the lease. When Adams's mom gave me back my necklace, his face was priceless. He looked like a deer in the headlights. He was so angry, but he couldn't show it in front of his mom. His sister Jane hasn't once questioned the missing necklace, and it's been around 2 weeks now. I doubt she will ever notice. She is rather spoilt. I am glad to update you that I am safe. I am back home, with my necklace from Kyle. I am just home from visiting his grave, telling him this entire story and laughing about it. It reminded me that I should update, and probably hold higher standards in men for myself. My boyfriend stopped going to work when he moved in with me and turned into a couch potato, so I called his mother to come and get him. I let my boyfriend Jesse, 39, come live with me and my niece and nephew, who I have custody of, a year before this pandemic mess. I own a modest 3-bedroom home, left to me by my mom, on which I must pay all utilities, property tax, etc. No mortgage, thank God, but I pay everything else. His lease ended soon, and we decided he'd come to live with us for a year to see if we'd work out as a married couple. I discussed it with my niece and nephew, who agreed. Things went well for most of 2019. He paid for part of the utilities and helped around the house. But long story short, he lost his job at the end of 2019 and didn't try looking for a new one. He said he was, but I don't see how he had time between his day-long gaming sessions. He lived off his savings until they dried up. I stopped helping around the house and turned into a couch potato. But the absolute worst thing was when he'd flip out when he was losing one of his games. He'd rage and scream. He knows I can't handle men screaming at all. I talked to him and told him he couldn't act that way in my house. He got all teary and apologized and did better, for a week. Then he was right back to his poop behavior. It freaked my niece and nephew out. There's a reason I have custody of them. And around August, I finally snapped at him and said if he didn't get his crap together, he was gone. He cried and said he was trying and things were so hard right now, and he guilted me into feeling bad for him. I told him he had 1 month to get himself together. He cleaned himself up, stopped lying on the couch all day, did stuff around the house, looked for any kind of work, etc., or was out. He sniffled and said okay. Nothing changed. He took a shower but kept up the gaming, the rage quitting, not looking for a job, everything. He scared my niece and nephew so badly with this last freak out. He was screaming bloody murder and breaking the living room TV, that they had to leave their Zoom classes hid in my closet, and called me at work. I had to leave work to come to deal with him. I told him I was done and he needed to go that day. He turned on the waterworks again, but I was done, so I called his mom to get him. She came around. She could hear him sobbing in the background, I'm sure, and it was a huge effing scene. Turns out he'd been lying about having a job. She shamed him into getting up, packing everything of his, and leaving with her. I took his key, and he gave me the most hate-filled glare on his way out. He told our friends, and they said I was heartless about kicking him out during the mid-pandemic, and that I embarrassed him by calling his mom like that. So am I the a-hole? Edit. I just sent a detailed message about everything that happened to the group Discord all our mutual friends chat on. I didn't spare a single detail and even told them to call his mom if they didn't believe me. She knew what was up. I'll see what they have to say. Update. Well, one of our mutual friends heard my side of the breakup and went to go talk to him, and she grilled him over text about what he said/what I said, and he eventually broke down and admitted he'd lied and had been for a while. She, in turn, posted screenshots of him admitting he'd lied to try to make me look like the bad guy. Our friends weren't amused, and they all apologized to me for jumping the gun without hearing my side first. I've forgiven them but let them know having them treat me like that without even seeing what I had to say first hurt a lot since I tried for months to get Jesse to get help, but he refuses. Things are better on the friend front, but Jesse keeps trying to private message me, and I haven't looked at any of them. Honestly, I don't want to talk to him for a while. I'm very tired and want to enjoy my clean, quiet house now. To those concerned, my niece and nephew are doing much better. They're both not cooped up in their rooms anymore and are doing their Zoom classes in the kitchen without worry of embarrassment. My boyfriend told me that his best friend is the most important person in his life and he won't marry because of him. I think he is definitely in love with him. My boyfriend Andrew and I have been dating for 2 years. One of the main problems I have with him is that he's attached, to an obsessive degree if I'm being honest, to his best friend Eddie. I'd even describe their friendship as Eddie being completely dependent on Andrew like a needy child would be. This is a problem because Eddie and I don't get along. He's always been hostile to me since the day we met for no reason, and I'm not the type of person who takes poop from anyone, so of course, I am equally hostile back. I'm also certain that Eddie is in love with Andrew. He can never keep a relationship for long, but anyone he dates is a carbon copy of Andrew regarding looks. He's also constantly touching Andrew whenever they're together, often kicking me off from my seat next to him so he can sit there. It's rude to be so blatant about your feelings for a taken man, but I guess Andrew is willfully oblivious. Anyway, after a hard few weeks of work, I finally got a break and wanted to veg at home. But no, Andrew wanted to take me out, to the beach specifically, in order to celebrate. I hate the beach yet he still took me. So already, I was a bit pissed, but then it got worse when he told me that he had to keep his phone on because Eddie was meeting up with some guy he met online, and Andrew was scared the guy was bad news. I was shocked. Eddie's a grown man. He can care for himself, but I told myself I'd be reasonable. That was a big mistake because, sure enough, 2 hours in, guess who calls? None other than Eddie begging Andrew to come and get him because he's scared for his safety. I saw red. Somehow, a grown adult can't get home by himself and has to wait for my boyfriend to get him despite said boyfriend being 30 minutes away. He could have called an Uber or asked the staff at the bar for help, but instead, he decided to ruin our date. I cussed my boyfriend out, but he gave no SHTS and dropped everything to go to him, leaving me stranded with no ride at a beach I didn't want to be at. He ran to the car and dipped while I raged at him. He didn't let me go because he didn't want to stress Eddie out more since he knew we didn't like each other. I've decided to block him, and he can make a grand gesture to win me back, or I'm done. Still, I'm not sure what to do. Even if he does take me back, how can I know he won't do this again? At the same time, besides his weird friendship with Eddie, he's the perfect boyfriend. Update, though I blocked Andrew, we shared some friends, and they told me he desperately wanted to contact me, but he would respect my wishes if I said no. I decided I would hear him out. I reasoned, he's done wrong, but if he sets boundaries with Eddie and reaffirms his commitment to the relationship, we can work through it. If not, we are done. I felt it would be childish to ghost him without having an adult discussion about our relationship. We met up, and he looked nervous when he's normally self-assured, so this immediately ticked me off as if something was wrong. I started by telling him that I was unhappy. He constantly chose Eddie over me and didn't care about my feelings. Admittedly, I haven't been the best communicator myself. Instead, I have reverted to anger, so I apologize. He swore he didn't know that I don't like the beach, and if he had known, he wouldn't have suggested we go, so there's that. I said we could still make this work if we both were willing to put in the effort, and he asked Eddie what's appropriate for a friendship. Well, that isn't going to happen. He told me he was so sorry that he had led me on for 2 years but couldn't, in good conscience, stay in a relationship with me any longer when Eddie still needed him. Despite the writing being on the wall, I wanted to confirm whether he was in love with Eddie. The answer is complicated. For context, Andrew is an extremely helpful guy who is willing to give you the shirt off his back if you need it. This is especially apparent with Eddie. I had a suspicion that Eddie has some sort of mental illness, but I didn't know the extent until Andrew shared that Eddie's very depressed and has attempted in the past. Andrew stopped him before it got to that point, and Andrew's felt this obsessive need to protect and care for him since. In Andrew's words, Eddie is very fragile and needs him. He swears up and down that nothing romantic has ever happened with them, whether kissing or anything more, which I believe. Still, Eddie is the most important person in his life and will always be according to him. When we got into a relationship, he had convinced himself that he could have 2 most important people, but that isn't the case, and he only just realized now, 2 years down the line. I asked him what would happen if he wanted his own family, and he said that he wouldn't marry anyone or have kids because it wouldn't be fair to anyone involved, despite saying how much he wanted a family in the past. I suppose that was a lie, or maybe he only wants a family with Eddie, I don't know. So yeah, Andrew is so obsessed with Eddie that he's sacrificing the chance to have a family. And to answer whether he is in love with Eddie, he says he is straight, but he's never felt anything like when he's around Eddie, though now that I write this, I think it could be because they have a codependent relationship. I'm not fully convinced he's in love with Eddie in a romantic way, but rather, he loves Eddie so much that he will do anything for him. Then again, I might be wrong. This is super unhealthy to me, but it's not my problem anymore. He told me he was sorry and hated that he did this to me. He seemed genuinely torn up about it, too, but that's not changing the fact that 2 years of my life were wasted. I'm a 32-year-old woman who dreams of having a huge family, yet I don't have a partner, and I'm in no shape to get one anytime soon. Sure, I'm still relatively young, but time is ticking. He promised he'd set me up with someone as if that would make up for this. I doubt he'll do it anyway since all he cares about is Eddie, or at least that's what it looks like. My boyfriend told me that I should stop writing meaningless books and he can find a better woman with better dreams, but his jaw dropped when I told him to search now because I'm done. My boyfriend and I have known each other for 10 years and dated for 2. He knows how much I like writing books. I self-published a kid's book last month, and he's been quiet about it. This past weekend at my family cookout, my father mentioned the book and how proud he is of me, but boyfriend walked inside saying he was grabbing our drinks. My parents offered me some money to go to a book convention, and boyfriend audibly scoffed. On the way home, I asked what his deal was, and he said his job, a back-end software engineer, would provide for us. He will let me have fun as a creative, but I eventually have to grow up. I laughed because I assumed he was joking. He was upset and told me my meaningless book was objectively illustrated poetry. I shut down and he then was upset I was acting mad, so I changed the subject. He continued to make my book a topic by jokingly saying my glorified illustrated poetry shows my middle child syndrome or that I must crave mediocre attention from people. I shrugged and replied, "Hey, if you think you're mediocre, okay," and moved on. He texted me the next morning, saying I had torn him down and was being a bully. Mad, he was kidding with me, and he hasn't responded to me at all since. Update, he ignored me for a full day, and I didn't reach out to him because I was honestly fed up with his attitude. We've been together for 2 years, and I never have seen him act this way. I flip-flopped between maybe he was having a bad day, or something was going on and he transferred his negative energy into my book, but no, he's just a soggy, moldy baby carrot that didn't think I had dreams of my own, or I would throw it away for him. Our mutual friends have told me that he had told them that I rubbed my success in his face and made him feel like a simp just following his girlfriend around and being ignored when he has a successful business and a higher-paying job. He texted the day after his silent treatment that my not reaching out to him was a sign that I don't love him and went on to say that I love my book more than I love him because I neglected him while working on it, and then I didn't praise him at the party as my biggest supporter. The rest of his paragraph's long text talked about how he had this whole plan that he would marry me. We would be engaged this year, but then you started not listening to me to drop things and focus on us, our lives, and the future by taking up hobbies, and that my therapist poisoned me against him. It hurt because I immediately felt like all I did was rubbish to him. How the F can you say that? I loved him so much because he was someone I thought I would be with forever. Guess not. I got angry and texted him to ask, "What makes you think I don't love you? I'd do anything for you." And just as I hit send, his new message popped up, and it said, "You wrote your book, and you got your party. I assume now that I can finally have my girlfriend back, we can talk. I don't think you understand how I want our marriage to be, so I want to clarify things." But then he responded to my message, "Are you kidding me? If you're not going to prioritize me over a book no one but you cares about, why am I even staying with you? I can go find a woman who supports her man and wants his career and dreams to be successful." So I said, "All right, go find her. We don't work. Best of luck." Him, "Wait, are you breaking up with me?" Me, "What do you want me to do? You've made it clear I am not what you want anymore." He said, "You can't just break up with me." Me, "Chris, please." Him, "You can't just make that decision for me. You can break us up like this." "It's been 2 years," I said, "and 2 years in which one thing I wanted to do, one thing I was proud to have done, and you needed to poop on it. You've been so sour about it. I don't understand it. So get your better woman." Him, "But you can't just break up with me. We have to talk." He calls. I decline. Him, "Pick up. You are being ridiculous." He showed up at my door in the second I opened it, trying to push in, but I hadn't let the chain lock on. He was screaming at me. He said I can't break up with him. It's been 2 years. How do I think it will go for me to try dating again after passing the expiration date for children? That's when I asked him to leave or I would call the police. And he said he would never forgive me for this book as it's ruined me as a person, and for some reason. I said, "Chris, take your mediocre stick out of you mediocre butt and be on your mediocre way." And I called my parents to tell them what happened. My mom is over now plying me with a mixed drink, and she's been making fun of the repeated "you can't break up with me" line as he said many times in text and bunch in person. She said she was proud because I am usually quite passive, and she didn't like him bulldozing over me when I asked her what she meant. She brought up a lot of things I never really thought about. Chris would shoot me down a lot, and I honestly thought I was compromising for our relationship, but it seemed to some that I was just letting him speak for me a lot. 2 years. It feels like a blip in a lifetime at the same time. It's hitting me that it's over and my mom is staying over with me. But I have many WTFs to deal with, just not tonight. Update 2. Mom made breakfast this morning, and we ate when there was a knock at the door. My mom held a hand up to halt me and got up herself to go to the door and ask who it was. Then I heard her say, "You have 15 seconds to leave, or you're going to be made to leave." I got up to see Mom shouting through the still locked door, peeking through my peephole. There was someone on the other side talking back to her, but she just kept steadily counting down. By age 6, she had put her shoes on and was holding my broom. I'm not stupid. I knew it was him even then, but then my phone went off, and I didn't reply. It was him again. He left flowers and an apology card, along with a stuffed owlbear. Mom asked me if I wanted to read the card, and I said I did. It was a long-winded apology admitting he was in but work has him stressed, and he is underappreciated in general, and it all came out in a nasty way. He's so sorry. He should have given me space and respected me more, and he will never do it again. He didn't sleep last night feeling so much regret over what he did and will do better. Please call. He misses me, and the Mets do not throw away 2 good years of foundation over a stupid fight. I handed it to my mother, who read it, snorting and chuckling. Yeah, I bet to herself. I had texted him, Chris, we are done. Everything you left at my place is in garbage bags on the porch. The neighbors have their cameras pointed at the house, so please just take your stuff and go. Don't knock. I am not in. If it's all there on Monday, it goes with the rest of the garbage to the curb. He replied, if not home, where was I? I will spend the weekend with my family and am so lucky to have them. I've decided that I will go for another book. My boyfriend told my friend that no man would want her at 30 because women age like milk. Now he is having a meltdown after discovering my friend's age. I've been dating my boyfriend Mike for about 4 months, and everything has been great up until now. This post will make Mike sound kind of crazy, but up till now, he's been the nicest, most laid-back guy I've ever dated. About a week ago, I was on a Zoom call with 2 of my friends, Annie and Sarah. Sarah is 27, and Annie is 36. I talked to Annie and Sarah, and Mike leaned over my shoulder to say hello. Because of the pandemic, he hasn't met either of them in person yet, and it was his first time meeting Annie. I wanted him to get to know my friends, so I invited him to sit beside me and stick around. Sarah talked about her dating woes and how the pandemic has made dating harder than ever. Mike made this weird joke about how Sarah needs to find a guy quickly because at 30, she's gonna hit the wall, and no man will want her anymore. He said it jokingly, but both Annie and Sarah looked weirded out. I was, too, to be honest. Mike's never said anything like that before. I guess Mike picked up on the awkwardness because he started trying to explain himself and started saying all this stuff about how women age like milk, and it's not the same for guys, and men tend to date younger because, after 30, they hold all the cards and can pick and choose. Annie said, I haven't had any trouble meeting men, and Mike said, just wait until you hit 30 and lose your looks, it's all downhill from there. Annie laughed, and I told Mike that she was 36, and obviously, he hasn't lost her looks if he's mistaking her for a 20-something. I said it jokingly, but Mike just went silent and then walked off into my bedroom and slammed the door. That night and ever since then, he's been very moody and short with me. He keeps making passive-aggressive comments about how I'm always against him and never have his back. We've never even argued this, so I don't know where that's coming from. I've tried to bring up the Annie thing several times, and he either clams up and refuses to talk about it or turns it back into me, Annie, and Sarah ganging up on him and bullying him, which I don't think any of us did. For the rest of the time, he's just very short with me and keeps picking fights over tiny stupid things like my tone of voice being wrong. What do I do here? I want to talk about what happened and about his views on women and men and aging because that's kinda concerning. I don't understand why my sweet, cool boyfriend has suddenly transformed into this weirdo because he got politely corrected once. How should I solve this? Update. 3 days later, Sarah had told me to write the post. She didn't like Mike after that Zoom call, and I had been pushing back when she suggested that I end the relationship. She didn't sound surprised when I told her Reddit unanimously said he was bad news. She probably thought, I told you so. I also called my dad after the Reddit post, and something he said cemented my decision to end it with Mike. He and my mom are the same age and have been happily married for 30 years. He said, if you stay with this man, then on your 30th birthday, you'll worry that he'll never find you beautiful again instead of celebrating the milestone. Don't waste your time with someone like that. Every time your mom has her birthday, I feel happy she's choosing to spend another year growing older with me. And basically, that's what I want. And obviously, I wasn't going to have that with Mike. Anyway, long story short, I broke up with Mike. I texted him asking to meet up and talk, and when he asked what we should discuss, I told him we needed to discuss the Zoom call and how he'd been acting this week. I got more of the same about how I'm a bully and ganging up on him, and he wants me to apologize. Even though I wanted to do the breakup in person, I realized he would keep trying to turn it around into my fault, so I just told him over text that I didn't want to see him anymore. He returned, whatever, grow up. He hasn't contacted me since, so that's that. I know it's not a very interesting update, but even though a big, explosive argument might have been a more interesting update, I'm glad to have avoided it. My boyfriend trashed my apartment after I refused to bring him to our family trip because he was not invited, so I filed charges and got the police to hunt him. Charlie has always had a knack for finding ways to enjoy life on a budget, often jumping at opportunities for freebies and deals. Whenever my family planned events or trips, he would subtly hint at wanting to join, eager to enjoy the perks without spending a dime. This tendency had become a bit of a joke between us, but it sometimes made me wonder about his true intentions. Around a month ago, my mom mentioned a family vacation while on a call with me. He has yet to meet my mom's side of the family, only my dad's. My mom lives in my home country with my stepdad, but not in our hometown. Because of this, he hasn't had the chance to meet them yet. Yesterday, I mentioned it to my best friend, with whom I have been friends for 17 years now. I was on the phone with her. She is still in the city we grew up in and goes to university there because she often sees my parents. My mom invited her like any other vacation, and she decided to come this time. My stepdad and my mom fully paid for the trip. My stepbrother will be bringing his fiancée, too. Charlie was in the room while I was on the call and asked me what he should pack. I looked at him, confused, and asked if he was going somewhere. He said that he needed to know what to pack for the trip. I laughed and thought he was joking since I never said he was coming. When I realized he was serious, I sat him down and told him he couldn't come. There was no reservation for him, plus it would be very inappropriate to invite him over, knowing that this is a family trip and it would make a bad impression like he is trying to come just because it will be free. They have never met him, and there aren't any rooms left, he doesn't have a passport, and other reasons that I tried explaining. He flipped out on me, telling me that I was a bitch and that I was probably cheating on him, and that's why he was not invited. I tried explaining, but he left the apartment. He hasn't returned since yesterday, and at 4 a.m. I have to go to the airport. I'm worried sick. I called and texted many times, but he hasn't responded. Update 1. When I left the apartment 4 days ago, I left a key for my neighbor/friend. Yesterday, she called to inform me that my boyfriend's stuff was missing, and my writing studio and manga collection had been destroyed. Some of my savings were stolen, and yesterday, he tried to empty my bank account but failed miserably. 5K are missing from my nightstand drawer, and I am nowhere to be found. Mom's side of the family is trying to calm me down and get me away from the situation as much as possible. I initially thought this was a minor problem, but here we are. Dad's side of the family is telling me to drop the charges and that I'm overreacting. Yes, I did place charges. I will have to deal with it further when I get back, but the police are already on the hunt for him. Update 2. Today, I got back in my apartment, and the damages are much more serious than they were described to me. The moment I opened the door, I stepped on crushed up glass. The mirror next to the door was broken and crushed. My shoe pairs were ripped apart. The shoe rack was in the living room, and a cupboard door was out of the wind. The windows were shattered, the cupboards were broken, the sink was broken and running, the TV was broken on the ground, and there were what looked like holes in the wall that were, I think, made by the coat hanger that was barely together next to the fallen on the ground TV. The bathroom sink was cracked, the bathtub curtain was on the ground, and the metal bar attached was detached on one side. My closet was trashed, and the clothes and shoes were ripped and torn. Charges are proceeding faster, not that I'm back. Before returning to my apartment, I went to the police station, and he was there, and they told me to get the cameras in my apartment. Right now, I am in a taxi with the cards from the cameras. My boyfriend wants me to either sell or put down my horse to prioritize our relationship, so I told him that he's free to take all his things I packed because I am done with him. My boyfriend and I have been dating for around 9 months. I've been riding horses since I was around 4 years old when I started taking lessons. When I was 10, I started helping this girl at the stable with her horse, Lady. At 12, she told her she had to sell due to time constraints and asked if my parents and I wanted to buy Lady. Luckily for me, my parents were able to buy her, and she's been mine ever since. She's my best friend, and I love her a lot. When I started to date my boyfriend, I was very honest that my horse takes a lot of time and he was fine with this. When single, I could spend 3 to 4 hours a day in the stable, but as we started dating, I cut this down. It is about 3 hours every other day, and this is roughly how long it takes me to prepare food and ride. Also, most of my friends are at the stable, which is also social for me. The other days, I would not ride and try to talk less, making it about an hour. After about 6 months, he told me I spent too much time at the stable and that I should prioritize my relationship more, and somehow, his family got involved and said it was strange to prioritize the way I did. I wasn't comfortable with this, but I am a bit of a pushover, so I agreed. At first, this meant cutting down time at the stable, but it has evolved into cutting down riding days. Now, I ride about 2 days a week, and for the rest, I'm simply there to do the basics. I do all of this as quickly as I can because otherwise, I know he'll be annoyed and pissed off for days and give me the silent treatment. I know my horse isn't really suffering from not being ridden as often as before, but I still feel very guilty that I'm always rushing around her. Then, last night, he told me it was time to sell Lady. I laughed at him and asked if he was serious. He was. I told him no, and he said I needed to start prioritizing this relationship more. I said I've done nothing but prioritize this relationship. We argued about it, and he thought I could just put her down as she's old anyway. I was furious and told him that was absolutely not happening, and that I would never sell her. He said that any reasonable person would sell or put down their horse in favor of their boyfriend, and the only reason I wouldn't is because I only hang out with other insane horse people. Update. I don't know why I didn't see it myself, but this behavior of isolating me has been going on for a while. He would say it was strange how much time I spent with my family, that adults didn't spend that much time with their families. When I pointed out he'd also spent a lot of time with his family, I was imagining and exaggerating things. There was so much going on, and for some reason, I didn't realize it. He would make me feel guilty all the time for the smallest things. My boyfriend and I didn't live together officially because I thought it was too early. But since he had taken a job in the town where I live for me, he convinced me that his staying here during the weeks was a good idea. I feel incredibly stupid for not standing up for myself. I am a bit of a pushover, and I guess he realized that if he made me feel guilty, I would eventually give in. And I did. Just so many instances of him pushing my boundaries. Now, the update. I called my brother on Saturday morning, and he came and helped me pack up everything my boyfriend left in my apartment. Then I texted my boyfriend to break up with him. Maybe I should have done it in person, but I don't want to see him again. He called a bunch before I answered. He was confused. At first, he tried to ask me what was wrong, what had happened. He got angry when I told him, saying he couldn't believe I was breaking up with him over a minor disagreement, and when I said his wanting me to kill my horse wasn't a minor disagreement, he said I must be misremembering. I eventually hung up, and texted him that his things were packed and free to pick up on the first floor of my building anytime. Then, I blocked him. I haven't heard from him since. I was able to change my locks yesterday. Since Friday when I posted, I've spent pretty much all day every day with Lady, my friends and family. So that's all. I am safe and so is Lady. Both of us are a lot happier than we were 4 days ago. My boyfriend was staring at my friend, so I thought he was thinking about cheating and checked his messages, but instead I discovered something horrifying. I've been with my boyfriend for over 2 years, and I thought that we were in a happy relationship. During one of our conversations, we talked about potentially getting married, and that's when I noticed something. My boyfriend was staring at my friend across the room, who had just broken up with her abusive man. His gaze unnerved me because it felt like he wasn't just looking, he was observing. I didn't want to sound accusing, so I tried to ask calmly, just to see if he'd admit that maybe there was some attraction or just something he found interesting about her. He acted surprised, said he didn't even realize he'd been doing that, and apologized. He reassured me that there was nothing to worry about, and we left it at that. His reaction just felt off to me. I couldn't put my finger on it, but it felt like there was more going on that he wasn't saying. Later that day, when he went out, I gave in to this nagging feeling and checked his messages on his laptop. I told myself that maybe it would give me reassurance or some sign of how he truly felt about me and our future together. But instead, what I found has left me wondering if there's even a future for us at all. His best friend, let's call her Mia, apparently thinks I'm horrible for him. From their conversations, she's convinced that I'm making his life miserable and that he'd be better off without me. I've never even met Mia, so her entire view of me comes from what he's told her, and the things he's said about me are brutal. I feel like I've been living in some fantasy where we're happy together, while he's off telling his best friend that he just has to survive me. We've had our share of fights, I admit that. I've always tried to be honest with him about my insecurities, but he's always reassured me that he's committed, that he loves me despite any issues we have. I thought we were both invested in this relationship, building something real together, but after reading what he's been saying to Mia, I'm starting to feel like a fool. In one message, he called me a beach because I got insecure during an argument. I remember that argument, I thought we'd worked through it, and he was calm and understanding to my face. But then he turned around and vented to Mia, making it sound like I was this nightmare girlfriend he just had to put up with. He's even joked with her about flirting with other women, saying things like, I almost stole someone's girlfriend, and calling himself such a WH. He mentioned that I told him don't cheat on me once as a joke before he went out, and to Mia, he brushed it off, saying, she's insecure again. It was like every vulnerable part of myself that I shared with him, he was just using it to bond with her over how annoying I am. One message sticks out more than any of the others. He told Mia that he just has to survive until the end. What does that mean? Is he just biding his time until he finds a reason to leave? I thought we were planning a future together, but now it feels like I'm the only one who actually wanted that. I kept scrolling through their messages, hoping to see something positive about us. I kept telling myself that maybe he just needed a place to vent, that it's normal to need to blow off steam sometimes. But there was nothing, not one positive thing about our relationship. Every message was some complaint about me, some frustration about how I make things difficult, and how he's always having to deal with my issues. I didn't see a single moment where he defended me when Mia said terrible things about me. He just let her go on about how I'm making his life miserable, and he agreed with her, over and over. This has left me feeling completely blindsided. Outside of these arguments, I felt happy with him. He's affectionate, and thoughtful, and makes me feel loved, and appreciated, or at least, that's what I thought. Now I feel like I don't even know who I'm in a relationship with. I keep asking myself if this is normal. Do people talk about their partners like this to their friends, even if they love them? Is it typical to only share the bad things? Or is this a huge red flag that he's been checked out of this relationship for a long time, and I've been too blind to see it? I get that I'm in the wrong here, that snooping on his messages was a violation of his privacy, but now that I've seen this, I can't unsee it. I feel like I've been totally misled, and I'm wondering if I even know the real him or if he's just been putting on an act. I don't know if I can just ignore this and move forward. I want to confront him, but a part of me is terrified of what else I might hear if I do. My boyfriend was upset and tried to manipulate me when I hid his big titty anime mousepad and pillow waifu from my parents. Now, he's begging me not to send him back to his parents' basement. My boyfriend and I have been together for a year. He's only met my parents once over the holidays last year because they live pretty far away. They've been visiting this past week, and since he and I just moved in together, they were excited to see our new place and get to know my boyfriend a little more. We have an extra bedroom, and this has become my boyfriend's gaming room for the most part, but we agreed when guests come over it would be a second bedroom. He really likes video games and anime in particular, so he has a lot of toys and artwork that he's collected over the years from different games and such. One thing he has is this anime body pillow that features a sexy anime girl on it. He also has a mousepad for his gaming computer that resembles a busty anime girl. Before my parents came over, I asked him to take down his toys and stuff so they could be comfortable. I was upset to see that he left the body pillow and the mousepad in place. I don't really feel comfortable with either item, but he's really into anime, so I've always kind of left it alone. But I absolutely didn't think it was appropriate to leave it in there when my parents would be staying over. I took the cover off the body pillow and put the pillow in the closet, and I put the mousepad in a drawer in our room. When my parents arrived and we showed them to their room, my boyfriend noticed the missing pillow and mousepad. Later, when we were in bed, he brought it up to me and asked why I hid them. I told him I didn't think my parents would feel comfortable with those things in the bedroom, and when they leave we could put them back. My boyfriend got really upset. He told me that he feels like I'm ashamed of his interest in anime. He said he spent his whole life feeling like people think he's weird for being into anime, and he didn't expect his own girlfriend to be just like everyone else. The next day, I noticed him taking some of his manga books off our bookshelf and putting them into a box. I asked him why, and he said something like, "I'm putting them away so you don't have to look at them anymore." I feel really bad. I feel like I hurt him, but I just really didn't think my parents would feel comfortable sleeping in a room with those items. But now he's just acting so distant and cold, and he's not really engaging with my parents at all. They keep asking me what's wrong and I don't know what to say. Update: sexual decor aside, the way he acted the next day when he was putting the books away really bothered me. I ended up explaining the situation to my parents, and they weren't exactly thrilled by his reaction either. I got the feeling after this trip that they don't really approve of him, which is neither here nor there. I'm 27 and I'm old enough to make my own choices. But above everything else, my parents mean a lot to me. I never get to see them, and it was important to me that my boyfriend would be present and treat them well while they were here. After they left, I drove them to the airport. Boyfriend refused to come. I came back from the airport and found a couple of trash bags outside the door. Turns out that once I left, my boyfriend started throwing all of his anime things into these bags. I asked why, and he said something along the same lines as before, that clearly his interests weren't welcome in my home and he'd keep them in his car until he figured out what to do with them. I kinda snapped. I'd been keeping it together all week for my parents, but I had enough at this point. I told him I never asked him to get rid of his anime stuff, just that it wasn't appropriate for my parents while they were staying with us. I told him this reaction was unfair and he was being manipulative. I told him that this week was supposed to be about him getting to know my parents, but he was too fixated on this anime issue to even spend any real time with them. He then called me manipulative for making him believe that I was cool with his love for anime for the past year when I was clearly ashamed of it. He also said he didn't want to be a part of a family that doesn't appreciate anime. We went back and forth for a while, and then I told him we needed space. I wasn't even really planning that, but it came out and it felt like the right thing for me. Well, he then started crying a lot and apologizing and immediately tried to take back what he said, but I was just done at this point. He left eventually, and now I'm here in this apartment alone. Well, and the mousepad and body pillow, lol. He left those behind. Anyway, I don't really know if we're broken up officially or what, but it seems to be heading that way. I'm just feeling awful, and I almost wish this all happened before my parents visited because I feel like it tainted the whole trip. But yeah. Thanks for the replies, guys, and for helping me open my eyes a bit. My boyfriend watched me cry for hours looking for the most important thing I have in my life, and he revealed that he threw it away. So I threw away all his Lego towers. I have been living with my now ex-boyfriend for about 8 months now. I have a teddy bear that my grandmother gave to me when I was younger. It has no monetary alum, but the sentimental value is more important. When I was 8, she gave it to me while she was struggling with cancer. It was stage 4 and spread quickly, and there was nothing they could do. She gave me a teddy bear and told me to take care of it, and I could talk to the teddy bear whenever I missed her. She got one of those talking mics put in it, and it would say, "I hope you're feeling love today because I love you more than all the stars in the sky and all the fish in the sea, and you mean the world to me." She would say that all time when I would spend the night. He knows how much it means to me. I told him. He's seen me hugging the bear and sitting outside to talk to my grandma when I was sad or just needed to vent without judgment or even a response. 2 days ago he decided that it was raggedy and not appealing to look at. I can admit, Bear has been through it. I carried it around with me everywhere for 2 years. He would go in my book bag when I went to school, went to dance class with me. He even went out of town when I had cheer meets when I got into high school. My cousin pulled out one of his eyes when I was 10, and he's missing an arm when my brother got mad at me and cut it off. It was sewn back on and then ripped off again. You get it. But he was mine. I found a button that was exactly like his from some bear at a Goodwill and was going to sew it in his eye. I went to my room. We have separate bedrooms. I can decorate my space how I want and have my workspace, and the same for him, but we always sleep together. I just never had my own room and have only been living alone for 2 years, so I want to keep that for a while. I went in there to do it and he wasn't on my bed. I went scouring for him for hours and he watched me. I started to cry because that was the last thing she gave me and she made it special for me. He finally told me he threw it away because it was disgusting and he hated coming into my room and seeing it. I got so mad and I felt so betrayed. He likes to spend time on Legos and building them. He's built the Eiffel Tower, the Harry Potter Tower, a cherry blossom tree, and dozens of others. I went to his room and I destroyed them all. I threw the pieces around the room, out the window, and in the garbage. He came in screaming at me and saying how dare I touch the things he bought with his money, and he spent hours on it. I told him he could get the fuck out and spend hours rebuilding it someplace else because I'm done with him. He started telling me I was overreacting and whatever else. I forget a lot of the argument because I was pissed. I told him he had 1 week to get his things out and move out, but he wasn't staying here while it happened. He started telling me that I couldn't do that and he paid bills. I told him I really don't give a poop and to get out or I'd call the police. We have mutual friends and he's told them a completely different story because 2 have texted me asking how could I do that to him, and I really don't care to clear it up. In the moment I didn't feel bad, but now I kind of do because that's his hobby, but I was so hurt and betrayed by what he did. He's even called me a few times saying he'll get me another and we can work on things and don't throw away 3 years over a mistake, but I am completely disgusted by him. Update. I went out in that dumpster for 3 hours with my sister, my best friend, and even a neighbor came down to help when I told him what happened, and I found it. He's air drying. I'm going to sew the button in over the weekend. My dad and brother will be here while he comes to get his stuff, and that's that. I'm free of someone who doesn't respect my space or how I feel. Oh, and I didn't come here to ask if I was an I don't care if I was lol. Now that I found my bear, I really don't care and can't wait to have my apartment to myself again. Oh, one more thing, I did tell our mutual friends what he did. I took a picture of all of us digging through the trash to find my bear. I took a picture of the bear and the state he was in after I found him, and told them thank you for taking his side and not even trying to figure out the full situation. He threw away my property, so I took away his hobby. I also sent the text of him begging me to take him back and admitted what he did. How he watched me cry for hours while I looked for it knowing he threw it out. He watched me be distressed and didn't care. Those friends have texted me saying he said I cheated on him, and when he didn't take me back, I went crazy. My boyfriend woke me up at 2 a.m. and demanded that I make him dinner to test my loyalty, so I made him leave instead. So, I became official with this guy a couple of months ago. He was sweet, kind, funny, gorgeous, and the usual stuff. Everything was fine. We'd stay at each other's places, have date nights, and do general relationship stuff. In short, there were no red flags. There were a couple of beige ones here and there, but everyone has those. Then came the other night. He's currently having to pick up the slack at his job due to multiple people quitting. We decided to spend the weekend at my place as his roommates can be quite loud, and he needed to concentrate on fixing a system at his job so he could remotely work. Friday is fine. We stay in, and in between his working, we do the usual couple stuff. Saturday comes, and something has gone wrong, and the stress is doubled, so he isn't eating anything I make, which is fine. I simply remind him there are leftovers in the fridge. By 11 p.m., he's still working, so I head to bed. I am then startled awake by him at 2 a.m. shaking me, telling me he's hungry now. Confused, I remind him about the leftovers and turn them over to go back to sleep, but he gets grumpy and tells me I need to make him something fresh now. I'm honestly completely confused and so sleepy while he rattles on about coconut shrimp or something. Still half asleep, I just stare at him as I try to work out what the FCK is happening. I'm guessing my silence pissed him off as he started having a go at me for not doing my duty as his girlfriend. That woke me up fully, and I told him to get out of my house. His attitude changed then, and he was apologizing, but I just repeated myself, and eventually, he left the room. I followed him, picked up his stuff, put it into a bag, and once again told him to get out. He looked like a deer in headlights. He kept trying to say sorry and hug me, and it was only when I threw his car keys into his arms that he realized I was serious and left. This was Sunday morning. It's now Monday night and I still refuse to speak to him. He's tried calling and texting, but I'm honestly just annoyed and dumbfounded. I know I'll have to talk to him at some point, but I don't want to. He's an idiot. Update: he came into my job to talk and explained that his friends saw a video of a woman being woken up to cook for her man, and they decided to test it out on their partners as a loyalty test, so my initial judgment of him being an idiot was correct. He was surprised when I broke up with him, but he was calm and accepting, albeit sad. Either way, that's over with.